The Devil Does Not Need to Be Defeated, Chapter 569 to Chapter 627. The Heavenly Realm. At this moment, Naduna was in her own shrine, playing with a few birds while waiting for something. Her gaze shifted to the door several times, and then she looked away again. She was not in a hurry. Instead, she seemed to have expected to wait for a long time like this. She sat calmly with her back facing a pool. From time to time, she would throw some feed into the pool to feed a few cute little fishes. She gave off the feeling of a fairy living in seclusion between mountains and rivers. This caused the entire shrine to be filled with a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere, making people feel very comfortable and warm. Not long after, a sudden noise came from the door, mercilessly shattering this tranquil and peaceful atmosphere. Finally arrived. I told you it was this way. It's all your fault. A burst of such a noise entered Naduna's ears, causing her to stop what she was doing and look in the direction of the door. In the next second, the noise got closer and closer, and this shrine welcomed 3 guests. They were 3 very cute girls. The girls' age was not considered old, estimated to be between 14 and 15 years old. They looked like a group of naive and romantic middle school students. They were quite noisy, but also had a sense of intimacy and faint playfulness. They were wearing robes, and the loose robes looked indescribably cute on their bodies. It was as if they were children playing in adult clothes, and it made one smile involuntarily. However, these 3 young girls all had exquisite and beautiful little faces, and those 3 little faces seemed to be carved from the same mold, completely identical, without the slightest difference. However, although they looked the same, the style of the girls was different. Sob, 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 I'm late. The girl standing in the middle had a sad face, as if she had been bullied. She looked weak and adorable, and her long hair hung down her back, making people want to hug her tightly and take good care of her. Really, don't do unnecessary things at the beginning. It wouldn't have been so troublesome if you just came here, right? The girl standing on the left side with a disappointed expression. She exuded a calm and intellectual atmosphere, and her long hair was tied into a single ponytail. At first glance, people could tell that she was the more reliable type. I can't help it. I also want to try other ways to see if I can find anything interesting. The girl standing on the right looked aggrieved, muttering there as if she was very unconvinced and guilty. Her hairstyle was a pair of ponytails, which gave people the impression of being lively and cheerful. She was probably the type who was more active and sunny, but often got into trouble. These were the 3 girls with distinct personalities. As they walked, they continued to quarrel, as if they had completely forgotten why they had come here in the first place. They had obviously come to the temple of the goddess of nature, one of the 3 major goddesses, and were preparing to meet one of the top existences of the god race. But these 3 girls were actually acting in their own way, or rather, they didn't have any self-awareness at all. But when Naduna saw this scene, there was only one thought in her mind. This is indeed the style of the 3 sisters. Naduna felt that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then. The 3 of you, as higher gods, are not allowed to be so rude in the goddess nature shrine. The 3 of you, as superior gods, can't be so rude in the goddess of nature's shrine. The 3 sisters seemed to wake up from a dream, and they all exclaimed. Oh no. I'm sorry. Goddess Naduna. I forgot that we are in the goddess of nature's shrine. The 3 girls panicked. One covered her mouth, one lowered her head, and one was at a loss. It could be said that they had their own styles. Naduna felt a burst of laughter in her heart, but she kept a straight face. Hurry up and salute. Naduna reminded them. Although she didn't really want to be calculative, she also knew how the 3 sisters usually made a fuss. If she didn't give them a good warning, they would very likely become a joke in front of others if they acted so imprudently in front of others. Thus, as the most perfect, dignified, and polite goddess in the god realm, Naduna could only put in a lot of effort to give these 3 girls some advice. Fortunately, the 3 girls were quite obedient. Greetings, Goddess Najula. We were really rude just now. Wah wah wah. Please forgive us. The 3 sisters hurriedly saluted. Although it was a little rushed and forced, it was still acceptable. Only then did Naduna nod in satisfaction, but she didn't forget to say something. Although you are still young and have only been born for 2,000 years, you are still inexperienced compared to many lesser gods. But you are still superior gods, and you are the only three of us Protoss twin goddesses who live and die together. You, who control the advanced concept of time, undoubtedly have infinite possibilities. Even Anima and I can't catch up to you. As the three goddesses of time and space, you must remember to improve your accomplishments and experience, and be a good example for the lesser gods and even the superior gods. That way, you won't let down the life and power that the great supreme god has bestowed upon you, understand? Naduna instructed. Yes. The three girls in front of them were the three goddesses who controlled time. Standing in the middle, the girl who looked soft and easy to bully was the eldest daughter of the three, the goddess of time who symbolized the past, Nord. Standing on the left, the girl with a single ponytail who looked more intelligent and calm was the second daughter of the three, the goddess of time who symbolized the present, Werther. Standing on the right, the girl with a pair of ponytails who looked more lively and cheerful was the youngest of the three, the goddess of time who symbolized the future, Sherry. These three goddesses were the youngest and most inexperienced in the god realm. They were only born 2,000 years ago, but they were extremely powerful. Individually, they were at the limit level. Combined, they were at the transcendent level. 1,000 years ago, they fought the poison demon of the 6 great demons to a draw. Countless Protoss goddesses thought highly of them, and they were even regarded as the successors of the three goddesses of time and space. As the superior gods of the Trinity, these three goddesses were under Nadula's command. Therefore, Naduna treated the youngest goddesses of the three Protoss goddesses as cute juniors that needed to be cultivated wholeheartedly. She often taught them like this. Unfortunately, wow. I see fish. I want to feed it, I want to feed it. Sherry, who was bowing respectfully, suddenly saw the little fish jumping out of the pool. Her eyes instantly lit up, and she threw away all her previous manners and rushed over excitedly. Wait. Wait. Sherry. You can't. Seeing this, Nold couldn't help but exclaim. He hurriedly rushed forward as if he wanted to stop his sister, completely unaware that he had also left the group. What are you two doing? Werther seemed to be angered by this scene. She yelled as she rushed over, wanting to grab the two by their collars. In the end, all three of them left the group and rushed to the side of the pool one after another. They were either excitedly stretching their hands towards the little fish, anxiously waving their hands and feet, or shouting with a pale face, causing the entire temple to become noisy once more. The satisfied expression on Naduna's face suddenly froze, and then completely collapsed. Just like that, the three goddesses with the least experience began to quarrel as if no one else was around. Sigh, Naduna rubbed the space between her eyebrows. She didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh or cry. Logically speaking, she should be reprimanding these three little girls harshly. However, as the direct superior of these three goddesses, Naduna also knew that their naive and romantic nature was ingrained in their instincts. She had already reprimanded them for this matter more than once, but when had they ever changed? Sometimes, Naduna wanted to be more ruthless and simply punish them so that they would remember the lesson. However, in the end, she couldn't bear to do so. After all, they're still too young. It's normal to like to play a little. This was what Naduna told herself every single time. Or rather, all the goddesses in the realm of the gods were like this. Because these three goddesses were still young, adorable, and had such powerful abilities, she couldn't bear to scold or beat them. In the end, it all turned into doting on these three little girls. It could be said that in the god realm, the most popular person was Nadwa. However, the ones who were the most loved by the goddesses were the three youngest and the least experienced goddesses. You three, I'm still talking. Hurry up and come over here. Naduna could only reprimand the three of them helplessly. Only then did the three of them come to their senses. However, they still looked at the little fish in the pond with some reluctance. It wasn't just Steel. Even Nord and Werther were like this. This made Naduna feel even more helpless. As it turned out, these three little girls had actually gathered together and started to play with the fish in the pond with great interest. These were the three goddesses of time and space. They were naive and romantic, and they did things their own way. If one wasn't careful, they could get lost. They were the unsettling triplets. Naduna began to doubt whether she should give the task of monitoring Shuren to these three. With the way these three worked, Naduna always felt that it was very likely that they wouldn't even be able to find him in the end. Instead, they would get lost in the human world and end up in some remote corner. Under such circumstances, could she really send these three to carry out such an exquisite task? Naduna was very doubtful. Very doubtful. However, there was no other way. She really didn't have anyone else to choose from. Thus, Naduna sighed and waved at the three sisters. "Come over here. I have something to say to you." Naduna's tone changed from a reprimand to a gentle persuasion. Hearing Naduna's gentle voice, the three goddesses looked at each other. In the end, they obediently came over and stood in a row in front of Naduna. The three of them looked at Naduna with eyes full of admiration and worship. This was because they liked this gentle goddess of nature the most. Just like how the realm of demons was divided equally among the 6 demons, each demon had its own territory, and all the demons in the territory were under the jurisdiction of the demon. Although the Protoss did not have the concept of dividing territories, they were also governed by different classes. The three goddesses naturally managed all the Protoss, but it was not a unified management. Each had their own scope of management. Just like how humans belonged to one of the three goddesses for guidance, among the Protoss, all the superior and inferior gods had their own subordinates. For example, Lilith, the strongest evil god, was a superior god under the jurisdiction of Anima, the goddess of life. Because of this relationship, Anima deliberately let the beastmen supervise the temple where Lilith was sealed. Once there was a problem with Lilith's seal, Anima was the first to react and take action. This was because of this relationship. The goddess of justice, who was opposite to Lilith, was under the jurisdiction of Lidas, the goddess of fate. It could be said that there was a clear division of labor. Of course, because the three goddesses were very united, these subordinates were actually just to make it convenient to govern the Protoss, not to form their own small groups. Therefore, although the goddesses of the Protoss usually only listened to the three goddesses, when the other 2 goddesses had orders, they would also listen to them. At the end of the day, the true hierarchy of the Protoss had long been clear. The top was the 3 goddesses, followed by the superior gods, and then the inferior gods. The inferior gods had to listen to the superior gods, and the superior gods had to listen to the 3 goddesses. This was a hierarchy that had never changed since ancient times. Therefore, the subordinates of the goddesses were really just to make it convenient for them to govern and command. Unlike the demons, who had a clear territorial consciousness and would only be loyal to their lord, the lords of other territories, even if the other party was their lord's sister, the strongest and most invincible demon among the demons, had no reason to listen to them in terms of position and obligation. Because of this, once there was something that required all the demons to take action, they usually had to gather all the demons, and then the demons would return to their respective territories to give orders. Only then could they achieve the goal of cooperation. Because of this time AIE had no choice but to go back. From this, it could be seen that the management methods and hierarchy policies of the Protoss and demons were different. Back then, for AIE, Jacinta took the initiative to contact Sela without her consent and called Sela to the human world. Didn't AIE bear a grudge against her? As a direct officer of AIE, she actually asked other demons for help without the consent of the Lord. If it weren't for the 6 demon sisters being very united, Jacinta's behavior could actually be regarded as a betrayal. On the other hand, the Protoss was not like this. Even though Lord, Werther, and Steel weren't superior to the goddess of nature, Najula, they still had to listen to Najula's orders. Under such circumstances, when the 3 sisters were born, they were given great rights and could freely choose where they belonged. As a result, the 3 sisters chose Nadov Protoss without hesitation. All of this was because the 3 naive and romantic sisters had been deeply attracted to Nadia since the first time they met. Nadov Protoss was dignified, polite, elegant, and beautiful. For little girls like them, she was naturally attractive, making them envy, admire, yearn, and desire. After all, which girl didn't want to become such an elegant, dignified, and polite goddess when they grew up? Therefore, the 3 sisters chose to be under Nadia's command and accepted Nadia's rule. For 2,000 years, Nadov taught and guided them. Although she had many headaches because of the three sisters' naivety and romance, she was still so gentle and approachable. The three sisters deeply loved and looked forward to such a Nadwa. Now, Nadov Protas looked at them with a gentle gaze, and they naturally became extremely obedient. Even the most lively Sila became obedient. She even looked up at Nadov Protas with a happy expression. "Is there anything you want us to do?" "Goddess Nadov Protas," Sila said energetically. "Please feel free to order us." Welt also tried hard to speak politely and calmly. Although we may not be able to do it well, as long as it's your order, we will definitely work hard," Lord said with a red face. But the other two were somewhat dissatisfied with Lord's statement. "What do you mean you may not be able to do it well?" "Lord." Sila puffed up her cheeks and said, "Can you not say it's so unambitious?" "That's right." Welt agreed. "Since it's a rare task for Goddess Nadov Protas to order us, of course we have to do our best." The two could be said to be full of fighting spirit. But Lord didn't seem so confident. Can we really do it well?" Lord said worriedly. "Although everyone has taught us a lot, we can't handle the work on our own. It's all done by everyone in the Protoss." Obviously, Lord was a little self-aware. She knew very well that the three sisters' abilities as goddesses still needed to be tempered. They might be strong, but as goddesses, they were actually far from being independent. Not to mention others, their blessings had never been given to anyone so far. There had never been anyone who could receive the blessings of the goddess of time. This wasn't because there were no suitable candidates, but because they were not allowed to work alone as goddesses. If they couldn't work, they naturally couldn't guide and bless the humans. Lord was aware of the situation they were in, which was why she lacked confidence. But Welt and Sila had a different idea. "It's precisely because we haven't become independent that we have to complete the work well and work hard to prove to everyone that we have grown up." Welt was very concerned about this, like a little adult who desperately wanted to be recognized as an adult and not as a child. Under her calm and intellectual face lurked stubbornness and persistence. "That's right, we can definitely do it," Sila said confidently. Unfortunately, unlike Welt, this girl really didn't think too much. But Lord was still not confident. The three sisters each displayed their own personalities. Looking at the three sisters, Naduna was actually full of worry. She knew that because the eldest daughter was not confident, the second daughter was eager to win, and the youngest sister never thought too much about complicated things, it caused these three to become noisy every time they took action. In the end, they got farther and farther away from their goal and went further and further off the road to success. At that moment, Nader sighed. "This mission may be too heavy for you." Naduna said to the three, "You can think carefully before deciding whether to accept it or not. I won't force you." As soon as this was said, the three sisters immediately responded. "Needless to say, Goddess Naduna, we accept." As expected, Welt, who wanted to prove herself the most, was the first to speak with an eager expression. "That's right," Sila shouted with a little cheer. Those who didn't know would think that she was going out to play instead of carrying out the mission. "Wait, you guys decided too fast." Lord was a little flustered. "Don't be anxious, listen to me first." Nadia stretched out her hand and stopped the three of them from moving. The three of them looked at her. "This time, what I want you to do is very simple. I just want you to monitor a person." Finally, Naduna told him the whole story. The three sisters were instantly stunned. Monitor a person. Lord, Werther, and Steele blinked their eyes one after another, looking confused. "Yes," Naduna said with a serious expression, "this person is very important. His every move and even his very existence can affect this world, and he seems to have a very big secret." Hearing this, the three sisters showed different reactions. "Secret?" Stella's eyes lit up, and she seemed to be very interested in this so-called secret. "A person who can affect the world?" Welt, on the other hand, felt as if she and the others had finally encountered a heavy responsibility, and her eyes shone in another aspect. You want us to spy on such an important person?" Lord was even more worried. Obviously, she was afraid that they would not be able to carry out such an important mission. "I know, this is a mission that you have never done before. It must be a headache. Naduna sighed again and said, I have no choice. That person has demons by his side, and even that evil goddess Lilith is by his side. If we want to monitor such a person, we won't be able to achieve our goal if we don't send you guys who can fight against them. The three sisters were immediately shocked. There are demons by that person's side? Sela's eyes widened in surprise. Evil goddess Lilith, Welt furrowed her brows. Wah, Lord clearly felt that the situation had exceeded her expectations, and she was completely panicking. The three definitely did not expect that this time, they would be called here and be given such a mission, and they would have to deal with demons and evil gods. Think about it carefully, Naduna seemed to feel that it was a little difficult for them, so she was about to say this. But before he could finish his sentence, the three sisters had already gathered together and started whispering to each other. What should we do now? It seems that a very serious matter is going to be handed to us. Demons and the strongest evil god. The level of this mission is too high. I didn't want to start the challenge from here. Then what should we do? I'm a little scared now. Why don't we just refuse it? Idiot. Goddess Naduna will be disappointed in us. I don't want it. Ugh. What should we do? I think we can try it first. Try. How do we try? Just accept the mission and give it a try. Anyway, it's just surveillance, not asking us to fight demons and evil gods. What's there to be afraid of? Yes, that's right. Besides, even if we fight demons and evil gods, the three of us are not afraid. The three of them discussed without concealment, making Naduna not know whether to laugh or cry. Finally, the three sisters seemed to have made up their minds. Then, let's try. Of course, we must complete the mission. Then it's decided. After coming to this conclusion, the three sisters raised their heads and looked at Naduna in unison. In that gaze, there was a trace of timidity, a trace of courage, and a trace of eagerness to try. Naduna couldn't help but doubt again. Can we really give it to them? I hope. I really hope nothing bad happens. The Ragnar Empire. This was a very powerful military country. Like the neighboring Mitra kingdom, it was a country established by the former brave, but it had existed much longer than the Mitra kingdom, and its heritage was also very deep. It had once declined. It had once been weak. But under the test of time, it successfully survived and eventually became the most powerful country in the entire human world, and was considered the most powerful human country. In terms of military ability alone, even the Mitra kingdom, which had always been taken care of by the Protoss, was slightly inferior to it. If it were not for the fact that the Mitra kingdom was a country established by the strongest brave who successfully defeated the Demon King 1,000 years ago, and received a lot of care from the Protoss, perhaps the Ragnar Empire would have already flattened the Mitra kingdom a long time ago and occupied the land of the Mitra kingdom as its own. Today, although there was a gradual tendency to be surpassed by the Mitra kingdom in the past, there was no doubt that the Ragnar Empire was the most powerful military country in the human world. The most powerful and prosperous thing in this country was its military force. The most popular thing was also its military force. Unlike the Mitra kingdom, which allowed the nobles to establish their own private armies and knights, the Ragnar Empire also gave the nobles the right to establish armies and knights, but required the nobles to establish them in the name of the state, and were not allowed to own private troops. In other words, in the empire, all the armies and knights established by the nobles were, strictly speaking, owned by the state. The nobles had the right to establish, convene, and order, but they did not have the right to own them. Once the empire needed them, all the armies and knights had to accept the empire's deployment and could not be regarded as private troops. Of course, there were strategies and countermeasures. Although the nobles of the empire could not own private armies and knights, it was inevitable that they could form guards and the like in their own name. It was not like the nobles could not even have a guard, right? Based on this reason, the nobles of the empire would generally cultivate their own exclusive guards and secret forces, and the higher and more powerful the nobles, the more they would have such a tendency. For example, didn't the Leferet family secretly cultivate elite assassination forces, death soldiers, and spies? The other nobles were like this, and all of them had the habit of cultivating their own private troops in private, which could be regarded as a custom of this country. The royal family of the empire also chose to turn a blind eye to this behavior. Because the more the nobles cultivated these talents, the stronger the military of the empire would be. As long as the armies and knights they owned still belonged to the empire, then these talents cultivated in private would definitely serve the empire in the end. Just like this, the empire had always urged and advocated the development of the military, which led to the birth of a military power. Especially the imperial knights of the empire, which was an expeditionary army of hundreds of thousands of heavily armored knights, the strongest knights of the empire. With the cavalry in front of them, they could conquer the world. This was the praise the other countries had for this group of knights, or it could be said that it was their evaluation and fear. In front of this army, even the royal guards of the kingdom could be engulfed, which showed how powerful they were. Meanwhile, the leader of the empire's knights was precisely the empire's #1 knight family, the patriarch of the Bygusler family. This head of the family was the strongest knight in the empire, a legendary powerhouse who was known to be second only to the kingdom's Ali Dia, Locket Bygusl. But ever since the kingdom's Ali Dia Alba became famous, this strongest knight of the empire was no longer the strongest, and was questioned by many. However, ever since the kingdom's Ali Dia Alba became famous, this empire's strongest knight was no longer the strongest and was questioned by many people. Especially recently, rumors about the strongest knight in the empire had gradually spread in the imperial capital. The leader of the knights of the Bygusler family seems to be suspected of treason. It's said that someone found a letter in his room with the nobles of the kingdom. It's said that someone found letters in his room with the nobles of the kingdom. I don't know. Anyway, many people are talking about it. I don't know. Anyway, many people are talking about it. That seems to be to collect evidence of the knight leader's treason. That's why they pay frequent visits. Now, there are even many people coming out of the palace, going in and out of the Bygusler family. Now, there are many voices of doubt even within the ranks of the imperial knights. Sigh, what's going on? The strongest knight of the empire is actually colluding with the kingdom and committing treason. What a nightmare. That person from the Renit family has been building up support for himself, saying that he can't hand over the empire's strongest military force to a traitor who might have committed treason. He has spoken many times in the knights and the palace, saying that Bygusler should step down from his position as the head of the knights. That's not strange at all. Originally, the head of the Renit family was very dissatisfied with Bygusler. He has suggested many times that his family should take over the position of the head of the knights. After all, he's also a legendary powerhouse. It's normal for him to be dissatisfied with Bygusler. In the streets and alleys of the empire, discussions like this appeared from time to time, making the entire imperial capital feel as if a storm was brewing. Of course, this was not the only thing that happened in the imperial capital. That monster bandit hasn't appeared much recently. It's true that I haven't heard any news about this for a long time. He must have been frightened, right? After all, the palace has already sent out the royal knights because of this thief's rampage. That's the same as the kingdom's royal knights. They belong directly to the royal family and only accept orders from the royal family. Every royal knight is at least level 70 and above. Even they have been mobilized. That mere thief naturally wouldn't dare to act rashly, right? That's right. This was a relatively hot topic in the imperial capital. It was better now. Some time ago, when the thief first appeared, it was a hot topic. Now that the thief had disappeared for a period of time, its popularity was naturally suppressed by other rumors. Compared to the matter of a thief, the rumors of the empire's strongest knight family possibly committing treason were naturally more eye-catching. However, in recent times, there were some rumors that had begun to spread. For example, Prince Harvey seems to have been remonstrated by many nobles. The nobles are all suspecting that this prince might also have close ties with the kingdom. Some time ago, didn't Prince Harvey very actively go to the kingdom to marry the kingdom's princess? Sir Bygusl is also a supporter of Prince Harvey. If Sir Bygusl is a traitor who committed treason, then what about Prince Harvey? A while ago, that prince stayed in the kingdom for almost a month. That's enough time to do a lot of things, right? Also, recently, the Lefort family has been claiming that Prince Harvey had secretly attacked them in the kingdom, causing them to lose an elite troop. Why would he attack the nobles of his own country in the enemy's territory? It's terrifying to think about it. Such rumors had gradually replaced the previous heated discussions and spread among the people of the imperial capital. Under such circumstances, the people of the imperial capital lived in fear and unease all day long. Who knew how worried they were? Inexplicably, a strange thief appeared in the imperial capital and secretly infiltrated the homes of the major nobles. The number one knight of the empire was suspected of treason and was currently under investigation by the palace. The Renita family also took the opportunity to hit him while he was down and tried in vain to seize the position of the commander of the imperial knights. Even the prince of the empire was suspected and seemed to have an inexplicable relationship with the kingdom. All of this told the people of the imperial capital that the recent situation in the empire was very turbulent. Coupled with the disappearance of the second princess, Capelin, who was regarded as the future pillar of the empire and was known as the Valkyrie, the problems the empire was facing recently were increasing. The people hoped that the royal family could do something and quickly quell all of this. Little did they know that behind all of this, there was a hand manipulating everything. Ha! 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 In one of the alleys of the empire, a violent panting could be heard. A young girl ran in this alley in a sorry state. She was surrounded by a few guards, but they were all running as if they were fleeing. I can't run anymore. The young girl cried out as if she was about to cry. The surrounding guards immediately shouted anxiously. Please hold on a little longer. Miss Lenny. They're almost here. Quick. Get out of here. It's dangerous here. The guards wanted to take the young girl and leave immediately. Unfortunately, swish. With a piercing sound, an arrow pierced through the air, passed through the darkness of the alley, and shot violently. Poochie! With a tearing sound, the arrow penetrated the neck of a guard who was behind the young girl, causing blood to spurt from his throat and fall to the ground. Swish 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 swish. Arrows were shot one after another, hitting the guards one by one. Ah! No! Run! Miss! The guards were already exhausted. In the face of this sudden attack of arrows, it could be said that they had no strength to fight back. They could only let out a sorrowful cry as the arrows penetrated their bodies one by one, and they fell into a pool of blood. Ah! Ah! Seeing all of this, the young girl's legs finally could no longer support her under exhaustion and fear. Her legs went soft, and she collapsed to the ground. No! No! In fear and despair, the young girl could only shake her head while resisting reality, and let out a sob. Of course, this could not exchange for the enemy's pity and sympathy. Swish! In the next second, an arrow pierced through the air and shot mercilessly at the young girl's brow. Just as the young girl was about to die, a figure suddenly appeared. Time went back to yesterday. On this day, the imperial capital was also full of all kinds of rumors. This was the current situation of the imperial capital, and it was not an atmosphere that could be changed in just a day or two. People did not dare to talk openly about things that had not been confirmed and were just rumors, and could only talk to each other in secret, but it still brought a lot of heavy and oppressive atmosphere to the imperial capital. Under such circumstances, even the guards of the imperial capital seemed a little absent-minded. Whether it was the guards at the gate or the patrolling guards on the city wall, there was a sense of neglect that they had not had in the past. Thanks to this, no one noticed that on this day, a black dragon had appeared in the sky above the imperial capital. It shuttled back and forth in the clouds, looking like a huge black shadow. It looked down at everything from high in the sky, and its eyes looked a little fierce as it looked at the imperial capital below. If it were a masterless monster, then it was very likely that it would swoop down directly and launch a surprise attack on the imperial capital of the Ragnar Empire. Even if the opponent was the number one military power in the human world, the imperial capital was also surrounded by an extremely high-level barrier. In the face of the dragon's breath that could ignore all defenses, it was a very simple thing for the black dragon to rush into the imperial capital. Of course, it was easy to rush in, but it was difficult to get out. You, female Tyrannosaurus, really want to rush into the imperial capital and make a scene? On the dragon's back, an irritated voice suddenly rang out. The black dragon was naturally Yulin. And who else but Shuren could speak on the back of Yulin's dragon? Shuren was standing on Yulin's back, holding Lilith in one hand and Xianxia in the other, looking down at the imperial capital below. After a few days, Shuren finally came to the capital of the Ragnar Empire with Lilith and Xianxia on Yulin. At this moment, looking at Yulin, who was somewhat eager to rush down, Shuren laughed and scolded. Don't think that you're invincible just because you've advanced to the limit realm. Let me tell you, before you transform into a human and obtain unique skills, even legendary existences can easily defeat you with their powerful unique skills, let alone the Imperial Knights of the Empire. If you don't want to be skinned alive, you'd better behave. Shuren's words were exchanged for Yulin's dissatisfaction. The black dragon let out a few angry roars, sounding both resentful and aggrieved at the same time. It couldn't be helped. Thanks to Shuren's tireless supply of magic, after leaving the elven homeland and returning to the imperial capital, Yulin finally took a very important step. This almost invincible king of monsters, which was level 99, had successfully raised its level to 100 just a few days ago. In other words, the current Yulin was already at the ultimate limit, the limit of life, the highest level that could theoretically be reached. This made this black dragon extremely excited, and when she was in the imperial capital, she could not help but let out an earth-shattering roar. She even spat out a magnificent dragon breath into the sky, causing a huge commotion. Because of this, Shuren decided to set off immediately. After giving the gifts to Vivian and the others, and explaining Marika's situation, and being inseparable from Rosie for a night, he left the imperial capital with this female Tyrannosaurus who had caused a commotion, and set off for the Empire. Lilith and Xianxia were the only two people who came with them, just as they had discussed before. However, because she had advanced to the ultimate level, Yulin had been very excited for the past few days. She could not wait to find a strong opponent to fight with, and she looked dangerous as if she was about to destroy everything. Now that they had finally arrived at the imperial capital, Shuren had poured cold water on her when she was most excited. It was no wonder that Yulin would complain and feel wronged. However, Shuren was right. Even if Yulin had advanced to the ultimate level, without any unique skills, she might still lose miserably if she faced someone with a powerful unique skill. Putting everything else aside, the Empire's strongest knight, Locket, was at least at the peak of the legendary level. Even if he was not as strong as Ali Dia, he would not be too far behind. Sean still remembered that the opponent's level was as high as 97. He was so strong that he could pose a threat to him before he got numerology. Yulin might even fail miserably if she were to face this old knight, let alone charge into the imperial capital and face the army of the Empire. At the side, Xianxia looked down at the imperial capital and spoke calmly. Unlike the imperial capital, which is vigorously developing magic commerce, the imperial capital is a city of steel that emphasizes military combat power. The number of warriors is overwhelmingly greater than that of mages, and it is very martial. Shuren already knew this. Even when looking down from here, Shuren could see a metropolis glowing with a metallic luster. It looked like a military fortress, and it was somewhat similar to Cosmos. The difference was that the imperial capital not only occupied a much larger area than Cosmos, but it also exuded a strong atmosphere. I remember that in the Empire, the most famous knights are not the exclusive knights of the royal family like the imperial knights of the kingdom, but the imperial knights with hundreds of thousands of troops, right? Sean vaguely remembered some of the information he had learned about the Empire. Yes. Xianxia nodded and said expressionlessly, the imperial knights are similar in nature to the royal knights, but the imperial knights are far more powerful than the royal knights. Before the royal knights were severely damaged by Mr. Shuren, they had less than 100,000 troops. The imperial knights are different. Not only do they have hundreds of thousands of knights, but every knight is also equipped with heavy armor and warhorses. The combat power of a single knight may be several times or even higher than the royal knights. In this way, the imperial knights were far superior to the royal knights in terms of both quality and quantity. As expected of a country with the best military. If it wasn't for the royal knights and the Flying Dragon Legion, we might not be able to contend against them. Shuren curled his lips. Shuren had heard Rosie mention the Empire's military policy a few times. Therefore, he knew that in order to develop the military, the Empire not only monopolized the military power, but also encouraged the nobles to train their own private troops, constantly improving the military atmosphere and making the empire's military stronger. Under such an atmosphere, the strength of the imperial knights was naturally constantly expanded and improved. On the contrary, the royal family's knights were not as strong as the kingdom's royal guard knights. I remember that although only high-level knights above level 70 can join the imperial knights, there are no knights above level 80. The nature of the imperial knights is more similar to the private troops trained by the royal family, and not like the royal knights of the kingdom, where there are even legendary powerhouses, right? Shuren sought confirmation from Xianxia, who was somehow well informed. Xianxia gave him an accurate answer. Yes. Xianxia said, here, the imperial knights have great status and power. Unlike the royal knights, which were firmly controlled by the Galuoli family, only the empire itself has the authority to command. With the support and expansion of the royal family and the empire, not only the beings above level 70 and 80, but even legendary powerhouses will choose to join the imperial knights instead of the royal knights, which are similar to the private troops of the royal family. This was a huge difference between them and the royal knights. In the royal knights, the highest level of the knight leader was only around level 70, and the few deputy leaders were only around level 60. This made the royal knights the gathering place of the kingdom's basic combat power. The high-end combat power would either join the royal knights or be recruited by the nobles to become the leader of the knight regiment in the nobles' territory. The division of combat power was very clear. The imperial knights were different. They included knights of all levels. Even a legendary powerhouse like Locket was the leader of the imperial knights instead of joining the royal knights and becoming a guardian of the royal family. The imperial knights fought in all directions, protecting the country and guarding the borders. The royal knights of the royal family were responsible for completing the various secret missions ordered by the royal family, so they were more like the private troops of the royal family. On the other hand, the royal knights were made up of the cornerstones and high-end combat power of the various nobles of the kingdom. The meaning of their existence was to protect the royal family and become the strongest shield of the kingdom. Therefore, in the empire, the most powerful and highly praised knight regiment was the imperial knights, which gathered hundreds of thousands of cavalry, and not the royal knights who specialized in completing the secret missions ordered by the royal family. There are about 33 people in the royal knights, and the highest level is the leader of the royal knights, who seems to be only level 78. Xiao's words made the corner of Shuren's mouth twitch. Only level 78, yes, he was offended. Both of them were level 78, but Shuren didn't know if he should say F***ck. In short, you want to tell me that the empire is actually very powerful, that no one under their cavalry is perfect, and that everywhere they go, corpses are everywhere, so I should be on my guard, right? Shuren rolled his eyes. No, I'm just mentioning it. Xiao was unmoved. With Mr. Shuren's strength, even if the opponent is the Imperial Knights, you shouldn't have to worry too much. After all, Shuren was a ruthless person who destroyed almost half of the Royal Knights with one Aurora meteor shower. Of course, since the Imperial Knights are different from the Royal Knights, the Knights in the Imperial Knights are not all low-level basic combat power. Even I can't destroy half of them with one Aurora meteor shower. Shuren was very humble, and then changed the topic. Although, I really want to try. No matter what, the current him was different from the him back then, wasn't it? Roar. Yulin immediately roared, as if strongly agreeing with Shuren. Lilith tilted her head, and no one knew if she understood. Shuren looked at this little girl and could not help but touch her head. He still didn't know if he could destroy almost half of the Imperial Knights with one Aurora meteor shower. But if it was this evil god, then not to mention half of the Imperial Knights, he could probably destroy the entire Imperial Knights with one shot, right? Even if there was a legendary powerhouse like Locket, it would be the same. Then, let's enter the Imperial capital. Shuren patted Yulin's head. Old rules, you stay in the sky, and if you're bored, fly nearby and play, but don't go overboard, okay? Hearing this, Yulin seemed a little dissatisfied, but she had no choice but to growl. Let's go. Only then did Shuren hold Lilith with one hand and Xiao with the other, and with a leap, they jumped off the dragon's back. The three of them descended to the Imperial capital in a free fall. At the same time, in a dark corner of the imperial capital, a figure in a black robe seemed to raise his head. There was an inexplicable light flickering in his eyes. This time, Shuren came to the imperial capital not only to bring Ter back, but he also wanted to deal with Mara's concubine and find out what he wanted to know. Therefore, Shuren did not want to expose his identity, lest he was targeted by the people in the palace. Now, he was no longer a nobody. If he reported his name and let others know that he was the kingdom's Count Borstut, the fiancé of the kingdom's most precious treasure, and that he had the support of the Nephilim and celestial race, the royal palace would definitely take action. Jarvis also reminded Shuren that if he came to the imperial capital, it would be best not to expose his identity, lest he attracted Mara's attention and vigilance. Therefore, Shuren did not enter the imperial capital as a noble. Instead, he took out his identity as an adventurer that he had not used for a long time. "You're an Iron Level 1 adventurer?" At the eastern gate of the imperial capital, a guard looked at the adventurer's badge that Shuren showed to him. He looked at Shuren, who was smiling, with a rather strange expression. "It could not be helped. It's my first time seeing a new adventurer with such a beautiful maid and such a cute little girl." Another guard at the side glanced at the expressionless Xianxia and Lilith, who was looking around. It was unknown if he was being sarcastic or jealous. The people going in and out of the gate also looked at them from time to time, which proved that Shuren and his entourage had attracted attention. Shuren had a smile on his face, but he did not know if he should curse in his heart. His original intention was to keep a low profile and not attract attention. That was why he entered the city as an adventurer. However, he had neglected the fact that the two girls beside him were existences that would become the focus of attention in the first place. Lilith was delicate and cute. Not to mention men, even women could not help but take a few glances at her. How could she not attract attention, not to mention Xianxia? Although she was dressed in a maid's uniform, she was simply a peerless beauty. How could she not attract attention in such a bustling city? Because he had stayed in the elven homeland for a period of time, and because he was surrounded by high-level beauties, Sean had accidentally forgotten about this. Fortunately, this was the Empire, not the kingdom. Otherwise, Xiao's identical appearance as Xianxia might even be discovered by the guards to be related to a wanted criminal, which would cause a huge commotion. If I had known this would happen, I would have just teleported and entered the imperial capital through the barrier. Why would I have gone through the city gate? Sean cursed in hindsight. However, he was also doing this just in case. He didn't want to trigger any defense mechanism when he passed through the barrier, leading to his whereabouts being discovered. It could only be said that he had spent too much time in the elven homeland, and had neglected the commotion that the beauties around him would cause in the secular world. Hence, Shuren spoke innocently. Sean said innocently, "I don't have a choice. My family is worried that I won't be able to take care of myself as an adventurer, so they insist that I bring a maid with me. I can only do as they say." Sean's expression was one of helplessness, and his eyes were extremely sincere, as if all of this was real. Of course, this made the guards dislike him even more. "Seems like he's a young master." The guards clicked their tongues in wonder. "Young master, it's fine if you bring a maid with you to take care of yourself, but what are you doing with such a cute little girl?" This question made Shuren blink his eyes. Then, Shuren smiled. He smiled very wickedly. "You think she's cute too, right?" As Sean spoke, he picked Lilith up, and like a crocodile, he bit hard on Lilith's fair and smooth little face with a proud and intoxicated expression. His appearance caused the hearts of everyone present to shudder, and they instantly understood something. Sean's behavior made these people first think that some rich young masters had some secret perverted hobbies that were not known to others. In that case, could that little girl be the exclusive property of this rich family's young master? Thinking of this, everyone began to look at Shuren with disdain. Is he an adventurer? He's just a playboy playing an adventurer's game. Okay, you can go in. The guards threw the adventurer's medal back to Shuren, as if they didn't want to be entangled with Shuren anymore. Their attitude was extremely bad. Thanks. Shuren didn't seem to notice all this. He carried Lilith, who was inexplicably in a good mood, and held Xiao's hand as he swaggered into the capital. Looking at Shuren like this, everyone whispered one after another. That little girl is really pitiful. She's actually targeted by that scum. Adventurer? I think he's just out to play. That maid is also his plaything, right? How can a normal rich family casually walk with a maid? I hope he gets bitten to death by monsters in the wild. Such voices more or less reached Shuren's ears. Shuren just wanted to laugh. On the first day in the capital, you unlocked the achievement that is despised by everyone? That's not very impressive. However, the customs of the people in the capital were a little different from those of the kingdom. I clearly intentionally or unintentionally showed that I have a good family background, but in the end, whether it's the guards or the civilians, they all dare to despise me in my face. It's really amazing. The customs of the empire seem to be a little tough and straightforward. As a large military country, it was inevitable that the people in this country would prefer to respect people with real ability. They despised those who used their family background to mess around and had no ability themselves. Although everyone would look down on those good-for-nothings who didn't have the ability. However, compared to despise, most people were more afraid of the other party's family background, so they wouldn't brazenly express their inner thoughts. However, the people of the empire seemed to be different. Even if they didn't express all of this in front of everyone, they wouldn't be timid. No wonder in the years of disputes between the empire and the empire has always played the strong side. In the thousands of years of history, the kingdom had been harassed by the empire a lot, proving that the other party was indeed domineering and strong, even a little unreasonable. In the empire, if one wanted to be admired, one had to rely on one's own ability. Otherwise, one might be able to make people admire you, but they definitely wouldn't be convinced. No matter what, at least I got away with it. Shuren was still in a good mood. However, Mr. Shuren, Xianxia suddenly said, Lilith is still young, please don't harm her, okay? Again, there was a curse in his heart, but he didn't know whether to say it or not. After learning this lesson, the first thing Shuren did when he entered the capital was to buy a few cloaks with hoods that could more or less cover his face. One cloak was given to Xianxia, and the other to Lilith. Both of them wore the cloaks to cover their beautiful faces that could cause the downfall of nations and people. Shuren also wore one himself. He also needed to cover himself. Not only to prevent people who knew him from recognizing him, but also to not look out of place. Among the three of them, if he was the only one who didn't wear a cloak, wouldn't he look very unique? Therefore, the three of them all put on their cloaks and hoods, instantly turning into a suspicious group of people. Fortunately, there was also an adventurers' guild in the capital. Adventurers wearing various styles of equipment would often wander the streets, making Shuren and the others look a little suspicious, but not too eye-catching. However, Shuren still found some problems. That was, the atmosphere in the capital seemed to be a little strange. Why do I feel that the people here are a little panicked? Shuren thought. Along the way, Shuren found that many people would gather together from time to time, whispering and discussing something, creating a somewhat dull atmosphere. This made Shuren want to inquire about it, but the people around him seemed to have some scruples. After this trip, they just talked about it perfunctorily and didn't say anything at all, which made Shuren frown more or less. With the five senses enhanced by external destiny, Shuren more or less heard some words. Strange thieves, Bygusler family, prince, treason, the leader of the Knights Guild is stepping down. Shuren heard similar words. Xianxia seemed to have noticed it too. Do you need me to inquire about it, Mr. Shuren? Xianxia said calmly. With the ability of this fortress's maid, she should be able to investigate something silently, right? Shuren thought about it and finally shook his head. Let's go meet up with His Royal Highness first. I believe he will tell me what happened in the capital. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Xiao's ability, but he felt that if he met up with Harvey, his questions would naturally be answered. Since that was the case, there was no need to deliberately inquire about it. Then how should we meet up with Prince Harvey? Xiao didn't seem to mind, and her tone was still as calm as ever. Shuren was also happy to talk a little more with this maid. His Royal Highness said that when we arrive at the capital, we can directly go to the Bygusler family to find Locket. Locket will help us arrange everything. Shuren took out a piece of parchment from his pocket, looked at the address marked on it, and smiled. In that case, let's go directly to the leader of the Knights Guild. He believed that Locket would also tell him what had happened in the imperial capital. After all, some of the words mentioned just now were related to him. What about you? Do you want to find Xianxia first? Xianxia turned to Xianxia. No, there's no need. Xianxia shook her head without hesitation and said, Miss Xianxia's tracks are the hardest to find. Once she wants to hide, basically no one can find her. When she finds us, she will naturally find her way here. All right. Xianxia nodded and said, then let's go to the Bygusler family first. Xianxia didn't make any further comments. And since Xianxia didn't have any objections, Lilith definitely wouldn't have any. The three of them immediately set off and headed to the Bygusler family. Little did they know, there was trouble waiting for them there. In the imperial capital, there was also a noble district. However, unlike the distinct districts of the imperial capital, the noble district of the imperial capital was actually a cluster of high-class buildings around the palace. The mansions of the nobles were all built around the palace, and that area was the noble district. Beyond that area was the commercial district, followed by the civilian residential district, and then the knights' camp area like the military training field. Beyond the knights' camp area was the imperial capital city wall. Therefore, unlike the distinct districts of the imperial capital was a ring-shaped social hierarchy. The closer one was to the city wall, the lower one's social status was. Only the knights' camp area was an exception. It was stationed near the city wall for the convenience of defending the city and mobilizing troops. Usually, it was also surrounded by a fortress-like regional wall. It was considered an important military area. Other than regular knights, no one was allowed to enter. Under such circumstances, the Bygusler family was naturally located in the noble district near the center of the imperial capital. It was not very far from the palace. After Xianxia and his party entered the noble district, they realized that the number of people going in and out had gradually decreased. Most of them were patrolling knights and carriages going back and forth. There were not many people walking on the streets. However, this place was heavily guarded. There were fully armed knights patrolling everywhere, and the knights were very vigilant. Xianxia and his party were only wearing cloaks that covered their faces, but they still attracted a lot of vigilant and suspicious gazes. They were even stopped by several knights on the way and had to remove their hoods to show their full faces. The scene was so serious that it was as if they were conducting a large-scale search of the city. Those who did not know would have thought that they were arresting some wanted criminal. Xianxia would still cooperate at first, but later on, the same situation kept happening, and he was also annoyed. Therefore, Xianxia simply dragged Xianxia and Lilith into stealth mode. He activated the stealth effect of inner sense of destiny, turning into a man in black that no one could detect, and shuttled through the alleys of the noble district. In the end, even so, Xianxia still found traces of knights a few times. As if they were searching for something, they appeared everywhere. Even in the alleys, there would be a group of knights patrolling vigilantly and solemnly from time to time. The security was really tight. What's going on? At this point, Xianxia also realized that something was wrong. No matter how he looked at it, such a tight security was a little unusual. It would be fine if this happened in the palace, but for the entire noble district to be so heavily guarded, Xianxia would never believe that this was a daily occurrence in the noble district. Could it be? Xianxia's eyes turned. He seemed to have thought of something as he pondered. However, Xian did not do anything. According to the original plan, he brought Xia and Lilith to Bygusler's house. However, when he arrived at Bygusler house, Xianxia felt that something was wrong. Why are there so many people watching this place? In the shadows, Xian was holding Xia and Lilith's hands. Looking ahead, he frowned. Holy, he thought, shrine, of, house, palace academy, there wasn't much splendor in the mansion, and the decorations were even a little cold and old-fashioned. It was like a small chalk castle, giving off a solemn feeling. At first glance, there didn't seem to be anything strange about the mansion. Unfortunately, Xianxia's destiny of external perception wasn't just for show. Xian's enhanced sixth senses and various perceptual abilities were telling him that there were many pairs of eyes staring at the mansion from all directions. Subtle magic reactions appeared around Bygusler's house, but none of them appeared out in the open. Instead, like Xianxia, they hid in the dark, as if they were observing something. They don't look like the guards of Bygusler's house. Instead, they look like a secret force that's secretly monitoring Bygusler's house. Shuren realized this. Lilith seemed to have noticed it too. She looked at Shuren, as if asking Shuren if he wanted to make a move. Xianxia didn't notice anything, but she was still as calm and indifferent as ever. She just let Shuren hold her hand quietly, not making a fuss, not saying a word. She left everything to Shuren. Shuren touched Lilith's head. He didn't say anything, nor did he do anything. It wasn't hard to get rid of those spying on them, but Shuren wanted to know what had happened that caused Bygusler's house to be watched like this. Did something happen? Shuren suspected this. In the Empire, Harvey and Lockhart had always been enemies. That was Mara, the concubine who had bewitched the current emperor and dominated the court. According to Harvey, Mara had already dealt with several of his brothers and sisters in disguise, and had been thinking of ways to deal with him and his sister, Capeline. As Harvey's supporter, Lockett was also one of the nobles who opposed Mara's power. In this way, Mara definitely wouldn't let Harvey, Lockett, and the others have an easy time. Now that Harvey, Lockett, and the others had returned from the kingdom for half a month, it was entirely possible that something had happened during this time that caused them to be in trouble. In other words, they can't even protect themselves now? Shuren narrowed his eyes. Back then, the reason why Shuren chose to cooperate with Harvey was that he valued the latter's power in the Empire. With the help of the most powerful prince in the Empire, it would be much easier for him to deal with Mara. At least, he could know Mara's whereabouts according to the information provided by Harvey, so that the mysterious concubine wouldn't run away. If it weren't for this, Shuren could totally bring Aie and Lilith to the imperial capital and start a massacre. That would be easier than anything else. If Harvey couldn't even protect himself and couldn't provide help in this aspect, then there would be no reason for him to cooperate with the prince. At the end of the day, in this cooperation, Harvey was originally the weaker party. Because he couldn't deal with Mara himself, he wanted to ask for Shuren's help. He wanted to use Shuren's power to force his muddle-headed father to abdicate and seize the throne of the empire. For this, he even recommended himself to help Shuren deal with the Lefrit family. This was the prince's proof of allegiance. But in the end, Harvey still let Wally escape. In this way, if Wally still couldn't provide any help, then Shuren naturally had no reason to help him seize the throne and let him enjoy the fruits of his labor. Of course, it wasn't the time to make such a conclusion yet. Whether or not Wally could protect himself was still up for debate. After thinking about it, Shuren had some plans. Lilith. Shuren lowered his voice and said to Lilith, "You hide here with Xianxia. I'll go in and take a look myself." Hearing this, Lilith blinked her big eyes, as if she wanted to go in with Shuren. "It's fine. I'm just sneaking in to see what's going on. Maybe I'll leave after confirming the situation in Bygusler's house." "In that case, there's no need for us to go in," Shuren said, "so, you and Xianxia wait for my news here. Don't let those rats find you." Hearing Shuren's words, Lilith thought about it and nodded in agreement. Xianxia didn't have any objections at all. She didn't say anything from beginning to end. "Good girl." Shuren kissed Lilith's little face. After making her smile, he looked at Xianxia and said, "Wait for my news." "Yes." Xianxia nodded expressionlessly. Sean raised his eyebrows and suddenly kissed the maid's delicate face. It was as if she was completely detached from the matter and didn't care about anything at all. Looking at the calm look on the maid's face, Sean raised his eyebrows and suddenly kissed her delicate face. That touch was indescribable. It felt so good. Xianxia didn't seem to have expected this. She was stunned for a moment. But at this moment, Shuren had already disappeared in a flash. He didn't stay where he was anymore. Xianxia was silent. In her heart, there were some ripples that even she didn't realize were emerging. At the same time, Shuren entered Bygusler's house with his teleportation ability. He was still in a concealed state. No one noticed him. At this moment, Shuren appeared on a tree branch in a backyard. He closed his eyes and focused his mind. At this moment, the perception ability from Fate of External Perception spread out. It instantly enveloped the entire Bygusler house and fed back the situation of the entire Bygusler house to Shuren. Shuren could feel that there seemed to be some sort of commotion in Bygusler's house. In addition to the servants making a racket, there seemed to be some sort of quarrel in a hall on the top floor of the mansion. Xianxia sensed Locket's magic power from it. He also sensed that another similar magic power had appeared beside Locket. The magic power's reaction was quite extraordinary. But Locket didn't seem to be in a good condition. Because, in addition to the magic power reaction beside him, there were several other magic powers in the hall. Those magic powers were in a state of confrontation with Locket, and each of them was quite extraordinary. One of them had a magic power reaction that was not much weaker than Locket's, which surprised Xianxia. A second legendary powerhouse. Xianxia seemed to think of something at once. It should be that person, right? In the kingdom's capital, there was only one famous legendary powerhouse, and that was Alidia. Although Alidia was definitely not the only legendary powerhouse in the kingdom, Alidia was the only legendary powerhouse who served the kingdom and held a position in the capital. On the other hand, in the empire, apart from Locket, there was actually another legendary powerhouse. His reputation was not as great as Locket's, but he was regarded as an imperial knight second only to Locket. Like Locket, he was also the head of a family of knights, and his status was not much lower than Locket's. But why would that legendary powerhouse appear here, and even be in a state of confrontation with Locket? It seems that something has indeed happened here. Xianxia opened his eyes. Let's go take a look first. This was Xianxia's decision. In the next second, Xianxia's figure disappeared, as if he had never appeared. Bygusler Residence, Guest Hall. Locket sat on the sofa, looking at the person in front of him. His resolute face, which rarely showed obvious emotions in the past, was now filled with gloominess and faint anger. Father. A voice that was similarly filled with anger, but also carried a hint of vague unease, rang out from beside Locket. It entered Locket's ears, causing him to turn his gaze and look over. There, an extremely heroic-looking woman dressed in light armor with a sword at her waist sat beside Locket. She was looking at him, and her eyes revealed a humiliation that everyone could see. Proctor had reason to believe that his eyes must have shown the same humiliation as hers. What they were experiencing now was no different from humiliation. Have you thought it through? Locket? A sneering voice rang out from Lockhart's opposite side. A middle-aged man slightly younger than Locket, but also in his 40s, was sitting there. The middle-aged man was very similar to Locket. They were both fully armored and carried a huge longsword. The longsword was held in the arms of a young knight in his 20s or 30s standing behind him. In this environment, it was obvious that he had a very strong presence. It seemed to be a deterrent, or perhaps a threat. It made the young knight holding the sword look very pleased with himself, like a fox exploiting the tiger's might. The heroic-looking woman's face was filled with disgust. Apart from the young knight holding the sword, there were several other knights who weren't that young behind the middle-aged man. The auras on these knights were extraordinary, and each of them gave off an extraordinary presence, proving their strength. However, this group of knights only had respect in their expressions when facing the middle-aged man. This was not only because of the middle-aged man's status, but also because of his strength. It was an existence that they could only look up to. The middle-aged man led this group of knights, confronting Locket. This was clearly Bygusler family, and they were guests as well, yet they were the ones suppressing Lockhart instead. No wonder Lockhart and the heroic woman at his side would feel anger and humiliation. Of course, this was not the main problem. The main problem was that these people were here to bully others intolerably. The middle-aged man spoke. Now, the Empire no longer trusts you. If you know what's good for you, take the initiative to step down and hand over the position of Knight Commander. That way, things won't get too ugly. The middle-aged man said slowly, if you don't know what's good for you, when you're judged to be a traitor, not only will the position of Knight Commander leave you, the Bygusler family will also be finished. Hearing this, Locket was so angry that he laughed. Don't try to stir up trouble, Soliro, Locket said coldly. Lockhart said coldly, I've said it many times. I'm not a traitor. There is no reason for me to step down. The heroic-looking woman beside him also spoke. As the head of the Renita family, the deputy commander of the Imperial Knights, and a famous legendary powerhouse, you're already willing to sow discord to forcibly usurp the position of the commander of the Imperial Knights. The heroic-looking woman said angrily, "Where's your conscience as a knight? Where did your conscience as a knight go?" The middle-aged man named Saliro didn't respond to the valiant woman's question. Instead, it was the knight who was about the same age as the middle-aged man who spoke. "Watch your attitude, Tilly. Don't forget, you're also a member of the Empire's Knights. You're offending your superior by being so disrespectful to the vice-commander." The young knight proudly berated, "Watch your attitude, Tilly. Don't forget, you're also a member of the Imperial Knights. You're offending your superior by being so disrespectful to the vice-captain. Watch your attitude, Tilly. Don't forget, you're also a member of the Empire's Knights. You're offending your superior by being so disrespectful to the vice-commander." The disgust on the face of the heroic-looking woman called Tilly immediately intensified. On the other hand, Saliro's expression did not change at all. "Don't be rude, Gino." Saliro waved his hand and said, "No matter what, you're in front of the commander. You have no right to speak here." These words seemed to be reprimanding the young knight called Gino, but in reality, he was just mocking Tilly for being unruly. "You." Tilly was so agitated that she almost stood up on the spot. Locket stretched out his hand and pressed down on Tilly's shoulder, stopping her. "What do you want?" Locket stared straight at Saliro. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing straight into one's skin. The expressions of the knights behind Saliro changed. Gino's face turned pale, and he almost fell to the ground. The might of a legendary powerhouse who had reached level 97 was not something they could withstand. Only Saliro not only withstood Locket's gaze, but he even straightened his back, as if he was standing against Locket. His gaze became cruel. "You know very well what I want, Locket." Saliro no longer concealed his desire. He grinned hideously and said, "I've had enough of you swaggering over my head." He was here to force Locket to abdicate. To force Locket to hand over his position as the commander of the Knights, and to force the Bygusler family to hand over their title as the #1 Knight family in the Empire. "You've been in the position of commander for 20 years, while I've been the vice-commander for 20 years. Your Bygusler family is even more ruthless. You've occupied the title of the #1 Knight family in the Empire for hundreds of years, while our Renov family has been #2 for hundreds of years. Whenever someone mentions the Knights of the Empire and the Knight clans of the Empire, they will always mention you, always mention your Bygusler family. What about us? Just because we've been #2, we've always been ignored." A powerful aura swept out from Saliro's body. "This has taught us a lesson. That is, only the strongest will be remembered by people. Only the #1 is the true victor. The rest are just losers. Even if you're #2, you won't be noticed. So, our Renov family has been fighting for the #1 and the strongest for hundreds of years. Today, we finally have a chance. Tell me, since the chance is here, can I possibly give it up?" Saliro stared straight at Locket as he enunciated each word clearly. "No. But. Yes." Hence, Saliro took advantage of this opportunity to display his most powerful stance and lead the Renov family in the most overbearing manner. His goal was to oust Locket and Bygusler from their positions, and then replace them to become the Empire's most powerful. Of course, Locket knew how much enmity the other party had towards him and the Bygusler family. Bygusler and Renitra had been fighting for hundreds of years without stopping, so it was not surprising at all that things had turned out this way. But, Locket still wanted to say, "I told you, I didn't commit treason." Locket said in a low voice. "Unfortunately, is that so?" Saliro snorted disdainfully. "Is that important?" Locket's breath stopped. Yes. Was that important? For Locket, it should be very important, right? But that was not the case for Saliro. He did not care whether Locket committed treason or not. As long as he was suspected, it was enough. With suspicion, there was a chance to make an issue out of it. This was exactly what Saliro needed. Tilly could not hold it in anymore. "I think you're the ones who spread the rumor of father's treason, right?" Tilly said furiously, "You deliberately spread this kind of rumor in order to remove father from his position as the leader and replace the Bygusler family." Tilly's words had already fallen into the category of irrational. At least, in the eyes of the Renov family, it was slander. Let's talk things out, little girl from the Bygusler family. Zalairo stared coldly at Tilly, causing her heart to tighten. You're discrediting our Renov family. As if he had seized the opportunity, Gino shouted out loud. The faces of the knights who had been brought over by Zalairo sank as they glared at Tilly with extremely ferocious gazes. It made Tilly feel like she couldn't breathe. Among everyone present, other than Gino, the others were more powerful than Tilly. Even though Tilly was a knight of the new generation who was looked upon favorably by countless people, she was still a member of the new generation. She was considered one of the best among the younger generation, but compared to the older people present who had been trained in the Empire for a long time, she was still quite lacking. If she was too presumptuous, she believed that these knights from the Renov family would not mind teaching her a lesson. She was not afraid. In fact, she wanted to make a scene and teach these bullies who had gone too far a lesson. However, public morals were deteriorating day by day. Too many things had happened in this half a month, causing the Bygusler family's power to weaken significantly. All of their manpower had been taken away, causing the number one knight family in the Empire to only have her and her father step forward when faced with the Renov family's coercion. This caused Tilly to feel somewhat sorrowful and furious. Especially Gino, this trash who could not even lift his head in front of her in the past, now dared to use his connections to intimidate her. He had a smug look on his face, as if he had her in his grasp. This made Tilly feel resentful. In fact, wasn't it the same for Locket? He had fought with Zalairo for decades, but this was the first time he had been pressured to this extent. However, he was not someone to be trifled with. I'll say it again, Locket said expressionlessly, I did not commit treason, nor am I a traitor. She believed that Zalairo could understand the meaning of these words. As expected, so you're saying that you don't want to compromise? There was finally a hint of anger in Zalairo's tone. Locket's expression was ice cold. Since I'm not guilty, why should I resign? When these words were spoken, it could be said that Locket and the Bygusler family's stance was clearly expressed. The atmosphere in the entire reception hall instantly became extremely dangerous. In the spacious guest hall, a suffocating pressure began to spread. Locket and Zalairo stared at each other, and a terrifying aura gradually formed around them. Locket wanted to use the aura of a legendary powerhouse to suppress Zalairo. However, Zalairo was the head of the Renita family, born into the second largest knight family in the Empire. He was also the vice-captain of the Empire's knights and a legendary powerhouse himself. Even though he was not as famous as Locket, Zalairo's strength was not to be doubted. His level was 96, just a little lower than Locket's. In terms of strength alone, he was definitely not much weaker than Locket. If not for Locket's status and the Bygusler family's greater power, which posed a great threat to him, he would definitely not be willing to be in second place. It was precisely because of this that the Bygusler family was in dire straits, and Locket was suspected by the Empire. Not only was he ordered to temporarily leave the Empire's knights, but even the knights in the family were suspected of colluding with the enemy and committing treason. As a result, most of the Bygusler family's people were detained, and they were no longer in the limelight. That was why Zalairo took the opportunity to show his might, intending to force Locket to step down. Naturally, Locket would not let him do as he wished. However, Zalairo would not let go of this opportunity easily. Both of them could not help but release their magic power, causing a monstrous aura to burn around them like flames, instantly causing the atmosphere to tremble. Fa. Father. This was Gino's cry. This previously complacent knight was now trembling all over, and his face was ashen. He could feel the clash of auras between Locket and Zalairo from a close distance. He was so oppressed that he could not breathe, and he almost collapsed. Beside him, the other knights also had solemn expressions, and their foreheads were covered in sweat. It was obvious that they were under a lot of pressure. Ugh, Tilly was sitting next to Locket. She was closer to Zalairo than Gino was, so the pressure she felt was also stronger. However, she bit her lip tightly, clenched her fists, and endured it with all her might. That performance was many times better than Gino's. Upon seeing this, Zalairo's expression turned ugly. He was very displeased with Gino, and his heart was filled with resentment for Gino's failure to meet his expectations. Tilly and Gino were the children of Locket and Zalairo respectively. If there were no accidents, they would be the successors of the two families. The performance of both of them would determine who would emerge victorious in the next generation of the two knight families to a great extent. However, it was obvious that Gino was inferior to Tilly in terms of character, prospects, ability, and potential. Tilly was a well-known figure among the younger generation. She had already reached level 73 at the young age of 24. Coupled with her good looks and heroic spirit, she was not inferior to any man, and her family background was impeccable. She had countless suitors in the empire that revered martial arts. It was even believed that if not for the existence of the second princess, Capeline, the title of Valkyrie might have been hers. On the other hand, his own son was a year older than Tilly, yet he was only level 68. Moreover, he liked to use his power to oppress others, like a fox borrowing the might of a tiger. Relying on his family and his own pampering, he had done quite a few shameful things outside and was despised by many. Tilly was one of the people who despised Gino. As it happened, Gino had taken a liking to her and tried to woo her. In the end, he was beaten up badly by Tilly every time. It was obvious how much weaker he was. This time, Gino had volunteered to come with Soliro to force Tilly to abdicate because he wanted to flaunt his prowess in front of Tilly. However, looking at the situation now, he would only be embarrassing himself by coming here. In the future, if the Renita family were to be handed over to him, it would definitely be impossible for them to defeat the Bygusler family. Under such circumstances, Soliro had thought of changing his successor a few times. However, among his children, Gino was the most talented. As for the rest, they were either good in character or smart, but their abilities and potential were not as good as Gino's. Thus, Soliro did not dare to change his successor easily. In the Empire, where power was everything, being weak was a sin. The head of the Renita family could be stupid, but he had to be strong enough to control everyone. Even Gino, who had the best talent and potential, could not compare to the Bygusler family's Tilly. This worried Soliro a lot. This time, he was determined to force Locket to step down at all costs so that his family would not be completely defeated in the competition for the next generation. He wanted to get rid of Locket and the Bygusler family once and for all before Soliro and Locket retired. Only then could the Renita family secure their position as the strongest in the empire. Thinking of this, Soliro's gaze on Locket started to show killing intent. This made Locket's heart clench. "You want to fight?" Locket questioned in a deep voice. Soliro smiled. His smile was merciless and cruel. "As long as I can defeat you, then you, a suspected traitor, will have no choice but to step down, right?" Clearly, Soliro was prepared to use forceful methods. If it were in the past, he would still have some reservations. But now, the Bygusler family was being investigated, and Locket was also suspected by the Empire. Some of the people with power in the palace had already expressed that they would support Soliro to a certain extent, so Soliro naturally would not be polite anymore. You can only blame yourself for offending too many people. In the past, many people did not dare to touch you, the strongest knight in the empire. But now, you followed His Highness Harvey, and this is the biggest mistake you've made. Soliro's words finally caused Locket's expression to change. "So, you were all instructed by the imperial concubine." Locket stood up. Why was the Bygusler family suddenly suspected of being traitors? Why were there so many rumors about him in the imperial capital? Everything came to light at this moment. Because Locket had chosen to support Harvey and rebel against the imperial concubine, he was targeted. Meanwhile, the Renita family had clearly chosen to stand on the other side. In order to remove Locket from his position and defeat the Bygusler family, Soliro had already stood on the imperial concubine's side and received the support of the imperial concubine and the nobles who sided with her. Boom. After understanding all this, Locket no longer suppressed his emotions, and a monstrous aura was instantly released. However, Soliro was faster than him. "Ah!" Gino exclaimed. Without hesitation, Soliro snatched the sword from Locket's hand. As Locket released his monstrous aura, Soliro decisively closed in. Boom. The sofa that the two legend rank experts were sitting on exploded into pieces. Boom. The coffee table between the two of them also exploded with a loud bang. Amidst the sky full of wood fragments, the two legend rank experts fiercely collided. The battle was about to begin. On this day, the roof of the Bygusler family exploded with a loud bang. Two figures rushed out of the house and landed on the roof, colliding with each other. Bang, 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 accompanied by a series of booms, their figures constantly crisscrossed and chased each other. The giant swords in their hands continuously slashed at each other with sonic booms. What was stirred up was not the sound of metal clashing, but the sound of explosions. The eruption and battle between the two legend rank experts instantly turned into the most terrifying confrontation, attracting the attention of many people. Is that the direction of the Bygusler family? What happened? All the nobles and people with ulterior motives were paying attention to this scene. Some looked at each other, some were extremely surprised, and some were deep in thought. Of course, the people watching outside Bygusler's house also noticed this huge commotion. However, they exchanged glances with each other and didn't say anything. They continued to watch silently. There were even people who came after hearing the news, but they were chased away by the people monitoring in secret using various methods. Obviously, they were either from the Renit family or the imperial concubines faction in the palace. They were already in cahoots with Soliro, and naturally would not let a third party spoil things. Just like that, Locket and Soliro entered into an intense battle, setting off a series of explosions. It was as if thunderbolts were constantly bombarding each other, causing people to tremble in fear. Meanwhile, Tilly was besieged in the mansion. Take her down. After Gino reacted to the situation, he shouted at the knights beside him as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He stared at Tilly with a burning desire in his eyes. Although the knights were disdainful of Gino's behavior, they were not indifferent. Before they came, Soliro had already given them orders to take down Tilly when they made their move. This way, Locket would have to hold back, and he would definitely lose 20% of his strength. This was the situation that Soliro wanted to see. Otherwise, although he was not afraid of Locket, his overall strength was still slightly inferior to Locket's. In a direct confrontation, he would definitely not be able to defeat Locket. If he had a way to defeat Locket, the position of Knight Commander would have been his long ago. Why would he need to go through so much trouble? Hence, in order to take down Locket, Soliro did not mind using some extreme methods. Clang! 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 Immediately, the few knights unsheathed the swords at their waists without hesitation and charged at Tilly. Shameless! Tilly was furious, but she did not dare to be careless. She also unsheathed the sword at her waist and chose to fight. Clang, 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 clang. Only then did the sound of metal clashing resound, causing sparks to fly. Tilly was surrounded by a few knights. Although she fought bravely, it was difficult for two fists to fight against four hands. She was barely able to fight and was forced to retreat. Those knights were knight guards that were privately trained by the Renita family. Their levels were close to 80, and none of them were weaker than Tilly. Tilly was still young and talented, but she was ultimately at a disadvantage in terms of time to grow. She could not even retaliate against the few knights. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Gino was extremely excited. This woman, who had made him suffer countless times, was finally going to fall in his hands. Gino had thought of countless ways to torture her, and he was so excited that he was trembling all over. All of this naturally fell into the eyes of one person. Is this a good show? Shuren stood on the branch of a tree and raised his brows as he watched everything. His eyes were filled with playfulness. Frankly speaking, Shuren still had no idea what had happened to the Bygusler family. Why would Locket suddenly fight with someone else? Who were the people who were fighting with Proctor? These questions flashed through Shuren's mind a few times. But soon after, Shuren knew that this was not the problem he should be thinking about. He should be thinking about another problem. That was... Should I help? Shuren pondered. Locket was undoubtedly in trouble, and it wasn't a small one at that. If Kieran didn't help him, perhaps he wouldn't be able to get through this. With Shuren's eyesight, he could naturally see that Locket wasn't being suppressed at all. Instead, he had the upper hand. His overall strength was definitely above his opponent's. It wouldn't be easy for him to win, but he wouldn't be at a disadvantage either. The problem was that the female knight who was being surrounded seemed to have an unusual relationship with Locket. If something were to happen to the female knight, it would definitely affect Locket. When that happened, Locket's situation would become much more difficult. In fact, Kieran could more or less see this tendency from Locket's current performance. Tilly. Locket, who was in the middle of a fierce battle with Soliro, noticed Tilly's situation. When he saw that his daughter was heavily surrounded and could barely defend herself, a trace of anxiety finally appeared on his face. He wanted to go over and help, but he couldn't. You dare to look around while fighting me? Do you really think you're Alidia Albion? Locket. Soliro took the opportunity to close in on Locket. The greatsword in his hand was like a heavenly pillar descending from the sky, slamming towards Locket without stopping. Locket hurriedly parried and shouted furiously at Soliro. How dare you attack my daughter? Soliro, you're not worthy of being a knight. Locket had obviously seen through Soliro's plan to use Tilly to restrain him. Soliro laughed coldly. The victor is king, Captain Locket. Just admit defeat. As he spoke, Soliro swung the greatsword in his hand again, setting off waves of hurricane-like air, slashing towards Locket. He didn't dare to use the demon sword against Locket. He was very clear on the abilities of this opponent who had been riding over his head for a whole 20 years. Others might not know about Locket's unique skill, but Soliro knew it better than anyone else. It was a unique skill that could cut off magic, and forcibly cut off any power that required magic to perform close combat. As the name suggested, it was a unique skill that could force an opponent to fight with only their blades. With this unique skill, Locket could even cut off the most powerful high-grade spells. Therefore, Locuta was a well-known nemesis of magic in the human world, and even the nemesis of magic power. If his opponent was a magician, there was absolutely no possibility of him losing. Using the demon sword to attack Lockhart was no different from seeking death. However, on the other hand, as long as he did not use any magical attacks, then Locket's unique skill would be useless. Thus, Soliro planned to use his strongest close-range combat to crush Lockhart. Soliro continued to attack while also using verbal attacks to deal with Locket. Locket knew that his unique skill had been seen through by Soliro, and it was almost impossible for him to use it. He was speechless, and with a shake of his hand, magic began to surge on the sword. Naturally, Locket knew that his unique skill had been seen through by Soliro, and it was almost impossible for him to use it. He was speechless, and with a shake of the hand holding the sword, mana began to surge on the sword. Locket knew that his unique skill had been seen through by Soliro, and it was almost impossible for him to use it. This was also a huge advantage. This was also the reason why Locket was able to tie with Soliro, even when his unique skill couldn't be used. He even had the upper hand. This was also the reason why Locket was able to fight to a draw with Soliro, even when his unique skill could not be used. He even had the upper hand. After all, in terms of strength, Soliro was stronger than Lockhart. This was because Soliro's unique skill allowed him to transform his body to a level of strength that humans could not possess. It was an ability that allowed him to be on par with dragon's power. In other words, although Soliro was human, he had a body that was comparable to a dragon's. His skin was comparable to dragon scales, hard and difficult to attack. His strength was unparalleled, and every strike he made was extremely powerful. Because of this, he didn't need to wear heavy armor. He could block most of the attacks with his body's defense alone. In addition to his extraordinary strength, he used a heavy sword that could purely increase his attack power. Every strike could split mountains and break rocks. If Locket hadn't used the demon sword, he wouldn't have been able to break Soliro's skin, let alone fight him head-on. This was a dragon in human form. Apart from being unable to breathe dragon breath, he had all the advantages of a dragon. Boom! In the next second, Locket's demon sword and Soliro's dragon slash collided once again, causing another explosion. On one side, it was a slash of magic power, and on the other, a slash that contained the power of a dragon. When the two collided, it caused such an explosion. There was no sound of metal clashing. On Tilly's side, the sounds of fighting were endless. This daughter of the Bygusler family had already used the demon sword skill. The dark red magic blade swept across with the sword light, continuously deflecting the incoming attacks. Gino was filled with jealousy. After all, he hadn't learned the incomparably domineering skill, Demon Sword. This skill was an ultimate skill for close combat. Most people could only learn it at level 70, and it was only a possibility. If one had too little magic power and was not talented enough, it would be impossible to learn it even at level 70. In the Omnipotensen, whether or not one had learned the Demon Sword skill was the dividing line between the strong and the weak. Only by learning the Demon Sword skill could one be considered a powerhouse in close combat and be recognized by others. In the Empire, once one learned the Demon Sword skill, one would immediately be recruited by the Empire's knights. At the very least, one could become a captain of a knight that commanded 10,000 men. Tilly was a little genius who learned the Demon Sword skill at level 66. At that time, it caused a small commotion. The next day, she was brought into the Empire's knights by her father and became a captain. As for Gino, he was 1 year older than Tilly, but his level was much lower than hers. His father had given him many private lessons and tried his best to let him learn the Demon Sword skill, but he just couldn't succeed. As a result, Tilly was already a captain of a knight that commanded 10,000 men, while Gino was only a captain that commanded 1,000 men. He was suppressed by Tilly. Now, seeing that Tilly had used the Demon Sword to deal with the guardian knights that her family had nurtured, fighting alone against several opponents whose levels were higher than hers, and even though it was difficult, she didn't seem to be defeated. One could imagine how jealous Gino was. She's just a woman. What makes her so talented? Gino shouted in exasperation, "Take her down quickly. Hurry!" This young master of the Renita family was attacking crazily, but it was a pity that he could only use his mouth. The guardian knights looked at each other and didn't reply. However, they still took action. Buzz. 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 Immediately, the air trembled. These guardian knights had also used the Demon Sword skill. Oh no. Tilly's expression changed slightly. Be careful. When Proctor saw this, he panicked. On the other hand, Celiro sneered. I'm sorry, Proctor. Celiro boasted shamelessly, this is the consequence of rebelling against the Molo Queen. Celiro felt that victory was within his grasp. Therefore, he didn't know that his words had changed the development of the situation. This was because the person he mentioned was someone that a certain someone planned to deal with. Since that was the case, there was no need to consider whether he should attack or not. Just as the guardian knights wielding the Demon Sword charged toward Tilly, and Tilly was mentally prepared to fight to the death, a phenomenon suddenly occurred. Swoosh! 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 A series of meteors suddenly descended from the sky like a tiny meteor shower. They turned into streams of light and blasted toward the guardian knights with a dazzling radiance. Bam! 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 Amidst the explosions, the meteors blasted onto the guardian knights one after another, creating explosive winds. Ah! WH! Gulp! The group of guardian knights cried out in shock and agony as they were struck by the sudden attack. It was as if many invisible hammers were pounding on their bodies. Their bodies trembled, and they were blasted away, falling to the ground. That was a celestial magic that was specifically used to suppress enemies and kill them. Struck by this magic, all the guardian knights died instantly. They fainted on the ground and lost their consciousness. Tilly was stunned as she watched a group of guardian knights whose ranks were higher than hers be taken care of with a single move. What? Gino also widened his eyes and exclaimed in shock. Meteors? Proctor was stunned. Celiro's expression darkened, and he was enraged. Who? Celiro roared in anger. Who dares to ruin my plans? Celiro's angry roar echoed through the clouds. What he got in return was a faint sneer. Of course it's me, your grandfather. As soon as his voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Celiro like a ghost. No, that's not right. I don't have an unfilial grandson like you. After saying that, the cloaked interloper, whose face could not be seen clearly, mercilessly kicked Soliro, whose pupils had shrunk sharply. Bam! A strong gust of wind appeared, and the sound of a collision rang out. Soliro, who had been insufferably arrogant and had displayed great strength, was sent flying by a single kick. He flew backward from the roof and crashed to the ground. The ground instantly exploded as if it had been hit by a heavy blow. Smoke and dust rose and filled the air, causing gravel and rocks to dance in the air. Soliro was buried by countless gravel and disappeared without a trace. The situation of the battle changed in an instant. Father! In Gessler's house, Gino's cry of surprise was so clear and loud. Even the panic in his voice was vividly displayed, without leaving any trace behind. Tilly's eyes widened as she looked at the mysterious cloaked man on the roof. Her expression was filled with astonishment. You are. Proctor almost couldn't react in time. He looked at the figure with his back facing him, and seemed to be a little bewildered. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone present, and they were even at a loss of what to do. Xianxia glanced at these people and didn't say anything. He just looked at the ground below. There, smoke and dust were still spreading, and gravel was falling one after another, smashing the ground with a series of crackling sounds. Soliro was buried in it, and there was no trace of him left. From the perspective of the bystanders, Xianxia's attack should be regarded as incomparably heroic. It was simply inconceivable that he could send a legendary powerhouse flying with a kick, right? However, Xianxia didn't feel very happy about it. Because the kick just now didn't feel good at all. So hard. Xianxia murmured. That kick made him feel as if he had kicked a piece of fine iron. Not only was it extremely hard, but the recoil almost made him take a step back. Therefore, although the kick just now seemed heroic, it probably didn't cause much damage to the opponent, right? At least, that was what Xianxia thought. That seemed to be the truth. Bang! With a loud explosion, the smoke and dust on the ground suddenly dispersed, revealing the situation inside. It was as if Soliro had smashed the ground, bursting the gravel and debris that had buried him. He was holding his greatsword high, and his whole body was standing in the huge pit, and the mana on his body was surging continuously. The falling gravel was bounced off. The gravel and debris couldn't even get close to Soliro, as they were isolated by the surging mana. Father! Seeing that Soliro was completely unscathed, Gino exclaimed in surprise and joy. Unfortunately, Soliro was no longer in the mood to care about this useless son of his. Who are you? Soliro stared at Xianxia with a gloomy face. Why do you have to be nosy? Soliro was really annoyed. Almost. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more, and he would have succeeded in forcing the abdication. He would have taken down Tilly, and then Locket, and gotten what he had been dreaming of. In the end, Xianxia's arrival added a bunch of variables, and made the situation unclear. Naturally, Soliro was extremely annoyed. However, Xianxia didn't say anything. Xianxia glanced at the startled and vigilant Lockhart behind him, then glanced at Tilly who was staring at him. He thought for a moment, then took a step forward. Whoosh! Suddenly, Xianxia's figure seemed to break through the shackles of space and appeared in front of Soliro as if he had traveled 1,000 miles in one step. Soliro's pupils shrank. Without any hesitation, he stepped on the ground reflexively and retreated, distancing himself from Xianxia. However, Xianxia only took one more step, and like a ghost, he once again appeared in front of Soliro. Pa! Amidst the crisp sound, Xianxia reached out his hand and pressed down on Soliro's shoulder before he could react. This time, all the hair on Soliro's body stood on end. He felt as if a sword was pressed against his throat instead of a hand pressing down on his shoulder. A chill rose in his heart. It couldn't be helped. This mysterious person in front of him was like a ghost, coming and going without a trace. Not only did he not let go, but he was also able to press down on his shoulder before he could react. If he wanted to press a sword against his throat, it would be a piece of cake. How could Soliro not feel chills all over his body? He had even pushed his unique skill to the limit, making his skin as hard as steel to prevent himself from being attacked by this mysterious person who appeared and disappeared like a ghost. If he had not controlled himself, Soliro would have swung his sword and chopped off this person's head. Who exactly are you? Saliro could only desperately suppress the rising uneasiness in his heart and squeeze out a voice from his throat to question the other party. The rest had witnessed everything with their own eyes. Their hearts were shaken, and their faces were filled with horror. The second strongest knight in the empire, a legendary-level powerhouse, the patriarch of Renitra's family, and the deputy leader of the empire's knights, had been so intimidated by an unknown person that he did not even dare to move. One could imagine how great the impact this had on everyone was. This is impossible. Gino's reaction was the greatest, and his voice was even louder than before. His father, whom he relied on the most and a legendary-level powerhouse that everyone feared, had been intimidated so easily. Gino was unwilling to believe it. That's Saliro Renitra actually. Even Tilly was extremely shocked. On the other hand, Locket's gaze froze as he looked at Shuren's back, and he finally remembered something. Teleportation. In Locket's memory, there was only one person who possessed this ability. That person was the fiancé of the kingdom's treasure, and he had defeated the strongest knight in the human world, Alidia, half a month ago. He had left a very deep impression on Locket. Is it him? Locket's eyes began to glow. If it was him, then there might be a chance to turn the tables in this crisis. Locket's eyes became brighter and brighter. What about Shuren? At this moment, he seemed to be smiling yet not smiling. You don't need to know who I am. Shuren lowered his voice, and deliberately made it sound as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. I'll give you a chance. Retreat now. Shuren gave such an ultimatum. Retreat? Saliro's empty hand suddenly clenched tightly. Retreat? He actually wanted him to retreat at this time? Don't joke around. Before Saliro could express his opinion, Gino was already hopping mad on the other side. How could he retreat? They were just one step away from successfully suppressing Lockhart and Tilly, forcing them to submit to them. By then, not only would the Renita family replace the Bygusler family, but Tilly would also become a puppet at his mercy. This was the chance that Gino had been waiting for a long time. How could he give it up now? However, did I allow you to speak? Trash. Shuren turned his head and stared at Gino. At the same time, he sneered and released an astonishing magical power that instantly enveloped the entire place. Everyone present held their breaths, and their faces turned deathly pale. Locket and Saliro's expressions also changed when they felt Shuren's magical power. It was not only because the magical power released by Shuren was incomparably huge, but also because the oppressive feeling contained in the magical power was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that even they felt a heavy pressure on their chests, and almost could not breathe. That was to be expected. It must be pointed out that Shuren's oppressive skill had already been integrated into Destiny Within, and became a part of it. Under such circumstances, Shuren only needed to manipulate his own magical power and use his unparalleled manipulation of magical power to change the nature of the magical power so that it carried a sense of oppression. Then, once his magical power was released, he would be able to achieve the goal of oppression. Under such oppression, even a legendary powerhouse would be affected, let alone a good-for-nothing like Gino. Smack. The young master of the Renita family fell to the ground, paralyzed. His face was filled with fear. Ugh, Tilly was also affected. Her pretty face turned pale, and she almost fell to the ground like Gino. So scary. Tilly cast a fearful gaze at Shuren. This person was definitely stronger than both his father and Saliro. In fact, he was much, much stronger. Who exactly was he? Why did such a terrifying powerhouse suddenly appear in the Empire? Her father was a top human powerhouse with a level of 97. Even in the entire human world, he would be among the top 5. Apart from that person in the Mitra kingdom, no one should be that much stronger than him. Could it be that he was Alidia Urbian, or was he a powerhouse among the demons? Tilly's mind was in a mess. If Tilly's mind was in a mess, then Saliro's heart would be in a mess. This sudden powerhouse had not only disrupted his plans, but had also made him feel fearful. If he did not back down now, he would be the one embarrassed in the end. I'll give you one more chance. Shuren withdrew his gaze and looked at Saliro again. Now, back down. That was an ultimatum. Damn it. Saliro clenched his teeth, unable to quell the anger in his heart. As the second strongest powerhouse in the empire and a legendary existence, who had ever dared to speak to him like that, if not for the fact that he could not figure out the other party's strength and identity, Soliro would definitely risk it all. But now, the other party had displayed overwhelming strength, and Locket was at the side. If the two of them were to join forces, he might not even have the chance to back down. So, Soliro gritted his teeth and said, "Fine." With a low roar, Soliro turned around and retreated towards the direction of the door. Beneath him, the floorboards were crushed by his every step. One could imagine how sullen he was feeling at that moment. "Remember this," Soliro roared in his heart. It was obvious that he would remember this humiliation. Fa. Father. Only then did Gino react, and he hurriedly chased after them while rolling and crawling. As for the few guardian knights, they were left there and no one cared about them. Soliro retreated just like that. Only Shuren, Locket, and Tilly were left at the scene. Shuren slowly withdrew his mana and let everything return to normal. Locket hurriedly leaped down from the roof and came behind Shuren. "Father," Tilly came to Locket's side and opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but Locket raised his hand to stop her. Locket stared at Shuren's back and hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. "Is that you? Is that you?" When the words came out of Lockhart's mouth and entered their ears, Shuren didn't care, but Tilly was stunned on the spot. Judging from her father's tone, it seemed like he knew this mysterious powerhouse. Tilly's mind was filled with thoughts. Shuren smiled and didn't try to hide it. "It's me." Shuren didn't lower his voice anymore and admitted it openly. Tilly couldn't help but be stunned when she heard Shuren's voice. There was no other reason other than the fact that the voice was simply too young. In Tilly's opinion, an existence that could easily repel a level 96 legendary level powerhouse must be around the same age as her father, or even older than her father. But now, it seemed like this mysterious powerhouse wasn't old at all. In fact, he looked very young. Of course, this didn't prove anything. Having a youthful voice and appearance didn't mean that he was really young. There were some magical potions in this world that could make people look young, but they were relatively expensive and precious. Not many potion masters in the modern era could concoct them. Even if they couldn't find the precious ingredients to concoct the potions. As a result, such potions were usually monopolized by the royal families of various countries. Even the nobles couldn't find a single dose. It was highly possible that the other party had used such a magical potion. His appearance and voice might look young, but he might be more than 100 years old. Moreover, if the other party was a demon, it was normal for his appearance to be different from his actual age. Demons were different from humans and Protoss. They wouldn't only live for 100 years, nor would they be immortal. Instead, their lifespan depended on the individual's condition. For example, some of the dragons under AIE's jurisdiction had turned into humans while others hadn't. However, the lifespan of the dragons was long to begin with. Some special individuals could even live longer than the elves. It wasn't rare to see a dragon that had lived for thousands of years even though they looked like they were in their 20s or 30s. Jacinta was one of them. He looked much younger than Ansi and Alidia, but like Sophie, Rhea, and Naya, he was an expert demon who had participated in the war 1,000 years ago. AI didn't even look like she was an adult, but she had lived for at least 10,000 years. The other demons were the same. Some had long lifespans, while others had short lifespans. However, as a race that was a combination of powers, demons all had a unique characteristic. The higher their level, the stronger their magic, and the longer their lifespan. If this mysterious powerhouse was a demon's, then with the strength he displayed, it wouldn't be a big deal for him to live for 1,000 years. It wouldn't be strange for him to look so young. As for the elves, alright, this person couldn't be an elf. It was common knowledge that there were only females in the elven race, and they were all mages. The other party was obviously a male, and a melee expert who could send Soliro flying with a kick. It was impossible for him to be an elf. Tilly calmed. However, even if she could calm down, Proctor couldn't. "You're finally here." As if he had been waiting for Shuren for a long time, Locket said this to Shuren's back as if he had been relieved of a heavy burden and complicated feelings. "I'm not too late, am I?" Shuren turned around and looked at Locket with his hooded eyes. He said with a faint smile, "You guys don't seem to be doing very well." "You can say that." Locket calmed down and said, "It's not just me. His Highness Jarvis isn't doing well either." "That's unfortunate." Shuren pursed his lips but didn't continue asking. Because this was not the place to talk. "Let's settle things here first," Shuren said to Locket. "I'll come back later." With that, Shuren didn't give Locket a chance to reply. He disappeared in a flash. Locket didn't react much when he saw this. He just took a deep breath and completely adjusted his mentality. "Tilly," Locket said expressionlessly, "get the servants to come over and tidy up this place. Also, throw these Renita family dogs into the dungeon." Tilly nodded and accepted the task. However, it wasn't that she didn't have any doubts. "Father," Tilly looked at Locket and asked, "Who is he?" Locket didn't answer immediately. Tilly wasn't in a hurry either. She stared at Locket and waited for his reply. She had no choice. She wanted to get to the bottom of this. The reason was simple. "Is he from the kingdom?" Tilly couldn't help but ask, "Are you really colluding with the kingdom?" "Father." This was something Tilly urgently wanted to know. At first, Tilly didn't believe that Lockhart had committed treason against the country. She knew Locket well. She knew how much her father, who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside, had sacrificed for the kingdom and how strong his pride was. He was a knight who knew that Alidia Albion of the kingdom was stronger than him, yet he was unwilling to be left out. He trained hard every day to improve himself so that he could one day fight him and defeat him, thus standing at the pinnacle of the human race. He was competitive, battle-hungry, and strong. Beneath his cold and resolute face was a heart that thirsted for a fight with a strong enemy. He was a man who constantly set becoming stronger as his goal. He was a man who moved forward steadily at every moment. Locket was undoubtedly a father that Tilly could be proud of. The kingdom had always revered martial prowess. Tilly was no exception. She loved to fight strong enemies. Although she wouldn't look down on the weak, she respected the strong. As such, in Tilly's eyes, her father was undoubtedly a perfect knight. A father like this would never betray the kingdom and collude with the kingdom. He was slandered. The Bygusler family was slandered. It was what Tilly had been thinking all along. It was also the reason why she dared to confront a legendary powerhouse like Zelyro. But now, a mysterious powerhouse suddenly appeared in Bygusler's house. Her father even seemed to recognize the powerhouse. How could Tilly not suspect that if the powerhouse was from the kingdom, did her father really collude with the powerhouse? Tilly's heart was shaken when she thought of the possibility. Yet, her father, who wasn't good at debating, went silent for a while before speaking softly. "He is indeed from the kingdom." His words caused Tilly's expression to change instantly. But at that moment, Locket opened his mouth again. "But I didn't collude with him," Locket said in a heavy voice. "It's only because His Highness Harves had a collaboration with him that I had some contact with him." His words stunned Tilly for the umpteenth time. "Collaboration?" Tilly was astonished. "That's right." Locket glanced at Tilly and said, "His Highness didn't allow me to speak of the specific situation, so I won't tell you. All you need to know is that everything we are doing is to save this kingdom that is slowly falling into a quagmire and going astray. Of course, you can choose not to believe it. If you really think that I am colluding with the kingdom and is ready to betray the kingdom, you can leave any time and don't get involved in what's coming next." Tilly went silent after hearing Locket's words. Locket didn't say anything else either. He turned around and was ready to leave. Tilly hurriedly asked when she realized what was going on. "Then who is he? Since when did the kingdom have such a seemingly young legendary powerhouse?" As the leader of the Empire's Knight Squad and the heir of the Bygusel family, Tilly naturally had some understanding of the Mitra kingdom, which was an opposing kingdom. According to all the reports, the Mitra kingdom had 3 legendary tier powerhouses on the surface. These 3 legendary powerhouses were the leader of the Imperial Knights, the head of the Elbian family, a true descendant of the brave, the strongest knight in the human world, Alidia Elbian. The Pope of the Temple of Light, the representative of the realm of gods who had risen to level 90 before Alidia was born, Yule. subordinate to the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild, stationed in the kingdom and employed by the Lazahad family who controlled the Adventurers Guild as a customer, Cloverdale. These were the legendary powerhouses on the surface of Mitra Kingdom. However, among these three legendary powerhouses, apart from Alidia Elbian who was the protector of the kingdom, the other two were the people in charge of the Temple of Light and wouldn't meddle in the conflicts between humans. Although the last one was employed by the Lazahad family, he was ultimately a customer and an adventurer who didn't really work for the kingdom. Otherwise, he would have been conferred the title of nobility long ago. The characteristics of these three powerhouses didn't match the mysterious powerhouse from before. Alidia was already in his 40s. Cloverdale wasn't young either, even a little older than Alidia. Yule, on the other hand, was at least in his 90s, if not over 100 years old. The conditions of these three obviously didn't match the young man from before. If that was the case, who was this person? Since when did the kingdom have such a powerful legendary powerhouse? Tilly couldn't help but be concerned about this. Unfortunately, it's best if you don't pursue his matters. Lockett was silent for a while before he spoke these words in an unquestionable manner. Why? Tilly furrowed her brows and questioned in an unconvinced manner. Lockett only had one piece of advice for her. He's not someone you can afford to offend, neither am I. In fact, the entire human race can't afford to offend him. Lockett's voice entered Tilly's ears. Although he's a citizen of the kingdom, in reality, whether or not the kingdom can invite him is an entirely different matter. After that, Lockett left without another word. Tilly was left standing there with a face full of astonishment. A citizen of the kingdom that the kingdom can't invite. What kind of person was this? Tilly was confused. Bygessler House, Guest Hall. Inside the hall with the broken ceiling, the mess caused by the fierce battle had been cleaned up by the trembling servants. Although the ceiling was still broken, the sofa and tea table had been moved out and placed in a new set, looking rather tidy. Lockett and Tilly sat together as if they were waiting for something, not saying a word. It was not until a long time later that there was some strange movement in the reception hall. Swoosh, following a faint air-breaking sound, three figures appeared in front of Lockhart and Tilly at the same time. They were three figures in cloaks. All right, we are here. With a calm tone, Shuren held Xia's hand in one hand and Lilith's hand in the other. None of them took off their cloaks, continuing to cover themselves with the cloaks and the hoods, creating a mysterious atmosphere. Lockett and Tilly stood up right away. It was a reflex action. Tilly's eyes glimmered when she saw the two figures beside Shuren, one big and one small. Proctor's expression also changed slightly. He glanced at Xia, then at Lilith, and then at Lilith. After that, his gaze stopped on Lilith. He didn't know who the two people beside Shuren were. Without revealing their true identities, Proctor would not be able to recognize either Xia or Lilith. Especially Xia, she didn't have any magical wave on her and her presence was extremely unfamiliar. Lockett was sure he had never seen her before. On the other hand, Lilith. Lockett pursed his lips and couldn't help but bow to her. Father? Tilly was astonished. Obviously, the scene of Lockhart bowing respectfully to a little girl had frightened her. Tilly didn't know what the little girl beside Shuren meant to those who had crossed paths with him before. Although Lockett had yet to recognize Lilith's identity, since she was a little girl brought along by Sean, then this little girl was either the terrifying dragon demon or the terrifying evil god. The sad thing was, no matter which one it was, he dared not offend or even be rude. Therefore, Lockhart had no choice but to bow to him. Tilly didn't know the reason behind the bow, so she was shocked. However, when she saw Lockett bowing to Lilith respectfully, Tilly hurriedly followed suit. She then sized up Lilith with an obscure gaze, as if she was trying to see through Lilith's identity and find out why her father was so respectful to her. Of course, Lilith wouldn't care about that. Whether Lockett and Tilly bowed or not, it had nothing to do with her. She just showed an innocent look as usual. While being held by Sean, she began to look around curiously and observe the surrounding environment. As for Xia, she didn't say or do anything. She was like a real puppet, following closely beside Shuren and moving along with Shuren's movements. Shuren then walked up to Lockett and sat down openly. Lilith immediately threw herself into Sean's arms and was held in his arms. Xianxia, on the other hand, quietly took out a tray with a few steaming cups of tea and placed them in front of Shuren, Locket and Tilly. She then stood behind Shuren, fully displaying what a qualified maid was. Locket and Tilly couldn't help but take a glance at her. Under such circumstances, speak. Shuren passed the tea to Lilith, allowing her to blow on it and sip it in small sips. At the same time, he said to Locket in a casual manner, "How did you guys end up like this?" Shuren's words made Locket's face turn heavy. Then, the strongest knight in the Empire let out a sigh. "It's actually very simple," Locket said calmly, "the Imperial consort made a move on us." With that, Proctor told Sean everything that had happened. It turned out that when Harvey brought Locket to the kingdom to search for helpers that could help him usurp the throne, the Imperial consort didn't stay idle either. While Harvey and Locket weren't around, she spread a very unfavorable rumor in the Empire. The rumor was that Harvey and Lockhart were suspected of treason and had long been in cahoots with the kingdom. It was actually a very stupid rumor. That was because Harvey and Lockhart were of high status. One was a prince favored by the people and the most ideal successor to the throne, while the other was the strongest knight in the Empire and had always been the role model and idol of the people of the Empire. These two people had power and fame, and they also had enough popularity and prestige in the Empire. No one would believe that they would betray the Empire. Most importantly, there was no reason for it, right? Wasn't it good to be the first in line to the throne? Wasn't it good to be the leader of the Imperial Knight Squad? It was a position that could be said to be under one and above tens of thousands of people in the Empire. The future of the Empire could be said to belong to both of them. Since that was the case, what was the point of them betraying the Empire and defecting to the enemy to be someone else's dog, especially Harvey? As a direct descendant of the Empire's royal family, he had a long-standing grudge against the kingdom's royal family. Both of them were descendants of the hero, so what reason did they have to defy the Empire? It was completely unnecessary, wasn't it? What was it for? Nothing, right? In addition, everyone in the Empire knew that Locket had always viewed Ali Dia as an opponent. Everyone believed that anyone could have committed treason against the Empire, but it was impossible for these two to do so. However, those who had the intention did not want to confirm the crimes of these two. They only wanted to have someone suspect Harvey and Locket, forming a rumor in the Imperial capital that would affect Harvey and Locket's reputation and spread some rumors. That would be enough. This way, regardless of whether the matter was true or false, there would definitely be people in the Empire who would take action against this matter. For example, they would investigate Harvey and interrogate Locket, making these two listen to their orders. Then, their goal would be achieved. This was because they could take advantage of this opportunity to gradually attack Harvey and Lockhart's reputation in the Imperial capital. Take Harvey for example. At the start, people would believe that it was impossible for him to commit treason, but if the nobles in the Imperial palace constantly admonished him and created an atmosphere that he had indeed done something wrong, then would the suspicious nobles around Harvey who supported him still trust him so firmly? Would the people still believe that there was nothing wrong with him? Another example was Locket. If someone from the Bygusler family came to interrogate and investigate every few days, creating a tense atmosphere that there was something wrong with this family, then wouldn't others become suspicious? It was just like if a person was frequently visited by the police and invited for tea, then the neighbors would definitely suspect that he had done something wrong. Harvey and Locket had fallen into the enemy's trap and were gradually being doubted. By the time the two of them came back to their senses, rumors of them colluding with the enemy and committing treason had already spread throughout the Imperial capital, causing the Imperial capital to be in a constant state of panic and unrest. Because of this, the two of them were beaten down by the enemy. One was grounded and not allowed to take a single step out of the Imperial palace, while the other had his entire family taken away and was detained by the Empire. On the surface, it was an investigation, but in reality, it was constantly weakening the combat strength around them. As you can see, other than some servants and maids who are unable to fight, only the two of us are left in my family. That's why the Renit family took the opportunity to force the emperor to abdicate, attempting to create an established fact. It's said that His Highness's situation in the Imperial palace isn't very good either. The nobles who originally chose to support him were either threatened and tempted to defect to the enemy, or they were labeled as accomplices and detained in the name of interrogation. Locket spoke coldly. Right now, His Highness and I are isolated and helpless. I'm not even allowed to enter the imperial palace to see His Highness. If this continued, the two of them would definitely be completely pinned down by the increasingly serious rumors and eventually become isolated. When that time comes, the enemy would be able to attack them without restraint and make them guilty of treason. This situation was a little difficult for Lockhart to bear. There were a few times when I wanted to barge into the imperial palace and rescue His Highness. It wasn't easy for me to restrain my impulse. Lockhart actually had such a plan. Shuren rolled his eyes. Fortunately, you didn't do that. Shuren said in annoyance, otherwise, they could say that the two of you fled in fear of punishment and confirm your identity as traitors. If that happened, Harvey and Lockhart would definitely be endlessly hunted down until they really committed treason and joined the arms of another country, obtaining their protection. Perhaps this was the imperial concubine's goal? In short, we're in a very bad situation right now. Lockhart stared at Shuren and said, since you've come to the Empire, that means you want to attack the imperial concubine, right? Before Sean could react to these words, Tilly's expression had already changed. So, this mysterious expert was here for the poison concubine. Shuren did not answer the question. Let me ask you, Shuren stared at Lockhart and said, how is Ter? This question first made Tilly confused, then Lockhart fell into deep thought. Lockhart knew about Ter's existence. He also knew that Mara had his eyes on Ter and that she had come to the imperial capital to become a thief. He did not know what Ter was planning to do. But he knew what had happened to that strange thief. Lockhart then revealed something that Shuren could not just sit back and watch. A while ago, the imperial concubine left the imperial palace for some unknown reason. That person took the opportunity to sneak into the imperial palace and was ambushed by the Lefelut family. She was injured. Her abdomen was pierced by Warrior Lefelut and she fled with heavy injuries. Bang! Just as Lockhart's voice fell, a small explosion sounded. It was the sound of a teacup being crushed. Sean suddenly crushed the teacup in his hand, causing the tea and the shards of the teacup to fly in the air and splatter. Hua! Lilith, who was sitting in Shuren's arms, immediately waved her hand. Evil energy surged in her palm, blowing away the tea and the fragments. However, the terrifying pressure that suddenly emerged from Sean's body could not be blown away no matter how hard he tried. Shuren froze on the spot. However, the pressure that emerged from his body became more and more terrifying, causing Lockhart's pupils to shrink. Tilly's face was even more aghast. This kind of terrifying pressure came and went quickly. In the blink of an eye, the pressure disappeared. It was as if it had never existed, and everything returned to its original tranquility. However, for some reason, even though the pressure had disappeared, the air in the reception hall seemed to have become heavier than before. A trap? Shuren muttered. His voice was cold. It should be. Lockhart tried to observe Shuren's expression under the hood. He slowed down his tone and said, if I'm not mistaken, this should be a trap set by the imperial concubine. She used her departure as a bait to lure Tirby out, then ordered the Leferet family to set up an ambush. The imperial concubine had her eyes on Tirby for some reason. She knew that Tirby had come to the imperial capital, disguised as a bandit, and kept going in and out of the noble houses. She would definitely think of a way to lure Tirby out. It just so happened that Tirby had something she wanted to find in the imperial capital. Even after searching through so many noble houses, she still couldn't find it. Naturally, she would suspect that the item was in the palace. However, no matter how powerful Tirby was, it was impossible for her to successfully sneak into the palace. One had to know that Tirby was only 16 years old this year, and her level was not even 70. Although she was a fast and explosive warrior, she was not an assassin or an assassin who excelled in stealth. With her speed, it wasn't too difficult for her to sneak into the homes of some nobles. But even so, Ter was discovered many times and became known as the righteous thief and strange thief. Under such circumstances, with Tirby's ability, how could she sneak into the heavily guarded palace to steal something? Therefore, it was impossible for Tirby to enter the palace. This was probably the reason why Ter couldn't find what she was looking for after spending an entire month in the imperial capital. The imperial concubine seemed to have predicted this, so she left on purpose, leaving some flaws in the palace guards to lure Tirby out. and then used the Lefort family to ambush her. Because of this, Tirby fell into the Lefort family's ambush and was severely injured. I heard that she couldn't escape from the palace at first. She was surrounded by the Lefort family's elite troops and surrounded by the royal knights. With her strength, it was impossible for her to escape. Proctor said. But when Ter Albion was heavily injured, she suddenly disappeared, as if she had melted into space. Hearing this, Shurin understood how Tirby was saved. It must have been Lessia's doing. With her ability as a space magician, it was a piece of cake for her to enter the palace. If she wanted to escape with Tirby, it would also be a piece of cake. I made the right decision to let her come with me. Shurin thought quietly. At the same time, Shurin was relieved. Since Lessia was by her side, then Tirby should be fine. That lady's level was not high, not even above 80, but her attainments in magic were very good. Not only did she learn the super rare space magic, but she also learned the powerful gravity magic. Coupled with her own unique skills, it seemed that she could use all kinds of magic of a lower level. She was obviously a master of magic. In terms of the types and number of magic she could use, she must be far more than Shurin. Such a person would naturally have a way to heal Tirby's injuries. Should be. Shurin could only hope so. But, Lefort, a cold light flashed in Shurin's eyes. Sean did not have a good impression of this family from the start. This time, the other party made Sean even more displeased. And since Shurin was unhappy, then they were unlucky. Especially Wally Lefort. This person had already entered Shurin's kill list. Especially after what Proctor had said. Actually, Wally Lefort played a big part in our current situation. Lockett said with a sullen face, that time, we failed to annihilate him and let him escape. He bore this grudge in his heart. After returning, he immediately used the name of the Lefort family to accuse us in front of His Majesty the Emperor. How to accuse him? It was very simple. It was to expose the fact that Harvey had attacked him in private. They were both emissaries of the Empire, but after going to the kingdom, Harvey and Lockett suddenly attacked him and even led to the annihilation of the Lefort family's elite assassination team. Once this matter was exposed by Wally, the people of the Empire would definitely suspect why Harvey and Lockett attacked Wally. If both of them were traitors of the kingdom, then they must have wanted to do something in the kingdom and didn't want Wally to know about it, so they attacked Wally to silence him. Moreover, Harvey even admitted defeat on the stage of the kingdom's palace in front of everyone and had no intention of fighting for the position of the future husband of the kingdom's most precious treasure. So what was his purpose in going to the kingdom? Well, Lian added oil and vinegar to these questions, which finally caused the current emperor to be furious and the people to have doubts one after another. Therefore, Wally could be said to have played a big part in Harvey and Lockett's current situation. Of course, there was no evidence to back up these claims. Without evidence, there was no way to prove whether what Wally said was true or false, and there was no way to convict Harvey and Lockett. However, what they wanted wasn't to be done in one step. Instead, they wanted to slowly get rid of Harvey and Lockett. If Shurin had come a few days later, perhaps the situation would have been settled. Now, Shurin was here. Tisk, Lockett wanted to call out to Shurin, but he remembered that Shurin was still hiding his identity, so he quickly shut his mouth. Say what you want. Shurin didn't want to waste time at all, plus he was already in a bad mood, so he just threw the words at Lockett. Lockett was still hesitating. After a while, the strongest knight of the kingdom sighed, looked up and spoke to Shurin in a serious tone. I hope you can go to the palace and meet His Highness Harvey. As soon as the words came out, everyone, including Shurin, looked at Lockett. Why? Shurin squinted his eyes and asked calmly. No reason. Lockett shook his head and said, but, I don't believe that His Highness Harvey would not have any thoughts after becoming like this. In other words, Lockett was trying to say that Harvey must be thinking of a way to break out of the current situation. As long as he could see Harvey, he might have a way to deal with Mara, the Lefort family, and all these crooked people. Shurin understood the meaning behind this. Is there a need to go through so much trouble? Shurin said straightforwardly, since we are going to the palace, instead of looking for His Highness, why don't we go straight to Mara and kill her? Obviously, Mara was also on Shurin's kill list. However, unfortunately, the imperial concubine's whereabouts are still unknown. We still don't know where she went. Locket sighed. Even in the imperial capital, she has no fixed residence. She would disappear from time to time and suddenly return from time to time. We don't know where she went or where she would stay. In fact, Harvey had already told Shuren about this half a month ago. Because of this, Shuren had been worried that Mara would run away. It would be depressing if he came to the imperial capital and spent so much effort only to come back empty-handed. It would not be easy to catch the imperial concubine. Back in Cosmos, she had been hiding behind the scenes and never showed herself. 10 years ago, during the large-scale assassination in the imperial capital, she also plotted everything as the mastermind behind the scenes, leading to that tragedy. She was an extremely difficult woman to deal with. This sense of mystery is quite compatible with those bastards from the primordial devil. Shuren said sarcastically. What do you think? Locket looked straight at Shuren and said, do you want to talk to His Highness Harvey first? Maybe he knows where the imperial concubine is? This was obviously a pie in the sky. This strongest knight of the empire was willing to go all out in order to get Shuren to meet Harvey. This was understandable. After all, Harvey was under house arrest and no one knew how he was doing. Locket must be anxious to confirm his condition. If Shuren could sneak into the imperial palace and meet Harvey, then the situation would change. Locket thought so. The problem was, I'm not familiar with the imperial palace. Even if I go there, I don't think I know where that royal highness is, do I? Shuren asked. Locket only had one thing to say to that. Bring Tilly there, Locket said without hesitation, she will show you the way. Hearing this, Shuren glanced at Tilly. Tilly, on the other hand, was startled, as if she did not expect Locket to suddenly give her such a task. After some thought, she chose to remain silent. Obviously, she agreed. Fine, Shuren shrugged and said, if that's the case, I'll go meet that royal highness. Perhaps he would be lucky enough to run into Mara. If that was the case, things would be much simpler. Besides, you might not be sure of Mara's whereabouts, but you should be able to locate others, right? Shuren actually said such a thing. Whose whereabouts? Locket was startled. Shuren smiled. A smile without a trace of emotion. Leferet family. Imperial capital, Leferet House. Unlike the imposing and majestic Bygusler house, the Leferet house's mansion gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. It was as if it was located in the shadows, in a dark corner. Not only were the outer walls covered with all kinds of thorns and vines, the vegetation inside was also a little dark. There were even some old trees that had already withered. In addition to that, there were crow-like birds that flew across the sky from time to time. Presumably, even in the imperial capital, this family was not well received. In fact, this was the case. Although the Leferet family had a high status in the circle of nobles in the imperial capital, they were the ones that were ostracized. They specialized in training spies, assassins, and death warriors. They were the type that people did not like, and their style of doing things was somewhat unscrupulous. For the empire that revered martial arts, they were of course people who could not see the light of day, and only knew how to use sinister little tricks. Such a Leferet family, other than those in the center of power who needed someone to do some shady work, naturally would not be welcomed by anyone. This was especially so for those knights of noble character and unquestionable integrity. Their disdain for the Leferet family was already deep in their bones. Even if they did not say it out loud, they would still look down on them in their hearts. However, it had to be said that the Leferet family was indeed very popular among the upper echelons of the empire. After all, they really needed someone to do some of the dirty work. Thus, the Leferet family had always been valued by the upper echelons of the empire. Since a long time ago, they had received the support of many of the upper echelons of the empire. They had always been a rather special existence in the circle of the empire's nobles. Especially 10 years ago, after the Leferet family received the support of the imperial concubine, the family's status rose day by day. Now, they were already nobles with the rank of marquis. Apart from those dukes who were like relatives of the emperor, they had the highest status in the circle of nobles. And it must be known that even the Bygusler family and Renita family were only marquises. In other words, even if it was just based on their title, the Leferet family was an existence comparable to the Bygusler family and Renita family. Perhaps it was because of this that when Harvey had petitioned to go to the kingdom, the Lefferts family could righteously intervene and send Wally, Harvey, and Locket. Although the Lefferts family's purpose was definitely to monitor Harvey and Locket, if their status was not high enough, how could they forcefully cut the queue and travel with His Highness and the Knight Commander? When Harvey appeared in the kingdom, he only had Locket and Wally by his side. This was enough to prove that Wally's status in the Empire was at least not inferior to Locket's. Otherwise, did they really think that it was the position next to of the strongest Knight Commander of the Empire? Under such circumstances, even though the Lefferts family was unpopular in the noble circle and their base was located in such a gloomy corner, in fact, they were like the sun at high noon in the Empire. At this moment, as the adopted son of the Lefferts family's patriarch, the most outstanding assassin of the younger generation, Wally appeared here. This was the underground hall of Lefferts' house. In the hall, there were 5 figures sitting around a U-shaped conference table. Their entire bodies were shrouded in darkness, and their faces could not be seen at all. In the hall, there were 5 figures sitting around a U-shaped conference table. Their entire bodies were shrouded in darkness, and their faces could not be seen at all. He didn't look at them either. Instead, he lowered his head in a respectful manner. No one knew what he was thinking, but his eyes flickered slightly. In the next second, the 5 figures spoke one after another. "Haven't you found Ter Urbian?" The one who spoke was the black figure in the middle. Wally could not see his face, but he knew his identity. "I'm sorry, father," Wally said respectfully, "that woman is really too cunning. We have used all the means we can use to track her, but she always managed to escape. We were even tricked by her and stepped into her traps. We lost a lot of people." Hearing this, the other 4 black figures immediately became restless. "How long has it been? We still haven't caught her? She's just a 16-year-old brat, and she's not even level 70. Shouldn't it be easy to catch such a person? Family Lefferts trained you for so many years, and spent countless resources and effort. In the end, you can't even complete such a small mission, and you even lost people? If the Queen comes back and blames you, will you be able to bear the responsibility?" 4 enraged voices rang out one after another, hurling insults at Wally's face. "Trash." Even his adoptive father, who was sitting in the middle, said coldly. It seemed like he was also in an extremely bad mood. Wally's eyes turned cold, but on the surface, he was still very respectful. He had no choice. These 5 shameful people in front of him were the ones with the highest status in the Lefferts family. Other than his adoptive father, who was the head of the family, the other 4 were undoubtedly the higher-ups of the family. They were definitely not people that an adopted bastard like him could resist. Moreover, Wally was quite annoyed about not being able to catch Ter Albion for so long. Recalling the incident back in the kingdom, Wally couldn't help but clutch his chest. That woman had pierced through his chest. Even though it was just a tentacle that was pierced through, everything that the tentacle had experienced was also something that he had experienced personally. He, Wally Lefferts, had been killed by that woman once. Recalling the excruciating pain he felt at that time, those words echoed in Wally's ears once again. "I will go to the Imperial City myself. I will find the things I need myself. Trying to trick me? Then you guys have succeeded. But, whether you can find me, capture me, and achieve your goal, it will all depend on your capabilities. I am looking forward to the Lefferts family's strength, and I am looking forward to the strength of the person who is driving you behind the scenes." The cold words echoed in his ears, causing Wally to clench his hand over his chest, to the point that he could scratch his skin. He was brought back from the outside and raised by the Lefferts family. Back then, he was still an abandoned baby. In order to survive in that man-eating training facility, he trained with all his might and killed with all his might. In the end, he stepped over countless bodies of his peers and became the best killer. He was chosen by the head of the Lefferts family and became his adopted son. In order to climb up to this point, he had sacrificed a lot and lost a lot, but he had never suffered such a loss before. He had never been looked down upon like this. The young lady's cold and merciless voice was like a sharp blade, piercing Wally's heart together with the weapon in her hand. From that moment onwards, Wally had gone crazy. It wasn't the kind of insanity that caused him to lose his mind, but the kind of insanity that caused him to lose his mind. He had been thinking about that woman all the time. He had been thinking about killing her all the time. He wanted to pierce that woman's heart just like that time, making her fall in a pool of blood, screaming in despair. But at the same time, he had a burning passion for that woman. He wished he could take her for himself and make her his. There was a saying in the world, love begets hate. Wally was different. Maybe his hate begot love. After all, this was the only woman who was more merciless and cold than him. She could even make him suffer and die once. Previously, Wally had looked down on Ter. He had gone to the kingdom to kill Ter and deceive her. However, he was killed and deceived by Ter instead. All the hatred he had for Ter intertwined and formed a twisted obsession. He wanted revenge. He also wanted to take this woman for himself. Therefore, when the Lefort family was preparing to ambush Ter, as the leader, he had been hiding in the darkest corner until the other party revealed a flaw. Only then did he attack and pierce through Ter's abdomen. If it wasn't because he wanted to force that woman into a corner and take her for himself, Wally might not have pierced through her abdomen, but her heart. Unfortunately, in the end, Ter actually escaped. This caused the Lefort family, who had received the order from the queen to kill Ter no matter what, to be in a difficult situation. Just like what one of the elders of the family said, if they couldn't catch her, it would be hard for them to explain to the queen. This was the plan that the queen personally came up with. If the Lefort family didn't execute it well, they wouldn't end up well when the queen blamed them. However, Wally couldn't do anything about it. I suspect that there is a person with very high attainments in magic supporting Ter Elbian in the dark. Wally lowered his head and reported truthfully. Whether it was that time in the palace or these days of pursuit, whenever Ter Elbian was forced into a corner, there would always be some strange things happening. For example, people would suddenly disappear, or clues would suddenly be cut off halfway. Sometimes, there would even be a strange reduction in the number of people. All of these proved that Ter Elbian wasn't fighting alone. Wally realized this. Unfortunately, the queen didn't care. No matter what the reason is, if you can't complete the mission, you can't escape from the blame. The head of the Lefort family said coldly. I'll give you 2 more days. Before the queen returns, no matter what method you use, you must bring her back to me. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. If you can't complete the mission, you know what will happen. His words caused Wally to close his eyes. Then, he made a response. Yes. Thus, this secret meeting came to an end. At this moment, boom. All of a sudden, a strong vibration appeared. What? This vibration is. What happened? Ah. The elders of the clan cried out in alarm one after another. The head of the Lefort family also stood up. Wally suddenly raised his head. An earth-shaking tremor suddenly appeared, causing the entire underground hall to sway. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. In the sky above Lefolet's house. At this moment, a figure was floating in the air as if facing the wind. The cloak covering his body fluttered in the wind. The magic that surged around his body fluctuated. He looked down at the cold mansion below, ignoring the movement caused by the horrifying magic that surged out of his body, and began to chant a spell. With the vast magic, attract the aurora from beyond the heavens, that was the language to summon the stars. The tear of the sky, the rain of stars, the bright sky, can now shine on the earth, the chanting of the spell echoed, and it was not covered by the wind. Instead, it was like thunder, resounding through the entire sky. Accept the call, accept the dispatch, with the sword of light, make the judgment to the world. As he chanted the incantation, the night sky of the imperial capital lit up. Meteors gradually appeared, and the number was increasing, covering the entire night sky. Such a phenomenon, naturally, couldn't be kept secret. Some commotion occurred in all directions, causing people to appear in every corner of the imperial capital. Of course, Lefolet's house was the first to bear the brunt. Inside, many figures quickly rushed out. They looked at the cloaked man hovering in midair and the meteors that flashed across the sky. They let out bewildered and panicked voices. Some people were already shouting loudly. Some people were also preparing to attack the cloaked man in midair. Some people realized that something was wrong and actually wanted to run away. But, they wouldn't have that chance. Because, today, Lephalet was destined to face the ending that they deserved. Descend, stars, the iron hammer of judgment swung down mercilessly. Auroras meteoric. The surging mana soared into the sky and fused with the meteors. So, the meteors suddenly trembled, paused, and with a dazzling light, they poured down from mid-air. That was a beautiful night scene. That was a beautiful night scene. Meteors streaked across the sky one after another, descending towards the ground. Their target was the cold mansion, Lephalet's house. Bang 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 bang. In the next moment, there was a roar. Meteors continuously fell on Lephalet's house, showing unparalleled destructive power. After all, the body of a meteor was a meteorite. Although they weren't real meteors, they were star rocks formed from mana, and in order to not harm the innocent, the user had already restrained their power to the greatest extent, limiting the range to the location of the Lephalet family. However, the meteors that turned into meteors still ravaged the entire Lephalet family. Bang! The house was smashed. Bang! The ground was smashed. Bang! The garden collapsed. Bang! The vegetation was blown away. The rumbling sounds continued to resound in the territory, playing the music of death. The screams, wails, and roars of anger were all carried in and transformed into musical notes, causing one to feel despair. Sean watched all of this indifferently. Meteors constantly brushed past him and fell below, continuing to ravage the land of Lephalet. By the time smoke and dust started to rise from Lephalet's house, this place had already turned into hell. And trembling. Tilly appeared on the top of a building and witnessed everything with her own eyes. Looking at the beautiful and cruel scene, her face turned pale. She still remembered that when she was about to bring the mysterious powerhouse to the palace, he said something as if he was going out to buy something. She still remembered that when she was about to bring the mysterious expert to the palace, the other party had said something as if he was going out to buy something. Then, he disappeared in an instant and appeared in the sky above Lephalet's house. Then, he disappeared in an instant and appeared in the sky above Lephalet's house. She also didn't expect that when she thought he was a warrior stronger than her father, he actually displayed such terrifying magic. She also did not expect that just when she thought that he was a warrior who was stronger than her father, he actually displayed such a terrifying magic. But the real show was about to begin. Swoosh! Shuren's figure disappeared again and dashed into Lephalet's house. Around him, the meteors were still ravaging the ground, causing a series of roars. Some people were fleeing frantically. Some people were crying in despair. But in the end, the meteors that fell from the sky still landed on their bodies, turning them into nutrients for the underground. There wasn't even a complete body left, only a pool of blood on the ground. It was extremely eye-catching. Shuren strolled slowly. His posture was a little evil. Someone noticed him. "Who are you? Why did you do this? Kill him." A group of guards and knights roared at Shuren, drawing their weapons without any explanation and charging towards Shuren. Shuren was still strolling forward slowly. He reached out with one hand and drew the holy sword from his waist. Oh! 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 One of the knights charged towards Shuren, roaring furiously as he slashed at Shuren's head mercilessly. Shuren didn't stop. He raised the holy sword in his hand and instantly turned it into a sword ray. Clang! Amidst the sound of metal clashing, a broken blade flew into the air. Pucci, the knight, together with his weapon, was slashed into two halves by the sword ray that cut through the air, and blood splattered on the spot. "Go to hell!" Another knight roared and charged over. However, this time, he did not even have the time to make a slashing motion before a fatal flash appeared in front of him. Pucci, the knight, didn't even have time to react, and his head was cut off with a tearing sound, flying into the air. As for his corpse, it naturally twitched and fell down amidst the gushing blood. Just like that, Shuren strolled silently in the hell where the meteors crashed. His footsteps were not fast, and his figure was not chaotic. Every time the holy sword in his hand flashed, a life would be taken, and the guards and knights who pounced on him fell in his path, forming a bloody path. If anyone saw this scene, they would definitely think that this was the Grim Reaper harvesting souls and lives. Devil! He's a devil! Run! Help! Finally, the people broke down. One by one, they went crazy, dropped their weapons, and fled desperately. But the meteors that fell from the sky still took away most of their lives, causing their blood to splatter on the spot. Just like that, Shuren went on a killing spree. At the same time, in the underground hall of the Lefelut family. Rumble, waves of tremors appeared frequently, causing the entire underground hall to shake. This place seemed to be on the verge of collapse, as if it could collapse at any time. It was extremely dangerous. Wally and the 5 decision-makers of the Lefelut family were still here. However, they weren't the only ones who came here. There were also some people who snuck in to take refuge, as well as a group of shameful death warriors who had been on standby here. What the hell is going on? A middle-aged man who had to jump out of the darkness roared. He was Wally's adoptive father, the head of the Lefelut family, Delassus Lefelut. He was cold, ruthless, and inhumane. Because his 3 sons were useless, he abandoned them as trash. He was unscrupulous, ruthless, and indifferent. His hands were stained with blood. For his own purpose, he even used his own daughter, sending her to the kingdom to marry into the Elbein family. Yes. He was the biological father of Ter's mother, as well as Ter's grandfather. However, he never saw Ter as a blood relative. He only wanted to train her into a machine that could fight for the Lefelut family. When Mara wanted Ter, he didn't hesitate to give her to him, using her to exchange for the trust and attention of the queen. Like this, he was not only feared by the entire Lefelut family, but also by countless people in the entire empire. But now, he was roaring and stomping his feet out of anger and anxiety. His usual coldness and ruthlessness were nowhere to be seen. This was something that couldn't be helped. Intruder! It's an intruder! Master! He destroyed the Lefelut family. Meteor! Meteor! Master! Countless people shouted like this, looking terrified and trembling. It was as if they had encountered the scariest nightmare in the world, and they had long lost their calm and rationality. Intruder? Diarsis couldn't believe his ears. An intruder appeared. Moreover, the other party even destroyed the Lefelut family. Did he hear it wrong, or did these idiots make a mistake? Someone dares to invade our Lefelut family? He must be tired of living. Kill him. Chop him into minced meat and feed him to the slaves. The other 4 decision-makers were also shouting angrily. As a clan of assassins feared by everyone, they were the only ones who dared to invade other people's bases. Since when did someone dare to invade their base? Moreover, the intruder seemed to have caused great damage to the Lefelut family, which made these decision-makers even more furious. An intruder who can summon a meteor. Only Valine's eyes flickered as he thought of something. He wanted to speak, but when he saw Darius' twisted expression, he closed his mouth for some reason. Dispatch the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th assassination teams. Only leave the 1st assassination team here to guard. Diarsis suppressed the anger in his heart and released a monstrous murderous aura as he growled. Go. Bring me that so-called intruder. He wanted to capture the intruder alive and torture him to death. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to quell his anger and the humiliation of his family being invaded. Yes. Many of the black-clothed and masked death warriors responded coldly, turned around, and prepared to go out to fight the attack. However, bam, the entrance to the underground hall suddenly exploded. As a wave of raging flames surged in, everyone present either cried out in alarm or their expressions changed as they looked in front of them. Thud, 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 clear footsteps sounded. Whoosh, the fluttering cloak was blown away. Shuren's figure slowly appeared at the entrance. Looking for me? A voice that seemed to be laughing yet not laughing reached everyone's ears. It made them furious. Boom. At this moment, in the underground hall of the Lefelut family, countless death warriors and knights could not help but release their mana, which was mixed with their own murderous aura, and suppressed Shuren together. There were about a dozen knights here, which was not a lot. They must have been buried under the meteor shower outside. After all, they were knights, and it was unlikely that they would appear in such a dark basement. But here, the number of death warriors trained by the Lefelut family was huge. They were all people who had gone through the hellish training of the Lefelut family. Every one of them was the elite of the elite, the expert of the experts. Not to mention level 70, there were even a few level 80 existences. Their numbers added up were not small, and all of them together were estimated to be equivalent to 1/3 of the kingdom's Knights division. Such a group of people all released their own mana, and also emitted a shocking murderous aura to suppress a person together. One could imagine how terrifying the pressure would be. However, in the face of such pressure, not only did Xian not take half a step back, but he also sneered and took a step forward. Boom! Raging waves of mana suddenly burst out of Xian's body, carrying an unparalleled heavenly might, and enveloped the entire place. The astonishing pressure released by the Leferet family's death warriors collided with the oncoming power. Puff! Puff! One by one, the death warriors suddenly trembled, and they spat out a mouthful of blood. The terrifying mana released by Xian crushed the mana released by all the death warriors of the Leferet family, and like a big explosion, it burst and blasted the death warriors away. Ugh, ah, one by one, the death warriors fell to the ground as if they were hit and groaned. What? Impossible. When the decision-makers and the related people of the Leferet family saw this scene, they all lost their voices in disbelief. Darius' face also changed, and his expression became incomparably ugly. On the other hand, Xian slowly walked into the underground hall as if nothing had happened. I didn't expect there to be such an underground space here. Xian sat at the corner of the U-shaped table and looked around as if he was visiting, ignoring everyone around him as he muttered to himself. No wonder there are still so many people here after the Aurora meteor shower. If I had known earlier, I would have increased the power and collapsed the entire Leferet family. With that, Xian shook his head again. But it doesn't seem good to let you off just like that. Xian turned his head, looked at Darius, and said with a smile, after all, that would be too easy on you, wouldn't it? As soon as these words came out, Darius's expression turned even uglier. Who are you? Arrogant scoundrel. Arrogant. Kill. Those decision-makers, on the other hand, seemed to have never suffered such humiliation. After being humiliated so blatantly by Xian, they immediately erupted in anger and shouted loudly. Unfortunately, they were the ones who were tired of living. Xian turned his gaze and looked at the shouting decision-makers. With a move of his finger, the air around them was immediately given the flame characteristic. Xian turned his gaze and looked at the few noisy decision-makers. With a move of his fingers, the air around them was immediately given the burning characteristic. Xian turned his gaze and looked at the shouting decision-makers. With a flick of his finger, the air around them was immediately given the flame characteristic. The heroic flames immediately burned. Aha! The decision-makers were set ablaze by the flames and screamed. Stop! Darius roared furiously, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Quick! Save them! Save the elders! Oh my God! Save them! The people from the Leferet family were also panicking. As they shouted, a few people rushed forward to extinguish the fire. But not only did they fail, they were also set ablaze. Help! Ah! Save me! All the people who were set ablaze by the fire, including the decision-makers of the elders, struggled desperately and screamed miserably. But the people around them already knew that the fire would not be extinguished so easily. None of them dared to go forward. They even took a step back, their faces full of fear. Save them! Seeing this, Darius's blood rushed to his head, and he was furious. The people around him trembled. Finally, out of fear of Darius, they chose to go forward to save them. But, pay and fix. With Xian's faint incantation, the ground of the entire underground hall undulated with magic. I can't move. I can't move either. My feet can't leave the ground. What kind of magic is this? The people who were about to go and save Darius froze, and then they realized in horror that they could no longer move. Including Darius. He felt that his feet were sticky, and his soles could no longer leave the ground. Just watch. Xian's frighteningly indifferent voice sounded again. No matter what, it's a ruthless and unscrupulous assassin family. You should have seen this level of game many times and even played it many times. You shouldn't feel bad, right? Shuren's words made the young people tremble. Indeed, many of them had played similar games before. But when it was their turn to play these games, how could they not feel afraid? Even Dionysus realized that today, the Lefelup family was doomed. This mysterious cloaked powerhouse was not someone the Lefelup family could deal with at all. Those shamelessly boastful family elders were a good example. Help! Help me! Do you want to die? How dare you leave us in the lurch? You deserve to die, deserve to die. A group of decision-makers who used to play with other people's lives as they pleased let out painful howls just like that, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Not long after, their voices began to weaken and finally disappeared. The few decision-makers and the unlucky Lefelup family members who went forward to put out the fire were turned into charred corpses. A burning smell rose from their bodies and drilled into the noses of everyone present, causing their faces to turn pale. Dionysus witnessed all of this with his own eyes, his chest undulating. Anger, humiliation, and a touch of uneasiness lingered in his heart, making him no longer as cold as he used to be. Who are you? Dionysus could only suppress all the emotions in his heart and stare at Xian. Xian raised his head slightly, causing the hood on his head to sway. But he did not take off his hood. That's not important. Xian seemed to laugh at Dionysus and said, "What's important is that the Lefelup family has done too many unpleasant things. Don't you think it's time for retribution?" Hearing this, Dionysus was silent for a while. Then, the patriarch of the Leferet family sneered. Are you trying to say that you are here to enforce justice on behalf of heaven? Obviously, Dionysus did not believe this at all. The Lefelup family had indeed done a lot of evil things. Especially Dionysus, as the head of the family, the things he did the most were things that were despised by others. But because of this, he had to desperately climb up to the top, achieve his goal by any means necessary, and make the Lefelup family stand above all others. Only in this way could they be strong enough. Only in this way could they not be avenged by others and be destroyed. As for enforcing justice on behalf of heaven, forget it. Do you think you are a hero who will not hesitate to save the world when it is in danger? Dionysus mocked all of this. Little did he know that a hero had indeed appeared in front of him. However, this hero was indeed not here to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Well, I don't seem to be that kind. I'm not here to enforce justice on behalf of heaven just because you have done some evil things. Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled. His smile was very cold. The next second, swoosh. Xian suddenly appeared in front of Dionysus, stretched out his hand, and wrapped it around his neck. Dionysus's pupils constricted, and his heart was even more shocked. Ignoring his shock, Xian moved his head to his shoulder and spoke softly. But Lefelup also did something that made me unhappy. In that case, if I don't make you pay the price and taste the taste of regret, wouldn't it be very uncomfortable? Xian said this with a smile. However, his voice was so cold that Dionysus felt a chill crawling up his back. Who are you? Dionysus could only calm himself down, took a few deep breaths, and said, What did our Lefelup do to make you unhappy? Heh. Xian continued to smile, and his hand around Dionysus's neck began to tighten, as if he was going to wring Dionysus's throat. While Dionysus was suffocating, he said, What do you want to do after you know? We can talk. Dionysus resisted the suffocation and said with difficulty, As long as you leave today, we will definitely pay you a satisfactory reward. Yes. Dionysus was ready to let the matter rest. It couldn't be helped. This person was too powerful and domineering. Not only did he destroy the entire Lefelup family, but he even used magic to injure the assassination team that the Lefelup family had spent countless resources to train in a head-on confrontation. He also used terrifying magic to control the entire scene. Although his voice was very young, Dionysus was sure that this was definitely a top legendary powerhouse. Looking at the strength of his magic and his high attainments in magic, he should be a very terrifying mage, right? The Lefelup family could not afford to offend such a mage. Even if they suffered heavy losses, and even a few elders of the family were killed, Dionysus could only choose to let the matter rest in order not to be completely annihilated. At least, he had to get through this first. As for the rest, he would naturally have plans after the imperial concubine returned. At the very least, he had to buy some time. As long as he waited for that to come, then the Lephalet family would be safe. Dionysus, who was thinking this, had no idea. You're not waiting for the young demon to save you, are you? Sharon's faint voice pierced through the last hope in Dionysus's heart. You. The way Dionysus looked at Sean could not help but change drastically. How did he know? How did he know about the existence of that? Dionysus's expression changed completely, and his mind was in a mess all of a sudden. The master of the Lephalet family had no idea that Sharon had already dealt with the baby demon. Back in the kingdom, when Harvey led a team to annihilate the elite troops of the Lephalet family, Wally had summoned the baby demon to help him escape. From then on, Sharon knew that there was a baby demon in the Lephalet family. It was probably given to the Lephalet family by Mara, the queen who had a lot of connections with the old demons. So, Sharon just grinned at Dionysus. If that is the last thing Lephalet family has, then I'm sorry to say that you have lost your last hope. As Sharon said this, the ground of the underground hall suddenly shook violently. Sharon's external destiny easily captured that familiar magic power. That evil, chaotic, and oppressive magic power. Bang! The ground suddenly exploded, sending countless pieces of rubble flying. Gosh! Amidst the smoke and dust, the monster's roar resounded, turning into sound waves that blew away everything in the underground hall. Just like that, a huge figure emerged from the ground and appeared in front of everyone, arriving at this underground hall. Dragon wings. Centipede body. Half-human body. It was the baby demon. Holy beast. The holy beast that the queen gave us has appeared. Great! We are saved. When the people of the Lephalet family saw this scene, their eyes lit up one after another. They cried out in surprise, as if what appeared in front of them was not a ferocious and terrifying monster, but a divine object that could save them. Some people's eyes were even filled with fanaticism and worship. Thus, they called this evil young demon a holy beast. It looked more like a fanatic than a fanatic, or even a cult. What a disgusting group of people. Sharon turned around and looked at the baby demon. Gosh! The baby demon immediately roared and spewed a scorching dragon's breath in Sharon's direction. The dragon's breath, which could break through all defenses, instantly evaporated the air in the entire underground hall. The heat swept across the entire hall. Sharon was not surprised. Instead, he was happy. He glanced behind him and revealed a playful smile. Then, Sharon's figure flashed and disappeared. As soon as Sharon disappeared, the Lephalet family master behind him was exposed to the dragon's breath. No dash. Looking at the scorching dragon's breath, Dionysus's eyes widened and he screamed in horror. In the next second, Dionysus was mercilessly enveloped by the dragon's breath. Before he could even let out a scream, the insufferably arrogant patriarch of the Lephalet family was instantly vaporized by the scorching dragon breath. Boom! The baby demon's dragon's breath smashed the entire underground hall, causing it to be covered in flames and collapse. The dragon breath of the demon person larva shattered the entire underground hall, causing it to explode. One side of the underground hall was covered in flames while the other side collapsed. Sean appeared in midair, and then teleported without stopping, disappearing into the collapsed underground hall. The baby demon immediately howled. It didn't care that its dragon's breath had killed the Lephalet family master. With a swing of its centipede tail, its huge body exploded, smashed the ceiling of the underground hall, and drilled in. The young demon dweller immediately howled. It didn't care that its dragon breath had killed the patriarch of the Lephalet family. With a swing of its centipede tail, its huge body exploded, smashing through the ceiling of the underground hall and burrowing in. Only a group of Lephalet family members and death warriors were left in the collapsed underground hall, their faces full of fear and despair as they screamed. Save us! Great holy beast! Don't abandon us! No, no! Amidst such desperate wails, the underground hall completely collapsed. Amidst the cries of despair, the underground hall completely collapsed. Countless people were buried here, never to see the sky outside again. At this time, the meteor falling toward the Lephalet family master had stopped. At this time, the meteor that was falling towards the Lephalet family had stopped. However, the Lephalet family had been completely razed to the ground and turned into ruins. As for the people of the Lefalut family, they were completely annihilated without any suspense. Such a terrible thing, such a shocking commotion, naturally attracted the attention of many people, and many people began to gather here. Some of them were the private troops of various noble families, sent to investigate the situation. Some were the knights of the empire, who hurried over to investigate after discovering the commotion. In the end, they all saw the Lefort family completely destroyed and razed to the ground. This made them horrified and panicked. Tilly was among them. Looking at the ruins of the Lefort family, her face was still filled with lingering fear. After all, unlike others, she had witnessed the whole process of the Lefort family's destruction with her own eyes. She even knew who the culprit behind all this was. However, everyone present, including Tilly, did not have the spare energy to think about other things. Because the abnormality that happened here was not over yet. Swoosh, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a cloaked figure suddenly appeared in midair, standing against the wind. Boom! Before the people who saw this scene could react, the ground of Lefort's house, which had turned into ruins, suddenly burst open, allowing a huge figure to drill out from it. Gah! The monster's roar finally resounded throughout the entire imperial capital, echoing in everyone's ears. What? What is that? Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Under such circumstances, an intense battle that was enough to shock everyone's hearts suddenly unfolded. Boom! The scorching dragon's breath was like an eruption of magma, sweeping towards the mysterious person hovering in midair. Facing the scorching dragon breath that instantly raised the temperature of the entire world, the mysterious cloaked powerhouse didn't dodge at all. Instead, he drew out an ordinary-looking sword. Amidst the trembling sound of the air, a dazzling radiance shone from the sword. That radiance caused everyone who saw the scene to lose their minds. The mysterious powerhouse wielded such a shining golden sword and suddenly slashed at the approaching dragon's breath. Pfft! As if he had cut through a torrent and split open a sea of fire, the mysterious powerhouse's slash split the dragon's breath in half, causing it to turn into two scorching streams that gushed out from both sides of his body. The cloak was blown up and down by the scorching streams. The atmosphere was swept into disorder by the high temperature. Just like that, the mysterious powerhouse in the cloak split the dragon's breath with his sword. Then, he suddenly swooped down and turned into a stream of light, charging towards the half-human half-centipede monster. Gah! The monster let out a maniacal roar and continuously spat dragon's breath at the mysterious powerhouse. The dragon's breath, which could break through all defenses and was said to be unstoppable, was continuously slashed by the mysterious powerhouse who swooped down and exploded into dazzling fireworks. The monster seemed to have sensed the danger and also realized that its dragon's breath was ineffective against the mysterious powerhouse. With a shake of its head, its centipede-like lower body turned into a huge pitch-black tail whip and fiercely smashed towards the mysterious powerhouse in midair. That attack shook the atmosphere and stirred up violent winds. Its momentum was extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, clang, a dazzling sword light that resembled cold moonlight appeared in midair and met the violent tail whip that was coming at it. Pfft! Amidst the sound of slashing silk, the huge centipede-like tail was slashed in half by the dazzling sword light and fell to the ground with blood spattering everywhere. Gah! The half-human half-centipede monster let out a pained howl. However, its vitality was extremely tenacious. Not only did it not fall, but its entire body swayed like a mirage and became illusory. In the next second, the huge centipede-like tail actually reattached to the monster's body, and the monster recovered to its original state. That monster seemed to have an immortal body. It could actually recover in an instant after suffering such a serious injury, turning all the disadvantageous conditions into nothingness. If such a monster were to really wreak havoc in the imperial capital, perhaps even the imperial knights might not be able to do anything to it, right? Without a doubt, it was at the legendary level and had at least reached level 95. In addition to its dragon's breath that could break through all defenses and its immortal body that could change between illusory and real, as long as there was no way to deal with these two abilities, it would be able to completely destroy any opponent it faced. Back then, near the imperial capital, the two heroes who wielded the holy swords had also experienced a tough battle against the same monster. But now, this monster was no longer a threat to the mysterious powerhouse. Clang, an incomparably dazzling and resplendent radiance once again blossomed from that ordinary-looking sword. That radiance was undoubtedly much more dazzling than the previous one. The mysterious powerhouse was like a holy spirit that descended from the sky. With a divine sword in hand, he dashed to the front of the half-human half-centipede monster. Clang, the sword gleam appeared on the ground like an arc of the moon. Swoosh, the ultimate slash landed on the half-human, half-centipede monster's body, cutting it in half. That ear-piercing roar came to an abrupt end. The half-human, half-centipede monster just stood there and didn't move anymore. Everyone at the scene held their breath, and their expressions kept changing. Not long after, a white line appeared on the monster's body. The white line completely divided it into two halves, starting from the top of the monster's head and extending to the bottom of its tail. Then, along the white line, the monster was divided into two halves. The two halves fell to the left and right. Bam! The heavy sound of the monster hitting the ground spread and echoed in the night sky, as well as the hearts of everyone present. Smoke and dust rose up from the body of the monster that had fallen. The mysterious powerhouse scuttled back into the air, and the shining golden sword in his hand began to dim until the light completely disappeared. Swoosh! In the next moment, the mysterious powerhouse in a cloak disappeared without warning. The people of the Empire who were left behind looked at the monster's body on the ground and recalled the amazing battle just now. They were lost in thought for a long time. Leferet House, old site. Not long after, the place was surrounded by layers of people. The heavy armored knights of the Imperial Knight Regiment had already arrived and completely sealed off the area. The knights were searching inside, trying to find out why this place had become like this. The unrelated people were blocked outside and not allowed to enter, but there were still people rushing over. Looking at the Leferet house that had been razed to the ground, they looked at each other in dismay and fear, causing all kinds of whispers to appear. No one knew what happened here. No one knew who the culprit was either. People only came to one conclusion. Leferet is finished. That was what happened. This insufferably arrogant assassin family had vanished into thin air today. The Imperial Knights found many mutilated corpses from the razed Leferet house, and also dug out many dead people buried alive from the ground. After verification, it was confirmed that they were all from the Leferet family. In particular, there were a few charred corpses that were completely unrecognizable. After a magic examination, a few of them were confirmed to be the Leferet family's elders. As for the patriarch, Diresis, he was nowhere to be seen. Some people thought that he had died without a complete corpse. Some people thought that he was lucky enough to escape. But in any case, the Leferet family had disappeared from the imperial capital. This was an indisputable fact. Perhaps there were still some fish that escaped the net of the Leferet family outside. After all, tonight, not all the Leferet family members happened to be at home. But the Leferet family had already been exterminated, and the remaining fish that escaped the net probably wouldn't be able to cause any big waves, right? Therefore, the Leferet family was finished. This was the truth. After understanding this, people's reactions were different. Some people made an uproar, not daring to believe it. Some people were gloating and laughing coldly. Some people were surprised, some people doubted, and some people felt their hearts palpitate. No matter what, the Leferet family was a marquis family, a great noble with a very high status in the empire. Now that it was destroyed overnight, it was really sad and terrifying. People were guessing who did such a terrible thing, and who did the Leferet family offend. Just who was that mysterious cloaked expert? In addition, the unknown monster that was sliced into two by the mysterious cloaked expert was like a real mirage. Even its corpse disappeared without a trace. Then, what kind of monster was that? One question after another appeared in everyone's hearts, causing many people to ponder over it. Many people saw the actions of the mysterious cloaked expert. He could summon a meteor shower and wash the ground with meteorites. He was able to slay monsters with a single slash of his sword and defeat unknown monsters. With his own strength, it seemed that he had eradicated the entire Leferet family. It was easy to imagine what kind of discussion and uproar such an expert was currently active in the imperial capital. In short, the imperial capital would definitely be very lively tonight. Gradually, even the common people in the imperial capital knew about such a big event, which caused a huge uproar. Of course, it was impossible for the palace to turn a blind eye to this matter. It was said that His Majesty the Emperor had hurriedly sent a few officials here to understand the situation. One could imagine that in the following period of time, the rumors in the imperial capital would definitely change. At this time, the culprit, Shuren, appeared in an unknown alley. There, Tilly was quietly waiting for Shuren to return. "All right, let's go." As if he had gone out to do something insignificant, Shuren said this in a calm tone. This made Tilly feel very complicated. Looking at the culprit who had destroyed the entire Lefort family, Tilly finally couldn't hold it in. "You're too reckless," Tilly said in a low voice. "If we destroy the Lefort family just like that, it will definitely attract a lot of trouble." Wasn't that right? The imperial capital was already in a state of panic because of the strange thief. Now that Shuren had destroyed such a large noble family in one night, one could imagine how lively and chaotic the imperial capital would become from tomorrow onwards. The same went for the palace. Now that they knew that the Lefort family had been destroyed by a mysterious powerhouse, they would definitely come up with all sorts of countermeasures. They would either send out a large number of people to search for the culprit, or they would strengthen their security and defenses and launch comprehensive defense measures in the imperial capital. Under such circumstances, it would be very difficult for Shuren to hide in the imperial capital or even move around. If things went awry, not only would Shuren be unlucky, he might even cause trouble for the Bygusler family. "What's wrong?" Shuren glanced at Tilly and said calmly, "Are you worried that the head of the Renitra family will report you?" It was no wonder that Shuren would say that. After all, it was only today that Shuren appeared at the Bygusler family as a mysterious powerhouse in a cloak and repelled Saliro. With that, when the Lefort family's matter came to light, Saliro would definitely think that the person who attacked the Lefort family was the mysterious powerhouse who had appeared at the Bygusler family's house today. The Renitra family was also on the imperial concubine's side, and could be considered on the same side as the Lefort family. So, how could Saliro not report this matter? The imperial concubine's faction will definitely take this opportunity to make things difficult, right? Tilly said with a worried expression, especially Saliro Renitra. He will definitely want to take this opportunity to accuse the Bygusler family and slander us, forcing us into a corner. Not to mention, this wasn't considered slandering them. Shuren had indeed appeared at the Bygusler family's house and was indeed in contact with the Bygusler family. He had also attacked the Lefort family. These were all real crimes. One could imagine how difficult it would be for the Bygusler family from now on. Tilly was a little resentful about this. Obviously, she was blaming Shuren for attacking the Lefort family. However, what Shuren wanted to tell her was, "What do you have to do with what I want to do?" Shuren's blunt words made Tilly's face darken. As the daughter of the Bygusler family and a well-known figure among the younger generation of the imperial capital, a heroine pursued by countless people, when had she ever been insulted like this before? "You're the one who harmed us. Can't I say a few words?" Tilly shot back at Shuren. Even though she knew that the person before her was a powerhouse more terrifying than her father, she did not show any weakness. Of course, Shuren snorted disdainfully at such an attitude. "I say, Missy, you must have had a good life in the first half of your life. You must have been held in high regard. You haven't suffered much, have you?" Shuren said with a faint smile. "What do you mean by that?" Tilly could tell from Sean's tone that he was looking down on others, and she was immediately infuriated. "Unfortunately, it's just the literal meaning." Shuren curled his lips and said, "If it wasn't like that, why would you be so naive?" As he spoke, Shuren left the female knight behind and walked forward on his own. "Wait," Tilly quickly reached out her hand and grabbed Shuren's arm, saying loudly, "Speak clearly. How am I naive?" Shuren instantly turned around and looked at Tilly. His gaze made Tilly's heart skip a beat. Her grip on Shuren's arm also started to loosen. Only then did Shuren speak. "Aren't you naive?" Shuren said calmly, "Since you aren't naive, then please tell me. If it wasn't for me, would the Bygusler family have survived today?" His words rendered Tilly speechless. But that wasn't the end of Shuren's words. "Do you think without the Lefort family, the Bygusler family wouldn't be targeted by the palace and the imperial concubine's faction?" Shuren sneered, "Whether I destroyed the Lefort family or not, the Bygusler family's situation wouldn't have changed at all. Yet you're saying that I harmed you? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard. At the same time, Sean pried Tilly's hand that was grabbing his arm. Do you think that great father of yours doesn't know that I'm going to deal with the Leffert family? When I asked him where the Leffert family was, he already knew that I would make a move against them. But he didn't say anything. Do you know why? Because he knew very well that regardless of whether I dealt with the Leffert family or not, the Bykessler family would still face the same predicament. Rather than that, it would be better for me to take action and eradicate the Leffert family. That would also weaken the Imperial Concubines faction. The Bykessler family might face a lot of difficulties, but their enemies would be fewer. Also, regardless of whether it's your Bykessler family or Prince Harvey, you'll have to rely on me to break out of your predicament and fight for a chance of survival. That's why your great father wouldn't dare to say anything about what I'm about to do. At least, he wouldn't dare to question and criticize me in front of my face like you did, because he can't afford to offend me. Do you understand now? Naive young lady. Shuren's words rendered Tilly speechless. Only then did she remember what Proctor had told her. He's not someone you can afford to offend, and neither am I. Even the entire human race can't afford to offend him. Those words reverberated in Tilly's mind. Tilly was completely speechless. Shuren naturally wouldn't care about this stubborn young lady. Originally, whether or not he wanted to deal with the Leffert family had nothing to do with Bykessler. Just as he had said, if it weren't for him, the Bykessler family wouldn't even be able to get past Soliro. How dare they try to restrict his actions? Go home and eat by yourself. Let's go. Seeing that Tilly was speechless, Shuren also spoke in a bored manner. Bring me to the palace. After saying that, Shuren turned around and left. Tilly clenched her teeth, but in the end, she still sighed and followed. Whether or not she was convinced, only she herself knew. Imperial City, Royal Palace. Unlike the Royal Palace, which was located on the island in the middle of the lake, the Imperial Palace was located directly in the center of the city. Although it was surrounded by luxurious buildings that the nobles lived in, the palace was surrounded by an incomparably vast plaza that looked like a pyramid. Standing alone on the plaza, it gave off the feeling of a towering mountain. As for the appearance, the Imperial Palace was different from the Royal Palace. The Imperial City's palace was a traditional chalk castle, filled with a medieval European feel, making people feel like they had come to a fantasy adventure type of different world. On the other hand, the Imperial Palace was similar to the Imperial City that Sean knew. It was magnificent, and the outer wall also had a strong sense of weight, which made people feel the weight of its history. Although that was the case, there was only one entrance to the Royal Palace. It was the entrance to the main entrance, which was a spacious corridor. If one wanted to enter the Royal Palace, he could only go through this corridor. There was no other way. This was different from the Royal Palace in the Royal Palace. Although there was only one main gate in the Royal Palace, there was also a special plaza for people riding on flying monsters to land. Shuren rode on Yulin and entered the Royal Palace from the air more than once, landing in the magical monster square. On the other hand, the Imperial Palace did not have such considerations. Other than the tunnel corridor at the front, all the other directions were protected by the highest level of enchantments. Unless one rode on a dragon and launched a frontal attack from mid-air, using dragon breath to destroy the enchantment before entering, the enchantment would definitely block all visitors from the sky, forcing them to enter through the main entrance. Because of this, the main entrance of the Royal Palace was often the busiest place in the plaza. From time to time, there would be horse-drawn carriages and knights entering and exiting in groups. The guards at the entrance were a large group of the Imperial Knights. There were a total of 10,000 knights with heavy armor and warhorses. Random people and suspicious people would not be able to enter at all. Frankly speaking, when looking at the situation here, Shuren still doubted how Terre sneaked into the Royal Palace. The enemy purposely exposed an opening to lure her in. Shuren was finally sure. It could not be helped. The security of the Royal Palace was too tight. Not only were there 10,000 knights in heavy armor guarding the entrance, but the corridor at the entrance was also not simple. It seemed to be equipped with all kinds of magical items that could see through disguises, sneaks, magic obstacles, and all kinds of magic, making it impossible for people to hide. If the royal palace of the Mitra kingdom relied on the constant protection of the imperial knights, then the royal palace of the Ragnar Empire eliminated all evil intentions at the source. If one wanted to enter the royal palace to do something shady, one would have to pass through the heavy checks. Unfortunately, this method is no longer useful for me. This method is no longer of use for me. In the past, he did not have the confidence. But now, Xian's figure flickered, and his whole body disappeared. By the time Xian reappeared, he had already passed through the barrier of the palace and entered it. Tilly, who was being held down by Xian on the shoulder, looked at the familiar scenery around her. She was a little shocked. As a citizen of the Empire, the captain of the Imperial Knights, and the daughter of the Bygusler family, Tilly naturally knew how difficult it was to sneak into the royal palace. At least, since the establishment of the Ragnar Empire, there had never been anyone who could sneak into the royal palace, except when the royal concubine and the Leferet family were invaded. The fact that the thief could sneak into the royal palace last time had already shocked many nobles. But after knowing that it was all a trap set by the imperial concubine and the Leferet family, the nobles were relieved. Like Xian, they guessed that the imperial concubine and the Leferet family had deliberately exposed a flaw to tear, which allowed her to sneak in successfully. Today, however, Xian had easily sneaked in. That ability, which was like teleportation magic, could be done to such an extent. Tilly looked at Xian with fear in her eyes. Xian did not know what was on Tilly's mind. Even if he did, he would not have taken it seriously. He had said it before. If it had been him in the past, he would not have been able to sneak in. He could only break the royal palace's boundary by force and turn it into an invasion. But now, Xian's Destiny Beyond had not only fused many movement skills, but it had also been upgraded to the maximum level. Not to mention the royal palace's boundary, he could even enter and exit the elven clan's boundary set up by the goddess of nature herself. He could also easily pass through the boundary set up by the ancient demon's factions, Primordial Demon, during the demonic refinement ritual. Naturally, the royal palace's boundary of a mere human country was nothing to him. All right. Xian turned to Tilly and asked, "Where is the prince's chamber?" Tilly said nothing. After a moment of hesitation, she pointed in a direction. Prince Jarvis has a total of 2 chambers. One is not far from His Majesty's and the former Queen's chambers. However, ever since the former Queen was deposed by His Majesty and the Queen of Moro took the throne, Prince Jarvis no longer stayed there. He moved to another chamber. That chamber is very far from His Majesty's and the current Queen's chambers. It is even located in a remote area of the palace, but Prince Jarvis insisted on staying there. Right now, Prince Jarvis should be in that chamber, not the one he used to be in. Tilly's words did not sound very certain. That was understandable. Unlike Lokot, although Tilly was the daughter of the Bygusler family, she was only a captain in the Imperial Knight Regiment. She spent most of her time at the night barracks beside the city walls. She rarely came to the palace. Even if she did, she would not go to the prince's chamber. Compared to Prince Jarvis, Tilly was on friendly terms with the second daughter of the Valkyrie, Capeline. She was not familiar with Jarvis at all. Hence, she had been to Capeline's chamber a few times, but she had never been to Jarvis' chamber even once. Naturally, she was not very sure. Xian was not very satisfied, but he could only nod. "Since that's the case, let's go take a look," Xian said nonchalantly. He then asked Tilly, "Do you want to come with me?" Hearing this, Tilly really wanted to say that she did not want to go. Tilly had already felt a mountain of pressure during the time she was with Xian. Add to that the fact that she had been insulted by Xian once, and she really did not want to stay any longer. She now felt like accompanying a king was like accompanying a tiger. She did not know if the mysterious elite Xian would suddenly do something harmful to her heart. So, if it was possible, Tilly really wanted to slip away. But she had no choice. She didn't come in through the proper way. Instead, she was brought back by Xian. After he pointed her out the way, she was completely useless now. If she were to wander around the palace alone and cause herself to be discovered by the patrolling knights, she would not be able to defend herself even if she had 100 mouths to say. So, Tilly spoke unwillingly. "I'll go with you." Tilly said that rather unwillingly. You make it sound like I really want you to come with me. Sharon raised a brow and muttered. What? Tilly's face froze for a moment. She then bit her lips and looked anxious. Let's go. Sharon acted like he didn't see anything as he continued to walk forward. Tilly shuffled her feet to catch up to Kieran as she cursed. What's so great about it? Isn't it just a little mysterious, a little stronger, a little younger, a little scarier, a little scarier? What's so great about defeating Soliro? What's so great about annihilating the Levelup family? I will become as strong as him sooner or later. Damn it. Tilly continued to grumble like a university student who had been viciously beaten up by society. Her entire being was emitting a kind of resentment. Sharon's sharp hearing was able to pick up the grumbling. Right away, Sharon halted his steps and turned around to face Tilly. WH. What are you doing? Tilly quickly halted her steps. Her heart was a little scared when she saw the scene. Sharon, on the other hand, fixed his gaze on the young lady. A sense of uneasiness slowly rose in Tilly's heart. After a while, Sharon suddenly spoke. You know what? Actually, my teleportation can be used like this. As he spoke, Sharon's hand darted out like lightning and groped Tilly's chest heavily. Arg! Tilly screamed, clutching her chest and jumped away. You shameless. Tilly finally couldn't hold back her curse. Heh. Sharon sneered coldly. As a matter of fact, Sharon didn't touch anything with his claw just now. Because Tilly was wearing armor, when Sharon's claw touched her, all he felt was cold steel. If it wasn't for that, Tilly wouldn't just curse out loud. She might even draw her sword and slash at him. However, Sharon's goal wasn't to satisfy his craving. Come on, feel it carefully. Sharon said with a kind smile, did you notice that something is missing? Why is your body so cold? His words stunned Tilly at first. Then, as if she felt something, her face quickly heated up at a speed visible to the naked eye. You. Tilly covered her chest with one hand and pointed at Sharon with the other, as if she couldn't believe what had just happened to her. Her face was flushed and filled with disbelief. Sharon was very satisfied with this little girl's performance. How is it? Isn't my alternate usage of teleportation awesome? Sharon let out a big smile and said, you can shake around here by yourself for now. Since you have that armor, you don't have to be afraid of shaking too much and people will notice something. After leaving such words behind, Sharon turned around and vanished. Tilly was the only one left, clutching her chest and roaring in embarrassment and anger. Not long after, someone rushed over following the roar but found nothing. In the shadows, a young girl was running away in a sorry state, her whereabouts unknown. The sky gradually darkened. As the full moon hung high in the sky, the time for everyone to fall asleep quietly arrived. Although the imperial capital would be very lively tonight, and there were many officials and knights rushing out of the palace, as if they were alarmed by some earth-shattering event, Harvey's room was quiet, or even lonely. After all, those fellows outside will not allow anyone to visit me, a prince suspected of treason. Harvey stood in front of the window and looked at the heavily guarded knights outside the bedroom with a self-deprecating expression. Upon closer inspection, although Harvey's expression was normal, as if he had not been mistreated, there was a pair of handcuffs on his hands. The handcuffs were buckled on both of Harvey's wrists. They were not chained like ordinary handcuffs, so Harvey's hands could still move freely. However, on the handcuffs, there were mysterious magical runes flickering from time to time. Obviously, this was a pair of magical handcuffs. Harvey sighed as he felt the tightly suppressed mana in his body being shackled by such a pair of magical handcuffs. With my current strength, it is impossible for me to escape from here, right? Even if they were able to escape from this place, they would not be able to escape from the heavily guarded imperial palace. Therefore, Harvey's freedom no longer existed. How ironic. The most powerful prince of the empire, the heir to the throne in everyone's eyes, had fallen to such a state. It was really ironic. However, it's not your style to be so self-pitying, Your Highness. A voice suddenly rang out from behind Harwise, entering his ears. Harwise's entire body shuddered as he turned around to look at the source of the voice. In the next second, Jarvis saw the cloaked man who had appeared here without a sound. You. Harvey's eyes widened, and his face was filled with astonishment. What? Shuren curled his lips and said playfully, "You don't recognize me anymore?" Hearing this, Harvey fell silent. After a while, Harvey relaxed his body and let out a bitter laugh. "You're finally here, Borstut." Harvey didn't know if he saw hope or felt ashamed. He smiled bitterly and said, "I'm sorry to let you see my useless side." Harvey's tone was filled with helplessness, but it was also filled with unprecedented relief. Shuren shrugged. "I also didn't expect to see you in such a situation when I came here as I had promised." Shuren glanced at the magic handcuffs on Harvey's hands and said casually, "It seems like you and that knight from the Bygusler family are having a hard time recently." "If eating and drinking well is having a good time, then I'm having a pretty good time," Harvey said helplessly. "I can only say that I've failed this time. I've underestimated that poison consort." It should be said that Harvey had been careless. He thought that he could ask for help from the kingdom by participating in the kingdom's treasure selection. Little did he know that his departure was exactly what Mara wanted. "If I hadn't left, Emo Luo wouldn't have been able to spread rumors about me and Locket so blatantly. He wouldn't have filled the imperial capital with rumors of us collaborating with the enemy and treason." Harvey was really helpless. If he had been in the capital at that time, with his cautiousness and resourcefulness, there was no way he wouldn't have noticed Emo Luo's actions. He also wouldn't have allowed these rumors to spread and allowed Emo Luo's people to take the opportunity to accuse him in front of the king, gradually weakening his reputation and power. Of course, if you hadn't left the Imperium and asked for reinforcements, it would have been barely possible for you to deal with the so-called royal concubine who bewitched your father, ousted your mother, and eventually dominated the court, wouldn't it? Shuren pointed out Harvey's predicament. "Indeed." Jarvis nodded in agreement and murmured, "If I didn't leave the Empire and stayed in that kind of predicament for too long, I would have been killed by Mara sooner or later." From the looks of it, the current situation was not a bad thing. After all, rather than dying a slow death, it was better to take a gamble and look for a chance to break the stalemate. With that thought in mind, Jarvis couldn't help but feel a lot better. Especially with Shuren's arrival, Jarvis saw the hope of breaking out of the current predicament. Thinking of this, Jarvis spoke straightforwardly. "You've met Locket, haven't you?" "Locket?" According to their previous agreement, after arriving at the imperial capital, Shuren should have gone to Locket first. "Then, you should have roughly understood the current situation from Officer Locket, right?" Jarvis regained his usual calmness and composure. "That's right." Shuren didn't beat around the bush and said, "I know your current situation. I also know that although Ter has suffered some setbacks, her life is not in danger." Thanks to this, Shuren came to Jarvis first. Otherwise, he would have searched the entire imperial capital for Ter. Jarvis, of course, knew how important Shuren was to Ter. So, Jarvis said this. "If you want to solve Ter's predicament first, then you have to start with the Lefelut family." Jarvis was about to say something like this. However, Jarvis didn't know. "The Lefelut family is gone." Shuren interrupted him. "Huh?" Jarvis was stunned. "I said, the Lefelut family is gone." Shuren looked straight at Jarvis and said with a faint smile, "Why? Is there a problem?" Jarvis was speechless. Is there a problem? Of course not. You've already solved the Lefelut family, what problem could there be? However, Jarvis still couldn't help but ask. Really? It was no wonder that Jarvis was so surprised. One had to know that the Lefelut family was not a small force. Although it was a family of assassins that was despised by others in the aristocratic circle of the imperial capital, the Lefelut family had taken root in the empire for a long time and had a high status. In addition, they had married the princesses of the imperial family several times in history, so they could barely be called the descendants of the brave. Such a great family, a great aristocratic family with deep roots, was it really gone? Jarvis didn't doubt that Shuren had the ability to do this, but he still felt it was unreal. But the truth was the truth. In any case, I razed that gloomy abandoned house of Lefeluts to the ground. Shuren said indifferently, of course, there should still be some fish that slipped through the net. This is inevitable. Hearing Shuren describe the destruction of the Lefelut family so casually, Jarvis felt extremely complicated. There was no other way. Back in the kingdom, in order to get Shuren's help, His Royal Highness had personally promised to help Shuren deal with the Lefalut family. In the end, he failed to annihilate Wally, and was implicated by the Lefalut family, falling into such a situation. The Lefalut family was destroyed by Shuren alone, leaving him with no place to use his power. This made it difficult for Jarvis to say what he wanted to say next. Because he knew that if he couldn't show his full value, then it was very likely that he and Shuren would go separate ways. Cooperation, only when both sides were useful could it be counted as cooperation. If he couldn't be of any use at all, and everything had to be settled by Shuren himself, then what right did he have to cooperate with him and ask him to help him defeat Mara and usurp the throne? Even if Shuren's goal was to deal with Mara, even if he would go against Mara for Ter Albion, he could totally sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. But if that happened, would he still be able to raise his head in front of this foreign nobleman who was favored by the demonic dragon and the evil god in the future? He would probably be treated as a guy who didn't know what was good for him and be blacklisted. If that happened, the loss would be great. Jarvis didn't think that it was so easy to take advantage of Shuren, and he didn't think that he could show off in front of this person after obtaining the throne. To be honest, he was just an emperor. In front of this person who was protected by the demonic dragon and the strongest evil god, he was nothing. If he took advantage of him and offended him for the sake of the throne, then in the future, even if he became the emperor, he probably wouldn't have it easy, right? Thinking of this, Jarvis's thoughts turned quickly, and he finally made a decision. Minister Porstut. Jarvis looked straight at Shuren and said, "Since you've already dealt with the Lefert family, will you deal with Mara's faction next?" Shuren gave an affirmative answer to this question. "I will deal with Mara." Shuren said calmly, "She is my enemy, not my friend. If possible, I really hope to sneak into her bedroom now and get rid of her. That would be the end of everything. But things wouldn't be so simple. Mara's whereabouts have always been a mystery. Sometimes he would suddenly appear in the palace, and sometimes he would leave the capital or even the empire to stir up trouble elsewhere." Jarvis shook his head, telling Shuren that this wasn't realistic. Over the years, she has been involved in some of the incidents that have happened in various countries in the human world. Be it the incident that happened in the capital 10 years ago or the incident with Cosmos a while ago, Mo Luo has always been like this. Her whereabouts are always a mystery, and she appears everywhere. By the time someone notices her existence, she has already become the mastermind behind the scenes, stirring up many storms and creating many incidents. From this, it could be seen how troublesome this person was. Her origins are a mystery, her identity is a mystery, and even her motives are a mystery. She is a vicious woman made of mysteries. When Jarvis mentioned Mara, his tone was filled with hatred and fear. After so many years of dealing with her, I still can't see anything from her. All I know is that the poison concubine seems to hate the hero very much, and even everything related to the hero. Jarvis's words made Shuren frown. Hate the hero very much. What was the reason for this? It seemed that this enigmatic woman had a lot of secrets. Of course, Shuren didn't know much about Mara. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, strictly speaking, Shuren hadn't even seen the Queen Mara once. He didn't even know what she looked like. He only knew about her existence from the series of information Harvey brought him. He didn't know anything else. This was also one of the reasons why Shuren wanted to work with Harvey. The one who really had dealings with Mara was the prince, not himself. Since that was the case, if he wanted to deal with such a mysterious woman, he naturally needed someone to tell him about her. Harvey thought that he was almost worthless in Shuren's eyes. Little did he know that what Shuren wanted had already been obtained bit by bit from him. No matter what, Shuren would definitely meet this Queen Mara. So, Shuren looked at Harvey. "So, Your Highness, what do you think?" Shuren asked Harvey for advice. If he wanted to deal with Mara or lure her out, he had to go through Harvey. Harvey had been fighting against Mara for more than a decade. Since that was the case, he must have some plans. This was also the reason why Lockett asked Shuren to find Harvey. In the imperial capital, if one were to ask who knew Mara the best, wanted to deal with her the most, and had dealings with her many times, then Harvey would definitely be the first choice. That was the truth. I've been observing Mara for a long time. Although I didn't find out her identity, I found out 2 of her secrets. Harvey said. Secrets? Sharon raised a brow. Yes. Harvey said with a serious face, of these two secrets, one is something I discovered by accident, and the other is something I found out when I was secretly investigating her. As he spoke, Harvey came to a painting in his room. Open, open. With a low voice, Harvey chanted a short magic incantation. Gotcha. With a soft sound, the painting in front of Harvey suddenly slid open like a small safety door. From Sharon's angle, he could see that behind the painting was a small cabinet. There were many small items in the cabinet. There were crystal tools used to record images, knives inlaid with gems, magic potions with unknown effects, letters, documents, and information like parchments, which were rolled into scrolls and placed inside. Harvey pulled out a scroll from the pile and took out a crystal tool for recording images. First, please take a look at this. Harvey handed the scroll to Sharon. Sean did not stand on ceremony. He directly took the scroll and opened it. As soon as he opened it, Sharon found that there was a map drawn on the scroll. It was clearly a hand-drawn map, as if Harvey had drawn it himself based on all sorts of information and memories. There were many rough lines and traces of modification on it, allowing one to see the painstaking effort the person had put into this map. What is this? Sharon frowned, not understanding. Harvey didn't keep him in suspense. I've been observing Mara's movements for 10 years. In the end, I've sifted through all kinds of information and deductions. I've successfully drawn this map. If my efforts in the past 10 years are not in vain, this map will eventually lead me to a secret place that has a great relationship with Mo Luo, said Jarvis seriously. Secret location? Sean's spirit was lifted, and he hastily said, in other words, Mara often appears here? If that was the case, Sharon wouldn't mind being a hunter waiting for Mara to fall into his trap. Unfortunately, not necessarily. Harvey poured a bucket of cold water on him. I can only be sure that this place is closely related to Mara. She doesn't appear there often. Is that so? Sharon was somewhat disappointed, but he didn't lose interest. Looking at the map in his hand, he said thoughtfully, if this place is closely related to Mara, then you haven't been there? I haven't. Harvey sighed and said, however, I've sent people there to investigate, and the result was, Jarvis did not say the rest of the sentence, but Sean could guess it. They must have all disappeared, or died a heroic death. But this also means that there's something wrong there, right? Sharon said. Exactly. Harvey nodded. I wanted to continue investigating there, but I was worried that sending people there too often would attract the poison consort's attention and let her find out what I'm doing. So I didn't dare to act rashly. I see. Sean could understand. He looked at the map in his hand again and said, so you mean for me to go here and take a look? At least, I think you should be able to find something there. Harvey didn't deny it and said, there must be some secrets hidden there. Otherwise, that suspicious woman wouldn't have kept in contact with that place. I think it's worth going there to take a look. With Sharon's ability, even if it was a dragon's lair or a tiger's lair, he would still be able to go there. That was why Harvey provided this information he had kept for many years. This was what Harvey had discovered when he secretly investigated Mara. There was another discovery. Please take a look at the image recorded in this crystal. Harvey handed the crystal to Sharon. Sharon also had the same crystal. It was the one Sharon used to provoke a stupid noble young master to take a photo with Rosie. This crystal could record images, and as long as magic was injected, the image inside could be projected. So, Sean injected magic into the crystal, causing the surface of the crystal to shine with a fluorescent light. In the next second, a person's face appeared on the crystal. It was a young girl with a shy smile on her face. The girl was quite unique. She had a small face and big eyes. Her skin was not fair, and even a little dark. She had an indescribable sense of vitality and health. She should be a very sunny girl. Sharon couldn't help but take a few glances. After muttering, not as cute as my AI Ian Lilith, he looked at Harvey. Why are you showing me a little girl? Sharon almost blurted out. Is she your illegitimate daughter? You really like to joke. Harvey almost choked to death. To be honest, he hadn't even married and had children yet, okay, although as a member of the royal family, and a direct descendant, he definitely had one or two fiancés. He had exhausted all his energy to deal with Mara. How could he have the energy to think about marriage? Besides, his father was now bewitched by that Mara concubine. Most of the nobles in the palace had also sided with that poisonous concubine. Most of them were thinking about how to deal with him. Who would still urge him to get married? This time, when he was suspected of treason, the families of those fiancés even came to him and expressed that they wanted to break off the engagement. If he couldn't rise to the throne in the future, everyone would want to stay away from him. By then, not to mention being an illegitimate daughter, it would be good if he didn't have any descendants. If Shuren knew what Harvey was thinking, he would definitely sigh with emotion. What a miserable man. But now, his curiosity was aroused. If she's not your illegitimate daughter, then who is she? Shuren teased. Is she that Mara's illegitimate daughter? Of course, Shuren said this in a joking manner. Who would have thought that Harvey would say something like this? It's not. Impossible. Harvey's words came out of his mouth as if he was going to shock everyone to death. Ahem. Shuren coughed violently and widened his eyes. He looked at Harvey in shock. Are you serious? I'm not sure about that. Harvey shrugged. It's just that there's a high chance that this girl has something to do with Mara. What do you mean? Shuren asked. Is this your accidental discovery? That's right. Java stopped smiling and looked straight at Sean. I once discovered by chance that Mara seemed to be paying attention to this girl. He even sent the Lefort family's man of sacrifice several times to get close to this girl. When he first discovered this, Harvey thought that the girl had come into contact with some secret of Mara's that caused him to send assassins to kill her. It wasn't until later that Harvey was shocked to find out that the people who had been sent there weren't there to harm the girl, but to protect her. Protect. Shuren blinked. Yes. Harvey said with certainty. The Lefort's man of sacrifice protected the girl several times and saved her from danger. If that was the case, then it was no wonder that Harvey said that this girl was very likely Mara's illegitimate daughter. Otherwise, why would the poison concubine, who had been hiding behind the scenes and doing all kinds of shady things, send people to protect a little girl? I've investigated the girl and found that her origin is also very mysterious. She appeared in the Empire almost at the same time as Mara, and was adopted by a small noble family. She's been living well these years. Harvey's words made Shuren admit that this girl was very likely related to Mara. If he wanted to deal with Mara, he might be able to start with this girl. After some thought, Shuren asked Harvey. What's her name? While asking, Shuren looked at the girl on the crystal. Jarvis's voice echoed in his ears. Her name is Lenny Baffine, the adopted daughter of the head of the Empire's Viscount Baffine family. Hearing this, Shuren murmured. Lenny Baffine, the name was remembered by Shuren. About 10 minutes later, Shuren came out of Harvey's bedroom. He did not rescue Harvey. Because it was not necessary. If I go missing, the Queen's faction in the palace will definitely accuse me of absconding. When that time comes, I really will not be able to get rid of the charge of treason. The prince had the same idea as Shuren. Therefore, Harvey would definitely not leave, or rather, he could not leave. He could not give the Queen's faction any chance to accuse him of treason. And if he could not leave the palace, or even his bedroom, everything would have to be done by Shuren alone. Help me bring a letter to Locket. Harvey did say so. With my order, Locket should be able to support you with all his strength and help you deal with Mara. Although the Bygusler family was having a hard time fending for themselves, Locket was still a legendary powerhouse, and he could be considered a top-notch legendary powerhouse. He would still be of great help. Of course, to Sean, Locket's battle prowess was of the dispensable type. He really did not lack a legendary combat power. Even if AIE was no longer by his side, just Lilith alone was enough to take on who knew how many legendary experts. So, it did not matter if he had one more or one less. Naturally, it was not essential. Obviously, Harvey had also thought of this. Therefore, in the end, in order to reach an agreement with Shuren, he made a deal with Shuren. Thinking of that deal, Shuren found it a little funny. He actually dared to use this kind of bargaining chip. This prince is really generous. In order to seize the throne, His Highness was obviously ready to go all out. According to him, as long as the throne was not seized, the empire would be under the control of the poison concubine Mara. That was very dangerous. Harvey was sure that if the empire could not get rid of that woman's control, it would be finished sooner or later. In addition, his father, the emperor, had become so muddle-headed, and Shuren was so special. In the end, Harvey decided to cooperate with Shuren at all costs. To be honest, Shuren was not too interested in the bargaining chip he proposed. However, he would deal with Luo anyway. After he dealt with Luo, he didn't want to clean up the mess on the Empire's side at all. In the end, it would still fall into Hav's hands, and Havs would take advantage of it and ascend to the throne that he wanted. In that case, since Harvey had taken the initiative to propose, it would be a waste if he did not want it, right? So, Shuren readily agreed. There will be a good show to watch. Shuren touched the scroll and crystal in his arms. He suddenly smiled and disappeared in a flash. He was going to leave the palace. So, he had to find a certain young lady who was wandering in the palace. Is there any problem here? No problem here. What about you? I am fine here as well. In a corner of the palace, a group of patrolling knights were discussing the results of their patrol. As they spoke in the courtyard, they did not notice that a female knight was hugging her knees and sitting in the shadows at the side. Her body was curled up into a ball, and she seemed to be autistic. Can't see me. Can't see me. Can't see me. The female knight buried her face in her knees as if she was trying to comfort herself. She wanted to cry but had no tears. She had no choice. Aren't the patrols in the palace a little too tight tonight? Tilly was having a mental breakdown. She was brought into the palace by Shuren in the first place. It could be considered as an illegal infiltration. Under such circumstances, Tilly naturally had to hide and not be discovered by anyone. However, after the incident with Terre, the security in the palace was much tighter than before. Coupled with the incident in the noble district today, the palace was in a state of extreme nervousness. The slightest movement could alert the patrolling knights. In order to avoid the knights, Tilly had to hide here and there. However, she kept bumping into the patrolling knights. Especially because of Shuren, Tilly was already in a chilly state. She was stuck to the icy cold armor and every movement would cause intense friction. It was so painful that tears almost flowed out of her eyes. As such, she had to hide here and there, playing hide-and-seek with the patrolling knights. One could imagine how devastated Tilly was. Sob sob sob, Tilly couldn't hold back her tears as she thought about it. She didn't dare to cry out loud for fear of attracting the attention of the knights. All she could do was pucker her lips and sob silently in embarrassment. Then, you can't take it anymore? A voice entered Tilly's ears. Seems like your mental endurance isn't that great. Hearing that, Tilly's heart skipped a beat. She lifted her head abruptly and looked to her side. There, a cloaked Shuren had appeared out of nowhere. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned against the wall, looking down at her with a gloating expression. You. Sob sob sob. Seeing that, Tilly's emotions exploded in her heart. She wanted to curse out loud but Shuren covered her mouth fiercely. Do you want to die? How dare you shout in here? Shuren raised a brow at Tilly with a smile. Tilly could see the corner of Shuren's mouth that was the only part that was exposed under his hood was curled into a ruminating smile. The rage in his eyes was almost spitting out. In a fit of rage, Tilly opened her mouth and bit down hard on Shuren's palm that was covering her mouth. However, Tilly sadly discovered that she couldn't bite through it at all. Hee hee. Shuren laughed coldly. Do you think you're some unscientific princess who can ignore resistance skills? With the protection of the Rito destiny, other than a certain unscientific princess, no one could pierce Sean's eye membrane, let alone bite him. Even if they were to stab at his eyeballs, they would not be able to pierce his eye membrane. Sob sob sob. Tilly didn't seem to believe it. She bit recklessly, her saliva staining Shuren's hand. Shuren's face was instantly filled with disdain. You're a girl, can't you have some manners? Shuren said pitifully. Why are you a dog instead of being a human? Tilly was so angry that she almost fainted. You're the dog, your whole family are dogs. Sob sob sob. Sob sob sob. Tilly could only dance around and bark with all her might. Her bark was already a little loud. If this went on, it was only a matter of time before she was discovered. Hence, Shuren squinted his eyes. If you bark again, do I have to teleport? Shuren said with a smile, however, if you teleport this time, you might really lose everything, including your armor. Tilly froze on the spot. Cowardice finally appeared in his eyes, which were filled with anger. Obviously, Shuren's words had successfully frightened her. Only then did Shuren curl his lips. He released his hand from Tilly's mouth, and before Tilly could react, he once again groped her body heavily. Tilly let out a soundless scream. This time, she didn't feel anger, only fear. Because she thought that Shuren was really going to make a move and teleport her armor away. If that happened, there would really be nothing left on her body. She would be completely naked. This caused Tilly to feel panic before she felt anger. Unexpectedly, the feeling of the armor leaving her body didn't appear. Instead, the chilly feeling under her armor disappeared. Tilly was stunned at first, but she quickly reacted. You put it back on? Tilly blurted out a sentence filled with ambiguity. Yeah, I put it back on for you. Sean didn't know if he didn't notice it or he didn't care. He said casually, there are only 2 people in this world who have enjoyed such treatment. The other one ran away before I woke up, so you're the 3rd. How about it? Is it good for you? Thank you very much. Tilly almost drew her sword out of anger. If not for the fact that she was afraid that Sean would really do anything and teleport his armor away, Tilly would definitely have drawn her sword. Even if she couldn't beat Shuren, she had to draw her sword. She had to. Calm down. Calm down. All Tilly could do was take deep breaths to adjust her emotions. Don't mind it. Don't mind it. It's just a prank from an old fart who knows how much older than me. Don't mind it, Tilly comforted herself. However, her words were heard by Shuren. Old fart? Shuren glanced over at Tilly and said casually, don't simply slander me. I'm just a young lad in his early 20s, which eye of yours can tell I'm an old fart. Tilly was stunned when the words were uttered. A young lad in his early 20s. Impossible. Tilly blurted out almost out of reflex. Why is it impossible? Shuren countered with a question. You can even repel a top legendary powerhouse and annihilate Lefort family, how can you be in your early 20s? Tilly denied everything. If Shuren was only in his early 20s, wouldn't he be younger than her? Tilly was 24 years old this year and only level 73. A person younger than her could repel a legendary powerhouse and annihilate Lefort family? What a joke. Looking at Tilly's disbelieving face, Shuren wanted to say something. You don't know anything about power, sister. Shuren was still smiling as he said, if you don't believe me, why don't you go back and ask that father of yours? After saying that, Shuren didn't give Tilly a chance to comment further. He extended his hand and placed it on her shoulder. Swoosh, in the next second, both of them disappeared on the spot. Tilly felt her vision blur. When her vision recovered, she was back at the square in front of the palace. In other words, they had left the palace. Alright, let's go back. Shuren yawned and said, I'm so tired. Let's go back and sleep, there's still a lot of things to do tomorrow. After saying that, Shuren left. It was only then that Tilly came to her senses and hurriedly followed. Tilly's heart was pounding as she looked at Shuren's back. A legendary powerhouse in his early 20s, impossible. Absolutely impossible. In this world, it was impossible for such a monster to exist. One should know that even the Valkyrie, whose talent was almost on par with the kingdom's treasure, was only level 70 at the age of 17. Even when she was 20, it was impossible for her to reach level 90 and above. The kingdom's treasure was the same, right? So, I won't believe it. As she said that, a seed was planted in Tilly's heart. A seed of curiosity about Sean's appearance, Sean's origin, and Sean's real age. Even if he knew, he wouldn't take it seriously. Even if he knew, he wouldn't take it seriously. However, this night was not going to be peaceful. This night was not going to be peaceful. Imperial City, by Gussel House. On a night where many people couldn't sleep, Rocket was also in his study room, sitting in front of his desk and reading a letter in silence. Tilly was standing in front of Rocket. The letter in Rocket's hand was given to him by Tilly. More precisely, it was Harvey who passed it to Sharon and asked Sharon to pass it to Rocket. When Sharon came back, he found it troublesome, so he hugged Lilith and went back to their room to sleep. He then tossed the letter to Tilly and asked her to bring it to Rocket. Now, the letter that Rocket was reading was the one that Harvey wrote to him. Rocket's gaze changed many times when he read the contents of the letter. At first, he was nervous. Then, he relaxed. Then, he took in a deep breath. In the end, Rocket went silent just like that. Tilly saw the whole process of Rocket's gaze and expression change with her own eyes. She was nervous and curious about what Harvey told Rocket. However, Rocket didn't say anything. Instead, he closed his eyes and went silent for a while. He crushed the letter in his hand and even tossed it into the fireplace, allowing the fire to burn the letter into ashes. Tilly opened her mouth as if she wanted to ask something. But before she could, Rocket spoke first. The moment he opened his mouth, it was earth-shattering. From today onwards, our Bygessel house will cooperate fully with that person's operation to deal with Molo Imperial Consort. Rocket then told Tilly something that shocked her. Cooperate fully? Tilly was shocked. That's right. Rocket said without any emotions, the kind of cooperation that doesn't allow for any objections, understand? Tilly went silent as well. She really wanted to ask why. But since her father didn't have the intention to explain, it proved that it wasn't something she could know at the moment. So, even if she asked, her father wouldn't answer her right. Tilly knew her father quite well. Then what about tonight's matter? Tilly changed her question. She was obviously referring to the annihilation of Leffelet House. Now, because of this incident, the entire noble district and even the entire imperial capital seemed to have turned into a city that never sleeps. Be it the nobles or the civilians, everyone was dumbfounded by the sudden huge incident. Even in the middle of the night, there were still noises outside from time to time. Presumably, the news of the Lefferet family being destroyed by a mysterious powerhouse should have spread at the fastest speed, right? He really annihilated the entire Lefferet family, and he did it in such a swaggering manner. Tilly could not help but comment. Many people have noticed him. Many even saw him fighting an inexplicably powerful monster with their own eyes. In other words, Sharon's existence had entered many people's eyes. And even those who had intentions were wary of him. Soliro Renitra will definitely link tonight's events to what happened today. He will guess that the mysterious expert who destroyed the Lefferet family is the one who appeared at the Biggsler family's house today and helped us defeat him. Soliro Renitra will definitely link tonight's incident to what happened today. He'll guess that the mysterious powerhouse who annihilated Leffelet House is the one who appeared at Bygessler House today and helped us defeat him. He will definitely use this opportunity to denounce us together with the people in the palace. Tilly could already imagine how Kieran would slander her and the others. Even she doubted Sharon today. Now that she knew Sharon was a citizen of the kingdom, she began to doubt whether her father was really colluding with the kingdom. The Renitra house would be even more so. They would definitely suspect the Bygessler house, believing that the Bygessler house had indeed colluded with the kingdom and obtained the support of a powerhouse from the kingdom, which was why they were able to force the Renitra house to retreat. They could even blame the Bygessler house for the annihilation of Leffelet House, accusing them of selling out the kingdom for glory and working with a powerhouse from the enemy kingdom, allowing the enemy powerhouse to attack the nobles of the imperial capital. If a series of accusations were thrown at them, the Bygessler house would definitely be disoriented. Even white would turn black. Although Sharon had said that even without the incident with the Leffelet house, the Renitra house and the imperial concubines faction would still think of ways to deal with them, at least before that, there was still room to turn the situation around. Now they were in trouble. Tilly was very worried. On the other hand, Rocket was expressionless. Because he could see further and think more than Tilly. Don't worry. Rocket said calmly, for the time being, the Renitra house and the imperial concubines faction won't dare to make a move on us. Tilly was stunned when she heard that. Why? Obviously, Tilly did not understand. It's simple. Rocket glanced at Tilly as if he was scolding her. You've forgotten that in this world, compared to schemes, people are more afraid of powerhouses with strength. Tilly's expression shook as she understood Lockhart's meaning. It was actually very simple. An existence that could easily force a legendary powerhouse like Soliro to retreat and annihilate the entire Leffelet house in a single night. Would those people dare to provoke him? Rocket spoke as if he was very disdainful of those people. Especially those with high positions of power and authority in the upper echelons of the empire. Would they dare to come looking for trouble without knowing the opponent's strength, the relationship between us and him, or any other details about him? He didn't even need to think about the answer to this question. The higher one's position was, the smaller their courage and the more scruples they would have. So, Rocket was sure. Before they get to the bottom of this, whether it is Soliro or the Imperial Concubines faction, they won't dare to come looking for trouble, Rocket said with certainty, unless they report this matter to their superiors and ask the Moro concubine to return. But if that was the case, Shuren's goal would be achieved. What he wanted was for Mara to appear. Therefore, that person might have calculated all of this before taking action. You still have much to learn, Tilly. Locket was a reminder to Tilly. Tilly was speechless. If that was really the case, then her worries were indeed unnecessary. What she could think of, others could naturally think of as well. And since they had chosen to do so, there must be a reason. She still had a lot of things to learn and see to be able to keep up with the pace of these events. Naive young lady. Shuren's teasing words echoed in Tilly's ears. Tilly was not convinced, but she could not help but sigh helplessly. It seemed that she was indeed a little naive. Although she was talented, brave and decisive, and was one of the best among the younger generation, that was only in the aspect of being a knight. She would not only be a knight in the future, but also the heir of the Bygessler house. As someone who was destined to become the future head of the house, merely improving her strength was obviously not enough. Even if the empire respected martial prowess, and if the head of the house was powerful enough, he would be able to control everything, but controlling everything did not mean that the house could advance further. Tilly, you still have much to learn. What about His Highness Harvey? Tilly thought for a moment, then asked another question, does His Highness Harvey have any plans or actions? Tilly's words caused Rocket to shake his head. His Highness can't leave the palace, not even his bedroom. He has no way of contacting us, and can't move freely. Everything has to be done by us. Rocket said, in short, His Highness wants us to unconditionally cooperate with that person, and leave the rest to that person. This was indeed Harvey's instruction. Harvey did not reveal much to Rocket. He only emphasized on Shuren's importance, and told Rocket to unconditionally cooperate with Shuren. Of course, Harvey also revealed some information about his deal with Shuren to Rocket. It was these words that had caused Lockhart to suck in a breath of cold air. To be honest, Rocket was a little opposed to Harvey's decision. As a knight of the Empire, Rocket, who had been loyal to the Empire all his life, found the deal hard to accept. Especially since Shuren was a citizen of the Empire, and the fiancé of the Empire's most precious treasure, the future son-in-law of the Mitra Kingdom's royal family. If the deal was really completed, it would be too hard to accept. Java seemed to have expected this, and he mentioned it in a sincere and heartfelt tone in the letter. Without destruction, there can be no construction. The current situation is not something we can be picky about. I also have an agreement with him. This matter will not be exposed, and it will not affect the Empire's future too much. Moreover, strictly speaking, although he is a citizen of the Empire, he is inextricably linked to the demons and the Protoss, and he even has the support of those two behind him. Reaching this deal is not necessarily a bad thing for the Empire. I hope you can prioritize the big picture. Hearing these words, Rocket only made the decision to cooperate. After a long period of silence, he was mainly convinced by Harvey. Shuren's identity was indeed special, and he could not simply be treated as a citizen of the Empire. Rocket only agreed after considering this point. Tilly, of course, didn't know about all this. However, when she heard Rocket wanted her to cooperate with Shuren unconditionally, Tilly hesitated for a while and finally asked. Father, Tilly said carefully, is he really in his early 20s? As soon as the words came out, Rocket looked at Tilly. Rocket went silent again when he saw the hesitation, doubt, probing, and curiosity in Tilly's eyes. Then, Rocket opened his mouth and spat out a single word. Yes. It was a single word that stunned Tilly completely. Tilly was absent-minded. A 20-year-old legend-rank powerhouse, she knew very well how shocking it was. It was a fact. Who exactly is he? Tilly's heart was shaken, perplexed, and doubtful at the same time. After this incident, Shuren's position in Tilly's heart changed completely. He became even more mysterious and unbelievable. A turbulent and uneasy night finally passed. The next day, there were all kinds of heated discussions in the imperial capital. A meteor shower destroyed the entire Lefelut family. The Lefelut family was wiped out in one night. Its glory is gone. A mysterious powerhouse descended in the Lefelut family and fought against a terrifying monster. The imperial knights were dispatched, the royal knights were dispatched, and all the nobles fought to be the first to investigate the Lefelut matter. The emperor was enraged and flew into a rage. He issued an arrest warrant throughout the night, determined to catch the culprit. Such topics continued to appear in the streets and alleys of the imperial capital, in exchange for a burst of heated discussions, and in exchange for people's exclamations and shock again and again. I didn't expect that Lefelut to actually, although I don't like that Marquis family, they are so terrifying. How could they be destroyed in one night? Who is that mysterious powerhouse? How can he be so powerful? To be able to summon a meteor shower, he should be a very powerful legendary mage. I just don't know what magic he used. But I heard that he used a sword when fighting the mysterious monster. He even split the dragon's breath with one sword and cut the monster's body that was hundreds of meters tall. If that's the case, then it should be a legendary warrior that's even stronger than Bygusl, right? Oh my god, a great magic that can summon a meteor shower, and a sword that can split a huge monster that is hundreds of meters tall. Is there such an all-round legendary powerhouse in this world? Who knows? Anyway, Lefelut is really gone this time. This can be considered a kind of retribution. The people were having such conversations. At first, it was quite true, but later on, it became more and more outrageous. Some people even claimed that a powerhouse from the demon realm had attacked the Lefelut family. And this heated discussion brought about two changes. One was that the previous rumors against Harvey and Locket were replaced by this hot topic, causing many nobles to temporarily shift their attention away from the Bygusler family. Finally, the Bygusler family was no longer criticized. The other was the existence of Shuren, who had become the object of curiosity and pursuit of everyone in the imperial capital. The imperial capital had always revered the strong, and there was a natural respect for the strong. Now, a mysterious powerhouse who could single-handedly destroy the entire Lefelut family appeared in the imperial capital, which naturally caused all kinds of discussions. Especially since the Lefelut family's reputation in the empire wasn't very good, and an inexplicable malevolent monster had appeared in their territory. This led many people to believe that the Lefelut family might have done something that caused the wrath of the heavens and the people to be resentful. That was why the mysterious expert came to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and eradicate the sinful Lefelut family. This infuriated many people in power in the empire. The people were disgusted with Lefelut, but they still needed Lefelut to do some dirty work for them, providing them with death warriors and spies to eradicate those who were unfavorable to them. As a result, Lefelut was destroyed. This was a huge loss for the higher-ups of the empire. Search. Find out who the culprit is. He actually destroyed the Lefelut family. Damn it. In the future, how are we going to deal with the work of the empire that can't be brought into the light? Damn it. The empire's upper echelons were furious. Under such circumstances, just as Shuren and the others expected, Soliro immediately thought of the mysterious powerhouse who forced him to retreat at Bygusler's house yesterday. Both of them were wearing cloaks, and on the night that they appeared, the Lefelut family was destroyed. Even a fool would link the two together. Thus, Soliro immediately reported this matter, making the empire's upper echelons even more furious. Lockhart, so it was really the Bygusler family that colluded with the enemy and committed treason. Immediately send troops to surround the Bygusler family. We have to teach them a lesson. Many of the upper echelons were clamoring. However, just like what Proctor had said, after the excitement, they all calmed down. If Lockhart really colluded with that mysterious powerhouse, then this matter will be troublesome. We can still use Soliro to restrain Lockhart, and I don't think he would dare to really attack the Empire. As long as we mobilize the Empire's knights and use the Bygessler family members that are in custody to threaten him, we won't have to worry about him causing trouble. But that mysterious powerhouse is different. He dared to make a move against Lefrit in the Imperial capital and even managed to destroy him in a single night. Not only is he able to summon a meteor shower magic, but he is also able to slash a giant monster that is hundreds of meters tall with a single slash. If he were to really launch an attack, and Lefrit wouldn't stop him, then even if we could deal with him, wouldn't we suffer heavy losses? The upper echelons hesitated. Even Soliro did not dare to say anything about this. There was no other way. Lockhart alone had suppressed him for a whole 20 years, and now he had to deal with both Lockhart and that mysterious and terrifying powerhouse. Only a fool would think that he could do it. However, among everyone, the one who wanted to make a move the most was Soliro. Originally, he had already suppressed Lockhart, and victory was almost in his grasp. Now that such a mysterious powerhouse had suddenly appeared and seemed to be connected to Lockhart, if he let them go, who knew what would happen next? Could it be that the Renitra family would be annihilated tonight? At the thought of this, Soliro felt uneasy. So, he really wanted to make a move and get rid of this uneasy factor as soon as possible. The problem was, whether it was him or the upper echelons of the Empire, none of them dared to make a move. They were afraid. They were afraid that if they made a move, not only would they alarm the other party and cause the people they sent to be killed, but the other party would also hold a grudge and attack their families. They did not want to become the second Leffelet. They also did not think that their families were much stronger than the Leffelet family. In a situation where the Leffelet family had been destroyed, their families would be able to resist the other party's attack. No one was willing to offend a powerhouse who could easily destroy the Leffelet family, or even draw him here. Under such circumstances, the upper echelons of the Empire could only choose to temporarily bide their time. Let's wait for the Imperial concubine to return first. Such a big thing happened to Leffelet, the Imperial concubine will definitely receive the news. Let's wait for the Imperial concubine to come back, then take our time to think about it. For now, send people out to continue spreading rumors. Just say that the mysterious powerhouse who destroyed Leffelet is from the kingdom and is in cahoots with Bygessler. Because Leffelet had offended Bygessler before, he was ordered to destroy Leffelet. This will at least continue to attack Bygessler's reputation and change the people's impression of him. That's right. To actually worship such a hateful guy as a hero, what a bunch of fools. Just like that, the actions of the upper echelons of the Empire were completely predicted by Lockhart. They did not dare to rashly alarm such a terrifying and mysterious powerhouse. Knowing that the Bygessler family was connected to that mysterious powerhouse, they would not dare to act recklessly against the Bygessler family. Although public opinion could still be manipulated, compared to their previous predicament, the current Bygessler family could instead fight for a period of time to struggle. Using this opportunity, Lockhart was also prepared to secretly contact some loyal subordinates of the Empire's knights to fight for some combat power, support, and hope for the future of the Bygessler family. Under Lockhart's orders, Tilly was also making contact with the nobles who supported Harvey. If they knew that the mysterious powerhouse was the support that Harvey had invited, they would begin their counterattack. The nobles' morale would probably be greatly boosted, and they would start moving again, right? If they could use this to pressure the palace and make the palace make some compromises, that would be for the best. At the very least, they would have to think of a way to get the detained members of the Bygessler family out first. Lockhart was taking action for this reason. As for Shuren, under Xia's care, he was holding Lilith, who was sleeping soundly. While the capital was bustling with activity, he woke up late. Yawning, Shuren ate the breakfast that Xia had prepared in a half-awake state. All beside him, Lilith was obediently opening her mouth, accepting Xia's feeding. The three of them were in a hidden room in the Bygessler family, living as if there was no one else around. Right, Xia. Shuren ate leisurely, and at the same time asked Xia, any news of Lesia? No. Xia was still feeding Lilith, and expressionlessly answered Shuren's question, Miss Lesia has not come looking for us. Not yet? Shuren's shoulders slumped, and he said unhappily, what is that guy doing? He had thought that after last night's huge commotion, Xianxia would come looking for him soon. After all, others might not know, but Xianxia definitely knew that the person who destroyed Lephalet last night was Shuren. In Xianxia's impression, there was no other mysterious powerhouse who could use celestial magic, apart from Shuren. In this way, once she heard that Shuren had appeared in the imperial capital, that young lady should come looking for him immediately. And once she came looking for him, Shuren would know where Ter was and find her. Who would have thought that there was still no news of Xianxia? Don't tell me he failed miserably and something happened to him? Shuren frowned. To this, Xianxia gave a negative answer. That's not possible. Xianxia said calmly, with First Miss's ability, she should be able to escape even if she can't beat the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons, unless she encounters existences on the same level as them. That's true. Shuren agreed, but said, then why is she not here yet? I'm not sure. Xianxia did not seem to care, and said, maybe something happened to the young lady, and she's being held up. This was the only explanation. What could Shuren do? He could only continue to wait for news. Today, Shuren had something he wanted to do. The 2 items that Harvey gave to Shuren pointed to 2 of Mara's secrets. Of course, Shuren had to put this information to good use. So, where should I go first? Shuren looked at the crystal in his hand and the hand-drawn map. After thinking for a while, he left the map. Yes. Shuren was going to explore the secret place that Harvey had spent 10 years to find. The reason was simple. Since Imo Luo is not in the capital now, it's very likely that she will appear here, right? Harvey had also said that Mara had appeared in this secret place a few times. It would be fun if he could meet Mara there. As for Lenny Baffin, although Shuren was curious about her relationship with Mara, since Mara was not in the capital, even if he tried to get in touch with the girl, it would be fruitless. Since that was the case, compared to getting in touch with Lenny Baffin, Shuren was more inclined to look for the so-called secret place. Of course, Shuren did not plan to leave Lenny Baffin behind. Shuren handed the crystal to Xianxia. Today, look for the girl in the capital. See if you can find anything on her. Shuren gave this task to Xianxia. He believed that with Xiaoxia's ability, she should be able to approach Lenny Baffin quietly without arousing suspicion. She might even find something on Lenny Baffin. Xiaoxia had no objections. But, do I need to get in touch with her? Xiaoxia decided to ask about it. Shuren thought for a while. In the end, he neither nodded nor shook his head. Do as you see fit. Shan had placed the utmost trust in Xianxia, and he had also given her the greatest degree of freedom. Because he knew how outstanding Xianxia was outside of combat. This maid could always do things beyond his expectations, and even some extremely unscientific things that even he did not want to believe. But every time, she could do things perfectly. Although it would shock and amaze Shuren, it would never disappoint him. Xianxia could only do the best thing possible. It was impossible for her to do anything wrong. If he casually gave her instructions and limited this big sister's ability to move, it might instead cause some hindrance. Therefore, Shuren gave all the decision-making power to Xianxia and let Xianxia decide. Xianxia did not expect Shuren to let her go so easily. Her gaze turned to Shuren. What's wrong? Shuren was confused by the maid's gaze. No, it's nothing. Xianxia did not say anything. She still said in a calm tone, as a maid, I will naturally do my best to complete my master's orders. I will definitely not disappoint you. However, I have to remind you that even I will not be of any use in a battle. This was Xiaoxia's only weakness. It was a flaw that had been determined from the moment she was born. The only thing this perfect big sister could not do was battle. She did not have the slightest bit of combat power, and there was not even a trace of magic power. She could be said to be an ordinary servant. Under such circumstances, if Xianxia came into contact with Lenny Baffin and was eventually involved in a battle, she would probably only be able to watch. She might even be attacked without being able to fight back. This was not something that Shuren did not consider. Let Lilith go with you. This was Shuren's plan. Anyway, he would not bring Lilith with him today. Since he was going to explore a secret location, it was naturally more convenient for him to act alone. Moreover, Shuren now had the confidence to face all difficulties. Even if he encountered a transcendent-level existence, he would not necessarily be afraid. As such, letting Lilith act together with Xianxia and protect Xianxia was undoubtedly a good choice. He couldn't possibly let Lilith stay alone in Bygusler's house and sleep while he and Xianxia were outside, right? If this girl woke up, the capital would probably be turned upside down. Are you all right, Lilith? Shuren turned to Lilith and asked. Yes, yes. Lilith immediately nodded, indicating that there was no problem at all. She was now used to Shuren going out to do things alone. Although she was still very attached to Shuren, when Shuren had something to do, she would obediently stay behind. She would not pester Shuren and cause trouble for Shuren. In the past, due to the incomplete growth of Lilith's personality and rationality, her mental state was a little abnormal. Sometimes, she was very sensible, and sometimes, she did not understand anything. It was very contradictory. However, since her successful return, the growth of this strongest evil god's rationality began to gradually become normal. As such, after being educated by Xianxia and the others, as well as being influenced by Shuren, Lilith's thoughts naturally became much more mature, and she grew up very quickly. Recently, Shuren even sometimes saw Lilith communicating with Yulin. That's right, with Yulin. Perhaps it was because Yulin was currently at the stage where she was about to transform into a human, and she was becoming more and more human-like. Lilith, who was also learning and growing up with Yulin, became more and more congenial with this female Tyrannosaurus. However, when Shuren saw these two little girls, they were communicating like this: roar. Yes. Roar roar. Yes, yes. Roar roar roar. Yes, yes, yes. Roar 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 roar. Yes, 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 yes. The human and the dragon kept saying yes, 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 and roar roar roar. That scene was so magical that Shuren even wanted to go over and roar or yes. This was also the proof that the spirit of the human and the dragon was gradually growing and becoming mature. In addition, apart from Shuren, Lilith's favorite was Xianxia, and she was also the most clingy person to Xianxia. If Shuren asked her to follow Xianxia and protect Xianxia, this little goddess would definitely not object at all. With Lilith's protection, it was basically impossible for anything to happen to Xianxia. Understood. Xianxia nodded and said, I will pay attention not to arouse the suspicion of the people in the capital and try to keep a low profile. She was indeed the most reassuring big sister. She did not need Shuren to remind her at all. Although that was what he said, Shuren still reminded her. It's best not to go out in a cloak like yesterday. After all, the mysterious powerhouse in the cloak was undoubtedly the hottest topic right now. If Xianxia and Lilith were to go out on the streets with a cloak, they would probably attract suspicion at any moment. As for how not to attract attention without a cloak, Xianxia also had a way. I have a magical item that can cause cognitive impairment in others. If we use that, we should be able to go out on the streets without any scruples so that no one will notice us. Xianxia said so. A magical item that can cause cognitive impairment in others? Shuren was stunned. No, why didn't you tell me that you have such a good item? Shuren looked at Xianxia in surprise. If he knew that Xianxia had such a magical item, he could save a lot of effort and not worry about the girls around him attracting attention, right? While Shan was in a daze, Xianxia said straightforwardly, that's right. You didn't ask. Xiao's indifferent response made Shuren stunned. Good heavens, this reason makes me want to smack her butt and slap her thighs. Then how do you have such a magical item? Shuren asked impatiently. Xiao gave the answer straightforwardly. This was prepared for me by the eldest miss. Xiao said calmly, no matter what, our appearances can't be easily exposed. The eldest miss can still use cognitive impairment magic, but I can't, so I can only rely on the magical item that the eldest miss prepared for me. Unfortunately, Xiao didn't have any mana, so she could only rely on the internal magic of the magical item when using it. Every time she used it, she would have to waste an expensive magic crystal. Taking this into consideration, Xiao wouldn't use it unless it was necessary. However, when it was necessary, Xiao wouldn't hesitate to use it. Perhaps this was the reason why this maid could appear and disappear unpredictably and do all kinds of things. Sharon thought so. It just wasn't very convincing. At the very least, Sharon didn't think that he would be affected by the effects of a magical item and suffer cognitive impairment. On the other hand, Xianxia could appear and disappear unpredictably by his side every time. What did this prove? This proved that this big sister was the real deal and not a fake one. Well, long live Big Sister. After making the decision, Sharon didn't waste any time and prepared to set off. I'll leave first, then. Be careful. Sharon kissed Lilith's little face, making her smile happily. At the same time, he quickly kissed Xia's delicate face before leaving. Hee hee. Lilith giggled foolishly. Xia watched Sharon leave, and then couldn't help but touch her face. She could feel that Sharon was getting more and more presumptuous with her recently, and he was taking advantage of her more and more blatantly. From time to time, he would even show a little possessiveness, as if he didn't want to let her go. This was not a problem. It wasn't that Xia hadn't met people who fancied her ability and wanted to poach her so that she could serve them. In fact, there were many such people. When Xia was in the hometown of the elves, she didn't know how many of them she had met. The problem was that Xia had never been tempted by those people for even a second or even a moment. As for Sharon, she had an inexplicable hesitation. Was she tempted? Did she want to abandon her mistress and go to Sharon? No, it wasn't. Xia had never thought of leaving Xianxia, just like Xianxia had never thought of abandoning Xia. They were the true community of destiny, and nothing could happen to either of them. But, if the mistress also stays, then there won't be a problem at all. Xia's eyes flickered. She really wasn't tempted. However, she really felt that she shouldn't leave Sharon. Community of destiny? After Sharon got that, perhaps he had also become the community of destiny for the master and servant. Xianxia hadn't realized this yet. Since that was the case, Xia could only be the one to plan it. Xia had a myriad of thoughts in her mind. Fortunately, Xianxia was not here, and neither was Sharon. If Sharon was here and knew Xia's thoughts, he would definitely give Xia a thumbs up. This buy one get one free deal, I'm going to King laugh my ass off. Xianxia, on the other hand, would go crazy. Because she would never have thought that one day, she would be sold by Xia. After making the plan for the day, Sharon did not delay much. As soon as he left the room, he immediately teleported to the outside of Bygusler's house. He was still wearing a cloak. Although the mysterious cloaked man's appearance would definitely be very sensitive and suspicious in the current imperial capital, Sharon did not intend to move around in the imperial capital, so it did not matter. The secret location that Jarvis had investigated was not in the imperial capital, but in the wilderness some distance away from the imperial capital. If he rode Yulin, it would only take him a few minutes to get there, and if he used teleportation, it would be even faster. It might not even take a minute to go back and forth. In this way, Sharon naturally did not need to hesitate much, and directly used teleportation as a means of movement. Like a real ghost, he continuously teleported to the place depicted on the map. So, after a while, Sharon arrived at his destination. This is it, right? Sharon appeared in a wasteland in a flash, took out the map, and confirmed it after taking a look. This was a barren plain with very little vegetation. There were rocks everywhere, and the air was very dry. It seemed that it had been a long time since it rained. In the Ragnar Empire, such a terrain was not uncommon. The Ragnar Empire in the north had a dry climate, which was the polar opposite of the fertile Mitra kingdom. Hence, the Ragnar Empire had been eyeing the Mitra kingdom's territory covetously. Of course, in this wilderness, there was no shortage of all kinds of monsters. With the perception ability of external destiny, Sean sensed the reactions of many monsters. Among them, there were many groups of monsters that had gathered together and had been wandering in the surroundings. However, the level of these monsters was not too high, with the highest being only 70. Compared to the monsters in the Tagore forest, it was not just a small difference. But that was also true. The Tagore forest was the largest magical creature forest in the human world. Many extinct ancient magical creatures resided there, and there were also many legendary-level magical creatures. It was far from what other places could compare to. Shuren estimated that there was a high probability that there were no legendary monsters here. After all, this place was deserted. If it weren't for the existence of 1 or 2 mana sources here, there definitely wouldn't be any monsters living here. But at the same time, there would obviously be no one here. There aren't any precious treasures of heaven and earth, nor is there a rich source of mana. I'm afraid that the only people who would come here are the adventurers who have their eyes on the bodies of monsters and the material collection teams hired by the workshop. Shuren made such an evaluation. This would undoubtedly be much more convenient. As long as I can find some signs of human activity here, it may be clues that point to the so-called secret location. Shuren put away the map. The map provided by Harvey only pointed to this place in the end, and there was no further information. After all, there was no news of the people he had sent. They had probably all been wiped out. Naturally, there would be no specific information sent back. How should I find it next? Shuren mused. After a while, he leaped into the air, ignoring his cloak that was blown up by the howling wind. He closed his eyes and began to concentrate. After a while, he dashed into the air, ignoring his cloak that was blown up by the wind. He closed his eyes and began to concentrate. Only those with extraordinary control over magic could do that. Shuren also took the initiative to release mana, but instead of squandering it like before, he used it like a radar, tanning the mana into obscure ripples that swept in all directions. This was something that could only be done by someone with extraordinary control over magic power. Shuren's hidden destiny had absolute manipulation of magic, and it was still possible to change the nature of magic and make it work like this. The ripples of magic spread out in this wilderness, and once they touched other magic reactions, they would immediately rebound back to Shuren. Thus, Shuren could clearly sense how strong and how many magic reactions there were in this wilderness. Coupled with the perception ability of hidden destiny, Shuren was like a real radar that searched for magic, accurately sensing the magic of the entire wilderness. This method of perception was probably something that even the max-level, mana sense, couldn't do, right? Thanks to this, Shuren noticed many things. There are 2 very large groups of monsters in the east, and they should be in a state of confrontation, each occupying a territory, and often have small-scale conflicts. There are scattered monster reactions in the west. There aren't any monster hordes gathered there, but there's a level 88 monster. That monster is occupying a medium-sized mana spring. It's probably the lord of this area. There is only one group of monsters in the north, and it seems to be hunting. As for the south, Shuren frowned. Why are there so few monsters in the south? Shuren noticed a trace of abnormality. Logically speaking, the terrain and environment in the south were better than the other 3 directions in this wilderness, and there was also a source of magic. Although it was small, there should not be so few monsters. Monsters could directly absorb magic to increase their strength and grow. Since that was the case, the existence of a source of magic was a crucial issue for monsters. For example, that level 88 monster directly occupied a medium-sized source of magic in order to occupy the magic and continuously improve itself. Since there was also a source of magic in the south, then even if it was small, it should be able to attract many monsters to fight over it. Unless, is there a problem there? As such a thought flashed in Shuren's mind, he concentrated all the magic and perception that had spread in all directions to the south. All of a sudden, the magic reaction in the south and the feedback of the various situations became clearer. Roar, roar. As a result, it seemed that there were many monsters with keen senses that noticed Shuren's magic and spying on them, and they let out all kinds of roars and roars. This method of searching had such a drawback. Once the released magic was too obvious, there was a possibility of being detected. Restrain the magic, change the nature, and become more obscure. As Shuren thought about it, he constantly adjusted his magic and perception to make his search more hidden and harder to detect. If Nadura was here and saw this scene, she would definitely be shocked, right? Because if Shuren's searching ability could be improved a little more, then apart from the range being far less, it would be no different from the spying ability he had when he transformed into nature. Just like that, Shuren constantly adjusted his searching method and kept improving his searching ability, radiating towards the south of this wilderness. Finally, at a certain moment, Shuren succeeded in finding something. This is... Shuren opened his eyes abruptly and smiled. Just now, somewhere in the south, Shuren's magic was actually blocked outside. What did this mean? It meant that there was something there that could block the spying and perception of others. A barrier? Needless to say, this was definitely not the work of monsters. Swish. In the next second, Shuren disappeared without any warning, teleporting away. This was a remote mountainous area. There was water in the mountainous area, like a clear spring, converging into a stream, slowly flowing down, flowing throughout the entire mountainous area. Shuren's figure suddenly appeared here and saw the mountainous area in front of him. There really is a barrier. Shuren glanced around and found a faint film wandering in the air. The magic power on it was very subtle, and without high-level, magic perception, and very close contact, it would be impossible to discover the existence of this barrier. The function of the barrier was also very simple. Hinders perception, blocks prying, and effects such as confusion, detection, and so on. Shuren easily saw the function of this barrier. There is no isolation or defense effect. It seems that it doesn't want people who accidentally pass by this area to discover the abnormality here. If someone came here and was inexplicably blocked and unable to move forward, then there was a barrier here, and there was something that could not see the light of day. And the people who would come here were usually adventurers who came to hunt monsters. If these adventurers accidentally discovered the barrier here, they would definitely think that there was a big secret here, or even think that there was some treasure left by predecessors, and then desperately enter to explore. If that happened, it would be a big problem. Therefore, the barrier here did not have isolation or defense effect, but it had the ability to detect. In other words, once someone unknowingly passed through the barrier and entered, they would immediately be discovered by the people inside. Now I can be sure that there is a problem here. If it wasn't for such an obvious design, Shuren wouldn't be sure that there was nothing unusual here at all, that there was only a team of adventurers resting here, and to prevent monsters from attacking, a barrier was set up. Now it seemed that there was really a problem here. Swish. Shuren teleported, directly ignoring the existence of the barrier, and entered the inside of the barrier. In this way, as long as they didn't touch the barrier wouldn't react and warn the people inside. Not everyone could be like the elf Queen Sophie, who had a queen's palace that could spy on the magic reaction in the surrounding area. Therefore, Shuren teleported into the inside of the barrier, which could be said to be silent and did not cause any abnormalities. After entering, Shuren found that there was a different world here. Rumble. This was the sound caused by the violent water falling from the sky, crashing down. There's actually a waterfall? Shuren saw a waterfall, and saw a world full of water vapor. Shuren didn't look anywhere else, and just stared at the waterfall in front of him. There was no other way. According to the normal development of the plot, there must be some kind of entrance behind that waterfall. Shuren indicated that he had seen through everything. There was really no other way. This is a trap. Just as Sean began to sigh inexplicably, he suddenly felt some movement. This is. Sean raised his eyebrows, and then disappeared without hesitation in a flash. He did not leave the area, but hid in a shadowy corner and peeped at the waterfall. In the next second, Shuren saw it. Buzz. Accompanied by a humming sound, the waterfall suddenly split in the middle. The stone wall behind the waterfall suddenly rose up, as if it was splitting the waterfall. Behind the rising stone wall, a rather spacious passage appeared. As expected. Sean let out a sigh of emotion again for this expected scene. However, what happened next surprised Shuren. He saw a group of people appear inside the passage. It was a group of knights in armor with iron swords on their waists. They were expressionless, with fierce eyes, and exuded a murderous aura. The armor worn by the knights was not the heavy armor commonly seen in the Empire, but the full-body armor of the kingdom. Yes. That was the armor of the kingdom. This group of knights was not the knights of the Empire, but the knights of the kingdom. At the front of this group of knights, there was a person that Shuren was very familiar with. He was handsome, blonde, and blue-eyed. The armor on his body was not the standard armor of the knights, but the exquisite armor of the guards. He was a guard knight. He was a guard knight that Shuren had dealt with many times, but was not on good terms with. Limcho. Shuren could not help but murmur the name of the guard knight. that guard knight was the young master of the Stringham family. During the Battle of Cosmos, the guard knight who went missing along with the 1st Knight Regiment of Duke Stringham, Limcho Stringham. At this moment, this young master, who coveted Rosie and always wanted to steal from Shuren, appeared in this place with what seemed to be a group of knights from the 1st Knight Regiment of Duke Stringham. Upon closer inspection, this young master's eyes had become much colder than before. His expression was no longer filled with pretentious kindness like before. Instead, it was as if he had revealed his true colors of coldness and fierceness. The atmosphere around him had also changed. It became much more dangerous, and the magic he emitted made people feel somewhat uncomfortable. He led a group of knights and walked out from the passage behind the waterfall. "Go, search the surroundings," Limcho ordered with a cold voice. "Yes." The group of knights took the order and spread out without hesitation and began to search. Limcho did the same. He stood in the same place and scanned the surroundings with his sharp eyes like a falcon. It was as if he had confirmed that there was an intruder around and was planning to dig 3 feet into the ground to search. Sean couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Did I expose myself? Shuren was deep in thought. While he was deep in thought, a few knights came over to search. Unfortunately, they could not find Shuren. With the concealment of inner perception of destiny, it was impossible to find Shuren with just a few knights who had not even reached level 70. Even if the other party came to where Sean was and passed in front of him, he would only be in the dark and would not be able to discover anything. The concealment provided by inner perception of destiny not only had the effect of eliminating aura and smell, but it could also make one invisible. So, unless the other party directly encountered Shuren, Shuren was not afraid of being discovered. Moreover, if he was really encountered, Shuren could just teleport and leave temporarily. Being able to teleport freely was such a bully. When he first obtained this ability, Shuren was amazed that Lesia dared to run around so unscrupulously. With such an ability by his side, he could not be more at ease. So, Shuren patiently waited for the knights to finish their search. Shuren was now completely interested in this place. He wanted to know what was inside and why Limcho was here. He even led the 1st Knight Regiment and acted as if he was guarding this place. So, Shuren did not suddenly attack and kill everyone here. Instead, he prepared to sneak in and investigate without alerting the enemy. Not long after, the 1st Knight Regiment's search ended. Report, there is nothing unusual in the east. Report, there is nothing unusual in the west. Nothing found in the south. Same here, there is nothing found. One by one, the knights began to return to Limcho's side to report. Limcho furrowed his brows. Nothing found? Limcho said coldly, impossible. The high priest did notice that there was a strange magic entering the barrier, and for some reason, the barrier did not trigger the warning effect. There must be something wrong. Hearing this, a knight could not help but speak. Maybe the high priest was wrong? The knight doubted. It was obvious that he did not guard this place loyally. Shuren made such a judgment. However, in the next moment, Limcho's next move surprised him. Poochie, this was the sound of a sharp sword cutting through flesh. Facing the knight's doubt, Limcho didn't hesitate to draw his sword and cut off the knight's head. Blood immediately turned into a fountain, spurting out from the knight's neck. The surrounding knights all changed their expressions and couldn't help but take a step back. The headless corpse twitched twice and fell to the ground. As for his head, it had already fallen not far away, dyeing the gravel red. Silence. Dead silence. The knights witnessed all of this with their own eyes, their faces began to turn pale, and fear appeared in their eyes. Only Limcho, holding his sword that was dripping with blood, looked at everyone coldly. Have you all forgotten the rules here? Limcho put his sword on the neck of the knight closest to him and said, Speak, what are the rules here? The knight started to tremble. He was very scared, very terrified, looking at the person he was supposed to be loyal to as if he was looking at a stranger. Then, his voice trembled as he spoke. No. You are not allowed to question any orders, and you are not allowed to have any disobedience. This was not a very strict rule. Many knightly orders and even private troops had similar rules. However, the degree here was obviously different. Because Whether it is questioning or disobedience, there is only one outcome for those who violate. Lim Cho raised his sword and pointed at the headless corpse on the ground. Die. This was the rule here. The knight just now violated this rule. So, he died. Don't think that you are still in Duke Stringham's territory, and don't think that you are still proud knights. Lim Cho said with a cold face, you are now just a dog raised by the imperial concubine, do you understand? The knights all nodded in fear. Then continue to search. Lim Cho shouted, if you don't find anything, don't even think about having dinner tonight, go. The knights immediately scattered in all directions. Although their faces were pale and filled with fear, they searched even more seriously than before. It could be seen that their pride had been obliterated, and even the brave didn't seem to exist anymore. Even if they were scolded and driven without any dignity, they didn't dare to resist and obeyed Lim Cho's orders. Shuren watched all of this quietly, especially when he looked at Lim Cho, his gaze became much sharper. Lim Cho, who was standing there and wiping his sword expressionlessly, seemed to feel something. He turned his head and looked at Shuren's direction. Shuren's eyes flickered, but he didn't retract his gaze and continued to look, but the sharpness in his eyes decreased a lot. Lim Cho frowned and also continued to look at Shuren's direction, not knowing what he was thinking. The next moment, Lim Cho started to walk towards Shuren's direction. The sound of the knight's boots landing on the ground could be clearly heard, bringing a sense of nervousness. Lim Cho went straight towards Shuren's direction. Shuren looked at this without changing his expression. He was calm as if he wasn't afraid of being discovered at all. Lim Cho arrived in front of Shuren just like that, standing less than a meter away from him, staring at him. After so many days, the two faced each other again. The difference was that this time, Shuren just looked at Lim Cho calmly, while Lim Cho didn't see Shuren at all, frowning and thinking hard. But Lim Cho's gaze became colder and colder. Then, clang! With a flash of his sword, Lim Cho didn't hesitate to slash forward. Pooh! A strange sound reverberated. Lim Cho's sword slashed a tree in front of him, causing it to fall down slowly. Bang! The sound of the tree trunk smashing the ground followed, raising a cloud of dust. Lim Cho stepped back and looked at the fallen trees and the empty space in front of him. His furrowed brows relaxed. Was it an illusion? Leaving such a conclusion, Lim Cho turned around and left. Although the rest of the knights were alarmed, they still searched for a while. In the end, they really did not find anything, so they gathered by Lim Cho's side again to report. Of course, they still didn't find anything. Lim Cho didn't seem very satisfied with this. However, they really didn't find anything unusual, so they couldn't do anything about it. Go back. Lim Cho said expressionlessly, I will report to the high priest. The knights were relieved. Soon, under Lim Cho's lead, the knights returned to the back of the waterfall. Rumble, the stone wall descended, closing the entrance while allowing the waterfall to return to normal and continue to fall. Everything was calm again. Shwa. Shuren appeared here again, looked at the waterfall in front of him, and then teleported in without hesitation. Behind the waterfall, inside the stone wall. This was a very complicated space. It had many tunnels, connecting in all directions. Although the tunnels were like the kind dug out during mining, there were magic lamps installed on the ceiling, illuminating the entire space. Swoosh! With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Sean teleported here and came to this side of the space. So it's like this inside? Shuren first quickly looked around, then with a thought, he snuck into the shadows and hid himself. Clang, 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 right in front of Shuren, the knights led by Lim Cho walked forward neatly. The sound of iron boots stepping on the stone floor was quite obvious, and even formed echoes. Follow them. Shuren didn't hesitate and directly followed behind them. On the way, the knights passed through one complicated tunnel after another. They kept turning and turning, as if they were walking in a maze, making people a little dizzy. Lim Cho, who was leading the way, didn't feel confused at all. It was as if he had walked these roads many times. His footsteps kept turning, and sometimes he would press on the stone wall to open up a tunnel. He seemed to be very familiar with the way. Looks like this guy has been staying here ever since he disappeared. As Sean thought about this, he followed closely behind. Gradually, as they went deeper and deeper into this place, Shuren also saw some other figures. Some of those people were knights like Limjo and the others. They were patrolling this place. When they saw Limjo, they would immediately make way and salute him. Some were slaves or servants doing hard work. They were either moving things or tidying up the mine. Some were even digging something, making this place look like a construction site in full swing. Shuren observed for a while and found that these people's eyes were gloomy and malnourished. They probably didn't have a good life. Limjo didn't even look at these people, not even the knights. As he continued to walk forward, he began to send the knights around him away, letting them carry out their own tasks. At once, those knights hurriedly left as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders, blending into the surrounding knights. But Shuren still found that the knights following Limjo seemed a little out of place with some of the knights here. The reason was simple. The knights here weren't just from Duke Stringham's first knights. There were also knights wearing the standard armor of other countries or the heavy armor of the empire. In other words, the knights here were most likely a combination of knights from various countries. So many knights from different countries are gathered here. Shuren was puzzled. He didn't understand what this place was for. Limjo didn't know that his rival in love was here. After dispersing the knights around him, he immediately went in another direction. Shuren thought for a while and finally followed. Next, Sean found that there were more and more knights from various countries, as well as more servants and slaves who were working. In particular, there were many workers hammering on the stone walls as if they were mining. The entire tunnel was filled with the sound of metal hammering and wheels carrying stones and minerals. Especially the workers who were using pickaxes to hit the stone walls. There were so many of them that the entire tunnel was filled with the sound of metal hitting and wheels carrying stones and minerals. What are they doing? There was only one thing he was sure of. That was, there was indeed a secret here, and it might be a big secret. Thinking of this, Shuren pulled himself together and continued to follow Limjo. Limjo didn't realize that he was being followed at all. He expressionlessly walked with powerful steps, continuing to walk deeper. He didn't know how long he walked like this, but suddenly, the people around him started to decrease. In contrast, the tunnel became narrower and narrower, but it also became cleaner and more beautiful. It seemed like it had been specially repaired and had a sense of ritual. Under such circumstances, the number of complicated passageways had decreased. Limju followed the passage and arrived in front of a room. Of course, it couldn't be a real room, but a cave dug out from the stone wall. There was no door to the cave, only a curtain blocking it. Limjo lifted the curtain and walked in. Shuren reflexively followed. The next moment, Shuren also entered the room. "How is it?" A voice immediately came into Shuren's ears and sounded in the room. It was a very unpleasant voice. The voice was very loud and hoarse, as if it came from a person with a hole in his throat. Not only did it sound very old, but it also made people feel uncomfortable. This voice came from a person sitting in front of a stone table in this cave. Human. At first glance, Shuren even doubted whether the person was human or not. This was because the other party was only wearing a hooded black robe that covered his entire body. His exposed hands were as thin as bones and as old as wood. The face under the hood could be said to be as old as skin and bones. He did not look like a living person at all. Instead, he looked more like a corpse that had been resurrected. The corpse in the black robe sat in the middle of the stone room. There was only one stone table in the entire stone room, and there was nothing on the stone table except for a crystal ball. That scene reminded Shuren of those prophets, wizards, or magicians he saw in his previous life. But what surprised Shuren was that this black-robed wizard was a legendary powerhouse with a level of 92, and he was a great mage who had maxed out magic, necromancy. Oh my god, Shuren was indeed surprised. Necromancy. This was a kind of magic that Shuren had never seen before, but he happened to know about it. Many novels in his previous life mentioned this kind of magic, and it was described as a forbidden magic to manipulate the dead. And in this world, necromancy was not much different from what was described in the novels in his previous life. It could indeed manipulate the dead. However, manipulating the dead was only one of its manifestations. The real necromancy was actually the magic to subvert death. As the name suggested, it could subvert the concept of death. It could not only manipulate the dead, but also anything related to death. Once, there was a mage who practiced necromancy and transformed himself into an undead creature. He led millions of undead corpses and brought great damage to the continent. In the end, the actions of the necromancer completely angered the goddess of life, Anima. Anima descended and personally punished him. Since then, necromancy had become the most forbidden magic. Not only was it regarded as a taboo by the world, but it was also forbidden for any race to practice it or collect the magic books of this magic. Therefore, necromancy had been completely lost and no longer existed. It was not like celestial magic, which was difficult to practice and gradually lost its users, so it was sealed away. Although celestial magic had also been lost, its magic books still remained in this world. After being discovered, they were immediately collected by the kingdom. Necromancy was completely forbidden, and even the magic books were ordered to be burned so that they could not be passed down. Not to mention the kingdom's underground spellbook library, even in any corner of the human world, you wouldn't be able to find a necromancy book. Even the demon world was no exception. Although the 6 demons did not explicitly prohibit it, they had stated that necromancy was not to be practiced. Because of this, necromancy had disappeared for thousands of years. Shuren did not expect that there would be a necromancer here. Moreover, the other party had practiced necromancy to the maximum level and became a legendary powerhouse. If this person was exposed, he would definitely be hunted by all the major countries and races. He might even be chased by the Protoss. The world was so big, and there was no place for him. Only a place like this, where there was no daylight, could accommodate him. Limcho stood in front of such a necromancer, and the coldness on his face turned into respect. He bowed and spoke. "I've already sent people out to investigate, High Priest." Limcho said respectfully, "But we didn't find anything unusual." Hearing this, the necromancer who was known as the High Priest seemed to raise his head. "You did not find anything unusual?" The High Priest's hoarse voice was heard with an indescribable sense of horror. "Are you sure?" "Yes. Yes." There was a hint of fear in Limcho's respectful attitude. It was obvious that this arrogant and ruthless young master was afraid of this so-called High Priest. That was natural. He had witnessed the High Priest draining a knight's blood in front of everyone, turning him into a mummy that could be controlled by the High Priest. In the end, he was eaten by the High Priest's pet like a snack. So, Limcho was really afraid of the High Priest. Not to mention, the High Priest was the highest person in charge here. He was the Queen's right-hand man, and had the right to punish anyone here. Back then, when he was brought here, it wasn't that Limju didn't want to resist, but under the suppression of this terrifying existence, he eventually chose to submit out of fear. The High Priest did not know what Limcho was thinking. She did not care. There was only one thing that she cared about. How can there be nothing unusual? The High Priest muttered to himself, "My death cloister clearly reacted, and I saw the presence of a living person, and he is inside the barrier. There can't be anything wrong." It seemed that Limjo would lead his men out to search because the magic of this High Priest had discovered the presence of a living person outside. As a necromancer, the High Priest was very sensitive to death energy, and he was also very sensitive to life energy. Logically speaking, since there was a presence of a living person, he should have found something. The High Priest became silent, and he reached out to the crystal ball in front of him. Seeing this, Shuren suddenly had a bad feeling. Inner perception of destiny was an excellent skill. Once Shuren entered the state of hiding, lurking, or ambushing, not only could he conceal his smell, breathing, footsteps, and aura, he could even reduce his presence to a certain extent. It could even work on the surrounding environment and individuals. Out of all the concealment skills, this skill was undoubtedly the strongest. With this skill, even if someone stood right in front of Shuren, they would not be able to detect Shuren's presence. With such a foul skill, one could imagine how terrifying it would be if Shuren were to launch an attack and assassinate someone right in front of him. With this skill, Shuren was confident that as long as he did not expose himself, the chances of anyone discovering him would be less than 1 in 10,000. However, if the necromancer in front of him was using the method of detecting life force to investigate, Shuren would not be so confident. After all, inner perception of destiny did not have the effect of concealing a person's life force. It was an aura that would be emitted by any living being. The goddess of life, Anima, had a pair of eyes that could see through this type of life force. That was why Elise, the saintess of the foxes, could track Shuren and discover Shuren's traces even from thousands of miles away. If this necromancer could use a spell to detect life force to detect the aura of other living beings in the area, then Shuren might be exposed. At this thought, Shuren's gaze turned cold. He reached out and grabbed the holy sword at his waist. If the necromancer really discovered him, Shuren would not mind acting as an assassin. Before the necromancer could react, he would immediately launch an attack and kill him. The other party was a necromancer, a taboo and filthy existence. Adding on the fact that he was staying in a place like this, he definitely had a deep relationship with Mara. Sean did not need to have any misgivings. He would not feel the slightest bit uncomfortable killing him. Coincidentally, his inner perception of destiny also had the effect of increasing the success rate of assassination. When in the state of hiding, lurking, or ambushing, one's attack power would be greatly increased. When in the state of hiding, lurking, or ambushing, one's attack accuracy would be greatly increased. With these two effects, even if the necromancer was a legendary level necromancer, Shuren was confident that he could kill him in one strike. Shuren was prepared. Because of this, Shuren completely ignored the last effect of inner perception of destiny. When in the state of hiding, lurking, or ambushing, one would automatically avoid detection spells. In other words, reconnaissance, probing, and reconnaissance magic were ineffective against Sean, who was in the lurking state. Clang, the high priest's bony hand pressed on the crystal ball, causing the crystal ball to emit a pale green light. Amidst the radiance, scenes appeared on the crystal ball, and the auras of the living beings in the surrounding area were reflected back. Suddenly, places with living people appeared on the crystal ball one after another. It was like a video being broadcasted, flashing scene after scene. There were images of slaves at work. Were images. There were images. There were images of people moving in the mine tunnels. There were also images of underground rooms, prison rooms, torture rooms, interrogation rooms, and other places where people could be found. Including the stone house, it also appeared on the crystal ball. However, there was only Limjo's reaction as a living person. There was no reaction from the high priest or Sean at all. Seeing this, Shuren couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The high priest, on the other hand, seemed to be frowning. He kept waving his bony hands as he looked at the image on the crystal ball, as if he was carefully inspecting it. Limcho didn't dare to make a sound. She stood there, trembling, and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. After a while, the high priest confirmed everything. She was silent. It seems that the cloister of death might have malfunctioned. The high priest reluctantly admitted this. She didn't want to admit it. However, since he couldn't find any abnormalities, the necromancer could only accept it for now. But there's no harm in being careful. Give the order to increase the security level. Also, let the knights check those workers and servants. See if there are any strangers. The high priest said cautiously, the queen's plan is coming to an end. There can't be any mistakes at this time. Understand? Yes. Limcho quickly agreed. But she didn't leave immediately. Instead, she looked at the high priest carefully. There was fear in her eyes, but also some expectation and desire. Glancing at Limju, the high priest waved his hand without batting an eyelid, and a pale green light appeared on the crystal ball in front of him. The radiance circled around the crystal ball, then suddenly swept out and arrived in front of Limjo. Limjo was overjoyed. He quickly reached out and grabbed the light and stuffed it into his mouth. Yes. Limcho swallowed the pale green light. After swallowing it, an unhealthy green color appeared on Limjo's face, and the aura on his body became even colder than before. However, at the same time, Limjo's aura actually rose a little. This, Shuren was slightly startled. He immediately thought of something and used the peeping ability of external destiny to look at Limcho's current level. With this look, Shuren was surprised. Level 84? Limcho's level had actually increased to above 80? That's not right. He could still remember that when Cosmos first met Limjo, he was only around level 70. There was still a long way to go before he reached level 80. Now, it had only been about 2 months, and his level had already risen to over 80. There was definitely something wrong. Moreover, the problem was with this necromancer. Or rather, it was with the pale green light that Lim Cho swallowed. Go down. The high priest said to Lim Cho, as long as you work for us loyally, I will not be stingy to give you more spiritual essences as supplements to increase your strength. Saying this, the high priest's voice became full of temptation. Do you still remember the wish you told us before? Hearing this, Lim Cho's eyes turned cold, and his face became a little ferocious. Back then, when he was brought here, Lim Cho had indeed stated his wish. I want to defeat Shirin Boztut and get Rosie Lusty Mitra. This was Lim Cho's obsession, or rather, madness. Unfortunately, with your strength, you are definitely not that person's opponent. The high priest said mercilessly, he can single-handedly crusade against the Slaughterer faction, the old demons faction, and can also destroy half of the kingdom's knights. Even dragons were tamed by him, and the strongest evil god also bowed down to him. He even has demonic dragons around him. How can a young master of a duke's family like you deal with him? Lim Cho's expression suddenly became even more ferocious. However, the high priest did not stop. You should already know that he killed your father and caused the Sterling family to fall apart. He also successfully won the heart of the kingdom's most precious treasure and became her fiancé. The high priest seemed to be talking to himself. Perhaps it won't be long before the princess you love will climb into someone else's bed and become someone else's exclusive property. Lim Cho's breathing began to quicken, and his aura also became extremely chaotic and evil. Gradually, Lim Cho's eyes turned green. It was not that kind of green, but a very horrifying green. This scene made the Grand Priestess laugh. He laughed very satisfactorily. Looking closely, the high priest looked at Lim Cho's eyes as if he was looking at a meticulously made piece of art. You are indeed very cultured, much better than that useless uncle of yours. The high priest laughed sinisterly. Don't worry, as long as I am here, there will be enough spiritual essences for you to use. At most, after a while, you will become a legendary master. At that time, you will have the ability to resist Shirin Boztut. Work hard. Work hard. I am very optimistic about you. Hearing the high priest's words, Lim Cho raised his head, and the ferocious expression on his face began to fade. However, the ghastly green light in his eyes did not dim. Yes. Lim Cho respectfully bowed his head and said, I will definitely not let you down. That's good. The high priest nodded with satisfaction and said, go down. Except for me, everyone here must listen to you. You also have the highest authority. You can kill whoever you want and play with whichever woman you want. Only the basement is not allowed. That is the place where the royal concubine plays. Even I cannot go down there. Do you understand? Yes. Lim Cho responded. However, there was still some regret on his face. Because he knew that the goods in the basement were the best. But that was the exclusive playground of the royal concubine, not a place he could go. Lim Cho could only hide this regret in his heart and respectfully retreated. Only then did the high priest put away his creepy smile, and a cold expression appeared on his face. Royal concubine, Mara, humph, as if he was unhappy about something, the high priest coldly snorted and then closed his eyes. That motionless, lifeless look made him look like a dead body. Sean, who had watched everything from the sidelines, retreated from the stone room. He did not touch the high priest, nor did he touch Lim Cho. Even though Lim Cho made him want to do something, but Shirin still held back. He still had some places he wanted to go, so he could not alert the enemy so quickly. Basement. Shirin mumbled, then turned his head and looked in a direction. That place seemed to lead to a deeper part of the space. In the pitch-black passage, Shirin was moving forward slowly without anyone noticing, heading towards the deepest part of the space alone. This time, there was no one to lead the way for him, and he couldn't use the previous search method to determine the location of others and the terrain. In this place, if Shirin released mana so blatantly, he would definitely be detected by the high priest. Therefore, Shirin could only rely on the intelligence of destiny to find his destination. The direction of the airflow. The texture of the mana. The vibrations formed by all kinds of movements. The subtle and unusual sounds. Such existences had become the basis for Xian to collect information about the space at this moment. While he was deep in thought, he maintained the hidden state under the inner perception of destiny, and moved forward along the passage. Even though his pace was slow, it was unwavering. Along the way, Shuren didn't encounter any patrolling knights. Perhaps because this area was a relatively important area, and unrelated people were not allowed to approach, Shuren didn't find any traces of patrols. But the absence of patrols didn't mean that there weren't other existences guarding this place. Shuren stopped at the end of a passage and looked at the scene in front of him, speechless for a few seconds. A rather terrifying pressure filled the air. The source of the pressure was a huge creature lying on the ground. Shuren was quite familiar with that huge creature, because he also had one in his house. That was dragon. The huge creature lying at the end of the passage was a dragon. No, to be more precise, it wasn't a living dragon, but a dead dragon. It had a pair of tattered dragon wings, and the skin on the wings was tattered. Much of its flesh and blood had disappeared, exposing its bones to the air. It was very obvious. At the very least, more than half of its body had rotted away. Not only was there no part of its body intact, but even its internal organs had disappeared. Only a gigantic magic crystal was embedded in its chest. As if replacing its heart, the magic crystal radiated mana and rotated in place of its heart. It couldn't be called a dragon at all. It could only be called a dragon corpse. But this dragon corpse had obviously been modified, and its body emitted a very strong aura of death. At this moment, it was lying there as if it was taking a nap. In its eye sockets that had lost its eyeballs, there were green spots of light flickering in place of the pupils, telling Shuren that this corpse dragon could move. There was no doubt, this is a dragon that was resurrected and controlled by the High Priest's necromancy, right? Its level was as high as 91, and it actually had legendary level combat power. A small secret base actually has 2 legendary level existences. Since when did legendary level existences become so worthless? Of course, the corpse dragon in front of them was a dependent of the necromancer. Strictly speaking, it was a product of magic and not a complete legendary level existence. But even so, there was no doubt that it was a legendary level combat power. As expected of the legendary necromancy, the taboo power that once created an undead army of millions. A spell that could manipulate the dead and subvert death was indeed amazing. But compared to the corpse dragon, Shuren was more concerned about the scenery behind it. It was an entrance, and there was a flight of stairs that extended downwards. In other words, is that the basement they mentioned just now? Shuren confirmed this point. It seems that it is indeed a place that is not allowed to be casually entered. The legendary level corpse dragon was guarding the entrance. It was even lying in front of the entrance, completely blocking it. Under such circumstances, unless it got up and moved, no one would be able to enter. Fortunately, it's still useless against me. Shuren gauged the direction and distance with his eyes, and then directly teleported to the entrance. Just like that, he bypassed the legendary tier zombie dragon and entered this place. Let's go down. After entering, Shuren did not hesitate. He glanced at the corpse dragon that was still lying there like it was taking a nap, and swaggered down the stairs. Presumably, no one would believe that someone could actually sneak in to this extent without attracting anyone's attention. Even the highest-ranking hitman wouldn't be able to do this. According to Shuren's estimation, other than himself, the only existence that could sneak in to this extent without making a sound was Xianxia, the space mage. Of course, the goddess of nature, Nader, could also do it. Her transformation was naturally a bit against the rules. If it were her, perhaps she would be able to finish exploring this place more easily than Shuren. Shuren went all the way down, fully activating the perception ability of the external destiny, to observe the surroundings in case of any traps. But there did not seem to be any traps set here. They probably think that the legendary level corpse dragon is enough to stop everything, right? That was what Shuren thought. When Shuren walked down the stairs and finally entered the basement, he realized that his thoughts were too naive. Although there were no traps here, there was definitely more than one corpse dragon guarding this place. Roar, roar, in the dim basement, there were sounds that sounded like the low growls of wild beasts. Figures slowly wandered around the area like walking corpses. It was a terrifying sight. However, it was not wrong to say that they were walking corpses. The figures that were wandering around here were not humans at all, but dried corpses. They were the dead. They were the undead. Just like the corpse dragon outside, rotting corpses with green eyes, tattered clothes, and hideous faces wandered here. Have I come to the world of zombies? Sharon only felt a wave of physical discomfort. Now, he was starting to understand why Anima was so angry that she descended and annihilated the necromancer who was abusing her power. It was not just because the other party did something outrageous, but also because the act of using the corpses of the dead was too blasphemous. It was understandable that the goddess of life would be angry. Sharon even saw two familiar figures among them. Could they be the two from the First Night Regiment of Duke Stringham? Sharon stared closely in one direction. There, two figures swayed as they walked, imprinted in Sharon's eyes. Sharon recognized them. When the evil energy erupted in Cosmos, before they were about to enter the Black Temple, Sharon saw them once. Yuri Stringham, he was the head of the Knights of Duke Stringham, Barry's younger brother, and Limcho's uncle. He was a powerhouse with a level of 88, not far from the legendary level. During the Cosmos incident, he disappeared together with Limcho. Unexpectedly, when he saw him again, he had already turned into a corpse ghost, and became one of the many dead, wandering here. Next to him, the head of the First Night Regiment who was against Sharon was also there. I remember his name is Sona, right? This head of the First Night Regiment was Yuri's brother-in-law, and he was also level 80. But now, he also became one of the many corpse ghosts, and became one of the watchdogs of this basement. Limcho was clearly still fine outside, and even had great power, but the two powerhouses from the Stringham family who disappeared with him had fallen into such a state. Even Sharon felt a little sympathetic. I advised you not to enter the evil energy land, but you didn't listen. So, you can't blame others. Sharon shook his head, and put the matter of these two to the back of his mind, and observed his surroundings. With this observation, Sharon realized that there were many prison cells in this basement. Iron bars separated the stone caves and the space outside, causing the outside of the prison to be filled with wandering corpse ghosts, and the inside of the prison cells to be imprisoned with people being guarded. Sharon frowned, and in the end, he walked forward helplessly, and mixed into the crowd of corpse ghosts. It couldn't be helped, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get close to the prison cells. Sharon made sure not to touch the corpse ghosts, and observed the inside of the prison cells. As a result, Sharon found that there were female knights imprisoned in the prison cells. Some of them were hugging their knees as they sat on a pile of straw, shivering, some were sobbing, and some had dull eyes, and no one knew what they were thinking. But without exception, all of them were stripped naked. This scene did not make Sharon feel that it was a feast for his eyes. Because it only made Sharon feel that these female knights were raised like livestock. There were iron shackles on their necks, and their hands and feet were also cuffed and shackled. There were also scars on their bodies, and it was obvious that they had been tortured. Of course, this was not the most important thing. The most important thing was that Sharon recognized the identity of these female knights. They are the female knights of the Broken Blade Knights, right? That's right. These female knights were the personal guards of the second princess of the Ragnar Empire, the princess who was known as the Valkyrie. Sharon had interacted with them in Cosmos, so he recognized them. So, Sharon seemed to think of something. He narrowed his eyes and no longer observed slowly. Instead, he jumped and went deeper into the basement. Hey, hey, several corpse ghosts that passed by Sharon seemed to notice something, and could not help but stop and let out a low growl. Sharon paid no attention to them and directly flashed forward. Not long after, Sharon came to the deepest part of the basement and saw the largest and darkest cell. Inside, a figure was imprinted in Sharon's eyes. Sure enough, Sharon stopped and stared at the other for a long time. Finally, he called out the other's name. Capeline Ragnar, it was Her Highness the Princess. Ugh, in the incomparably dark cell, a painful moan reverberated and could be heard clearly. Sharon teleported directly into the cell. Looking at Capeline in front of him, he frowned. At this moment, Capeline's entire body was locked to the wall by 4 chains. She even had a collar around her neck, tightly restraining her. These chains and collars had magical runes on them, and they were of the same type as the handcuffs worn by Harvey. Their effect was to imprison the mana of the person being restrained, preventing the person from mobilizing mana or using any abilities related to mana. Under such circumstances, unless one was a high-level orc or demons with outstanding physical strength, no one would be able to break free from these chains, right? Obviously, Capeline was being taken care of and was not allowed to have any ability to move. Moreover, just like the female knights of the Broken Blade Knighthood, her clothes were stripped clean, and her body was covered with scars as if she had been whipped. Even though she was in a semi-unconscious state, she would still moan in pain from time to time. And all of this might be the doing of Mara's concubine. The high priest also said that this was the concubine's exclusive entertainment place. So, all the female knights, including Capeline, were probably the concubine's entertainment objects, right? As for what kind of entertainment the concubine would have, it would be obvious just by looking at the scars on these female knights. Shuren frowned for a while. After pondering for a while, he stretched out a hand in the direction of Capeline. Celestial breath. Accompanied by the dazzling starlight, Capeline's injuries slowly recovered. The speed was not fast. Xian did not release his mana unscrupulously, so he only used a very small amount of mana to launch the spell, Star's Breath, causing the healing effect to be greatly reduced. However, Capeline did not suffer any serious injuries. The scars on her body seemed shocking, but in fact, they were just flesh wounds, which were not serious at all. Therefore, although the speed was not fast, Capeline's injuries recovered one after another, and her fair skin gradually recovered. Capeline only felt that her body, which had been in pain, suddenly became warm. It was a comfortable feeling that she had not felt for a long time. This caused Capeline to open her misty eyes, raise her head, and look forward. With this look, Shuren's figure immediately entered Capeline's eyes. Capeline opened her eyes wide and wanted to say something, but the voice that came out was so hoarse that it felt dry. Her Royal Highness had probably not drunk water for a long time. Shuren frowned again. Accord. Water. He then raised a finger and cast attribute magic, attaching characteristics to the air at the tip of his finger, causing a large amount of water in the air to gather and form a stream of water. Immediately, Shuren flicked his finger, and the stream immediately bounced into Capeline's dry and cracked lips. Cough. Suddenly, Capeline choked on the water that suddenly flowed into her mouth. However, after coming to her senses, she immediately drank the water in big mouthfuls to replenish her moisture and moisturize her throat. How is it? Only then did Shuren stop. Looking at the Royal Highness who looked a little embarrassed, he said, "Can you speak now?" Hearing this, Capeline didn't answer immediately. She just pursed her lips, and her misty eyes finally seemed to regain their brightness, causing her to look at Shuren. Her gaze was extremely sharp, as if it was going to poke a hole through Shuren's body. Shuren did not react to this. He just stood there quietly, waiting patiently. The oppressive silence immediately spread between the two. It was not until a long time later that Capeline seemed to have confirmed something and spoke. "It seems that you are not someone around the poison consort." Capeline confirmed this. She did not recognize Shuren, because Shuren was still wearing a cloak. However, Capeline did see the scene where Shuren used celestial magic. If it wasn't for the fact that she hadn't seen Xian use celestial magic, she would have recognized him. As for now, she only confirmed that Shuren was not someone on Mara's side. "I thought that the poison consort was tired of torturing me and did not want to play with me anymore, so she gave me to her dog." Capeline sneered. Even though she had fallen to such a state, the Valkyrie was still full of heroic spirit and unyielding pride. However, in this heroic spirit, this pride, there was a trace of hatred, a trace of hatred. Needless to say, Capeline's hatred towards Mara was overflowing. "That imperial concubine really has this kind of hobby?" Shuren said lightly. What he was referring to was that Mara had a hobby of torturing others. However, this statement was actually a little different. "She doesn't have a hobby of torturing others," Capeline said with hatred. "She just likes to listen to the cries and screams of the hero's descendants like me. Even the female knights under my command were tortured by that poison consort in order to torture my spirit and heart. This made Sharon squint his eyes. The hero's descendant? He remembered that Harvey also said that the queen hated the heroes very much, and even hated everything related to the heroes. So, didn't she have a hobby of torturing others, but only against Capeline, who was a hero's descendant? Just as Sharon was thinking about this, Capeline's tone changed. Who are you? Capeline asked in a deep voice, since you are not one of the poison consort's people, did you sneak in? Correct. Sharon did not hide anything and said directly, of course, I am not here to save you. But you can save me. Capeline looked at Sharon with burning eyes and said, as long as you save me, I can promise you anything you want. There was no doubt that Capeline was ready to seize the hard-won opportunity to get out of trouble and began to work hard to save herself. I am the second princess of the Ragnar Empire. As long as you save me, I can satisfy you whether you want money or power. Just like this, Capeline tried to persuade Sharon. Unfortunately, are you sure? Sharon said non-committally, don't think I don't know that the power of the Ragnar Empire is now almost all controlled by that queen. You are just a princess. What right do you have to give me money and power? Sharon would naturally not be moved by Capeline. He was a little curious about what this Valkyrie was going to do to save herself in such a situation. Capeline still did not know that the person she was going to ask for help was Sharon, who beat her up in Cosmos. That was why Capeline said this. Indeed, that poison concubine is very powerful, but my status in the Empire is not comparable to that of an ordinary princess. Capeline said, I inherited the imitation holy sword of the royal family and am the first genius of the Empire. Even my father, who is the Emperor, dares not do anything to me, because many people in the Empire are looking forward to me becoming a strong person who can support the whole Empire. Just like Rosie's status in the kingdom and even in the human world was different from that of ordinary people and was not comparable to that of ordinary princesses, Capeline was the first genius of the Empire. The royal family was still counting on her to fight for the Empire, suppress the development momentum of the kingdom, and become the future pillar of the Empire. That poison concubine did not dare to do anything to me for no reason, so she deliberately sent me to Cosmos to keep me away from the protection of the Empire. Then, when I was trapped in the land of evil, she took the opportunity to capture me and my female knights here. At this point, Capeline's tone once again showed hatred. She really hated Mara. Not only did she hate him for using despicable means to capture her here, but she also hated him for daring to abuse her like this. Capeline swore that she would definitely return the favor to that poison concubine. But she was unable to escape from here, let alone break out of this cage. Now that she finally had a chance to escape, Capeline naturally tried her best to seize it. Tell me, what do you want? The Valkyrie of the Empire was ready to risk everything. Looking at the Empire's princess who was ready to risk everything, Sharon smiled. Don't be too sure, Your Highness. Sharon glanced at Capeline's naked body very blatantly and said, how can you promise me anything in this state? Aren't you afraid that what I want is you? Sharon's words made Capeline suddenly lower her head and look at her body as if she had only just noticed her current state. Then, she was silent again. A few seconds later, Capeline raised her expressionless face. You can put forward such a condition, Capeline said lightly, as long as you can afford it. These words already sounded a little cold and indifferent. Huh. Sharon finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. Moreover, it was an extremely disdainful smile. Come on, Your Highness. Sharon curled his lips and said, don't think of yourself as a treasure. First, you are not as beautiful as my Rosie. Second, you are not as talented as my Rosie. Your breasts are not as big as hers, and your butt is not as perky as hers. Even your skin is not as white as my Rosie's. Do you really think I care about you? As soon as these words came out, Capeline's pupils shrank. Seeing this, Sharon smiled playfully and finally pulled off his hood. It's you. Capeline's face darkened, and she spoke with clenched teeth. It's me, Sharon said generously. You didn't expect that the person you asked for help would be me, right? Your Highness? Capeline stared at Sharon, as if she wanted to confirm whether he was the real person, or she was unwilling to admit this reality. She began to gnash her teeth. She really didn't expect that the person who came here was actually Sharon. At the thought of showing such an ugly appearance in front of him and being compared to her biggest opponent, Capeline was really angry. Gradually, tears began to well up in her eyes. Seeing this scene, Shuren was a little scared. This guy, could it be that she wants to cry? Indeed, Capeline wanted to cry. Even though she was known as the Valkyrie, Capeline could not take it anymore after being humiliated by Shuren. The main thing was that the current situation was not right. Thinking of everything that she had been through recently, and how the hope of getting out of this predicament was on the person that she did not want to see the most, it would be strange if Capeline, a 17-year-old girl, did not want to cry. Of course, Capeline did not really cry. Even though her eyes were already red, she forced herself not to cry. She even stared stubbornly at Shuren. Her unyielding look made her look like a little wild cat that had been bullied badly. Being stared at by Capeline, Shuren shrugged and finally pulled out the holy sword at his waist. Clang, the sound of metal clashing rang out instantly. Shuren slashed at the handcuffs on Capeline's limbs and ankles, as well as the collar around her neck. The sword flashed across the dim cell and cut through those restraints. Only then did Capeline regain her freedom. However, because she did not have the time to react, her body went limp and she collapsed on the ground. Seeing the pale princess collapse weakly in front of him, Shuren could not help but laugh and shake his head. In the end, he tore off the cloak on his body and threw it to Capeline. Capeline immediately reached out, grabbed the cloak, and covered her naked body. Obviously, this princess was not without shame. "What is this place?" Shuren asked Capeline. "Is it just a cell used to imprison people?" It did not look like it at all. Apart from this basement, there were also many patrolling knights and slave servants working outside. They seemed to be digging something. "Do you know what they are preparing to do?" Shuren began to gather the information he wanted. Capeline raised her eyes and looked at Shuren, who was staring at her. After a moment of silence, she spoke. "I don't know where this place is, and I don't know what this place is used for. I only know that after I woke up, my female knights and I were imprisoned here and interrogated by the poison concubine," Capeline said softly. "During the time we were here, apart from the poison concubine, I did not see anyone else come in to look for us, until today." In other words, Capeline did not know anything about this place. Shuren was a little disappointed. However, he did not express anything. Since he was already here, he did not expect to achieve his goal so easily. While no one had discovered what was going on here, he planned to investigate this place again to see what secrets were hidden here. As for Capeline, Sean would still rescue her for the time being. No matter what, he had already entered into a cooperative state with Harvey, and the intelligence of this place was also provided to him by Harvey. In that case, bringing his sister out of this place was already the most benevolent thing he could do. "The sky is obscured by darkness, the earth is turned into a crimson hell, and the lustrous branch will be awakened from its slumber and descend upon this universe." This was a poem. "The sky is obscured by darkness, the earth is turned into a crimson hell, and the lustrous branch will be awakened from its slumber and descend upon this universe." This was a poem. It was a poem that sounded very pleasing to the ear and made people feel a little mysterious. Capeline suddenly sang such a poem, leaving Shuren stunned. Seeing this, Capeline did not wait for Shuren to react and gave a straightforward explanation. "This is a legend that has been circulating in the Ragnar Empire," Capeline said. "It is said that under the land of the Ragnar Empire, there is a treasure called the Lustrous Branch sleeping." "Treasure?" Shuren raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, "Under the land of the Empire?" "That's right." Capeline nodded and said, "I also heard about such a legend from my mother." According to Capeline, this legend had been passed down in this land for a very, very long time. It had been so long that not many people knew about it. The royal family of the empire had studied this legend. This was because it was rumored that the hero who founded the Ragnar Empire had come to this land in search of the treasure called the Lustrous Branch. The hero had spent many years searching for that treasure, but he had never been able to find it. Thus, he had just established a country on this piece of land and stayed here for a long time, hoping that one day in the future, he would be able to find that treasure. But he spent his whole life, but in the end, he still did not succeed. Then, the hero, who was the founding emperor, was targeted by the demons because he lived here for a long time and did not change his location. In the end, he died at the hands of the demonic dragons. My mother once said that this legend was quite famous at that time. It was as if Capeline was searching for her own memory. She recalled and spoke at the same time. At that time, the reason why the empire was persecuted by countries and foreign races from all over the world after the death of the founding hero, I heard that it was also because of this legend in the beginning. Knowing that there was a treasure on this land that even the hero could not find and was willing to spend so many years looking for, other countries and races would naturally feel tempted. With this as the source, the Ragnar Empire, which had lost the founding hero, was gradually persecuted by outsiders, and experienced prosperity and decline in its long history until today. And in the long period of confrontation and struggle, the original purpose was gradually replaced by other reasons and political issues, becoming unknown. As a result, the legend also became unknown. Today, perhaps not many people in the royal family of the empire would study it. Capeline remembered this because she accidentally heard her mother, who was ousted from the throne, mention it. My mother also heard it from the former emperor, my grandfather. Capeline mentioned such a thing. Xianxia noticed something. You said that the former emperor was your grandfather? Xianxia asked reflexively. That's right. Capeline was slightly startled, but she had no intention of hiding it and admitted it directly. In other words, the former emperor was your mother's biological father? Xianxia said with a strange expression, your mother is the orthodox descendant of the hero? Yes. Capeline seemed to understand what Xianxia was surprised about. After a moment of silence, she said faintly, the current emperor was originally the elder brother of the Lefort family's master. After having a political marriage with my mother, he married into the royal family. Under my mother's unwillingness to be a regent, he sat on the throne and became the emperor. Well, Xianxia finally understood the truth of some things. Why was the current emperor so cruel that he even dared to persecute his own children? Why did the Lefort family listen to Mara and become her lackey? It was all because the emperor was bewitched by Mara. Just now, under Mara's instruction, he attacked the descendants of the hero, and also made the Lefort family Mara's lackey. Otherwise, as the heir of the hero's bloodline, he would have to consider the idea of leaving some direct bloodline for the royal family of the empire, and protect Harvest and Capeline in front of Mara, right? But the emperor did not do so. Instead, he followed Mara's instruction and persecuted the descendants of the hero. Xianxia could imagine what reason Mara had used to persuade the emperor to be ruthless even if he thought with his knees. I'm afraid that your father wants to completely remove the Ragnar royal bloodline from the empire, so that the royal family of the empire will only flow with his own blood from now on, right? Xianxia was also convinced. Probably. Capeline's tone was cold, as if she was talking about a stranger instead of her own father. She said, he was originally questioned by many traditional nobles because he married into the family. In addition, he has no talent. He can't even be the head of the family, let alone the emperor. That's why the Lefort family used him as a tool for marriage, throwing him to the royal family, and then supporting him to take the throne. The Lefort family probably wanted to cultivate a puppet emperor and turn the empire into their own rule. Under such circumstances, one could imagine how unwilling the emperor would be. In this way, as long as someone like Mara appeared, not only giving him advice in secret, but also using all kinds of means to help him, then he would naturally go up to them and become an idiot at their beck and call. Mara, on the other hand, followed the emperor's line. Firstly, he ousted the queen and took revenge on the descendants of the hero. Secondly, he suppressed the Lefort family and subdued the Lefort family that controlled the emperor. In addition, the emperor obeyed him, so his power in the empire gradually grew, and finally, his power dominated the court. How should I put it? Xianxia spread his hands and said indifferently, no wonder your brother the prince wants to usurp the throne so much. Brother Harvey? Capeline was slightly stunned, but immediately understood. She said to Xianxia, could it be that you are the help my brother asked? What? Xianxia was a little surprised. You know about this? More or less. Capeline relaxed her body and said in a low voice, Brother Harvey has always wanted to go to the kingdom to ask for help. Before I went missing, he also warned me not to have too much conflict with the kingdom. That would be bad for dealing with the poison concubine later. But Capeline obviously didn't listen. Otherwise, when in Cosmos, she wouldn't have been so against Shuren, and she wouldn't have been in a state of confrontation with the Sterling family. Her Royal Highness had always seen the kingdom as an opponent, and the Princess of the Kingdom as her lifelong enemy. When she heard that Harvey was going to cooperate with the kingdom and ask for help from the kingdom, she naturally wouldn't be willing. Shuren could imagine how much conflict this pair of siblings had over this matter. And looking at the current situation, it was obvious that Harvey was the one with the foresight. While Shuren was sighing with emotion, Capeline was also looking at him with a complicated expression. Back then, she was indeed against Jarvis asking for help from the kingdom and letting the kingdom come to save his country. Although the kingdom was powerful, it was still the enemy of the empire. If they exposed the inside information of their own country to the enemy and then asked for help, who knew if they would invite a wolf into the house and cause the empire to be invaded by other kingdoms? Moreover, as a citizen of the empire, they had more or less a sense of hostility towards the kingdom. Therefore, this matter was called asking for help in a nice way, but in a bad way, it was treason. If they did not handle it well, they would probably be boycotted by the whole empire. The reason why Jarvis ended up in this situation was also closely related to him going to the kingdom. From this, it could be seen how ridiculous it was for a citizen of the empire to ask for help from the kingdom. However, Jarvis seemed to think that this matter was too ridiculous. After all, this way, the poison concubine would never think that we would actually make such a move. This was exactly what Harvey valued. He wanted to catch Mara off guard and catch him off guard. But Capeline still did not agree. There was no other reason. It was because she really did not want to ask for help from the country where that woman was from. She was obviously a lifelong rival, yet she went to the other party to ask for help. With Capeline's stubbornness and pride, how could she agree to such a thing? Therefore, on this matter, Capeline had never been able to reach a consensus with her brother, Jarvis. As a result, during the period when she was imprisoned, her brother had already found a partner and successfully asked that partner to come to the Empire's aid. He even came here and appeared in front of her. How could Capeline's feelings not be complicated? At that moment, Capeline almost subconsciously asked a question in a hurried tone. Rosie, Rusty Matra is here too? This was what Capeline cared about the most. If that woman had also come, then this time, her ugly state would have been seen by the person she didn't want to see the most. If that happened, Capeline might not even want to leave this place. She would rather stay here and continue to be tortured by Mara. Shuren seemed to have seen through Capeline's thoughts under her uncertain face. So, you think too much. Rosie will not come to the Empire. Shuren said bluntly, who knows if she will come here and fall into a trap. What he meant was that even if the kingdom would take some action when the Empire asked for help, it would not completely believe it. Who knew if this was a plot to lure Rosie to the Empire to kill her? Therefore, not to mention that Rosie did not know about this, even if she did, she would not come here easily. In fact, Sean had also invited Rosie to come to the Empire with him, but she had rejected him. Her Royal Highness knew that her identity was extremely sensitive in the Empire. Once she appeared, it would definitely cause an uproar. By then, it would be real chaos. Based on this, Rosie would not come. Rosie Capeline could not help but heave a sigh of relief, but for some reason, she felt a little regretful. Do you want her to come or not? Sean was speechless. Sure enough, a woman's heart was like a needle at the bottom of the sea. You might think it was not easy to fish it out, but in fact, she never intended to come out. What if that needle was the golden cudgel and could calm the sea? Then, you could only go into the sea to understand women. Otherwise, why would so many men want to be the Sea King? Let's get back to the topic. Shuren said, you just mentioned the treasure of the Empire. Are you trying to say that the purpose of the people here is to find it? Shuren thought of the slaves who were digging something here. That was what Capeline thought too. You said it yourself. They seem to be digging something, right? Capeline said, then this is the only legend I can think of. This was obviously a guess without any basis. But Shuren felt that this unfounded guess might not be completely useless. After all, why would Mara appear in the Empire and stir up a storm in the Empire? Was it because she hated the Bravehearts and everything related to the Bravehearts that she wanted to wreak havoc in the country built by the Bravehearts? Then why did she come to the Empire instead of going to the kingdom? The kingdom was also built by the brave, and the royal family was also the legitimate descendants of the brave. There was even Rosie, the heir of Mitra. Logically speaking, if Mara only hated the brave, she would want to mess up the kingdom more than the empire. But she chose to come to the empire and take control of the empire in her hands. She only secretly caused trouble for the kingdom. For example, the large-scale assassination in the capital 10 years ago was planned by this poison concubine. What did this mean? It meant that there was something in the empire that attracted her. Lustrous branch. Shuren looked at Capeline and asked, "Do you know what treasure it is?" "I don't know." Capelin frowned and thought for a while. In the end, she shook her head and said, "I only know that it seems to be a treasure that even the 3 goddesses and the 6 great demons have only heard of. It is very likely to be related to either the supreme god or the demon king." Hearing this, Shuren could basically confirm it. Even if the lustrous branch was not Mara's goal, it was still a very important and precious thing. How could a treasure that was related to either the supreme god or the demon king not be important? How could it not be precious? It was no wonder that even the founding heroes of the Ragnar Empire wanted to find this treasure. It was definitely something extraordinary. "How does that poem go again?" Shuren asked Capeline. Capeline turned her gaze to Shuren, and then she opened her red lips. "The sky is covered by darkness, the earth is turned into a crimson hell, the lustrous branch will be awakened from its slumber and descend upon this universe." Capelin sang the words of the ballad. Shuren silently noted it down. "What are you going to do next?" Shuren asked. If it was before, Capeline would have said without hesitation that she was going to leave this place. But now, when she thought that she had to rely on Shuren's power to leave this place, Capeline felt a wave of unwillingness. However, no matter how unwilling she was, in the current situation, it was nothing more than unnecessary hypocrisy. "Take me out." Capeline took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I'll say it again. Get me out, and I can give you whatever you want." Previously, Capeline had said these words with great vigor and confidence. She thought that, with her status, if the other party was a normal person, he or she would be tempted. However, the appearance of Shuren broke Capeline's confidence. No matter how slow Capeline was, she realized that Shuren was dismissive of the conditions she offered. Even if the price was himself, Shuren showed a look of disdain. This infuriated Capeline, but at the same time, she lost her temper. On the other hand, Shuren was straightforward this time. "Okay." Shuren snapped his fingers and said, "For your brother's sake, I will take you out for the time being." As he said this, Shuren stretched out his hand and pressed Capeline's shoulder before she could react. Swish! In the next second, the two disappeared from the cell at the same time and appeared outside. The ghouls around seemed to have noticed a little movement, and there was a slight commotion. Capeline only felt that her vision was blurred, and when she reappeared, she was already outside the cell. "This is..." Capeline's expression suddenly changed slightly. "Teleportation, When did he have this ability? No, when he was in Cosmos, he did show an ability similar to teleportation. But at that time, wasn't he only able to activate this ability when he was under attack? Could it be that he was still hiding it at that time? Such a thought immediately flashed in Capeline's mind. At this time, Shuren spoke. "Don't leave my side." Shuren warned Capeline, "My skill can make me and the object I touch enter a hidden state, or even invisible state, so that we will not be discovered by the army of the dead here. Once you leave the place I touch, you will immediately cause the dead here to kill you." "I know." Capeline lowered her eyes, as if she had no choice. "Then let's go." Shuren planned to leave with Capeline. At the critical moment, Capeline suddenly spoke. "Wait." While Capeline stopped Shuren, she looked around at the naked female knights in the cell. After hesitating for a while, she finally could not help but say to Shuren, "Save them too." Shuren raised his eyebrows. "They are my subordinates and personal guards, and they are the most loyal to me. I can't leave them alone." Capeline hurriedly explained. Shuren stared at Capeline for a while until Capeline felt unnatural, and then he curled his lips. "You owe me a big favor." After leaving these words, Sean brought Capeline, who had a look of joy on her face, and teleported to the cages one by one to rescue the female knights. At first, when the female knights saw Shuren appear, they almost cried out in panic. they covered their bodies in panic and fear. It was not until they saw Capeline, who was wearing a cloak, that they were surprised and happy, and even cried tears of joy. Shuren teleported all the female knights out of the cages, and asked them to touch him one by one, and not to run around, lest the effect of inner sense of destiny could not cover them, causing them to be discovered by the dead. The female knights were still bashful at first, but in the end they had no choice but to blush and come to Shuren's side one by one. This time, Shuren was happy. Well, I've made a profit. Rumble. Outside the unknown secret base, the water from the waterfall was still falling, creating huge splashes as if nothing had happened. Even the headless corpse of the knight whose head had been chopped off by Limjo had disappeared, and the bloodstains had been cleaned up. It was obvious that someone had specially done this work. Up until a certain moment, with a faint sound of breaking through the air, numerous white figures appeared outside the waterfall in an orderly manner. These white figures were naturally the female knights that Shuren had brought out from the dungeon. Ah! Ah! The group of beautiful female knights only felt a blur in front of their eyes, and then they saw the light of day again. They were outside, and then they screamed one after another. Ka! Princess Capelin! We! Wa! Wa ah 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 ah! Some of them hugged their bodies and squatted down, while others hugged each other, shivering. The shame in their hearts had completely exploded. This was something that could not be helped. Just now, in the dark basement, these female knights could still comfort themselves, using the darkness to hide their state of not being strange at all. Coupled with their eagerness to escape, they could barely suppress the shame in their hearts. But now, they suddenly saw the light of day again, under the bright sun. With sufficient light shining on them, the group of female knights could not help but feel ashamed. Cough cough, Shuren coughed dryly, turned his head, and looked at the sky, as if he had not seen anything, and there was nothing here. He was a gentleman, a gentleman. Capeline, who was wearing a cloak, immediately glared at Shuren, and then hurriedly hid her female knights in the bushes at the side. A group of fair-skinned women hid in the bushes, twitching and chattering. Your Highness, what should we do? Sob sob. We've been seen naked, by the men of the kingdom. Wah. There are no clothes to wear here. Do we have to stay in this state forever? I don't want to. How are we going to return to the capital like this? Your Highness, Capeline, save us. Similar squeaking sounds kept coming from the direction of the bushes, which made Sean's heart itch a little. Capeline was also a little helpless. Don't worry. Hide here for the time being and don't move. I'll think of a way for you later. Take a look at each other first, and see if anyone is left alone and hasn't come out. Calm down. It was not easy to get out of trouble. We can't be caught again. Be quiet. We're probably not completely out of danger yet. Do you understand? Under Capeline's rather serious and even severe warning, the female knights finally calmed down and stopped making a ruckus. Of course, there were still quite a number of people who looked outside through the bushes. They looked at Sean, who seemed to be admiring feng shui and was in a poetic mood. Their faces all turned red. Of course, there were still many who looked outside through the bushes. They looked at Shuren, who seemed to be admiring feng shui and was in a poetic mood. Their faces were all red. If it was any other time, they would have either killed the culprit or committed suicide when something like this happened. Why would they bear such a sense of shame? However, this time, none of them could take this matter to heart. Because he was saving them, and their clothes were not stripped by him. There was really no reason to make things difficult for them. In short, Shuren had indeed gained a great advantage this time. Otherwise, why would people say that Her Highness is so powerful? Each of his personal guards is bigger and wider than the last. Someone who was in a poetic mood sighed with emotion. Capeline and the others did not know that Shuren was thinking about such things. Otherwise, they would definitely die of shame and resentment. Just like that, after the commotion, the place finally calmed down. Only then did Capeline come out of the bushes and came in front of Shuren. She stared at him as if she was considering whether to kill him or not. Shuren saw it, but he did not panic at all. Don't be silly, child. You can't beat me. Sean told the truth very honestly, which made Capeline really want to kill him for a moment to silence him. Fortunately, Shuren's words still had some deterrence. At least, he was right. Capeline couldn't beat him. That was what she said. You only lost once. Don't think that it proves that you're stronger than me. The goddess of martial arts refused to admit defeat. Shuren just wanted to laugh. Sorry, I am stronger than you. She couldn't even beat Shuren at that time. She couldn't even force him to unseal the holy sword at that time. If it were now, the result would be even more obvious. He really didn't know where Her Highness got the confidence to say such a thing. Unfortunately, Capeline didn't know all this. She didn't know that Shuren was a hero and had an extremely powerful holy sword. She also didn't know that Shuren had been reborn and became stronger than before. So, in the eyes of Her Highness, although Shuren was strong, he was not strong enough to make her feel invincible. But no matter what, now was not the time to settle these scores. I'm going to take those children back to the capital first. Capeline took a deep breath and said such a plan. Sean didn't even think about it and blurted out a sentence. Don't. If we go back to the capital naked, it will be too easy for passers-by. Shuren's words made Capeline's murderous aura almost burst out. Who told us to go back naked? Capeline gritted her teeth and shouted, we will pay attention to the movements of the crowd and go back when we get enough cover. This was actually not a difficult problem to solve. Not to mention anything else, there were plenty of ways to collect materials from the local area. For example, there were still many monsters here. It was totally feasible to kill them and take their fur to use as clothes. It was just a little dangerous. This place is still too close to the position of the enemy. You'd better not be in a hurry to cover yourselves. Leave this area first, find a place to hide, and then follow the plan. Shuren thought for a while and said so. Otherwise, before you can run far, I'm afraid that all of you will be caught back. Since he had already seen enough, Shuren didn't mind giving these girls some more advice. Although it was quite easy to solve the problem of covering up with his help, Capeline, the stubborn and competitive Valkyrie, obviously didn't intend to rely on Shuren anymore. So, Shuren naturally wouldn't say much. As expected, I'll accept your advice for the time being. Capeline didn't ask Shuren to help solve the problem for her and others at all. Instead, she resisted as if she had to rely on herself. However, Her Royal Highness Princess still looked at Shuren with a somewhat complicated gaze. What about you? Capeline said faintly, do you still want to go back? She knew that Shuren's investigation of this place was not over yet. Shuren hadn't completely confirmed what this place was used for. When leaving the dungeon, Shuren also said that he would take them away first. Since he was taking them away first, there must be a follow-up plan. This was indeed the case. Since we're already here, wouldn't it be a wasted trip if we don't meet the old and new friends inside? Sean grinned from ear to ear. That smile was full of malicious intent. And this malicious intent was not only used to deal with the enemies hiding behind the waterfall. By the way, I still don't want to expose my identity too soon, lest those guys on the other side see me and immediately think of the two big shots beside me. In the end, they don't even dare to show their faces and just run away directly. Shuren turned his head and looked at Capeline. You. What are you doing? Capeline immediately took a step back subconsciously and pulled the cloak on her body tightly. What do you think? Shuren's smile suddenly looked even more malicious. So, Capeline didn't hesitate anymore and turned around to run. However, how could she outrun a beast who could teleport? Not long after, Her Royal Highness Princess was caught. Wait. Wait. Don't. Don't take it. Ah. Accompanied by a scream, the cloak on Capeline's body disappeared and returned to its owner. Shuren put it back on his body and put on the hood to completely cover his face. Then, he nodded in satisfaction. Capeline was so ashamed and angry that she wanted to die. She rushed into the bushes to accompany the female knights. You bastard. Shameless. Beast. The next moment, Her Royal Highness Princess's curses came one after another from the bushes. Scold again? Shuren looked in the direction of the bushes, narrowed his eyes, and said with a smile, if you scold again, I will use magic to burn the bushes, okay? With that, Her Royal Highness Princess's voice immediately disappeared. Even the female knights were blushing, not daring to make a sound. Really, it was already embarrassing enough and ugly enough. They really didn't want to show their shameful sight anymore. "Alright, let's go," Sharon said impatiently. Those guys should have noticed the abnormality soon. "If we don't leave now, it might be too late." Sharon didn't forget that the high priest had Death Cloister, a magic that was used to detect the breath of living people. Under such circumstances, the fact that Capeline and the others had left the dungeon and escaped to the outside would definitely not be hidden from the high priest. If they didn't leave now, when would they wait? "I know." Capeline's voice was a little low, and it came from the bushes. After a while, under Capeline's instructions, the female knights hiding behind the bushes began to make rustling sounds one by one and gradually went away. So did Capeline. Sharon smiled, turned his head, and turned his gaze in the direction of the waterfall. Capeline was the last one to leave. She glanced at Sharon's cloaked appearance and watched his back. After a few seconds, Capeline left quietly. There was no farewell. There were no unnecessary words. Because this was not the end. It was just the beginning. Just as Capeline and her broken blade knights gradually walked further away, a buzzing sound rang out from within the rumbling waterfall. Finally, a different kind of movement appeared once again. A stone wall slowly rose up, separating the water, splitting the waterfall, revealing a stone wall passage, which was imprinted in Sharon's eyes. Inside the stone wall passage, there were far more people squeezing there than before. In the next second, they suddenly spurted out, like a fish, accompanied by a monstrous momentum, rushing out. They were all knights. Knights from all over the world. Even the equipment they wore was different, but at this time, they were divided into batches of armies, rushing out of the passage while surrounding the entire scene. Sharon watched this scene, but he didn't even make the slightest movement. He just stood there, motionless, like a statue. As a result, many knights filled the place and completely surrounded it. Sharon was surrounded by a large number of knights, and he was even shrouded by the monstrous momentum carried by the knights. The knights all looked at the mysterious man in front of them, who was wearing a cloak and whose appearance couldn't be seen clearly. Their eyes bloomed with murderous light. Looking closely, their eyes were flickering with a pale green color, rendering them like ghost soldiers from hell. It was very frightening. And among them, the most frightening, the most ferocious, and the one with the most pale green eyes was Limjo. Limjo was the leader of this army, standing in front of many knights, facing Sharon from afar, his face extremely gloomy. The atmosphere was condensing. The air pressure was dropping sharply. At this moment, a heavy pressure pervaded the entire place, causing a deathly silence to spread out. "Is that you?" Limjo spoke. "The rat who sneaked into our holy land, is that you?" Limjo looked at Sharon coldly, and there was a trace of doubt in his heart for a moment. Why does this person seem a little familiar? Limjo had such a thought. However, this thought was quickly replaced by killing intent and anger. There was no other way. Limjo was indeed very angry, and he really had the urge to cut this mysterious man into 1,000 pieces. In the beginning, Limjo was sent outside by the high priest to be in charge of searching for strange intruders. In the end, Limjo didn't find anything. After he went back to report, not long after, something happened in the base. And it was a big matter. Just now, the high priest called Limjo back and scolded him with murderous intent. He told him that someone had snuck into the base and silently taken away the entertainment props of the imperial concubine in the basement. This made Limjo really unable to believe it. This was because he had thoroughly searched the area. Furthermore, the base was well hidden, and the high priest's death corridor was constantly on guard. Logically speaking, it should not be possible for a saint to sneak in without a trace and bring the person out without a trace. In particular, there were so many female knights in the basement, yet they were all taken out of the base without a sound. This was too unbelievable. No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible to do this. But no matter what, the truth was the truth. The basement was indeed empty. Although Limjo had never been to the basement, and even the high priest had never been there, except for the imperial concubine, no one had been there. However, the high priest's death corridor could no longer find any aura of living beings in the basement, which proved that there was no one left except for a group of dead people. This was the dereliction of duty of the high priest, and at the same time, it was also Limjo's dereliction of duty. The high priest was furious and vented all his anger on Limjo, so Limjo could only vent all his anger on Shuren, who was the culprit. Speak. Limjo's face was full of anger, and he released a huge murderous aura and magic power, even mixed with some gloomy aura, toward Shuren. How did you do it? This was the only thing Limjo cared about. He suspected that there might be some problems in the base that allowed someone to sneak in and take away so many people. Maybe there was someone inside. Or maybe there was some secret passage. No matter which one it was, he had to figure it out. Otherwise, that poison concubine was not someone to be trifled with. Once she blamed him, not only him, even the high priest would not be able to bear the consequences. Unfortunately, Shuren did not say anything, but the corners of his mouth curled up, as if he was mocking something, and he pulled out the holy sword from his waist. That posture, that appearance, what it meant, there was no need to say more. Very good. Limjo's eyes turned cold, and the murderous intent and hostility in his heart became even heavier. Ever since he obtained the spiritual essence to refine his body, Limjo's strength greatly increased, and the dark side of his heart was constantly magnified. This caused Limjo to no longer hide his heart, and he became completely free to do whatever he wanted. Here, he could kill whoever he wanted, even if it was his former subordinates. Here, he could go to whomever he wanted. He had completely lost the arrogance he used to have when he looked down on everyone except Rosie. If it wasn't for Mara not allowing anyone to enter the basement and attack those female knights might not only be whipped by Mara and used to provoke Capeline, but they would also be humiliated by people like Limjo until they completely collapsed. They wouldn't even be able to feel despair, and they would become broken dolls. Even Capeline might be harmed by Limjo. Not to mention being alive and kicking like now, he would probably kill himself. It was impossible for him to live an ignoble life, right? This Limjo was no longer the Limjo of the past, but a devil who had fallen into the abyss. The reason why his uncle Yuri and Yuri's brother-in-law Sona became ghouls was because the high priest promised Limjo that as long as he killed those two people in the name of righteousness, he could get everything. From that time on, the past Limjo might have been dead. The current Limjo was just a humanoid monster occupied by the dark side and desire in his heart. The murderous intent and strength in his heart almost instantly rose to the peak. Kill him. At that moment, Limjo didn't hesitate to order the knights around him. Suddenly, the green light in the knights' eyes flickered. The next moment, all the knights rushed towards Shuren. The weapons in their hands became pure murder weapons. They stabbed out one by one, covering the direction where Shuren was. Shuren's figure was instantly drowned by countless knights. However, boom! With a roar, an incomparably huge magic power swept out from the center of the knights who drowned Shuren. Bang! The knights who drowned Shuren were all shaken away by the sweeping magic power. Ah! With a burst of screams, the knights who were shaken away smashed around like garbage one after another. Some fell to the ground, some smashed into the grass and trees, and some were even blown into the sky, directly disappearing, causing a wave of mournful cries. What? Limjo was shocked. The rest of the knights stopped charging. The green light in their eyes disappeared and was replaced by a wave of fear. Shuren still stood in the same place. On his body, the magic power rose into the sky like a tornado, going straight into the clouds, causing the atmosphere to be chaotic. The trapped turtle in a jar suddenly became a god who shocked everyone. The god even tilted his head and twitched the corner of his mouth as if he was puzzled and spat out two words. That's it? The clear and audible word fell into Limjo's ears, but it could be said to be the greatest insult. But before Limjo could react, Shuren's figure suddenly disappeared. Limjo suddenly felt a great sense of crisis. He was a genius, and as the son of a duke who was related to the royal family, he also had the blood of the brave in his body. Although it was very thin and could not be compared to the royal family, he was much more talented than the average person. When Limjo became a guard knight, he was already seen by countless people as a promising new generation, and he was even thought to be a talent who could take over Alidia Albion's class. Even though he was only in his 20s and had not reached level 80, he still had extremely high combat qualities. Now, with the help of spiritual essence, Limjo, who had leveled up to level 84, was not an ordinary knight. So, without thinking, Limjo pulled out his sword and slashed in front of him. Swoosh! There, in the faint sound of air breaking, a cloaked figure suddenly appeared without any warning, just entering Limjo's attack range. Huh? Under the opponent's hood, a slightly surprised voice came, proving that the opponent did not expect Limjo to be so sharp and decisive. But, clang! With a loud knocking sound, Limjo's slash was deflected away. It was swatted away by Shuren's empty hand as if he was swatting a fly. Impossible! Limjo's heart shook. But, this was the difference between him and Shuren. Level 84, the son of a duke with the blood of the brave, it was a pity. Such an opponent, in front of the current Shuren, was no longer enough. Bang! Xian did not swing his sword. He just kicked Limjo's chest fiercely, causing him to fall to the ground. Gua! Limjo only felt a sharp pain in his chest, his whole body was kicked, and he cried out. At this moment, Shuren had already raised his foot towards Limjo, who had fallen to the ground, and landed it heavily on his chest. Bang! At the same time, Shuren's foot landed on Limjo's body. Pooh! Limjo couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. That's it? The same evaluation came from Shuren's mouth again. Immediately after, Xian aimed at Limjo's chest, and continued to kick him. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds rang continuously, causing Limjo's muffled groans and wails to ring out for a long time. Needless to say, Shuren had a huge personal grudge against Limjo this time. Did Shuren really not know that the young master of the Sterling family had been targeting him? Before he confirmed his relationship with Rosie, this guy and his Duke father had been planning to hurt him more than once. Did they really think that Shuren did not remember this, especially Limjo, this hypocrite? He hated him to death, but at the same time, he pretended to be kind and close to him, acting like he wanted to be a good brother. If it wasn't for the fact that Shuren did not have as much power as he did now, and did not have a good excuse to attack him, he would have kicked this hypocrite away long ago. Now, this guy had eaten something that made him look like neither a human nor a ghost. He even joined Mara and acted like a tyrant in this place. He even said in front of the high priest that he would kill him and steal his wife. Shuren did not attack him at that time, it was already very hard for him to endure it. Now, all the old and new grudges were added together. Shuren finally could not endure it anymore. He brought all the emotions he had for this hypocrite into his kicks, and kicked him mercilessly. Puff! Limjo had spat out blood for the umpteenth time. Under Shuren's kicks, he felt like all the bones in his chest were broken. The pain spread throughout his body, and Limjo could not help but howl in pain, but it was useless. He wanted to struggle, fight back, and even fight to the death without caring about anything else. However, under Shuren's vicious kicks, he could not even get up, and he could not even defend himself. He was trampled on like a weak person. This caused Limjo to feel fear and humiliation at the same time. Who is he? Why is he so strong? I can't even put up a decent resistance? Why am I so weak? I've clearly become stronger. I've become stronger. Limjo protected his last breath, gathered his magic, and as he struggled, he kept roaring in his heart. At this moment, he thought of that princess. That peerless beauty, the most precious treasure of the kingdom that everyone in the world fell in love with. After being brought here, he had already heard that that person and Xian had officially come to fruition. Under the blessings of everyone in the world, they were engaged to each other in the celebration of the whole country. At that time, he had gone crazy, and his mind was filled with the news that the princess was already engaged. Why him? Why him? Why not me? Why not me? Under these questions, Limjo completely fell into madness. Limjo was completely obsessed with Rosie in the past. In the past, Limjo only cared about Rosie, and only had Rosie in his heart. He didn't even want to look at other women, thinking that they didn't deserve him, and that they weren't people that he should touch. He had only followed his family's arrangement to join the Royal Knights, and he actually didn't have any desire to become famous. Like a cold machine, he carried out his family's mission without any emotions. Other than that, he didn't care about anything else. But the moment he saw Her Royal Highness, Xianxia was dazed, intoxicated, and captivated. From then on, Linzhou had a goal. That was to get that princess. For this, he worked hard and trained in the royal knights for 2 years, and received countless praises. For this, he also actively cooperated with his family, and also intended to use his family's power to get close to the princess. He wasn't in a hurry, and in order to achieve his wish one day, he moved forward step by step. Everything was going according to plan, and there were no mistakes. Until the appearance of that man. He was unknown, just an adventurer in a remote rural town, but he was able to meet the princess and get her approval. He was rebellious, and didn't play by the rules. Even in front of so many nobles in the kingdom, he dared to talk back to his father, refused the king, and didn't care about fame and fortune. Many people couldn't see through him, and many people didn't like him. However, for some reason, Her Royal Highness favored him and even had a very good personal relationship with him. This situation made many young nobles jealous, and Linzhou was even more so, as he was completely caught off guard. So, in order to get rid of this destined enemy, Linzhou didn't hesitate to smile in front of him. At that time, Cosmos was also constantly thinking about how to get rid of this irksome love rival and make him disappear. It could be said that, for the princess, Linzhou turned from a family tool to an unscrupulous lover, and he was just short of doing anything. Under such circumstances, Rosie was engaged to Shuren, and became Shuren's fiancé. How could Linzhou not go crazy? It was from that time that Linzhou chose to fall. He was moved by the future described by the high priest, and accepted the olive branch thrown by him. He didn't hesitate to kill his uncle and uncle's brother-in-law, and even countless people in the First Knight Regiment who wanted to resist, and became the high priest's subordinates. He also didn't hesitate to swallow spiritual herbs to improve his strength, even if there were side effects, he didn't care. He only had one wish. That was to completely defeat that man, and make that princess his own. She's mine. Mine. Something in Linzhou's heart exploded at this moment. Boom. Suddenly, a strand of devilish energy rumbled and erupted in the heavens and the earth, and it gave rise to waves of wind. Huh? Shuren's foot that was about to land suddenly stopped, and his eyes under the hood suddenly froze, and he was surprised. The source of the burst of magic came from Linzhou. At this moment, from Linzhou's body, an amazing magic surged out like a flood that opened the floodgates. That magic may not be as strong as Shuren's, but it was extremely cold and sticky. Linzhou opened his eyes. In one pair of eyes, except for the pupils that had completely turned into a pale green color, the rest of the pupils had turned into a dark color. That was not all the eyes of a living person. Linzhou let out a roar, letting the extremely gloomy and cold mana leak out, shaking in all directions. Bang! In the muffled sound, Shuren was suddenly blown away by the sudden burst of magic. He was like a kite with a broken string, retreating all the way. After retreating for a very long distance, he tiptoed on the ground, and with a few steps, he removed all the force and stabilized his body. Good Lord! Shuren patted the dust on his cloak, raised his head, and looked in the direction of Linzhou. Under Shuren's gaze, Linzhou's body stood up shakily, and gradually changed. First, his brilliant golden hair, starting from the roots, turned white bit by bit, turning into a head of white hair that had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Following that, his fingernails continued to grow until they were as sharp as knives. Only then did they stop. Then, he also grew fangs, and there were black veins undulating on his cheeks, gradually becoming more and more conspicuous. A dignified young master of a large noble family, a majestic knight, at this moment, like this, became like an existence like a demon. Shuren's external destiny was activated almost reflexively, and he peeped at Linzhou. Under the observation of external destiny, Shuren witnessed with his own eyes that Linzhou's level and skills had changed. His level skyrocketed, from 841 all the way up to 90. His original skills all disappeared, and were replaced by a skill called Great Death Spirit Body, and this skill was not an ordinary skill, but a special skill, which made Shuren very surprised. In the past, although Shuren's identify skill could see through a person's level and skills, it could not see through a person's unique skills and special skills. It was not until external destiny was born that Shuren could see the existence of special skills, but he still could not see the unique skills. Therefore, Shan could see the birth of Limjo's special skill, Great Spirit of Death, but he could also see that at the moment of the birth of this skill, not only Limjo's original skills disappeared, but even the special skill, God's Blessing, disappeared directly. What did this mean? It meant that Limjo no longer had the Protoss's blessing. Generally speaking, God's blessings would only disappear under 3 circumstances. One was to swear upon the blessing, just like how Jarvis had done in the past. Once the oath was not fulfilled, the blessing would disappear. One was when the god who gave the blessing died. If that happened, the blessing would also disappear. Another was that the person with the blessing committed a heinous crime that angered both humans and gods, and was then forsaken by the blessing. This kind of heinous crime could not be formed by simply killing or framing someone, but it had to reach the point of being hated by the gods. Now, Limjo's blessing disappeared. This kind of situation could basically eliminate the first 2 possibilities. In other words, the current Limjo had become some kind of existence that was hated by the gods. Limjo, who had completely turned into a monster, roared as he stared at Shuren with his dark, green eyes. Bang! In the next second, Limjo disappeared. He crushed the ground under his feet and shot towards Shuren. He was as fast as lightning. His figure was like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, Limjo was in front of Shuren, roaring and waving his sharp claws. Boom dash! The ground suddenly shook and exploded, sending countless gravel flying into the sky. Crackle! 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 This was the sound of the ground cracking. As countless gravel and debris burst out and flew into the sky, the ground at the center of the impact directly collapsed, causing the surrounding ground to crack and turn into a spider web, with countless cracks appearing. On the collapsed ground, Shuren and Limjo had already collided. Facing Limjo's powerful attack, Shuren somehow raised the holy sword in his hand and held it in front of him, blocking the fierce attack. Limjo's sharp claws suddenly fell on Shuren's holy sword, creating intense sparks from the friction. Aha! Limjo seemed to be angry at this result. At the same time, he let out a roar that shook the atmosphere, and the sharp claws on his hands turned into countless claw lights, crazily slashing towards Shuren. The claw lights could be said to be overwhelming, and each of them contained extremely strong power. Wherever they passed, there were bursts of sonic booms. It was as if they were scraping glass, extremely ear-piercing. With this momentum, even if Locket came and saw this scene, his expression would change slightly, right? On the other hand, Shuren only slightly narrowed his eyes, and then began to wave the holy sword unhurriedly. The holy sword seemed to be moving slowly, but in fact, its speed was astonishingly fast, as if there was a special rhythm in it, causing countless sword lights to suddenly appear, facing the incoming claw attacks. Clang 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 clang. The intense sound of the collision suddenly resounded. The sword lights and the claw lights collided, and in just a few seconds, there were at least hundreds of thousands of times, causing sparks to burst out. It was extremely dazzling. Limjo roared and roared, constantly waving his claws, causing the overwhelming claw lights to become more and more, faster and faster, almost weaving into a dense net, cutting the atmosphere into countless pieces. On the other hand, Shuren was the opposite of Limjo. His expression was calm, his eyes were deep, and his movements were not as violent as Limjo's, but each of his attacks could easily catch up with Limjo's claws, and fiercely bounce them away. If what Limjo displayed was overwhelming power, then what Shuren displayed was overwhelming skill. In terms of pure physical strength, Shuren in his normal state was really not a match for Limjo, who had suddenly become a monster and possessed Death Spirit body. However, under the effect of Fate of the External Buddha, when holding the sword, Shuren had the most perfect sword skill. That sword skill was a combination of many weapon skills. It could be said to be the highest level of all the skills in the world. Therefore, even if he could not defeat Limjo in terms of pure strength, Shan was still able to defuse its aggressive attacks with little effort, causing all of Limjo's claw attacks to be in vain. In such a situation, not long after, Limjo was the first to show weakness. Dang! Amidst the deep sound of the collision, Limjo's claws that were swung down at the same time were repelled by Shan's precise upward flick, causing his hands to suddenly spread to the left and right, as if he was standing up straight, leaving his chest wide open. Bang! A muffled sound immediately rang out. Shuren did not let go of this excellent opportunity. He blasted out a kick that seemed to carry a great force on the spot, so that the sole of his foot landed heavily on Limjo's body, kicking him away. Limjo couldn't even make a sound. He flew out like a cannonball, and fiercely smashed into the river under the waterfall, causing a huge splash. Shuren used his actions to tell his opponent that even if his strength increased greatly, he would still kick you when it was time to kick you. Boom! It was as if Limju had been provoked, bursting the entire river. Accompanied by a huge wave, he rushed out of the river like a madman and rushed towards Shan. But this time, Shuren no longer stood still. Instead, he took the initiative to meet him, and also swept in the direction where Limjo was. Limjo didn't seem to have expected this situation at all. His movements didn't keep up, and before he could react, he was already in front of Shuren. For something like strength, it's not better to be stronger. Shan grinned at Limjo, whose pupils had shrunk abruptly. Without the corresponding combat experience, you can bully those who are weaker than you with a sudden increase in strength, but if you want to deal with me, you're thinking too much. As he said that, Shuren seemed to do it deliberately. He didn't use the holy sword, and just directly kicked out, kicking Limjo's chest again. Bang! In a muffled sound that was even louder than before, Limjo was kicked away again, and with an even faster speed, he smashed into the river again, causing heavy waves. Shuren seemed to be unforgiving, or it could be said that he was determined to defeat Limjo. He actually followed Limjo and rushed into the river. Not long after, the entire river was stirred up violently, and there was an earth-shattering sound. Bang, 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 huge waves kept exploding in the river. The water bloomed like fireworks. Water droplets sprinkled down like rain. This part of the river was stirred up, as if there were two prehistoric giant beasts fighting fiercely in it. The movement was so big that it was shocking. Until after a long time, as the biggest wave exploded, Limjo's figure appeared from within. Ah! A painful howl finally rang out from his mouth. This young master who had transformed into a demon fell out of the huge wave and flew into the air. Taking a closer look, on Limjo's chest, there was a slight depression. It was obvious that the injuries were caused by repeated kicks. Swish! In the faint sound of breaking through the air, Shuren instantly moved above Limjo, who was flying in the air, and mercilessly slammed his foot down on Limjo. Bang! In the muffled sound that made people's hearts stop, Limjo was kicked down from the air, smashed into the ground, and was buried by countless rubble. Only then did Shuren stop, fall from mid-air, and stand firmly on the ground. His cloak fluttered in the wind, and his whole body was intact, proving that in the fierce battle just now, he had always been the one who had the upper hand. But Shuren was not purely fighting. At least, he analyzed something. This death spirit body does not seem to be simple. Shuren murmured. Then, Shuren discovered that not only did Limjo's level and magic power skyrocket, but other aspects had also climbed to an inhuman level. Strength, stamina, speed, durability, resistance, and even self-healing ability have increased by several levels. This is not something that a level 90 human can have. Even Soliro, who had dragon's power, didn't have this kind of physical ability. What happened to Limjo to become like this? Cough, cough. While Shuren was deep in thought, Limjo coughed a few times, pushed away the huge rubble covering his body with his clawed hands, and struggled out of the ground. He kept vomiting blood, and blood also flowed from the corners of his eyes and nose. One could imagine what kind of fierce attack he had just experienced. Ah dash! Limjo roared angrily. On his body, the cold magic power continued to skyrocket, as if it would never stop. Shuren found that Limjo's level actually jumped again, and increased. Although it only increased from level 90 to level 91, Limjo's power was indeed still increasing, and now he had become stronger than before. This time, Shuren fully activated the ability of external destiny, trying to see through something. In the end, Shuren found that in Limjo's body, many pale green lights were like snakes, constantly moving back and forth, and gradually integrated into his magic power, into his flesh, and was transforming Limjo's whole body. The speed of the transformation did not seem to be constant, but it depended on Limjo's state. The angrier Limjo was, the more negative and dark emotions erupted, and the faster the fusion and transformation. On the other hand, as the transformation continued, the cold feeling on Limjo's body also became stronger, and he was almost more like demons than demons. What the hell is this? Shuren was already frowning. Unfortunately, Limjo, who was blinded by anger and full of negative emotions, would not answer this question. Limjo wanted to rush toward Shuren again. Seeing this, Shuren suddenly opened his mouth. Give and bind. He finally used magic. Suddenly, the atmosphere was given a characteristic that it did not originally have, as if it had the effect of binding, turning into a heavy pressure that shook Limjo's body. Limjo's body stagnated, but he struggled with all his might. He struggled so hard that the veins on his forehead bulged, and the black veins on his face wriggled rapidly, looking a little scary. Shuren immediately gave the surrounding earth the characteristic of binding, causing the ground to suddenly tremble, and countless rocks flew out, continuously hitting Limjo's body. Immediately, these rocks seemed to be stuck to Limjo's body. Not only did they stop falling, but they also fused with each other, and finally fused with the earth, tightly wrapping Limjo's whole body except for his head, turning him into a statue, standing on the ground. Limjo wanted to struggle and resist, but he could not succeed. With Shuren's current magic power, the strength of the magic he applied could be imagined, and the binding power was not something that Limjo could break free from now. Limjo could only roar while feeling shocked and angry. Give and bind magic. Who are you? Limjo questioned Shuren angrily with his remaining weak consciousness. He knew. He knew who else was using this kind of magic. There were not many people who knew give and bind magic, and there were almost none who could use give and bind magic to this extent. And as far as Limjo knew, there was only one such person. And it was someone that he hated very much. Shuren laughed. Guess? The playful voice constantly challenged the limits of Limjo's heart. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Limjo struggled with all his might while roaring like a ferocious beast, making the magic power and aura on his body become colder and colder, and even more violent. It could be seen that this young master was completely dominated by the negative emotions that erupted in his heart. He even felt a little hysterical. Of course, Shuren wouldn't tell him his identity. This was because he had already sensed that after Limukio transformed into a demon, there was a gaze staring at him, filled with surprise and joy. This surprise was completely directed at Limjo. After Limjo turned into a demon, the other party seemed to be completely attracted, and he didn't leave this place from the beginning to the end, staring at the situation here. The mouth under Shuren's had slightly grinned, a little playful and a little playful. He had been waiting for the other party to jump out, but the other party's patience was very good, so good that it was intriguing. He didn't know if the other party was observing Shuren's strength or observing the changes in Limjo. Since that was the case, I'd like to see how long you can endure. Shuren held a sealed holy sword in his hand and came in front of Limjo, who was roaring and struggling hysterically. He stretched out his hand and added a new characteristic to the rock that covered Limjo's body. Give to fire. With the buff of the fire characteristic, the rock that covered Limjo's body began to turn red. Like magma, it began to turn red and hot. Chi. A voice that sounded like burning charcoal came from Shuryen. Ah! Limjo immediately let out a painful howl. The rock that covered his body turned into boiling magma, roasting Limjo's body, causing smoke to rise from Limjo's body under the rock. This torturous treatment almost drove Limjo crazy. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Limjo roared crazily. Shuren turned a deaf ear. He focused all his attention on the cowardly tortoise, and found that the other party's emotions were a little off, so he unconsciously leaked some of his aura. But he seemed to want to observe for a while, so he restrained himself. It seems that the stimulation is not enough. Shuren murmured to himself, and then he cast the give to magic again. Give to split. When this give to magic was cast, Limjo immediately trembled. Poochie. As if he was suddenly cut into pieces, Limjo's body was split open, and a lot of blood sprayed out. Ah! This time, Limjo's howl turned into a scream. Obviously, the damage this time was much higher than before. Anyway, Sean did not show much mercy. The mana he had just used was much more than what he had used to explode the alchemy demons. If it were an ordinary person, even a legendary level dragon, he would have been torn apart and died. In such a situation, not only did the aura of the person become chaotic, even Limjo. Shuren, even. Magic. Sure. Shuren. I didn't expect that I couldn't split you into pieces, your magic resistance is quite high. It should be thanks to the special skill of the death spirit form that I have such high magic resistance, right? Shuren didn't feel depressed. After all, can you still resist this time? Shuren smiled and reached out his hand. That hand was surging with magic power that was far denser than the one he had just used. If this huge amount of mana was used to cast the split magic just now, then one could imagine Limjo's fate. He would definitely not be able to get away with it. Go and find your father and uncle, young master. Leaving such words, Shuren pressed his hand on the hot stone without hesitation. It was also at this moment that the aura that had been spying on them in the dark finally erupted. Horror, a start. As a hoarse and ear-piercing voice rang out, the air in this world changed. It became full of death, full of despair. Boom. A wave of death aura that was as black as a dragon's breath was like a malevolent ghost formed by countless vengeful spirits. On one side, faces full of pain appeared, and on the other, it emitted an aura that could corrode everything as it rushed towards Sean. Swoosh! Without hesitation, Shuren teleported and disappeared. The undulating death chi of the human face exploded in front of Limjo, spreading out like a poisonous gas. Then, a hair-raising scene appeared. The ground was instantly dyed black, as if all of its vitality had been taken away. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it first dried up and cracked, and then it scattered into gravel and turned into a desert. In the end, it completely disappeared, leaving behind a ghastly huge crater. Good heavens! Shuren appeared in the distance, and seeing this scene, he couldn't help but feel shocked. On the other hand, Limjo shouted in ecstasy as if he saw his savior. Save me! Save me! High Priest! Limjo had completely abandoned his image in the past. That hoarse, ear-piercing, unpleasant voice immediately responded to him. Seeing that you have successfully turned into a great spirit body, this time, I won't blame you for losing your composure, and save your life. Saying this, from the direction of the waterfall, a black shadow floated over like a ghost. A black robe floated in the air like the god of death. A hand as thin as a skeleton raised up, holding a crystal ball. The existence known as the High Priestess had finally arrived late. On his body, a thick death aura was fluctuating, corroding the atmosphere. Bang! The stone on Limjo's body shattered. The High Priest just released a death aura in his direction, and that death aura made the stone become like the ground just now, drying and cracking at a speed visible to the naked eye, and under Limjo's struggle, it broke into gravel on the ground. Limjo fell to the ground, his body was badly mutilated, and he looked miserable. However, his flesh was also growing and recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the speed was extremely strange. Not bad. Looking at this scene, the High Priest's hoarse voice became happy and gratified. The conversion efficiency is very high, although there is still a gap from that failed product, but after 1,000 years, to be able to recreate a great spirit body, it can be considered that the spiritual essences that I collected for many years were not in vain. Hearing this, regardless of Shuren's reaction, Limjo understood why his body changed. He knew that he had become stronger, and suddenly had power that was completely unimaginable in the past, but he didn't know why. Now, it seemed that it was inseparable from the spiritual essences that he swallowed. Take it. The High Priestess was in a good mood. She raised the crystal ball in her hand, and a few rays of green light shot out from the crystal ball. They were like slithering venomous snakes. The High Priestess grabbed them with her bony hand and threw them to Limjo. Limjo was overjoyed, and without hesitation, he grabbed the green lights that were wandering like snakes, and like a ferocious beast, he wolfed them down. Only then did the High Priest turn around and face Shuren. Under his hood, his skinny eye socket stared at Shuren, like a real grim reaper from hell, coldly speaking to Shuren. Although I don't know who you are, you dared to break into my territory, took away the toys that we kept, and almost destroyed my hard-earned work. How do you want to compensate me? As soon as he said this, the surging death aura on the high priest's body became more intense, and pained faces appeared again, looking very scary. Shuren looked at the high priest, and glanced at Limjo, who was still wolfing down the green lights, and smiled faintly while thinking about the conversation just now. Want compensation? Isn't that simple? Shuren said with a faint smile, I just don't know if you can take it away. One sentence, and the atmosphere instantly dropped to a freezing point. The high priest was not angry, but his eyes became colder and colder. You are very daring. The high priest said coldly, how many years has it been? I don't know how long it has been since someone dared to speak to me like this. Is that so? Shuren was unmoved, and even said sarcastically, isn't that because you are hiding and don't dare to meet people? You really dare to say that? The high priest was not angry, but laughed. His laugh was very creepy and scary, and said, do you really think that you can strut around in front of me just because you have some ability? Who knows? Shuren just wanted to show that he was not afraid of anyone when it came to talking, so he said without hiding, I don't know if I can strut around, but I do have the ability to do whatever I want. Interesting. The high priest said indifferently, if that's the case, I want to see how you can do whatever you want here. As he said this, the high priest raised the crystal ball in his hand high up. Clang, a pale green light suddenly bloomed from the crystal ball, illuminating the entire place. At this moment, the sky changed color. Rumble, dark clouds suddenly whizzed out, covering the sky. Woo woo woo, a dark gust of wind suddenly howled, sweeping across the entire place. All the light had disappeared, leaving only the pale green light illuminating this pitch-black world. Come. The high priest called out. Listen to the call, eliminate the detestable enemy in front of you, my pet. As soon as the voice fell, in the direction of the waterfall, in the stone wall of the mind space, a figure swept out. It was an extremely huge figure. Rotten bone wings. Rotten dragon body. The smell of decay. Pale green eyes. It was the dragon that Shuren saw at the entrance of the basement, the zombie dragon. Roar, a terrifying roar came from the mouth of the zombie dragon, shaking the atmosphere and the earth. Shuren bathed in the dragon's roar, his cloak reverberated violently. Come, let's play with my pet first. The high priest laughed softly, his laughter was like the whisper of a devil. Shuren also laughed. Sending the zombie dragon to deal with me? Shuren said sarcastically, old thing, you don't have any morals. Naturally, the high priest would not be able to reply to these words. However, she could not miss the sarcasm in Shuren's words. Therefore, the high priest did not waste any more words. Eat him. The high priest ordered coldly. Roar, the zombie dragon immediately roared, flapped its wings, and swooped down in Shuren's direction. In an instant, a thick smell of death reverberated, causing a dark gust of wind to swirl around the zombie dragon's body. As the zombie dragon swooped down, it opened its mouth and spat out a dragon's breath filled with the smell of decay, shrouding Shuren's direction. The dragon's breath gave Shuren a different feeling from the dragon's breath of ordinary dragons. There was no sense of oppression that could break through all defenses, only a thick smell of decay. Presumably, at the same time that it turned into a dead spirit, the dragon's breath had already become different from before, right? Interesting. Shuren was not surprised. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled up. Seeing that the decaying dragon's breath was about to land on him, Shuren finally moved. Oblivion. Dispel. Shuren chanted the oblivion spell that could dispel magic and even mana, turning the mana into invisible ripples that spread out to meet the dragon's breath. The decaying dragon's breath suddenly stopped, and then, like snow melting under the sun, it gradually shrank and disappeared without a trace. What a powerful oblivion spell. Naturally, the high priest saw this scene, and her green eyes flickered. Roar, the zombie dragon flew into a rage out of humiliation, and once again spat out a decaying dragon's breath at Sean. However, this time, Shuren did not even bother to use magic to deal with it. He directly raised his sword and slashed, and the oncoming dragon's breath was split into two by the dazzling golden light of the holy sword. It was cut open on the spot, and turned into two turbulent streams of air that surged past Shuren. That scene was simply unbelievable. He actually split the dragon's breath. Limcho, who was wolfing down his food, was shocked. That sword, that light, but the high priest looked at the shining golden holy sword in Shuren's hand, and his expression changed. For some reason, from that light, the high priest not only felt a slightly familiar holy wave, but also a palpitating feeling. Intuition told the high priest that that power was a great threat to him. That was the truth. The holy sword was the bane of demons, evil, and all negative forces. The high priest's undead magic was the bane of the holy sword. Once it touched the holy sword, it would probably be destroyed easily. Now, Shuren was only using the effective fate of the external Buddha to enhance the performance of the weapon to stimulate a little of the sealed power of the holy sword. However, even this little power was enough to break the dragon's breath. It was natural for the high priest to feel threatened by the young demon that could switch between reality and illusion. The high priest's thoughts raced. It seems that this person is not an ordinary person. He must have a great background. If that was the case, maybe, while the high priestess was lost in her thoughts, the zombie dragon had already attacked in a fit of rage. Clang, 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 this was the sound caused by the collision between Shuren and the zombie dragon. The zombie dragon had already rushed in front of Shuren, stretching out its claws and baring its fangs like a hunting beast. It kept trying to bite Shuren, and kept circling around Shuren. Shuren stood still, but he waved the holy sword in his hand. Just like the time when he fought with Limcho, the sword light flashed unhurriedly, meeting the incoming dragon claws and fangs, and bouncing them off. His skillful and relaxed demeanor told others that he did not take this dragon seriously at all. That guy, seeing that Shuren was standing still in the same place, and with just a wave of sword light, he blocked the zombie dragon's fierce attacks again and again, and bounced off the dragon's claws and teeth. The high priestess' face finally sank. She could see that Shuren was at ease, and could also see that Shuren did not take the zombie dragon seriously. Compared to the zombie dragon in front of her, Shuren focused more on her, and even his aura was firmly locked on her, and even locked on Limju, with a fierce look. The high priestess felt like her position had been reversed. She saw Shuren as an intruder, as an overconfident prey. However, now, the high priestess found that not only did she see Shuren as prey, but Shuren also seemed to see her and Limju as prey. His extremely obvious aura was clearly telling others that he did not intend to let the high priestess and Limju go. The high priestess and Limju were the prey he had been waiting for a long time. Previously, the prey could not move, but now the prey ran out on their own. He was already looking for the best time to take down the two of them. No, to be more precise, this mysterious expert in a cloak only wanted to take him down. And the aura he locked on Limju was full of murderous intent. He wanted to kill Limju. Previously, he had kept Limju alive just to lure him out. Now that he had come out, he had no reason to keep Limju alive. But the high priestess was furious. It was not easy to cultivate the great spirit body again. How can it be destroyed by you? The high priestess finally did not choose to stand idly by. A start. This was a high-level necromancy magic that could manipulate the aura of death. Through this magic, the high priestess could forcibly corrode all living things, deprive them of their vitality, extract the aura of death, and gradually strengthen the power of this magic. This magic could not be separated from the aura of death. If there was no aura of death, this magic would be useless. Therefore, when this spell was first used, its power was weaker than that of a beginner spell. Only when the aura of death accumulated to a sufficient amount could it become more and more terrifying as the storage of the aura of death increased. The high priestess had lived for thousands of years. Since she raised magic necromancy to level 7 and could use high-level necromancy magic, she had been frequently using a start to squeeze the vitality of all living things, collect the aura of death, and use it to increase the power of her own necromancy. For thousands of years, the high priestess had accumulated an extremely huge amount of aura of death, making the power of a start extremely terrifying. Once used, it could even turn a part of the world into a place where the aura of death gathered. The sky here was covered by dark clouds because the high priestess had released the aura of death that she had collected for thousands of years. The sky here was covered by dark clouds because the high priestess had released the aura of death. Therefore, the whistling black wind in this area suddenly turned into countless pained human faces, forming a deathly aura that resembled vengeful spirits, and surged towards Shan in an overwhelming manner. Shuren raised his eyebrows. Without any hesitation, the black wind suddenly turned into countless pained faces, forming a wrath-like aura of death that surged towards Shuren. Whoa! Shuren raised his eyebrows and slashed out without any hesitation. With a clang, the zombie dragon that was pouncing towards him was forced back, and at the same time, he slashed at the incoming storm of death. Pfft! Under the slash of the holy sword, the wrath-like storm of death was not only as fragile as a piece of paper, but it was also purified by the shining golden light of the holy sword, instantly disappearing without a trace. That sword is indeed strange. The high priestess' expression darkened again. Shuren looked at the high priestess. Don't you just need to play with your pet? Lord High Priestess? As he said this, Shuren's voice was filled with indifference. I've changed my mind. The high priestess snorted and said, I'm going to refine you into my corpse slave, and make you a member of my army of undead. As she said this, an even thicker aura of death surged out of the high priestess' body. In an instant, the sky became even darker, and the howling wind became fiercer. This part of the world seemed to have turned into hell, and the sound of wailing ghosts could be heard. In the face of this scene, the smile on Shan's face that had been hanging all along finally disappeared. Is that so? Shuren said lightly, if that's the case, I won't play with you anymore. After saying this, terrifying magic power surged out of Shuren's body. The earth trembled. The atmosphere trembled. A huge pillar of magic power rose from Shuren's body into the sky, dispersing the dark clouds and breaking the heavy aura of death. The high priestess' expression suddenly changed. What? Limcho was also shocked. At this moment, Shuren no longer held back and released the largest amount of magic power. Roar! The corpse dragon roared in anger and shock in the sky. But this roar was met with another even more horrifying dragon roar. Roar dash! This was an angry roar from the horizon. All of a sudden, a pitch-black dragon charged out from the scattered dark clouds. It turned into a meteorite and swooped down, slamming into the zombie dragon. Bang dash! With an explosive sound, the corpse dragon was knocked down from the sky by the black dragon. It was like a cannonball as it crashed into the ground, shattering the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Roar! The black dragon replaced the corpse dragon's original position and roared excitedly. That roar was far more horrifying and powerful than the corpse dragon's. What? This time, even the high priestess was shocked. On the other hand, Limcho's eyes widened when he saw the huge pitch-black dragon suddenly descending from the sky. That dragon, Adel's black dragon. Limcho recognized it. It was Yu Lin. Roar dash! Yu Lin soared in the sky and flapped her dragon wings. The dragon's roar pierced through the sky like thunder and rang in everyone's ears. It also set off waves of air, and the momentum was terrifying. The momentum of the ultimate level demon king was like the power of heaven, suppressing the entire world, and even the high priestess could not stay calm. Limcho, on the other hand, went crazy. It's you. It's you dash. Limcho finally discovered Shan's identity, and his heart trembled. Then, he was overwhelmed by the anger and hatred that surged up, causing him to let out the most hysterical roar he had ever made at Shan. Shuren's sarcastic voice immediately reached Limcho's ears. You found out too late, young master. As soon as he finished speaking, the magic power that surged out of Shuren's body turned into starlight. With the vast magic power, attract the stars beyond the heavens, without hesitation, Shuren chanted the incantation of celestial magic. Dazzling lights, countless flames, obey the command of the one who controls the night sky, and at this moment, show the mystery and trajectory of the gods. That's light, that's the powerful power of heaven, so, shine, stars, so, descend, light, Shuren's voice resounded in the sky. Starry arrays. The starlight suddenly trembled. Celestial bodies suddenly flew out from the starlight like streams of light, emitting a light that dispelled the darkness as they flew toward the high priestess and Limcho. Celestial magic. The high priestess was indeed a necromancer who had lived for thousands of years. Seeing the magic that Shuren cast, she immediately recognized it. However, it was precisely because he recognized this spell that the high priest turned pale with fright once more. How can this magic that almost no one can learn appear in this era? While the high priestess' expression changed, she hurriedly grabbed Limcho, who had lost his mind, and raised the crystal ball, turning the death energy around her into human faces that moaned in pain, welcoming the incoming celestial bodies. The fierce battle between celestial magic and necromancy began in this world. The dazzling celestial bodies collided with the horrifying human faces, instantly entangling with each other. The celestial bodies emitted bright starlight and spat out light ribbons, trying to blast away the human faces. The human faces were blasted away, but they would instantly condense and form again. While howling in pain, they opened their mouths, trying to swallow the celestial bodies and deprive them of their vitality. The light ribbons scattered by the celestial bodies immediately surrounded them and blasted away the human faces again and again, not letting them get close. The human faces were like fearless demons, constantly repeating the process of condensing, exploding, howling, and charging, fully showing the strangeness and horror of necromancy. Originally, when faced with the celestial magic that Xian cast with all his magic power, even the most advanced spells would collapse and not last long. However, the High Priestess, Horror Lord, was a very special magic. The more death energy there was, the more powerful it would be. While the High Priestess squandered it, the endless death energy that she had accumulated for thousands of years was released, increasing the power of this magic to a shocking level. For a moment, it was in a stalemate with Xian's spreading star cluster array. Xian was a bit surprised, but he didn't lose his composure. However, the High Priestess couldn't accept this result. Horror Lord, can't suppress that celestial magic. The High Priestess' expression was ugly. She couldn't accept that her thousands of years of accumulation couldn't defeat a modern mage who used a lost magic. Losing her composure, the High Priestess wanted to command the zombie dragon to use its dragon breath to disperse the celestial magic. Although the zombie dragon's dragon breath no longer had the power to break through all defenses after its death, its dragon breath could be transformed into death energy. If it joined the battle, it would definitely be able to greatly increase the power of Horror Lord and suppress the celestial magic. However, the High Priestess was destined not to succeed. Yu Lin was already fighting with the zombie dragon, and she was one-sidedly suppressing it. Boom, in midair, the black dragon's scorching breath easily broke through the death energy and blasted onto the zombie dragon's body. The zombie dragon was burned all over, and it let out a painful howl. Roar. Yu Lin became more and more excited as she fought. She looked at the zombie dragon with disgust and hatred in her eyes. With a flap of her dragon wings, she dove down again and struck the zombie dragon with her claws, causing the smoking zombie dragon to fall to the ground. Roar. Yu Lin stepped on the zombie dragon's rotting body as if it was a filthy creature. She roared and spat out dragon breath, burning the zombie dragon under her feet. Poor legendary level undead dragon. It was being brutally trampled on. Damn it. The High Priestess's skinny face was slightly twisted. At this moment, swoosh, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the High Priestess, causing her pupils to shrink. That's all you got? After a faint mockery, a golden sword light appeared. Slash, the sound of ripping echoed throughout the battlefield. An arm flew into the sky and was chopped off by the radiant holy sword. Pa! The bony arm fell to the ground, creating a very clear sound. Faced with the sudden and swift attack, the high priest could only raise one hand and sacrifice it to block the attack. If not for this hand, the high priest's head would have been chopped off. This was because the sword was aimed at the high priest's neck. Ah! The high priest was so anxious that he was speechless. For some reason, the high priestess did not seem to be in any pain despite having one of her hands chopped off. In fact, she did not seem to be affected at all. Not even a drop of blood flowed out. She held the crystal ball with her remaining hand and released a dense aura of death. Xian appeared in front of the high priest with his teleportation ability. While he was unprepared, he chopped off one of his arms. Seeing this, Xian was slightly stunned. He then waved his sword again without hesitation and slashed at the high priest. Poochie! Another tearing sound was heard. However, this time, it was not the high priest's arm that was chopped off. It was the aura of death that came from his body. The aura of death pounced towards Xian like poisonous gas. However, it was cut off by Shuren's sword and dissipated in the air. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the high priest grabbed Lim Ju, who was in a frenzy, and retreated backward. She was very fast. She did not look like a human at all. Instead, she looked like a real Grim Reaper. As her black robe fluttered, she had already fled far away like a ghost. She controlled the aura of death to wrap around her body. As if she was being dragged by the aura of death, she retreated backward. Trying to run? Xian did not let his opponent do whatever he wanted with ease like he did before. Since he chose to reveal his identity and his true strength, Shuren did not intend to let them go. Thus, Shuren used teleportation again and caught up with the high priest in a flash. At this moment, Lim Ju, who was in a frenzy, suddenly did something unexpected. "Let me go." Lim Ju broke free from the high priest's hand. With red eyes and a ferocious expression, he pounced towards Shuren. "Idiot!" The high priest, who was caught off guard, could not help but shout angrily. Shuren was amused. Shuren Borstat dash. Seeing Shuren teleport over, Lim Ju ignited the hatred in his heart and roared as he charged forward. His eyes became even more ghastly green. The spiritual essences in his body flowed crazily, merging into his body at a speed faster than any other time. Limucho roared crazily, the cold mana on his body rising bit by bit, causing his level to skyrocket. LV92, LV93, LV94, very quickly, Limju's level climbed to 95, which was enough to shock the world. Obviously, his hatred towards Xian had caused Limjo to break through his own limits. In addition, the high priest had just fed him a lot of spiritual essences, so Limjo's strength increased rapidly, shocking the high priest. Boom, with a thunder-like collision, Lim Ju, whose strength had increased, was once again hit in the chest by Shuren's kick. Amidst the heavy thunder-like collision, Lim Ju, whose strength had increased greatly, was once again hit in the chest by Xian's kick. Lim Ju went completely crazy. He ignored the kick that hit his chest and faced the enemy in front of him. His hands turned into the sharpest weapons, and with a claw light, he attacked Shuren. Lim Ju was completely mad. He ignored the foot that had landed on his chest and faced the enemy in front of him. His hands turned into the sharpest weapons, and with a claw light, he attacked Xian. That was simply mutual destruction, exchanging injury for injury. It was simply a mutual destruction, exchanging injury for injury. Firstly, his great death spirit body had a high defense, strong resistance, and self-healing ability. Even if he was injured, he could recover at the fastest speed. Secondly, his pure attack power was already above Xian's. Even if it was one move after another, as long as it did not hit a vital point, it would be a profit for him. For the third time, Lim Ju did not care. When he saw Xian again, and was ravaged and toyed with by him before, the new and old hatred came together. If it was the Lim Ju of the past, he might choose to endure it out of habit, but now, Lim Ju, who was overwhelmed by negative emotions, could not continue to endure it. The problem was, clang 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 clang. Amidst the intense clashing sounds, Lim Ju's extremely powerful claw attack landed on Xian's body, but it was as if it had hit steel. In a burst of sparks, it was all bounced off. How is this possible? Lim Ju's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he saw. What he didn't know was that Xian, who had the protection of Litua destiny, had the ability to resist injuries, which was definitely stronger than the defense of his great death spirit body. Lim Ju's attack power might be high, but so what? Could it be stronger than Lydia's ambush? Could it reach the transcendent level? It couldn't be, right? Since it couldn't, it was impossible to hurt Shuren. Using Shuren's words from his previous life, it would be, "Are you tickling me?" Shuren sneered at Lim Ju, who was in disbelief. He slashed the holy sword in his hand towards Lim Ju's chest. Poochie! Another ripping sound was heard, and blood finally appeared. Lim Ju's chest was easily broken by Shuren's slash. With the enhancement of the fate of the outer Buddha, even a sealed holy sword could have such offensive power. Lim Ju was in so much pain that his body trembled. He staggered backward. Oh no! Seeing this, the high priestess' expression changed. She clenched her teeth and couldn't help but step forward to save Lim Ju. For the high priestess, whose hands were stained with blood and who had taken countless lives, Lim Ju's safety wasn't worthy of her concern. However, Lim Ju wasn't an ordinary person anymore. He was the great spiritual body that she had cultivated for 1,000 years, and was extremely precious. Ever since she started researching the great spiritual body, other than the time 1,000 years ago, this was the only time she had successfully cultivated the great spiritual body. The time 1,000 years ago was regarded as a failure by the high priestess. She was ashamed and even viewed it as a disgrace. This time, she had finally cultivated a great spiritual body. She didn't want to lose it again. That was why the high priestess wanted to save Lim Ju. However, just as the high priestess was about to rush forward, a scorching dragon's breath descended from the sky and blasted towards her direction. Yu Lin flew back into the sky. Seeing that the high priestess was about to rush towards Shuren, she spat out a dragon's breath without hesitation. Upon closer inspection, all that was left of the zombie dragon was a charred skeleton. The legendary level zombie dragon wasn't a match for Yu Lin, who had reached the limit. It was easily taken care of by Yu Lin. Now that Yu Lin had freed her hands to deal with the high priestess was furious. Despicable lizard. Watch me refine you into a second zombie dragon. Even your soul will fall into hell. The high priestess shouted angrily. She raised the crystal ball and cast the undead magic of Horror Duke, causing the aura of death to fluctuate. Roar. Yu Lin immediately roared in disdain. She looked like she didn't care about the high priestess, who was neither human nor ghost at all. At that moment, Yu Lin and the high priestess were fighting together. On the other side, after Lim Ju was slashed in the chest, he didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he attacked Shuren even more crazily. Why? Why is it you? Lim Ju roared. Crazily as he waved his hands wildly, waving endless claw lights and attacking Shuren fiercely. You're just an adventurer. Which part of me can't compare to you? Which part of me can't compare to you? Limucho's unwillingness, hatred, anger, and madness were vividly displayed at this moment. He was like an evil spirit, terrifying to the extreme. Shuren didn't use his superior sword skills to block Limju's claw attacks like before. Instead, he kept moving back and forth, stepping left and right, dodging Limju's sharp claw attacks. Although the power of the claw attacks was great, Lim Ju couldn't control this surge of power at all. Therefore, his attacks were messy and without any technique. In the eyes of Shuren, who had the perception of external destiny, he could easily dodge even with his enhanced sixth sense. As for Lim Ju's roar of unwillingness and hatred, Shuren was indifferent. There was no other way. Every loser is like you, unable to think of a reason for their failure. Shuren dodged Lim Ju's attacks as if he was dancing, and stared at him as he spoke without pity. It's normal to feel unwilling, and it's normal to feel that you don't understand, but if you can succeed just because you're unwilling, then this success is too cheap. Shuren suddenly stopped in his tracks, and the holy sword in his hand suddenly slashed, knocking away Lim Ju's claws. Also, you say that I'm a mere adventurer, then what are you? Do you really think you're someone? Shuren stretched out a hand at an astonishing speed, grabbed Lim Ju's face, and pulled him towards himself. Immediately after, when Lim Ju lost his balance and fell to his side, he suddenly raised his knee. Bam! With a muffled sound, Shuren's knee hit Lim Ju's stomach. Gua! Instantly Lim Sha stooped down and uttered a muffled cry. Shuren still grabbed his face and lifted him up. You're just lucky to be born in a duke's family. You have a good father and a good bloodline. That's why you're so talented, but you can't even compare to an adventurer like me. Even with such good conditions, you still couldn't win the duke's favor and lost to an adventurer like me. What makes you so proud that you can look down on my identity and background in front of me? As he spoke, Shuren's knee hit Lim Ju's face heavily, causing Lim Ju to howl, and his nose to bleed as he fell to the ground. Shuren looked down at Lim Ju, who was covering his face in pain, and said sarcastically. In the end, the so-called duke is just a loser who lost to the royal family, couldn't get the throne, and was chased out of the capital. A family built by a loser. If it wasn't for the royal family giving you some care because you used to be brothers and sisters, do you think you dukes can still be so arrogant? A loser has to act like a loser. Accept it honestly, and that's more dignified. A dying struggle, that's just the most embarrassing way to leave. If you haven't realized it, then let me tell you clearly, young master. You can never win Rosie's heart like this. Understand? So, here's the problem. Did Limcho understand? He understood. In fact, he had known this from the very beginning. Although Shuren was an adventurer, was he an ordinary adventurer? No. He could single-handedly crusade against the Slaughterer faction. He could single-handedly destroy nearly half of the kingdom's knights. He could tame the Adal's black dragon. He also gained the favor of the dragon demons, the attention of the moon demons, and the attention of the royal family. He became an influential figure in the kingdom, and from an adventurer, he became a noble that countless nobles flocked to. He was destined to be an extraordinary existence. His background couldn't hide his brilliance or his excellence. In this way, it seemed natural for Her Royal Highness to look at him in a different light. What about himself, the young master of the Duke's family? Could this identity compare to the peerless princess who was born into the royal family and was even known as the modern brave? Comparing talent, he had only reached level 70 in his 20s. How could he compare to the princess who was already level 70 at the age of 17? Comparing strength, perhaps his level was slightly higher than that of the princess, but level only represented that his basic ability was better. There was even a gap in growth. The growth that he would obtain by leveling up a few levels might not be comparable to the growth that the princess would obtain by leveling up a few levels. Therefore, it was very likely that his basic ability would not be comparable to that of the princess, right? In addition, the other party had the holy sword and the extremely terrifying unique skill mentioned in the rumors. In addition, the skill points she obtained when leveling up were also more abundant than his. As a result, the skills she learned were not only richer than his, but the levels of the skills were also higher than his. All in all, it was impossible for him to be stronger than that princess. He couldn't compare to that princess in all aspects, but even he wanted to get the kingdom's treasure. Why couldn't someone who also had a lower status succeed? Was he the only one who was allowed to succeed? No way. In other words, in front of that princess, there wasn't much difference between his and Shuren's conditions. But Shuren was more brilliant, more talented, more powerful, and more extraordinary than him. Why couldn't the princess choose him? He was born into a better family than Shuren, and his conditions were better than Shuren, but he still lost to Shuren. What right did he have to look down on him, loser? This statement was deeply engraved in Limcho's heart, creating an extremely hideous and terrifying wound on it. Of course, compared to this title, Shuren's other words were unacceptable to Limcho. You won't get Rosie's heart in your entire life. This was the most real injury. Limcho exploded. I don't accept this. I don't dash. The gloomy and deathly aura of mana exploded as Limcho roared, turning into a terrifying storm that engulfed the entire area. Shuren was the closest to Limcho, looking down at him. The hood on his head was finally blown off by the cold magic power, revealing the face that Limcho was familiar with and hated. However, that face was full of calmness that Limcho had never seen before. That calmness was more than sarcasm and ridicule. Because it was the calmness that could only be found when one was bored. Incompetent rage? Well, it's also a standard villain mode. Shuren said in a very boring tone. Unfortunately, it's time for you to leave, young master. After saying that, Shuren didn't give Limcho any time to react or respond. He stretched out a hand in Limcho's direction. Pay to destroy. This was the most powerful and high-level characteristic of Fuyu's magic. Only when pay to magic was raised to level 9, could one use this characteristic and cast this kind of pay to magic. Of course, there was only one result for things that were given this characteristic. It was just as the name implied, annihilation. Stop. The high priest, who was fighting fiercely with Yu Lin, noticed this and couldn't help but cry out. But unfortunately, it didn't have any use at all. Boom. A ball of radiant magical power enveloped Limcho's body and hit his whole body. Limcho's roar came to an abrupt end in such a situation. He disappeared. As if he had never appeared, he disappeared without a trace. Of course, his disappearance didn't just refer to his whereabouts, but his existence itself disappeared from this world. This person who once pretended to be courteous in front of Shuren and constantly plotted to deal with Shuren, but couldn't do anything to Shuren and could only endure it. In the end, he was kidnapped to this place and degenerated into a monster that was neither human nor ghost. He finally got what he deserved. Bastard! After witnessing everything with his own eyes, the rage in the high priest's heart completely rose. The next moment, the world changed. Boom boom boom. All the deathly aura in this world suddenly became extremely violent and gathered in the direction of the high priest. The high priest raised the crystal ball and gathered all the deathly aura around him. Then, you ruined my years of hard work. No matter who you are, I want you dead. The high priest's hoarse and unpleasant voice became extremely sharp. Then, the ground started to shake. Boom. A hand broke out from the ground and reached out. Boom. 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 Then, one after another, hands broke out from the ground and appeared on the ground. The hands were all in a rotten and greenish state. They didn't look like human hands, but ghost hands. Actually, it was similar. As the ground shook, the hands broke out from the ground one after another, digging up the soil, raising dust and sand, digging up the soil, allowing the owners of the hands to drill out from the ground and appear here. They were dead people. Corpses, or rather, an army created by the necromancer's undead magic, the undead army. Shuren saw the dead people he saw in the basement, as well as Yuri and Sona's figures. Not only human undead, but the undead of magical creatures were also among them. Just like that, an undead army was summoned by the high priestess and appeared in the sky. So many? Shuren was surprised. The number of undead summoned by the high priest was indeed a little too much. Were there tens of thousands of them? Or hundreds of thousands, apart from the evil spirit army that went berserk in Cosmos? It was Shuren's first time seeing such a huge army. In this army, there were many existences that had existed for a long time. Looking at this scene, and then looking at the angry high priest, Sean had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Could it be that you're actually the necromancer that the goddess of life Anima attacked thousands of years ago? Shuren came up with such an idea and questioned. Hearing this, the high priest gritted her teeth and spoke. That's right. It's me. In a fit of anger, the high priest admitted her identity that was taboo by the world. Back then, in order to obtain eternal life and become the undefeatable king of this world, I spent 100 years practicing undead magic and successfully turned myself into an undead creature. In order to collect the aura of death, I created my own army and used undead magic to conquer several countries, turning the lives of those countries into my undead army. Such a high priest could create a terrifying undead army numbering in the millions. With this army, she conquered the continent and destroyed cities and countries. At that time, she was undefeatable. However, her high-spirited actions at that time had completely angered the goddess of life, Anima. Anima, one of the top figures of the Protoss, had personally descended and struck with lightning speed, forcefully suppressing her. Thereafter, undead magic became a taboo, and necromancers became a taboo and were lost. Who would have thought that the high priest did not die? The goddess of life destroyed my physical body and nearly 90% of my army. However, at that time, I had already successfully turned into an undead creature. Even if my physical body died, my soul survived. The high priest spoke with hatred. In order to rebuild an undead body, not only do I need a large amount of aura of death, but I also need a long time. That's why I've been hiding in the dark, not daring to show myself. Such a high priest had been struggling at death's door for thousands of years. It was only until 2,000 years ago that the high priest successfully created a new body and came back to life. This time, in order not to attract a terrifying existence like the goddess of life Anima, the high priest did not dare to use undead magic to conquer the continent. She realized that no matter how many armies she had, no matter how much aura of death there was, it was meaningless against the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons who stood at the top of the Omnipotensen. Not to mention the fact that at that time, the Overgod and the Demon King were both terrifying existences. The high priest realized that it was impossible to become the ruler of the world just by being undead. Therefore, the high priest began to pursue power. In other words, she wanted to break through the limits of life and become a transcendent existence. She even wanted to be like the Supreme God and the Demon King. That was a very whimsical thing to do. However, the high priest had plenty of time to research. Just like that, the high priest spent 1,000 years and finally came up with a great secret of undead magic. That was, great undead spirit body. Since life has a limit, what about non-life? The high priest proposed such a hypothesis. I've already turned into an undead creature. If I can take it a step further and transform into another existence that is different from any other life in the world, wouldn't I be able to ignore the limits of life and reach the transcendent level? Based on this hypothesis, the high priest created an existence like the great undead spirit body. This kind of existence was different from any other kind of life in the world. It was an existence that could ignore the limits of life and allow people to break through the limits of life to reach the transcendent level. An existence that can ignore the limits of life and allow people to break through the limits of life and reach the transcendent level. At this moment, even Xianxia was shocked when he heard the high priest's words. It couldn't be helped. If such an existence could be created, it would be too heaven-defying. Until now, other than the few who stood at the top of the Protoss and demons, only the heroes of the past had successfully broken through the limits of life and reached the transcendent level. In the countless years of history of the Omnipotensen, there were only a dozen people who could be considered as transcendent. Among them, the 3 goddesses, the 6 demons, the goddess of justice, and the most powerful evil god were all existences that had transcended since birth. Only a limited number of heroes relied on their own hard work and growth to finally break through the limits of life and reach the transcendent level. Under such circumstances, if there was an existence that could ignore the limits of life and break through the limits of life to reach the transcendent level, it would undoubtedly be a natural miracle comparable to the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons. In the countless years of history of the Omnipotensen, there had never been such an existence, and this necromancer actually wanted to create one. Xianxia was truly shocked. However, a hypothesis was just a hypothesis. It was still unknown whether such a heaven-defying existence could be created. Not to mention anything else, just the conditions to form the great spirit body were undoubtedly harsh. First, it required a large amount of materials. The so-called materials referred to the combination of a large amount of death aura and mana, spiritual essence. Spiritual essence was used to create a great spiritual body. In order to create a great spiritual body, a large amount of this material must be consumed. Moreover, each spiritual essence required a large amount of death aura and mana to be smelted. In terms of specific values, if one wanted to refine a spirit essence, they would need to extract the death aura of at least 100 people, as well as all the mana in a small mana source. Under such circumstances, the smelting process could still fail, and the success rate was only around 50%. Moreover, to create a great spiritual body, the minimum amount of spiritual essence required would be tens of thousands. What did this mean? It meant that the high priest would need to extract at least a few million lives, extract a large amount of death aura, and find tens of thousands of mana that was comparable to a small mana source to fulfill the most basic requirements to create a great spiritual body. This didn't include the failure of smelting spiritual essence. Therefore, it was clear at a glance how harsh it was. Moreover, the high priestess could no longer extract the aura of death from the living beings. Otherwise, she would be hunted down by the goddess of life, Anima. She could only carry out the task quietly in the dark, which made it even more difficult. Just the preparation of the materials was already so troublesome, not to mention the other conditions. For example, even with sufficient materials, one would still need a carrier to create a great spiritual body. It was used to withstand the transformation of the spiritual essence, and become the basic carrier of the great spirit body. In other words, the high priest needed. This person had to be able to withstand the transformation of spiritual essence, so there were harsh requirements. Firstly, the carrier could not be the demon race or the god race, because the demon race and the god race's compatibility with the spiritual essence was very bad. Only the human race, which was the same as the great spirit body, which was artificially created, would have a better compatibility. Therefore, even the elves born from nature had to be excluded. Secondly, the carrier couldn't be the high priest himself, because the high priest was an undead creature. He was between life and non-life, and his undead body was a collection of a large amount of death aura. If spiritual essence was added, not only would the ratio of death aura and mana in the spiritual essence be out of balance, it might even go out of control. Thirdly, for the carrier to withstand the transformation of spiritual essence, what was needed was not a strong body, nor was it a huge amount of power, but a spirit that could resonate with the spiritual essence. Since that kind of spirit could resonate with the spiritual essence that was smelted from a large amount of death aura and mana, it naturally wouldn't be a positive energy. In other words, the carrier needed to have extremely strong negative emotions, so strong that it could resonate with the spiritual essence. Only then would it be able to withstand the transformation of spiritual essence and gradually transform into a great spiritual body. For the past 1,000 years, the high priest had secretly searched all over the world, quietly collecting death aura and mana to smelt spiritual essence as a material, and at the same time, he had been looking for a qualified carrier. Unfortunately, the high priest had found many people, but in the end, almost no one could meet the requirements. It wasn't that the negative emotions weren't strong enough, but even if they were strong enough, they couldn't resonate with the spiritual essence. Spiritual essence seemed to need negative emotions that were more compatible with its own nature, and not just negative emotions that were strong enough. There were many kinds of negative emotions, and not all of them were suitable to resonate with the spiritual essence. It wasn't until after many experiments that the high priest discovered that negative emotions such as hatred, unwillingness, and anger, which were born from love, were most likely to resonate with the spiritual essence. Moreover, the stronger the negative emotions caused by love, the more likely it was for the spiritual essence to react. Thus, 1,000 years ago, the high priest finally found a carrier that met the requirements, allowing it to successfully undergo the transformation of the spiritual essence and gradually transform into a great spiritual body. Unfortunately, the successful case that made the high priest ecstatic used the characteristics of the great spiritual body to continuously increase its strength, and even reached the limit. However, it was stuck at the last step, and couldn't cross over no matter what. What exactly went wrong? The high priest hadn't figured it out, and in the end, the great spiritual body actually lost control. Not only did it break away from her control, it even turned around and attacked her, causing her to regret and be humiliated for 1,000 years. However, for her own obsession, to achieve her own goal, the high priest endured it, and started planning to create a new great spiritual body. One day, when she successfully created the great spiritual body and made it reach the transcendent level, then the high priest would disperse her undead body, and her soul would invade the great spiritual body. She would obtain the great spiritual body, and become a supreme existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons. For this goal, the high priest struggled for another 1,000 years. Until she saw Limjo, the young master of the duke's family who fell into intense anger, hatred, and unwillingness because he couldn't get the love he wanted. She finally found a second carrier that met the requirements. For this reason, the high priest bewitched Limjo, making the love and hatred in Limjo's heart become stronger, and at the same time, he chose to accept the transformation of the spiritual essence. Just now, because of Shuren's stimulation, Limjo detonated all the negative emotions of love and hatred in his heart, and then successfully resonated with the spiritual essence, and transformed into a great spiritual body. For this second great spiritual body that was successfully born after 1,000 years, the high priest was naturally ecstatic. However, Shuren destroyed this rare great spiritual body. Not a single one was left. They were completely annihilated. How could the high priest not be angry? How could he not hate? You must pay the price. The high priest shouted, and commanded his undead army to attack Shuren. Ah! Ha 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 ha! A group of undead suddenly roared and rushed towards Shuren. The scene was like a zombie army running together. It was very terrifying. Roar! Yu Lin, who was in the air, immediately roared. She flapped her dragon wings and rushed up without hesitation, blocking in front of Shuren. At the same time, she spat out a scorching dragon's breath. Boom! In the remote mountain forest, the roar resounded through the sky, shaking the atmosphere. The scorching dragon's breath fell on the undead army, instantly evaporating and burning countless dead, turning them all into ashes. Go! Shuren did not stay idle either. With a wave of his hand, the celestial bodies that were fighting with the Death Chi rushed out one after another, meeting the undead army, constantly shooting out light belts, bombarding the undead army. The undead that were hit by the light belts were either blown away on the spot, or disappeared without a trace in the light explosion, causing the sound of explosions to ring out continuously, like bursts of thunder. A start. The high priest did not stay idle either. In a situation where he was really angry, he was not stingy with the consumption of the death chi, directly releasing a large amount of death chi, causing the resentment-like painful faces to fly everywhere, biting and biting. There was an army of undead in front of him, and a group of resentful ghosts behind him. This part of the world seemed to have really become hell, full of roars and howls, extremely terrifying. Yu Lin had been entangled by a large number of resentful ghosts and undead. Although she was not at a disadvantage, with the dragon's breath burning countless undead and destroying many resentful ghosts, she could not escape. It was the same for the celestial bodies of the star cluster array. Although they were moving freely between the army of undead and the resentful ghosts, they still could not gain the upper hand. If that's the case, without hesitation, Shuren released the magic power in his body, and with the vast magic power, he rushed into the sky, floating in the air. With the vast magic power, attract the aurora of the heavens, starlight once again flashed from Shuren's body, illuminating the entire space where the death chi was howling. The tear of heaven, the star rain, the bright sky can now shine on the earth. In the face of the attack of the high priest's army of undead and the huge death chi, Shuren finally used this magic that made countless people tremble, aurora meteor shower. Don't even think about it. Although the high priest did not know what magic Shuren was going to use, he felt a great sense of danger from Shuren at this moment. Therefore, he immediately released the most violent death chi attack, and the death chi turned into a pitch-black storm, blasting toward Shuren. However, the celestial bodies of the star cluster array flew back, circled around each other, and turned into a nebula, blocking in front of Shan, blocking the death aura storm that was about to strike. The sound of Shan's incantation suddenly resounded throughout the audience. Accept the call, accept the dispatch, with the sword of light, make the judgment to the world, descend, stars. Shuren pointed to the army of undead below. Aurora meteor shower, aurora meteor shower. The sky instantly brightened. Just like the scene that had appeared in the sky above the imperial capital the day before, streaks of meteors flashed and turned into a meteor shower, descending at an extremely fast speed. Every meteor was dazzling and resplendent. Every meteor seemed to be burning and blooming with light. The shocking meteor shower fell from the sky, colliding with this side of the world. Boom! 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 Booming sounds, without any accidents, sounded one after another. The meteors from the sky smashed onto the ground one by one, causing loud booms and shattering the earth, causing the earth to collapse, and raising a dust storm. Under this destructive scene, the undead spirits were all struck by the meteorites in groups and disappeared along with the collapsed earth, turning into minced meat under the meteorites. Yuri and Sona were among them, and together with the victims of the First Night Regiment, they were finally freed and buried under the meteor shower. Not long after, the entire wilderness began to tremble. The dust storm raged, and booming sounds were heard. Meteors fell from the sky, and the earth collapsed. It was like the scene of Doomsday, scaring away countless monsters and beasts, causing them to roar and flee in panic, hurriedly escaping from this dangerous place. One had to admit that this celestial magic was indeed very terrifying. It was worthy of the name of the most extensive and destructive celestial magic. If Shuren used it seriously, he could even destroy a small country. Now, Shuren still limited the scope of the meteor shower, and did not expand it. He only targeted the area where the army of undead was located, but the entire wilderness was affected. At least, the enchantment that enveloped the secret base where the high priest was located was broken, and the waterfall was destroyed by the meteors. The secret base behind the waterfall was also ravaged, causing countless panicked screams to come from inside. Obviously, the knights, slaves, and servants were screaming in fear. As for the death aura that tried to stop the meteors, they were all blocked by the celestial bodies of the star cluster array formation. The celestial bodies of the star cluster array formation also exploded with the appearance of the aurora meteor shower. All of them rolled up light vortexes, and like bright rings, they rushed toward the death aura and crushed it. The two great techniques that the high priest was so proud of were destroyed by the two celestial magic that Shuren was most proud of. Even the high priest was hit by a meteor in a panic, and he completely disappeared without a trace. No one knew how long this doomsday-like scene lasted. It was not until a long time later that the meteor shower from the sky gradually stopped, and the meteors stopped falling. Xian teleported to the top of Yu Lin's head, riding on Yu Lin and flying in the air from a high position. Roar! Yu Lin let out a dragon roar that shook the entire doomsday scene. It was as if she was singing the victory of her side. Today, many people who were closer to the wilderness where Shuren was had seen a dazzling meteor shower. The meteor shower came and went suddenly, attracting the attention of many caravans and even the army. In particular, the commotion caused by it might not be detected by the capital, but it was impossible for people who were closer to the wilderness not to notice it. This caused a lot of commotion, and some people had even reported it back to the capital. It was believed that soon, many people would know that in this wilderness, the meteor shower that destroyed the Lefort family last night had appeared again. Therefore, it was inevitable that this place would be investigated by the Imperial Knights. Of course, Her Royal Highness Capeline, who led a group of female knights from the Broken Blade Knights, was the closest to it, and also the one who saw the most shocking scene. At this time, although they were far away from the battlefield, they had not left the wilderness. They had each hunted a monster, peeled off the fur of these monsters, washed it, and put it on their bodies. Finally, they had clothes to cover their bodies. However, the commotion caused by the meteor shower was too great, and the aftermath was also very terrifying. It caused a group of female knights to be caught off guard, and they were blown away by the tsunami-like dust and wind. They fell to the ground, covered in dust, and coughed non-stop. Capeline was also one of them. She lay on the ground, looking in the direction where the meteor shower gradually disappeared, and her face was full of horror. This? What kind of power is this? Capeline shuddered. She could tell at a glance that the meteor shower was Shuren's celestial magic. Other than Shuren's celestial magic, there was no second person who could cause such a celestial phenomenon. Because of this, Capeline was shocked and in disbelief. She was someone who had been defeated by Shuren's celestial magic. Although Shuren had used the ever-changing celestial magic, Star Cluster Array, at that time, and not the most destructive large-scale celestial magic, Aurora Meteor Shower, Capeline had always felt that even if Shuren had used this magic at that time, it would not have been able to have such power. That destructive power simply did not belong to the scope of magic. At least, Capeline had never seen anyone's magic reach such a scale. It could be said to be earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Of course, Capeline did not know that even at that time, it was not impossible for Shuren to use the Aurora Meteor Shower with such power. All along, because the range of the Aurora Meteor Shower was too large and its destructive power was too strong, he had to restrain himself every time he used this magic. Otherwise, it would not have been impossible for Shuren to raise a big city to the ground at that time. But at that time, if Xian wanted to use such a powerful Aurora Meteor Shower, he probably wouldn't be able to do it as casually as he did now. The reason why he was able to do it so easily was because his mana had become much stronger than before. Secondly, Hidden Destiny's amplification of mana was much stronger than the max level, Magitech, in the past. Capeline thought that it was impossible for Xian to use such a powerful celestial magic at that time, but she didn't know Xian's full strength at that time. If it were not for the High Priest summoning the Undead Legion, Shuren would not have used such a big killing weapon. If it weren't for the High Priest summoning the Undead Legion, Xian wouldn't have used such a powerful weapon. Capeline, who did not know all this, could only realize one thing in her shock. He has become much stronger than he was back then. He's become much stronger than before. At the same time, the battlefield on Shuren's side had calmed down. At the same time, the battlefield on Xian's side calmed down. Yu Lin gently flapped her dragon wings and flew above the dusty ruins, allowing Xian, who was riding on her head, to easily have a panoramic view of the scene below. The ground was full of holes, and at first glance, it looked like the surface of the moon. The ground was full of craters. At first glance, it looked like the surface of the moon. The army of the undead had all been buried under the meteorites. They were either lying on the ground or not even their corpses were intact. Some had even been buried under the rubble, turning the battlefield into a horrifying scene of corpses strewn all over the place. The waterfall was also destroyed by the meteorite, turning into a ruin with water flowing continuously. It was no longer as majestic as before. The space in the stone wall behind the waterfall was completely exposed. After a while, Shuren had an idea. He closed his eyes and spread the perception of the aurora meteor shower. After a while, Shuren had an idea. He closed his eyes and spread the perception of the aurora meteor shower. Not long after, the corners of Shuren's mouth curled up. He teleported and disappeared from Yulin's head, arriving in a shadow. Give and confine. After arriving, Shuren stretched out his hand and cast the magic without saying a word. Shuren had used this magic a few times. Although he did not use it many times, it did not mean that it was useless. If it was cast against magic, it could even confine magic and reduce a mage to an ordinary person. They would no longer be able to use their own magic to cast spells. But this time, Shuren was not targeting magic, but something that he had never seen before, the soul. Because the necromancer had said that even if her body was destroyed, her soul would still be intact. As expected, with an ear-piercing scream, a crystal ball suddenly appeared from the shadows. There was a green light on it, as if the crystal ball was possessed by something, causing the green light to struggle. Unfortunately, the green light seemed to be an existence that was confined by Shuren. No matter how hard it struggled, it could not move the crystal ball. Shuren reached out and grabbed the crystal ball without hesitation. Your ball-like appearance is much better than your original bony self, High Priest. Shuren laughed happily. Let me go. The High Priest's voice sounded from the crystal ball, and it was filled with shock and anger. Let you go? Shuren said with a faint smile. Do you think that's possible? My High Priest? What? What do you want? The High Priest was shocked and angry. He shouted, I'm warning you, you can't do anything to me. Let me go. Her words sounded like she was putting on a strong front, but it was not completely unreasonable. There were many ways to kill people in this world, but there were not many ways to destroy a soul. If not for that, how could the High Priest have been able to snatch a chance of survival from the hands of the former goddess of life, other than the fact that the goddess of life Anima did not realize that her soul was left behind? There was another reason why souls were difficult to detect and destroy. Facing this High Priest who only had a soul left, even a demon like Ai might be helpless. Only a few people with special abilities could deal with her. For example, Lilith. Her authority could even permeate souls. If the High Priest fell into her hands, he would definitely be miserable. There was also Milu. She was a devil, and her unique skill, Ghost Seed, could make her exist like a real ghost. If it were her, she would probably be able to devour and destroy souls. If she wanted to crush the High Priest to death, it would be no different from crushing an ant. As for Shuren, Pucci. He raised the holy sword in his hand. As magic power surged out, the holy sword shone with golden light. He slashed at the High Priest's soul on the crystal ball, and the blade cut through the ball of light on the crystal ball. Aha! The High Priestess immediately held in pain as if she had been injured. How is this possible? The High Priest was in agony and shock. How could that sword hurt his soul? Wait, a sword that could hurt his soul. I know. The High Priest finally understood why she felt that the power in the sword in Shuren's hand was a little familiar. Because it was the most powerful weapon that everyone in this world recognized, and it was also the weapon that she had always been afraid of. This sword had the power to suppress all evil and purify all filth. Even the Demon King and demons saw it as its natural enemy. Death aura could be purified by it, and the soul of an undead creature also saw it as its natural enemy. That was, Holy Sword. The High Priest cried out in disbelief. You have the real Holy Sword. You are. The High Priest realized Shuren's identity. How is this possible? How is this possible? The High Priest roared in his heart. However, compared to disbelief and shock, fear occupied the High Priest's heart first. Only at this moment did the High Priest realize that he was in danger. The sword sank before him possessed the ability to annihilate him. Realizing this, the High Priest could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. The High Priest could only struggle desperately and beg for mercy. Shuren looked at this scene indifferently. In fact, he still had a cheerful expression on his face. Why didn't you do this earlier? Shuren said lazily, only a third-rate character would say such harsh words when you're at death's door. You're a legendary necromancer who once shook the world, and even the goddess of life anima couldn't kill you. No matter how I think about it, you're not a third-rate character. You shouldn't do something that's not cool, right? That being said, the high priest was really unlucky to encounter Shuren. Answer my questions honestly, and you'll have more scenes. Maybe you can live for a few more chapters, understand? The high priest, who had lived for thousands of years, naturally wouldn't understand Shuren's nonchalant threat. But she couldn't not cooperate. She might not be a third-rate character, but she was definitely more afraid of death than anyone else. In the beginning, she became a necromancer in order to obtain immortality and turned herself into an undead creature. After being attacked by the goddess of life anima, she struggled on her last legs for thousands of years and didn't dare to show her face. This just showed how much she valued life and how much she feared death. Therefore, I'll listen to you. I'll listen to you. In his fear, the high priest did not care about anything else. Only then did Sean nod his head in satisfaction. The high priestess' compromise wasn't out of Shuren's expectations. The necromancer might have a knack for creating something like the great death spirit body, which was unheard of. However, from Shuren's point of view, the high priestess didn't need to be wary of her. That was because she had always been looking for shortcuts throughout her life. In order to pursue immortality, she didn't want to increase her strength steadily, break through the limits of life, and achieve transcendence. She didn't want to be like others who went on adventures all over the world in search of the legendary potion that could make people immortal. Instead, she wanted to turn herself into an undead creature that was neither human nor ghost. In order to conquer the world, she didn't want to expand her influence, recruit soldiers, or use her strength to conquer others. Instead, she wanted to turn millions of lives into her undead army, and use inhumane violence to ravage everything. Finally, after witnessing the power of the goddess of life anima, she understood the true influence of the transcendent level. She didn't want to increase her strength either. Instead, she created a great death spirit body that could naturally break through the limits of life. Then, she transferred her soul and did something that was no different from taking over someone else's body. These were all shortcuts that the high priestess pursued. None of her goals were achieved step by step. Because of this, after thousands of years, the necromancer was only at level 92. If it was someone else who had thousands of years, as long as they weren't as aloof as the elves and didn't regard time as nothing, they definitely wouldn't have only reached level 92. If it wasn't for the high priestess collecting a large amount of death aura over thousands of years, and having a decent undead army, she would be at the bottom of the legendary level. For a person who had always been looking for shortcuts, even if she had a knack for it, Shuren didn't think that she could achieve anything, nor could she be a great person. Therefore, her compromise and begging for mercy weren't out of Shuren's expectations. Let me ask you. Shuren stared at the crystal ball in his hand and questioned. What's the use of this base? It can't be to imprison a group of prisoners, right? Shuren's question was met with an affirmative answer from the high priestess. Yes, yes, yes. This base is not used to imprison people. The high priestess quickly answered. Then, what's its use? Shuren narrowed his eyes and asked, why did you gather so many people here to dig? This. The high priestess hesitated. Sean raised the holy sword in his hand without batting an eyelid. I'll talk. I'll talk. The high priest's heart skipped a beat and he hurriedly said, we are here to dig out the treasure that is sleeping under this land. Upon hearing this, Sean knew that the legend that Capeline had told him was true. Who would have thought that these fellows were really here for the legendary treasure? A treasure related to the supreme god and the demon king. Sean pondered for a while, and continued to ask, what treasure is it? Then, he asked. Of the high priestess of. As soon as he said that, a strange expression appeared on the high priestess' body. The high priestess's voice trembled, as if she was struggling and hesitating. You don't want to say it? Shuren raised his eyebrows. It seems that you have a big secret. Shuren thought that the necromancer did not dare to say it because of the importance of the matter. Speak. Shuren gripped the crystal ball with a little force, as if he wanted to crush it. He said in a harsh tone, "What do you want to do? What's the relationship between you and the queen named Mara?" These were all important information that Shuren desperately wanted to know. As long as the high priest was able to answer his question, his trip would be considered complete. Even if they didn't meet Mara and couldn't solve the problem once and for all, they could still destroy this base, rescue half-sister, eliminate Lim Ju, and then find this necromancer. That way, they could learn about Mara's secret in this place. That would be a worthwhile trip. Therefore, seeing the high priestess struggling and hesitating, Shuren was already thinking if he should teach her a lesson. Who would have thought? I. In addition to the struggle and hesitation, there was a hint of pain in the high priestess' voice. Huh? Shuren finally sensed that something was wrong. He asked subconsciously, "What the hell are you doing?" The high priestess did not answer this question. For some reason, the green ball of light attached to the crystal ball was fluctuating and trembling violently. Aha. The high priest's voice gradually became more and more like a wail. Seeing this, Shuren's expression changed. It was also at this moment that the high priest's painful and hateful howl rang out from the crystal ball. This is a curse against the soul. Damn you, poison concubine. When such a painful howl came from the crystal ball, something unexpected happened. Bang! The green light that was attached to the crystal ball suddenly exploded in the most intense undulation and trembling, turning into countless light spots and dissipating in the air. The high priestess' voice stopped abruptly. The crystal ball returned to its original state. Everything disappeared. Shuren's expression darkened as he saw this. Bang! In the next second, Sean's hand that was holding the crystal ball suddenly exerted force and crushed it. A large amount of death chi immediately rushed out from the broken crystal ball, mixed with a pale green light that slithered like snakes. It was the death energy that the high priestess had collected for thousands of years and the spiritual essences that she had painstakingly cultivated. Pucci! With a flash of a golden sword light, all the deathly aura and spiritual essence that had erupted were sliced apart by the holy sword on the spot, and they were quickly purified and dispersed by the golden light on the sword. At this point, everything that the high priest had left in this world had finally vanished into thin air. Sean stood on the ruins with his sword in hand, but he was in a very bad mood. He could still see what had happened. That poison concubine, she did something to the high priestess? Shuren finally couldn't help but call Mara the poison concubine. There was no other way. As expected of a villain. He likes to silence people and prevent others from betraying him. Shuren smacked his lips and threw away the crystal ball's fragments, letting them fall on the ground. He knew that Mara might have already known that he had destroyed this base and killed the high priestess and the others. Since the curse had already been activated, Shuren didn't believe that Mara wouldn't have sensed it. All right. Shuren's expression softened. Now that I know what you have planned here, I don't have to worry about you not coming back. Before, Shuren had been worried that if his identity was exposed and Mara knew that he was here, he would run away. Now it seemed that Mara was after something big in the Empire. His target was the treasure related to the Supreme God and the Demon King. He wouldn't be willing to leave. Not only would he not leave, but he would also know that Shuren had destroyed this place and the Lefort family was destroyed. Mara would definitely come back. At that time, it would naturally be clear what the other party was plotting. Thinking of this, Shuren stopped thinking about the high priestess. He looked around and then turned his eyes to the space in the stone wall. Over there, many knights, servants, and slaves ran out of the room in fear. Sean's heart skipped a beat. With a teleportation, he disappeared. Roar. Yulin seemed to have received some instructions. After a roar, she flapped her dragon wings and flew into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. Only a mess of ruins was left at the scene. When the people who came out of the base saw this, they were all shocked, and dumbfounded. Oh my god! What just happened? Where's young Master Lim Chou? Where's the high priestess? So many craters, so many corpses, so scary. Oh god, the group of knights, slaves, and servants were all dumbfounded, and began to tremble. Only after a long time did many of them look at each other. They seemed to have thought of something and quietly left. Of course, they didn't return to the base. Instead, they began to run outside without saying a word. Seeing this, the others also came to their senses. Run. Run. Let's use this chance to get out of here. I finally have a chance to get out of this hell. I don't want to stay here anymore. I don't want to stay here anymore. Everyone seemed to have seen a glimmer of hope as they screamed frantically and ran for their lives. It was the same for the slaves and servants. They were all captured and brought to this place as laborers without human rights. They were the people who dug underground for Mara and the high priestess. Even the knights were the same. Those who had some ability were used as patrolling guards and supervisors, while those who had no ability were ordered around as slaves and servants. They had no human rights at all. In addition, the high priestess ruled this place with terror. Once someone didn't like her, she would kill them at will and even feed them to the zombie dragons. The people here had long regarded this place as hell. Now that they finally had a chance to escape, they naturally ran for their lives. However, there were some people who couldn't escape. For example, some of the knights had long sold themselves to the high priestess. In order to survive and gain power, the high priestess used necromancy to turn them into half-human, half-zombie zombies, and they were the most powerful dogs of the high priestess. Now that the high priestess was dead, these half-human, half-zombie zombies all fell to the ground and never got up again. Just like that, this secret base that no one knew about was completely empty. Xianxia walked around but still didn't find anything. However, in one of the stone storerooms, Xianxia found a lot of gold, silver, treasures, and all kinds of magic items collected by the high priestess. Well, it's better than nothing. With these things, Xianxia returned to the imperial capital. Only the ruins were left, lifeless. Just as Xianxia expected, when the situation was reported back to the capital immediately thought of the destruction of Lefrit's family and the mysterious cloaked man. They immediately sent out a 10,000-strong team of the Imperial Knights to investigate. Unfortunately, when the knights arrived at the scene, they only saw the same ruins as last night's Lefrit's old home. The only difference was that this place was much larger, and the extent of damage was much greater. Then, they found the dead who were killed by the meteor shower and Mo Luo's secret base. They didn't know what had happened, but they knew that something terrible had happened. So, the knights quickly reported back to the capital and let the higher-ups of the capital make a decision. Of course, this was a story for later. Right now, all of this had yet to happen. The knights of the Imperial Knights had warhorses to ride, but in terms of speed, they naturally couldn't compare to Xianxia who could teleport. So, if they wanted to settle things here, they would have to go through a lot of trouble. However, as Xianxia expected, when the curse on the High Priestess was activated, the culprit immediately knew about it. Has she been exposed? Somewhere deep in the forest, a ghost-like barefoot woman in white suddenly raised her head and looked towards the direction of the capital. Her eyes flashed with an indescribable light. In front of Mara, Donna's was still there, playing with a stone that gave off a mysterious and evil aura. After seeing Mara's actions, he seemed to have understood something and laughed. Looks like there's someone on your side messing things up. Donna seemed to know Mara's plan very well. It's fine. Mara said carelessly, I never put my hopes on that old thing. If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't take care of her, I would have done it already. Is that so? Donna's didn't know whether to believe it or not. He shrugged and said, but without that old thing, you'll probably have a headache in the future, right? As long as this plan succeeds, the influence will be completely erased, and I won't need that old thing anymore. Mo Luo suddenly smiled and said, if that was not the case, I would not have quietly placed a curse on her. It was because Mara didn't need the High Priestess anymore that she placed a curse on the High Priestess to prevent her from messing things up. So heartless. Donna said, but he didn't seem to care. An old thing that had lived for thousands of years and was so afraid of death. He really looked down on her. If it wasn't for the fact that she had created a shocking, death spirit body, Donna's wouldn't even pay attention to her. Because of that, he really didn't care about the High Priestess's life. What Donna's really cared about was something else. Lefrit was destroyed by the meteor shower, and your secret base was also destroyed by the meteor shower. It seems like that man did go to the Empire, just as you expected. Donna's played with the mysterious stone in his hand and said with great interest, I have some recent information on my side. The dragon demon has returned to the demon realm, and the kingdom's treasure has also returned to the kingdom. There should only be one evil god left by his side. But even if it was just that evil god, the threat was huge. Mara couldn't even handle the hero, let alone the evil god. Luo wouldn't even be able to deal with the hero, let alone the evil god. Donna's asked as if he was testing Mara. Because the answer was yes. If I don't go back now, the plan I set up with so much effort will be gone. Mara's eyes flickered, 1,000 years of hard work. I finally reached this step. How can I give up? Impossible. Not to mention one evil god, even if the 3 goddesses and the 6 demon dwellers came, Mara wouldn't give up. And if her plan succeeded, then so what if it was the strongest evil god, she didn't need to be afraid anymore. Donna's also knew part of Mara's plan. Lustrous branch, huh? Donna showed his interest. The first physical form of the world that contains the power of the supreme god. I really want to see it. Hearing this, Mara looked at Donna's. What is it, young master Donna's? Mara smiled and said, have you taken a fancy to the lustrous branch? Hearing this, Donna's hurriedly shook his head, his face full of exaggerated fear. I don't dare to set my eyes on the queen's item. Donna's pretended to be afraid and smiled. Besides, that thing might be a rather special material to me, but it's everything to you. How can I fight with you for it? Alright, young master, I know you look down on the lustrous branch. Luo said disapprovingly, the result you and I pursue is the same, but the process and methods are completely different. What I'm preparing to do is not attractive to you at all, not to mention that you are indeed accumulating results right now and are not far from success. It's a bit slow. Donna's didn't deny it and smiled, I've waited for too long. If that's the case, I've waited even longer, haven't I? Mara covered her mouth and chuckled, I'll return to the Empire first and meet the hero after 1,000 years. Be careful? Donna said with concern, if you're not careful when dealing with that person, you might be dragged into an unimaginable whirlpool. Whirlpool? Mara put away his smile and said meaningfully, you mean that pair of master and servant? They're in the Empire now, right? Donna's also said meaningfully, although they can't do anything now, they're still related to that. You can't deny this. Mara's eyes flashed again. But this time, there was a hint of fear in his eyes. Obviously, Mara had listened to Donna's words. Also, Donna said nonchalantly, the existence of the hero itself is also a huge problem. No one knows why the summoning of the hero, which should have been sealed, would reappear in this era. You mean? Luo furrowed his brows. I mean, he's still a variable, Donna said firmly. Our plan is about to succeed. Even the primordial demon's torturous creation plan is coming to an end. The era should have been changed in our hands, but at this moment, the hero was summoned after 1,000 years. It's hard to conclude that there's no other reason behind this. Donna said with a resolute tone. Mara fell silent. She knew that Donna's apprehension was correct. What they should be wary of was not the strongest evil god, nor the 3 goddesses or the 6 demon dwellers, but the hero. Donna said the same. For countless years, the hero has always been the center of the world. They're visitors from another world, a miracle bestowed by the heavens. Even after countless years, they finally defeated the demon king and brought great influence to this world. Humans were created by imitating them. The Mitra kingdom and the Ragnar Empire are also their legacies. The descendants of the hero have great status in this world. At the end of the day, their existence is equal to the supreme god and the demon king. They're truly uncontrollable factors themselves. Donna's looked at Mara. Perhaps Shuren Naztut hasn't reached transcendent level yet. With our strength, we might be able to deal with him. But don't forget, the most terrifying thing about the hero is that they can always create miracles. Once they're in a critical situation, they can often lead to surprising developments. Don't fail miserably, okay? My ally. That was what Donna's advised. Luo knew that his advice was reasonable. However, don't praise those hateful heroes so much in front of me, my ally. Mara's expression was extremely displeased. What she hated the most were the braves, and what she hated the most were the braves. She wanted nothing more than to degrade them to the lowest existences in this world, so why would she want to hear Donna's flattering them like this? Donna's was also helpless. His ally was good at everything. He was resourceful, courageous, and ruthless. However, he was too obsessed with the hero. Whenever something related to the hero was involved, his ally would always do something unimaginable. For example, in the basement of the secret base, the princess of the empire. She clearly had a better way to use him, but she insisted on torturing him, whipping him, and making him suffer. It was truly incomprehensible. He was a little worried that his ally would lose control and fail miserably after meeting Xian. That was why he advised Mara. Unfortunately, Mara didn't seem to appreciate it. But when he thought about it, it was reasonable that Mara didn't care. You don't care about your own safety at all. Donna suddenly changed the topic and said to Mara with a smile. Are you going to give everything to your true master? When the words came out of Danasi's mouth, Mara's expression changed. She became extremely cold. You know? Mara looked at Donna's with a sharp murderous intent. Ah, that's scary. Donna's quickly raised his hand in surrender and said, I just want to know what to do with my ally. You don't have to worry, young master. Emma Luo was no longer smiling. Instead, he said in an incomparably cold voice, once everything is successful, you can do whatever you want to do. Then I don't have to worry. Donna smiled and bowed to Mara in a gentlemanly manner. Then, when everything is done, I will go to the Empire to welcome you. Mara didn't respond. There was no need. Since Donna's already knew, there was no point in her saying anything more. Emma Luo turned around and gradually disappeared like an illusion. Donna's looked at this scene and slowly put away his smile. Donna's muttered as he touched the stone in his hand. I should speed up. On the other side, Xian had already returned to the imperial capital. As if nothing had happened, Xian quietly returned to Bygusler's house, only to find that Xianxia and Lilith had yet to return. Locket had also gone out, and so had Tilly. The entire Bygusler house was empty apart from the servants, and it made one feel rather uncomfortable. There might be another reason for this uncomfortable atmosphere. After returning to Bygusler's house, Xian discovered that more people seemed to have their eyes on this place than the day before, and were secretly monitoring the mansion. Is it really that lively? Xian found it funny, but he was not surprised. The higher-ups of the empire must have already guessed that this mysterious expert who had destroyed the Lefrit family might be related to the Bygusler family. They might even be in the Bygusler family, but because of their fear of his strength, they did not dare to attack the Bygusler family rashly. However, it was inevitable that they would monitor the Bygusler family. Not to mention knowing Xian's whereabouts, just being able to know Locket's whereabouts at any time and place, and find out what Locket was planning to hide from his actions, was a gain for the higher-ups of the empire. In addition, the nobles who were on tenterhooks were also worried about whether they would become the next Bygusler family. They could not ignore what this mysterious expert who suddenly appeared in the imperial capital was planning to do. Right now, the Bygusler family was definitely surrounded by all kinds of spies. There was no doubt about this. Even the ordinary servants seemed to have been targeted and monitored. One could imagine that the Bygusler family had become an important target that the empire had to pay attention to at all times. Xian believed that even what Locket and Tilly were planning to do today was being monitored by the empire. However, it was unknown whether they would take any action because of this. As for Xianxia and Lilith, if the magical tools Xianxia made for Xianxia were powerful enough, they should not be discovered by the higher-ups of the empire. There was no need to mention Xian himself. With the teleportation ability of Outward Sight of Destiny, and the superb concealment ability of Inner Sense of Destiny, it would be strange if he was discovered by these spies. That's true, but it's not good to be careless. When entering the secret base in the wilderness, Xian had also felt that as long as he used teleportation to pass through the boundary without triggering the alarm, the people inside would not be able to discover him. Who would have thought that there was a necromancer inside who could use magic to sense a person's life force? And Xian had almost been exposed. This meant that there were still many unimaginable things in this world. Who knew if there was someone in the Imperial capital who knew how to use a special spell similar to Death Corridor, or a unique skill that could see through Inner Destiny as concealment? There was always a chance, and he could not be careless just because he had a great improvement. Speaking of which, I've destroyed so many knights and undead on this trip, as well as 2 legendary level enemies. My level has increased again. Now, Shuren's level had risen to 79, and he was only 1 step away from 80. If others were to know about this, they would probably be extremely shocked, right? After all, Shuren had only been in this world for about half a year, but he had risen all the way from level 1 to level 79. He was only 1 step away from level 80, which was really unprecedented. Compared to the brave ones of the past, this speed of growth was undoubtedly at the level of foul. Perhaps, it would not take long for Shuren to reach the legendary level, the extreme level, or even the transcendent level. Providence and numerology, these 2 unique skills that could increase the speed of growth, were of great help to Shuren. Of course, for the current Shuren, a mere increase of 1 or 2 levels was not worth too much attention. Compared to his own level, Shuren was more concerned about the rewards of this trip. Lustrous Branch, Shuren was deep in thought. The treasure that even the brave ones who established the Ragnar Empire are looking for, but can't find. Shuren was a little interested in this so-called treasure. Let's go to the palace. Shuren decided. There was no other way. According to Capeline, the legend of the Lustrous Branch was now only known to the royal family. In this case, he might be able to find information about this legend in the palace. Thinking of this, Shuren directly set off and went to the palace. With the teleportation of seeing destiny outside, and the concealment of perceiving destiny inside, Shuren could come and go freely in the palace even in broad daylight. So, Shuren first went to find Javis and met him. Lustrous Branch? In the bedroom, Javis listened to Shuren's question, and showed a surprised and thoughtful expression. Indeed, there is such a legend circulating within the royal family, and I have heard Mother talk about it in the past. Javis hesitated for a moment, and then said, but it's just a legend, and even the people in the royal family don't believe it. Even Mother used to tell it as a story to make us happy. So, it should be fictional, right? Obviously, Javis did not think this legend was true. On the other hand, Capeline has liked this legend since she was a child. When she was a child, she was always clamoring to fulfill her ancestor's dream and find this treasure. Javis simply betrayed his sister and told Shuren why Her Royal Highness would associate the legend of the Lustrous Branch so quickly from the actions of the High Priest and others. Her Royal Highness should have taken this legend seriously when she was young, right? Shuren laughed in his heart. But now it seemed that this legend might really be true. Shuren did not specifically explain and directly asked Javis. How much do you know about this legend? Shuren did not hide his desire to investigate carefully. Javis also saw it and guessed the reason behind it. At that moment, Javis furrowed his brows and thought carefully for a long time before speaking with some uncertainty. I actually don't know much. I only remember that Mother once said that in order to make the Lustrous Branch appear on this land, some conditions must be met. For this, there was even a poem, but unfortunately, I don't remember the content of the poem. Javis racked his brains to come up with such information. Shuren, on the other hand, was convinced in his heart. Her Royal Highness remembers it clearly, and even now, it is possible that she still regards this so-called legend as true. The second princess of the Empire, the existence known as the Valkyrie, seems to be a childish Chinibu. Well, this is a bit too much information. On the contrary, Javis seemed to be really not too concerned about this matter. His memories of the past were all blurred, and even if he racked his brains, it seemed that he could not provide any useful information. After thinking about it, Shuren asked Javis, then where is your mother now? Shuren kind of wanted to meet the former imperial concubine of the Empire and see if she knew anything. However, Harvey's expression turned gloomy. Mother is under house arrest in the depths of the palace. Javis said with some hatred, and she has not woken up. Not woken up? Shuren was slightly startled. Yes. Javis adjusted his emotions and said in a low voice, after being ousted by Mara and abolished by that fatuous emperor, Mother suffered a great blow and collapsed in front of us. She has not woken up for a whole 10 years. Shuren suddenly did not know what to say. How should he put it? Although he was a bit sympathetic, this imperial concubine of the direct line of the imperial family seemed to be a bit fragile. From Jarvis and Capeline's description of the former imperial concubine, Shuren could roughly imagine what kind of character she had. She should be a very gentle and virtuous person who did not like power struggles, and was very fresh and bland. Such a person would not want to be in power, so she pushed her husband to the throne and focused on educating her children. So, whether it was Jarvis or Capeline, when mentioning this imperial concubine, they all had a kind of nostalgia and love. Unfortunately, it was also because of this that the imperial concubine was framed, betrayed by her husband, and had her throne taken away, falling into such a situation. But this was a bit troublesome. None of you know the specific content of the legend, and the only one who might know is the former imperial concubine, and she is in a coma. This means that the trail is broken again. Shuren was not very satisfied with this result. Fortunately, Java seemed to remember something and told Shuren one thing. I suddenly remembered that when Mother told us this story, she was holding an ancient book in her hand. Java said so, maybe, that ancient book recorded this legend. Oh? Shuren's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly said, then, what about that book? It should be in the Emperor's bedroom. Jarvis thought for a moment and said, that ancient book is something handed down by the royal family, so although Mother sometimes goes to borrow it to read, she never brings it back to her bedroom. In this case, the possibility of the book being left in the Emperor's bedroom was very high. That muddle-headed Emperor is also not a person who reads books. That book has probably been covered in dust for many years, right? There was inevitably some sarcasm in Jarvis's tone. It seemed that both Jarvis and Capeline hated the Emperor very much. Even if the other party was their biological father, they still looked down on him extremely. Not to mention Jarvis, even Shuren, a bystander, after hearing so many heroic deeds of the Emperor, felt that the other party would sooner or later become a disgrace in the history of the imperial family of the Empire. For the dignified #1 military empire in the human world to have its highest ruler be like this was the misfortune of the Ragnar Empire, a country with a long history of prosperity and decline that had experienced various disasters. Then I'll go to the Emperor's bedroom. As Shuren said this, he looked at Jarvis and suddenly smiled. Do you want me to help you fix him? Hearing this, Jarvis's eyes lit up. In the palace, the Emperor's bedroom was one of the most luxurious buildings apart from the audience hall. It had almost all the words that could be used to describe a building. It was a palace that was luxurious, spacious, grand, extravagant, and resplendent. At this moment, inside and outside the palace, countless knights in heavy armor stood at various posts with solemn expressions, carrying out the task of guarding the Emperor's bedroom tightly. There were a few noble officials entering and exiting the palace, but every time they came in and out, they had to go through the strict checks of many knights. By the time they could enter the bedroom and see the Emperor, it was already 2 to 3 hours later. This caused many officials to involuntarily heave a huge sigh of relief when they left the Emperor's bedroom. They looked at each other and whispered to each other. He actually mobilized a troop of 10,000 imperial knights to his bedroom to protect himself. Isn't His Majesty a little too cowardly? There's no other way. Recently, there have been strange bandits infiltrating the palace. I don't know if they're planning to assassinate the Emperor, but there's also a mysterious powerhouse who can summon a meteor shower and destroy the Lefort family. It's not surprising that His Majesty is afraid. After all, the bandits have always targeted the nobles. It's very likely that they've targeted the royal family. Needless to say, that mysterious powerhouse directly destroyed the Lefort family. His Majesty also happens to be from the Lefort family. When he heard that the Lefort family was destroyed by a mysterious powerhouse, he was so shocked that he almost fell off the throne. So, for the sake of his own life, His Majesty can't care so much anymore, right? If it weren't for the fact that the bedroom can only accommodate these 10,000 knights, I think His Majesty would have mobilized the entire Imperial Knights to protect himself. He clearly has the Imperial Knights guarding him, and the Imperial capital has been in troubled times recently. There are many places that need the Imperial Knights, but His Majesty still arranged so many knights around him. What a waste, don't say that. No matter what, he's still the Emperor. Humph, he can only sit on the throne because the former Imperial concubine doesn't want to be the regent. After sitting on the throne, that person has always been under the control of the Lefort family. If it weren't for the Moro imperial concubine, with his cowardly appearance, how could he strut around like this? Shoo, don't be so loud. Yeah, it's fine if we talk about the emperor. After all, he's indeed useless. But the imperial concubine has the power of the imperial court. Who knows how many nobles are supporting her? If you don't want to lose your head, you'd better not talk too much. The group of civil officials carried on this kind of whispering, and with their backs to the bedchamber, they left full of disdain. From this, it could be seen how unpopular the current emperor was. The empire was like this. They only respected those who were truly capable. Those who were incompetent, even the emperor, would receive such criticism in private. If it wasn't for the support of the Lefort family in the past and the support of the imperial concubine, this emperor would have long caused a riot and been deposed. Under such circumstances, no one noticed that a black shadow had appeared here as if it had teleported. With another teleportation, it had entered the emperor's bedchamber. Not a single one of the 10,000 imperial knights noticed his presence, allowing him to sneak in without a sound. At the same time, in a luxurious room, the current emperor was meeting with a few nobles. However, facing these few nobles, the emperor was furious. Trash. You're all trash. A short, fat, middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothes was cursing at the nobles. He didn't look dignified at all. Instead, he looked like a nouveau riche. You're just looking for a person. You didn't catch the strange thief before, and you didn't catch the mysterious expert this time either. Are you all useless? The emperor was like this, unable to restrain his anger, cursing and scolding until his saliva sprayed out. The nobles couldn't hide the disgust in their eyes, but they had to put on a respectful attitude. After all, the other party was the emperor. If they were too disrespectful, they would inevitably be put in a difficult position. One of the nobles spoke. Please give us a little more time. The other person said in a low voice, it's only been less than a day since that mysterious expert committed the crime. If we can have a little more time, then definitely. Before he could finish his sentence, the emperor flew into a rage again. Give you a little more time? Then who can give me a little more time? The emperor shouted furiously, even the Lefalut family was destroyed by that damn guy in one night, and the imperial palace was successfully invaded by rats a while ago. If that guy comes and plans to harm me, can you bear the consequences? That's right. In the end, the emperor was just worried about his own safety. The destruction of the Lefort family was a headache for many of the empire's higher-ups, but for the emperor, who didn't have any foresight, it was something to be secretly happy about. Because he was Darius's biological brother. He had fought with Darius for the position of the Lefort family's head, but he wasn't Darius's opponent at all. Darius had always played him in the palm of his hand. The family also regarded him, who had no talent, as worthless. Even the servants had openly despised him. In the end, he was used by Darius as a bargaining chip in a political marriage. He was thrown to the royal family to be used as a bridge between the royal family and the Lefort family, or rather, a puppet prop. Because of this, the emperor had always hated Darius and the Lefort family. If it wasn't for the former concubine's lack of interest in the regency and being deceived by his flowery words, he definitely wouldn't have been able to sit on the throne. But after becoming the emperor, he didn't have any real power at all. He had been manipulated by the Lefort family and was ignored and despised by everyone in the palace. It wasn't until 10 years ago when he met the current concubine that the emperor felt that he could finally stand up. Under the secret guidance of the concubine, the emperor did all kinds of things that subverted his own situation. He overthrew the former concubine and taught the Lefort family and the nobles who looked down on him a lesson, making them all choose to submit. From then on, the emperor felt that he finally had control of the country. Of course, the arrogant emperor didn't realize that the nobles and even the Lefort family were not submitting to him, but to the concubine. The poor emperor thought that the concubine had helped him and finally gave him real power. In fact, the nobles who used to be yes-men in front of him were only bowing to the poor emperor because of Mara. In short, the emperor didn't care whether the Lefort family disappeared or not. Rather, he was glad and delighted that the house of Lefort could disappear. But a mysterious powerful man who could summon a meteor shower and destroy the entire Lefort family in one night really put a lot of pressure on the emperor. Since the mysterious man had destroyed the Lefort family, would he, who was also a member of the Lefort family, be targeted by the mysterious man? It just so happened that a strange thief had managed to sneak into the palace not too long ago, causing the timid emperor to have all sorts of worries. That was why the emperor was so excited. Go. Find him. Keep looking. The emperor roared. We have to catch that mysterious expert as soon as possible, and that strange bandit from before. We can't let any of them go. As long as someone can catch them, no, kill them, that would be considered the greatest contribution. Those who don't have a noble title can be conferred a noble title, and those who do will also be rewarded, or even promoted. In order to dispel the uneasiness in his heart, the emperor made a big promise. Only then did the nobles become a little more spirited. They agreed and left in unison. Now, only the emperor was left in the room. The emperor slumped on the chair as if he had lost all his strength. Where did the concubine go at this time? The emperor felt very uneasy about this. In the past 10 years, he had gotten used to following Mara's instructions. Every time he did something, he would get a clear result. This made the emperor completely dependent on Mara. This made the already useless emperor even more useless. Whenever something happened, he would make a fuss like this. It was fine when Mara was here, and the emperor would quickly calm down. But when Mara wasn't here, the emperor felt that nowhere was safe. He couldn't calm down no matter what, which made him anxious. The emperor did not notice at all that a figure had appeared behind him at some point in time. The mysterious man in a cloak stood behind the emperor, exuding a faint sense of danger. The emperor felt a chill on his back, and he subconsciously turned his head and looked behind him. At this look, the emperor's eyes widened. He wanted to scream in horror, but a hand covered his mouth. Woo! A terrified struggle came from the emperor's covered mouth, but it was to no avail. The mysterious man in a black robe easily dragged him away. Not long after, a series of silent screams echoed in the room. Ugh! Ah! After an unknown period of time, in the room, the controlled screams turned into a faint moaning sound. The emperor of the Ragnar Empire was tied up and hung upside down from the beam. His head hung down, and his mouth was stuffed with cloth. His face was bruised and swollen like a pig's head. Not a single part was intact. The mysterious man in the cloak kept wandering around the room, flipping through the bookshelves one by one, looking for what he wanted. It wasn't until a long time later that he found an ancient book from a bookshelf. There was no writing on the cover of the ancient book, nor was there a title or signature. There was only a picture. It was a painting of twigs that shone like willows. Found it. Shuren suddenly smiled. The world's original substance. As the name suggested, it referred to the substance that first appeared in this world called Omnipotensen. When the paramount god used his mighty power to create this world, it was born along with it. Because it was an existence condensed from the residual power of the supreme god after he created the world. Its birth was an accident. But it was indeed the first thing to appear in this world, and it contained the residual power of the supreme god used to create the world. It could be said to be the crystallization created by the great works of God. The supreme god discovered it, but did not take it away. Instead, he chose to leave it to this world. So, it took root in this world, and gradually merged with the earth over the long years, no longer distinguishing between you and me. Those who knew of its existence called it the lustrous branch. Its appearance was like a tree branch, hence its name. In the past, many people had tried to find it, but none of them had succeeded in finding it. It was the same for the heroes who founded the Ragnar Empire. They searched for many years on the land where it took root, but in the end, they found nothing. They could only build this country on the land where it was located. So far, except for the supreme god, no one had ever seen the world's original substance, the crystallization of God left by the true omnipotent goddess to this world. The supreme god only left a prophecy for it. The sky will be covered by darkness, the earth will turn into a crimson hell, and the lustrous branch will be awakened from its slumber, descending upon this universe. It was said that only when all the conditions mentioned in the prophecy were met, would the lustrous branch leave the earth where it took root and appear in this world. It was said that the person who obtained it could exercise the power of the supreme God contained in it, and obtain the same nature of power in the process of the creation of this world. No one knew what the use of that power was. Some people thought that it could make people immortal. Some people thought that it could create a new world or race. Some people even thought that it could make people reborn and become a member of the Protoss. It was undoubtedly one of the highest-level treasures in this world. However, since the birth of the world, after life appeared on the ground, no one had found this lustrous branch. Gradually, the story related to the lustrous branch became a legend, passed down from mouth to mouth by only a few people. The royal family had records of this legend, but that was only because it was related to their ancestor, the hero Ragnar, who founded the country. Plus, the hero who founded the country had been searching for it, and even the reason for building a country on this land was because of it. That was why it was passed down as a legend among the royal family of the empire, and was recorded. Every emperor had read this book. Some believed it and mobilized the whole country to search for it, but to no avail. Others treated it as a pure story for fun. Even the former concubine used it as a story to make children happy, and often told it to lustrous branch as a child. It was not until the former concubine stepped down and Mara took the throne that the only people who knew about this legend were Jarvis and Capeline, who had heard this story when they were young. God Shan looked at everything recorded in the ancient book in his hand, and revealed a look of realization. No wonder everyone only saw it as a legend. Maybe no one except the Supreme God has seen this so-called lustrous branch? Moreover, the appearance of the lustrous branch could be traced back to the time when the world was born. At that time, not to mention the humans, even the Protoss hadn't appeared, and the Demon King hadn't found the Supreme God and fought with him. So, who would treat it as a real story? Well, all kinds of flags are raised. Xianxia couldn't help but complain. Wasn't that right? Usually, this so-called legend that everyone thought was unreal would definitely come true in the end. Anyway, Xianxia felt that he had seen through it. In other words, did the high priest really build such a big project in that place just to find the lustrous branch? Did he dig up the land of this empire without anyone knowing? How should he put it? It felt like nonsense. Hiding in a remote corner in the wilderness and threatening a group of people to dig secretly, what kind of nonsense could they dig up? The lustrous branch was not buried in the ground. Instead, it had taken root in the land and had fused with the land. Only when the conditions in the Overgod's prophecy were fulfilled would it appear. Yet, it was still digging the soil with its people. Alright, he directly dug his own grave and slept there forever. I believe that the high priest must be moved to tears, right? Forget it. I'll stop complaining. Xianxia sighed and fell into deep thought. In fact, he also knew that the high priest's action should have another meaning. It wasn't to dig out the lustrous branch like that naive Capeline guessed. After all, the master of that place was not the high priest, but Mara's poison concubine. That poison concubine must know about the prophecy of the lustrous branch. Therefore, Mara's purpose of building that secret base was definitely not to dig out the lustrous branch, but something else. Although Xianxia didn't know what she wanted to do, he could guess what her purpose was. She must want to gather the conditions in the prophecy. Xianxia was so sure. Why did the hero who founded the Ragnar Empire want to build a country on this land, just to live here for a long time so that it would be convenient to find the Supreme God's treasure? To build a country for convenience, Xianxia didn't think that the hero was as naive as Capeline. Ragnar the hero definitely had a purpose in building this empire. And that purpose was the same as Mara's, to gather the conditions in the prophecy and make the lustrous branch appear. Unfortunately, Ragnar the hero didn't achieve his purpose. Because he was too ostentatious, he completely fixed his whereabouts here and was killed by a certain dragon demon who wanted to kill the hero and eradicate the natural enemy of the demons. As for Imo Luo, he came to this country because he knew about this matter. She hated the hero so much, why didn't she go to the more representative Mitra kingdom for trouble, but came to the empire to stir up trouble? Why did she come here to be an imperial concubine, and for 10 years at that? There was only one answer. That was, in this empire, she could achieve Mara's purpose. She just wanted the lustrous branch. For this, she needed to make arrangements in the Ragnar Empire, gather the conditions in the prophecy, and make the lustrous branch appear. But here came the problem. What is her purpose in targeting Terre? this matter had always been on Sharon's mind. After all, he came for Ter, and other purposes were only secondary. It was certain that Mara had her eyes on Ter and wanted to use Ter to do something. But, what exactly did Ter have that she needed? Could this thing help Mara achieve her purpose, which was to gather the conditions to make the lustrous branch appear? But why did the conditions to make the lustrous branch appear have anything to do with Ter, who was a noble of the kingdom and a legitimate descendant of the hero? Was it because Ter was a descendant of the Lefalut family? Then why didn't she just look for the Lefalut family? Well, I don't understand. Sean could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. He knew too little about the Empire, and even less about Mara. He hadn't even met Mara once, so he really didn't know where to start. Now that the secret base of the High Priest has been destroyed by me, this route won't work. So, he could only start from the other direction that Harvey gave him. Lenny Bayfern, Xianxia and Lilith should still be watching over there, right? I'll go find them after I leave the palace. After making up his mind, Sharon flipped through the ancient book in his hand a few more times. After making sure there was no extra information, he put it back. Woo. Woo. At the same time, a cry for help finally came into Sharon's ears. Sharon, who had been in deep thought, came back to his senses. Sharon turned his head and looked at the source of the cry that was blocked. The Emperor was still hanging upside down, with a bloody nose and a swollen face. His mouth was stuffed with a cloth, and he struggled and twisted miserably, causing his short fat body to wriggle non-stop. The scene was really a bit of an eyesore. Sharon was silent for a while, then walked in front of the Emperor. The Emperor seemed to have just woken up from a coma and subconsciously cried out. When he saw Sharon appear, he immediately remembered the previous encounter and stopped wriggling. In his red and swollen eyes, fear and panic coexisted, even with a strong pleading look. Without a doubt, he recognized the intruder in front of him in a cloak. It was the mysterious elite who destroyed the Lefalut family. He thought that Sharon was here to kill him, so his heart was full of fear. To be honest, Sharon really wanted to get rid of him along the way. This kind of stupid and incompetent emperor was also a scourge. But, someone told me not to kill you, because he wanted you to kneel in front of his mother and repent. Sharon's voice slowly came into the emperor's ears. So, I won't kill you. Hearing this, the emperor breathed a sigh of relief. However, Sharon suddenly changed the subject. Although I won't kill you directly, you are a bit of an eyesore. Sharon stretched out a hand in the direction of the emperor. Since you forced others to sleep for a long time, then I will make you a madman and let you suffer the ridicule of others. Don't thank me. I just want to do something good. With that said, Sharon ignored the emperor's frightened and desperate eyes and mercilessly performed magic. Pay and insanity. On this day, the current emperor of the Ragnar Empire went crazy. The empire entered a period of true chaos. About half an hour later, a group of nobles and civil officials who had just entered the emperor's bedroom ran out in panic. From their mouths, an extremely shocking piece of news came out. His Majesty is crazy. His Majesty is insane. Hurry up and inform the priests of the temple to come over. Hurry up. When the news spread throughout the entire palace, and even out of the palace, chaos immediately spread. There was no other way. No matter how muddle-headed and incompetent he was still the emperor of the Ragnar Empire, the ruler of a country, and there was no room for any mistakes. Now that the emperor had gone mad, it was conceivable how much shock and impact it would bring to the imperial capital and even the empire. As a result, many nobles hurriedly rushed to the palace, or some hurriedly left the palace and went to the Divine Hall to ask the priests of the Divine Hall to diagnose and check on the emperor's condition. For a moment, the entire imperial palace was in a state of panic, as if a storm was brewing. Tension filled every corner of the palace. Jarvis did not leave his bedroom, but he found the commotion outside. He stood at the window, listened to the movement outside, and muttered to himself. Is he crazy? He knew that this must be Sharon's doing. All right. Jarvis made such an evaluation in an extremely calm manner, as if it was not his biological father who was in trouble. In fact, Jarvis had long since stopped treating the emperor as his father. From the moment he was so insane that he was incited by Mara to attack his children, their father-son relationship had been severed. If Capellan's attitude towards the emperor was indifferent, then Javas's attitude towards the emperor was truly ruthless. As the literal meaning was, there was no more affection between them. But, even if you are crazy, I will make you repent in front of your mother, Java said to himself lightly. Immediately, the prince put down the curtains and returned to the bed as if nothing had happened, continuing to live his life of house arrest. Under such circumstances, it did not take long for the priests of the temple to come to the palace to diagnose the crazy emperor. After seeing the emperor, the grand priest gave a report that shocked everyone. His Majesty has been cast with magic that makes him insane. That magic is very powerful, and I really can't remove it with my recovery magic. Unless the Pope of the Temple of the Kingdom, the legendary Lord Yule, takes action, no one in the entire human world can remove this crazy magic. His words made many people realize something. The situation in the imperial capital was about to change. So, the news that shocked the entire empire spread like wildfire and was known to the world. There is an intruder in the palace, and he has successfully harmed the emperor. At the same time, Shuren, the perpetrator, had returned to Bygusler's house. Sean had no idea about the great chaos that was about to take place in the capital, or perhaps he had guessed it, but he did not care at all. It was as if he really hadn't done anything. In front of so many eyes, he swaggered back to Bygusler's house without being discovered by anyone. Including the servants, none of them knew that there was a mysterious powerhouse in Bygusler's house who could turn the capital upside down. They were also instructed by Lockhart not to approach Sean's room no matter what. Just like that, Sean came back in a cool and unrestrained manner. However, when he returned, Sean realized that Xia and Lilith had arrived at Bygusler's house before him. No, not just Rasha and Lilith. In addition to these two, there was another person who had been brought back by them. Why are you back? Shuren looked at La Xia and Lilith, who had appeared in the room, in a daze. At this moment, La Xia and Lilith seemed to be waiting for him to return. One was standing by the bed, taking care of something, and the other jumped into Shuren's arms the moment he returned, rubbing against his chest. Shuren hugged the blissful Lilith and looked suspiciously at La Xia. Seeing this, La Xia spoke concisely. There's a situation, Mr. Shuren. As she spoke, La Xia was taking care of a person. A person was lying on the bed, seemingly unconscious. His eyes were tightly shut as he fell into a deep sleep. She had a rather tanned, healthy skin, a unique appearance, a small face, and big eyes. She seemed to be around 13 or 14 years old, a young and cute girl. Shuren naturally knew who this girl was. This was because he had seen this girl's face many times on the crystal prop that Harvey had given him. Yes. She's Lenny Bayfern, right? Shuren looked at the girl. Yes. La Xia nodded. In other words, La Xia had brought back the person she was supposed to monitor today. And this person was unconscious. What happened? Shuren frowned and asked La Xia. La Xia's reply was very concise. She was almost killed. That was what happened. 5 minutes later, Shuren had a general understanding of the situation. In fact, it was very simple. You mean, while you were monitoring Lenny Bayfern, someone suddenly came out and attacked her? Shuren said with great surprise. Yes. La Xia responded affirmatively and said faintly, we saw with our own eyes that she was being chased. All the guards around her fell, leaving her alone. So? Shuren said thoughtfully, you saved her? It was Miss Lilith who did it. La Xia said calmly, I judged that Mr. Shuren needed this person, so he did not sit back and watch her be killed. Therefore, La Xia asked Lilith to save Lenny Bayfern. Okay. Shuren naturally had no objection. Looking at the little girl lying on the bed, he asked, what's going on with her now? She's fine. La Xia shook her head and said, she probably suffered too much shock. After Miss Lilith saved her, she immediately lost consciousness. That was understandable. Although he did not know what the relationship between the little girl and Mara was, it was very likely that she did not know anything. She was taken in by the Bayfern family and lived a very ordinary and happy life for a whole 10 years. A little girl of about 13 or 14 years old suddenly encountered a life-threatening assassination after 10 years of ordinary and happy life. All the guards around her died in front of her. It was normal for her to suffer too much shock and fall unconscious. But for some reason, Shuren felt that he could feel a trace of strange magic from the little girl. What was going on? Sean's brows furrowed again. At this time, Xianxia gave Shuren another piece of shocking news. It wasn't just the young lady of the Viscount's family who was assassinated. The Empire's noble Baffin family was also assassinated. The sudden news stunned Shuren. The Bayfern family was assassinated too? Shuren said in shock, then Xianxia looked at Shuren. Her eyes and expression were very calm. No one was spared. Xianxia gave Shuren such news. Shuren fell silent. After a while, Shuren heaved a sigh. Fine. Shuren was not too pretentious and asked straightforwardly, what about the assassins? Miss Lilith didn't take care of them. Xianxia said, but after the assassination failed, they all simply committed suicide and detonated the magic items on them, blowing themselves up into nothingness. Good lord, hard on the enemy, and even harder on himself. Now, even Shuren would not believe that there was nothing fishy about it. Who would annihilate the entire Bayfern family at this time? Shuren only felt that he might be blamed for some inexplicable reason. Just as he expected, perhaps the hostile forces of the Bayfern family took advantage of Mr. Shuren stirring up trouble in the capital over the past 2 days, so they took the opportunity to eliminate the Bayfern family and then pushed the blame on Mr. Shuren. What Xianxia said was exactly what Shuren was thinking. Shuren was speechless. He also had a feeling that he would most likely be accused of groundless crimes and suspected. After all, he had indeed done a lot of atrocious things in the past 2 days. Not only did he annihilate the Lefort family, but he also attacked the Emperor. The upper echelons of the Empire would definitely think that he was the one who annihilated the Bayfern family. What an undeserved disaster. Shuren could only sigh with mixed feelings. However, he was a little suspicious that the annihilation of the Bayfern family was really the work of their hostile forces. It was not that he was too sensitive. It was just that this period was too sensitive. He could not help but be suspicious. The mysterious girl who had been taken care of by the poison concubine for the past 10 years encountered a massacre today and was being hunted? No matter how he thought about it, there must be some inside story. Shuren had a headache. Things are getting more and more complicated. He had just dug out the lustrous branch, guessed Mara's ultimate goal, and even killed a 1,000-year-old monster like the High Priest. Now, there was a new mystery. The water in the capital seemed to be more complicated than Shuren had imagined. No, I have to find Ter and Xianxia. Shuren could not sit still anymore. He did not know what was going on over there. But judging from the current situation, the lack of news from Ter really made him a little uneasy. He could take his time dealing with Mara, but he could not let anything happen to Ter. Therefore, Shuren already wanted to find Xianxia and Ter first. Xianxia seemed to have seen through Shuren's concerns. She also brought him a rare piece of good news. Speaking of the young lady, I might have found her location. Xianxia said with a shocking tone. You found them? Shuren was surprised at first, but then he was overjoyed. Xianxia nodded calmly. I am a magical life created by the young lady using her own magic as a reference. Although I have no magic, I can occasionally sense the residual magic left by the young lady when she uses spatial magic. As she spoke, Xianxia told Shuren a place. Shuren blinked. In that kind of place? Shuren was speechless. Old Leferet House. This place had been razed to the ground by the meteor shower, and it had been silenced just last night. Hence, the Imperial Knights were still heavily surrounding the place, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. The court mages and officials from the palace were walking back and forth, casting magic from time to time and recording something. Clearly, they were investigating the truth behind the destruction of the Leferet family. Although a meteor shower had completely destroyed this place, and even the people of the Leferet family were almost wiped out, making it difficult to find anything, there was still magic in this world, and some special series of magic could more or less have some miraculous effects and find some clues. For example, there was magic that could allow people to see what had happened here in the past. For example, there was magic that could detect mana and aura accurately, and pick out the mana of the culprit from the many fluctuating mana residues, record it, and then use tracking magic to arrest it. The people from the palace were doing such preparatory work, and it would not take long for them to be able to spy on the mysterious powerhouse's location even if they did not know the true identity of the mysterious powerhouse. At least, that was what the people here thought. Unfortunately, they did not know that Shuren had the destiny of heaven, a skill that could avoid all types of magical detection. Hence, even if they recorded Shuren's mana, it would be impossible to use tracking magic to find Shuren's location. Moreover, although Shuren had a large amount of mana left here last night and squandered a lot of it, Shuren was not the only one here. It was not an easy task to find Shuren's mana from so many people's mana. Even if there was a chance that the people of the Empire found him, the Empire would definitely not dare to come looking for trouble with a top legendary powerhouse, just as Locket had said before. Of course, these considerations had nothing to do with the people here. They only needed to carry out the tasks assigned by the higher-ups, and did not need to consider so many problems. Under such circumstances, the people here were still doing their own things, making the place rather lively. However, from time to time, some conversations could be heard from these people. Has His Majesty really gone crazy? It's a magic that causes madness. His Majesty is really unlucky to have such a powerful magic that can only be removed by the Pope of the Shrine of the Kingdom. But this also means that someone has sneaked into the palace again, and this time attacked the Emperor, right? Who the hell has such ability? Is it that strange thief from before? I think it's that mysterious powerhouse. The palace has been invaded one after another. The palace is no longer as impregnable as it used to be. I heard that the nobles and the higher-ups are going crazy, and the palace is in chaos. Not only do they have to deal with His Majesty, the palace is no longer safe, and we don't know if there will be another victim. These nobles must be worried, right? Serves them right. They're always ordering us to do this and that, and they've always been sitting in the palace. They thought that no matter what they did, they wouldn't be threatened. Now those nobles must be dumbfounded. I heard that a viscount's family in the south was also silently annihilated. What? Why are all sorts of things happening in the imperial capital? I have a feeling that something big is going to happen. Where? Where should we go? This kind of conversation would appear from time to time in the mouths of the people here, causing many people to reveal somewhat uneasy and perplexed expressions. The current imperial capital was indeed in troubled times, and there was already chaos, which made many people feel terrified and uneasy. Most of the nobles had also fallen into a state of apprehension, and they were anxious all day long. For this reason, they were extremely concerned about the recent events and rumors in the imperial capital. It could only be said that the people of the empire were a little scattered. Under such circumstances, as the instigator of all this, Shuren suddenly appeared here without a sound. He was not discovered by anyone, nor did he do anything special. He just used the super concealment ability of inner perception of destiny to enter Leffert's house, and then came to a dug-up ground. There were many mages working here, using all kinds of magic and moving stones. This was because, according to their investigation, they found that there was a very vast underground space under Leffert's house. That was where Shuren buried the people of Leffert's family alive. At this moment, this place was dug up by the court mages from the imperial palace with magic, and they were ready to enter and investigate. Shuren looked at this scene and closed his eyes. The perception power belonging to outer perception of destiny spread out, and after being controlled by Shuren, it directly penetrated into the ground. That's right. Shuren was also investigating here. After using the perception power of outer perception of destiny to investigate, Shuren immediately found something. It's really here. Sean smiled bitterly as he took a step forward and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the basement of Leffert's house. However, Shuren was not in the previous underground hall, but in an extremely hidden space. This place was located in the deepest underground of Leffert's house, and there were signs of barrier protection. At a glance, one could tell that it was a very important place. But at this time all the people of Leffert's family had died, and it was useless no matter how important this place was. The protection of the barrier was also useless, and even if someone touched it, no one would notice. Shuren did not deliberately destroy it. Instead, he used instant transmission again, and routinely passed through the barrier and entered the inside of the barrier. As soon as he entered, Shuren was surprised to find that. So this is the treasure house? There were all kinds of gold and silver treasures here, and just like the warehouse that Shuren found in the secret base of the high priest, there were all kinds of precious magic tools in it. It was obvious that this was the treasure house of Lefrit's family. Good heavens! Shuren sighed. If he had known earlier, he would not have run so fast. He would have searched this place first before leaving. Fortunately, no one had arrived here yet. Otherwise, these gold and silver treasures would definitely be confiscated by the Empire. If I do something like this again in the future, I have to be careful not to run too fast. I have to walk around first and take everything that I should take. Shuren said that such a good thing like confiscating a family must not be missed in the future. Otherwise, how many billions would I lose? As a count, although Shuren was not as poor as before, he also relied on Yulin to make a fortune. In other words, his small treasury was not like these long-established nobles, which had long been filled to the brim. In terms of personal wealth, Shuren was undoubtedly the lowest among the counts, and even some viscounts and barons could not compare. If there was a chance to fill up his small treasury, of course, the more the better. Thinking of this, Shuren could not help but walk in the direction of the gold and silver treasures. At this moment, swoosh! A black shadow suddenly scuttled behind Shuren, and even leaped up, approaching from behind. In his hand, dark red magical power flickered on a sharp blade, bringing with it a sharp sense of danger. Without a doubt, that was the demonic sword skill. The sudden attacker approached with the demonic sword, mercilessly slashing at Shuren's neck. But just as the demonic sword was about to touch Shuren's neck, Shuren suddenly turned around, stretched out a hand, and grabbed the attacker's arm. The attacker's demonic sword immediately stopped in front of Shuren's neck, and his hand was tightly grabbed by Shuren, unable to move. The attacker immediately raised his other hand. Above it, another sharp blade appeared, and the surface of the blade was also flashing with dark red magic. Seeing this, Shuren was not surprised, but happy instead. That's enough, girl. At that moment, Shuren said angrily. You're not really planning to murder your husband, are you? When the words entered the attacker's ears, the sharp blade that was about to slash out stopped. Even the hand that was grabbed by Shuren loosened, and the dark red magic blade on the blade that was about to touch Shuren's neck was dispelled in the shortest time possible. Silence descended upon the area. The attacker's full face was printed into Shuren's eyes. It was a petite young girl with a pair of sharp blades in her hand, wearing a hood and a mantle like Kirin. Is that you? After a long silence, a familiar cold voice came from the young girl's mouth under the hood. Shuren looked at her steadily. Who else could it be if not me? Shuren couldn't help but scold her. Hearing that, the young girl finally relaxed her body. Shuren let go of her hand. The young girl quickly put away the pair of sharp blades and took off her hood. A second later, a face with the upper half of a mask was exposed before Shuren's eyes. A head of long purple hair was braided behind her back, looking unusually pleasing to the eye. It was Ter. Ter stared at Shuren. Shuren understood and took off his hood as well. Ter's eyes rippled when she saw the familiar face before her eyes. Soon, she lowered her head. Why are you here? Ter asked softly. He looked like a child who had done something wrong. What? Shuren was even more annoyed. If I didn't come, do you really want to stay here and let those despicable bastards hunt you down? Ter was speechless. She had indeed had a hard time this month. Even though she had prepared herself mentally and it wasn't that she couldn't bear it, she still couldn't lift her head up in front of Shuren. Shuren sighed and said helplessly. Come here. Shuren casually opened his hand to Ter. Ter lifted her eyes and watched the scene unfold before her. A moment later, Ter walked up without a second thought. She took off the mask on her face, revealing her exquisite face, and threw herself into Shuren's arms. Their lips kissed each other heavily, and there was no longer any distinction between them. After being separated for a month, both Shuren and Ter were a little excited. After all, a month ago, the two of them were in perfect harmony and only separated after they were intimate with each other. Therefore, this kiss, the two kissed very passionately and intensely. If it weren't for the wrong location, perhaps the two of them would have negotiated a business deal worth hundreds of millions. But even so, the two of them didn't separate until a long time later. They kissed so hard that they almost couldn't catch their breath. It wasn't until this moment that Sharon was completely relieved. "How are you?" Sean held his wife in his arms and looked at Ter, who was still recovering. He said, "I heard that you were seriously injured." He was referring to the time when Ter sneaked into the palace and fell into the ambush of the Lefort family. "It's not a big deal." Ter buried her head in Sharon's arms and said in a low voice, "I was prepared to be injured in advance, and I brought enough magic potions for recovery." With that, Ter lifted her clothes and showed Sharon her abdomen. Sharon took a look and saw that there was a bandage wrapped around it. The bandage was slightly bleeding, but it wasn't serious. Thinking about it, this injury should have recovered a lot with the help of the magic potion, right? But from another perspective, Ter's injury must have been very serious at that time, since the magic potion couldn't completely heal it. Celestial breath. Sharon directly used the highest level of healing magic on Ter, and starlight shone on her body. Ter narrowed her eyes, and she seemed to feel very comfortable, but she didn't say anything. She quietly accepted Sharon's treatment while continuing to hug Sharon and bury her head in his arms. She didn't say a word, and it was as if she was smelling the scent on Sharon's body. After a while, the little smell of blood on Ter's body disappeared. With the celestial breath, an injury of that degree wouldn't last for long. Sharon was relieved. After that, Sharon couldn't help but complain. "I told you not to come alone. In the end, didn't I have to come and fetch you?" Sharon had to do this. Who asked Ter to insist on coming to the Empire on his own? If she could successfully achieve her goal after coming to the Empire, it would be a different story. Unfortunately, she underestimated Mara, the Lefort family, and her opponents. In the end, not only did she fail to achieve her goal, but she was also injured and hunted down. It was really tragic. Ter also knew that this was all because of her stubbornness. She knew that it was all because of her willfulness. In other words, she was too anxious to achieve her goal, which led her to step into the enemy's trap and almost died in the palace. If it wasn't for her luck that allowed her to escape the Lefort family's pursuit, Ter wouldn't have been able to survive this trip to the Empire even if she had a few lives. "Did you arrange someone to help me at the critical moment and let me escape a few times?" "You've arranged someone to stay by my side and help me at crucial moments, allowing me to escape several times, right?" Sharon didn't hide anything. "Just in case." Sharon shrugged and said, "It's not that I look down on you. I think you can't do what you want to do. It's just that your opponent is a bit weak. You're too young and haven't fully grown up. If I let you come here alone without any arrangements, even Vivian and the others wouldn't feel at ease." As he said that, Sharon spoke to a certain direction. "It's not that I look down on you and think you can't do what you want to do. It's just that your opponent is a bit weak. You're too young and haven't fully grown up. If I really let you come here alone without any arrangements, even Vivian and the others wouldn't feel at ease, let alone me." As he spoke, Sharon spoke to a direction. "What? You haven't shown yourself in front of her yet?" Sharon was obviously talking to a third party. "Then, didn't you say not to let her find out?" Along with this voice, the girl of demons appeared from the fluctuating space. Who else could it be other than Xianxia? "You're finally willing to show yourself, Missy." Sharon complained again. He wasn't referring to the fact that Xianxia didn't show herself. Instead, he was referring to the fact that she didn't bring Ter to see him after he arrived at the Empire and the imperial capital. "Don't look at me like that." She pointed at Ter and said as if she had completely lost her temper, "This little lover of yours is very stubborn. I've been by her side for a month now, and I've seen what she's done. Do you think she'll agree if I show up in front of her and tell her that I want to bring her to see you?" Ter said with a smile. Ter's eyes lit up. Xianxia's voice was filled with helplessness and exhaustion that could not be concealed. Obviously, she had put in a lot of effort for Ter's safety in the past month. Sharon turned around and looked at Ter again. "I just don't have the face to see you." Ter averted her gaze and didn't dare to look straight into Sharon's eyes. She had known about Sharon's arrival in the imperial capital a long time ago. Moreover, he already knew about it at the first moment. No matter what, she had dedicated her heart and soul to this man. If he appeared before her after such a long time, she would more or less have a hunch since she had the God of Fate's blessing. But just like what Ter said, she didn't have the face to see Shuren. Ter could totally imagine how furious Shan would be if he knew that he had traveled such a long way to the Empire, but not only did he fail to achieve his goal, but he also almost lost his life. That was why Ter didn't dare to see Shuren. Or rather, she wanted to make one last effort. She appeared here to look for the thing she wanted one last time. She wanted to see if the thing she wanted was in Lefrit's house. Who knew that Shuren would come looking for her at this time? Ter really didn't expect that in the situation just now, she didn't even have time to identify Shuren's aura and magic power. She just rushed up and wanted to subdue him. Fortunately, Shuren had extraordinary skills. Otherwise, looking at Ter's ruthless appearance just now, she might really fail miserably and be cut into pieces by his concubine. Regarding this point, Xianxia felt that she had some right to speak. "I say, aren't you different from before?" Xianxia walked over and sized up Shuren. Her voice was full of surprise and doubt. "You seem to have become a lot stronger." Ter also seemed to have discovered something. She felt Shuren's seemingly bottomless magic power and looked at him with her deep eyes. It was normal for them to be surprised. A month ago, when Xianxia and Ter left the royal city for the imperial capital, Shuren hadn't started using Providence and numerology for extreme training and smelting. He hadn't fused the 7 destiny skills yet, and he hadn't reached level 70 yet. His strength hadn't improved greatly. Now, Shuren had been reborn. If Xianxia and Ter had the slightest feeling, they would have noticed the change in him. Shuren didn't hide it or deny it. "I've already entered the inner hall," Shuren said. "So, you know." Xianxia and Ter understood what he meant. "So, you've become stronger again?" Xianxia muttered. "Is there any justice in this world?" Xianxia couldn't be blamed for saying that. Back then, Xianxia was the first person to recognize that Shuren was a hero. At that time, Shuren had only been in this world for less than a month, but he could already fight back and forth with her without being at a disadvantage. He could even force her to retreat without using the holy sword. After that, every time she met Shuren, Xianxia could see that Shuren had become stronger. Now, Xianxia couldn't see through Shuren at all. It had only been half a year. Even if he was a hero with unlimited potential, wasn't his growth too abnormal? Ter was also amazed by Shuren's rapid growth. She also knew that Shan was definitely stronger than her, and he was growing very fast. He was not inferior to Her Royal Highness at all. But now, Ter felt that she had underestimated Shuren's growth. He was definitely more outstanding than Her Royal Highness, right? Even if he entered the inner palace and obtained a chance to comprehend and transform, it was still extremely extraordinary. Of course, while it was unbelievable, Ter naturally wouldn't feel bad about Shuren's growth. No matter what, she was willing to give everything to Shuren. The more extraordinary and outstanding Shuren was, the more at ease Ter felt. Speaking of which, in the past month, Ter's strength had also improved by leaps and bounds after experiencing several life and death situations in the imperial capital. Shuren was surprised to find that this girl had broken through to level 70. Yes. Ter had reached level 70. What did this mean? This girl, she leveled herself up to level 70 even though she's 1 year younger than Rosie. In this way, Ter's growth was already faster than Rosie's. If this were to spread back to the kingdom, it would probably cause a sensation. Xianxia, who had been secretly watching over Ter, had the most right to say this. "Both of you are freaks." "No, I should say that the hero and the hero's descendants are all freaks." Xianxia was a little jealous. She hadn't even broken through level 80 yet. She couldn't help it. Who told a spatial magician like you to only know how to play hide and seek? Once you see that the situation is bad, you run away. Even if you can't win, you run away. You don't even dare to stand in front of the curtains. You only know how to hide and watch the show in the dark. How can you grow like this? Shuren mocked her without holding back. You think I want to? Xianxia almost died of anger. If it weren't for the fact that her face could easily cause problems, she would have stood in front of the curtains and fought with others to her heart's content. Can you blame me? If you want to blame someone, blame this damned world. Xianxia's heart was full of resentment. but now, Shuren had already ignored her. "Tell me." Shuren spoke to Ter, who was in his arms. "What have you been doing for the past month?" Ter nodded silently at Shuren's words. Then, Ter began to narrate. In fact, there weren't many ups and downs in Ter's life after she arrived in the imperial capital. At first glance, she seemed to have become a street rat that everyone wanted to beat up. However, she was already mentally prepared for this and didn't intend to have an easy time in the enemy's territory. For this, Ter was well prepared. Not only did she prepare magical potions for emergencies, but she also prepared some useful magical tools and even food. Thanks to these preparations, Ter was able to live a carefree life in the imperial capital and didn't get caught. Under such circumstances, Ter did all sorts of things in order to achieve her goal. At this point, it didn't need to be emphasized that Ter was the strange thief that everyone loved to talk about. She snuck into many noble houses to find what she was looking for. She even snuck into the palace for this purpose. This was why Ter was wanted by the Empire and the Lefort family. She even attracted the royal knights to search for her. When Shuren first came to the imperial capital and entered the noble district, didn't he see many knights patrolling the area? The reason why the security was so tight at that time was because of Ter. Ter successfully snuck into the palace. Although she fell into the enemy's trap, not many people in the palace knew about it. They only thought that Ter was an extremely skilled assassin who had been sneaking into the homes of the nobles. She was a dangerous person that they had to take seriously. Therefore, they sent many knights to guard the noble district and guard it. This showed how much Ter's actions in the imperial capital in the past month had stirred up a heated discussion. Unfortunately, the citizens of the imperial capital only talked about it enthusiastically. They didn't know how much danger Ter had taken in order to do these things. If it weren't for Lesia's secret help, Ter might have been gone. At this thought, Shuren knitted his brows and said, "You've taken so many risks. What exactly are you looking for?" Shuren had long wanted to figure this out. What was it that made Ter take such risks to look for it personally, regardless of her own safety? Ter was silent. Shuren could feel that Ter didn't want to talk about it. But this time, Shuren didn't choose to compromise. "Last time, I chose to respect your decision. That's why you had this month, and what happened to you?" Shuren stared at Ter and said, "This time, if you still don't want to tell me, I'll have to forcefully bring you back to the kingdom." There was no doubt that Shuren would do such a thing. No matter what, Ter was his concubine, and she had her own hands and feet. She was not a vase that could not do anything. If she wanted to do something, Shan still wanted to support and respect her. But this time, Shuren wouldn't choose to compromise. No matter what, this was a rather dangerous thing to do. Therefore, it was normal for them not to compromise and not to allow it. Ter also knew that she shouldn't continue to be willful. And to say, she sighed silently. "I just want to find my horn." That's what Ter said. Huh? Shuren didn't understand what she said. Horn? Xianxia was stunned as well, and she seemed to be puzzled as well. Ter said directly. "You've seen it before, right?" Ter said calmly, "My taboo power." Ter's words reminded Shuren of the terrifying power that slumbered in Ter's body. It was Ter's unique skill, the ghost power that she was born with. It could form a horn that could infinitely absorb the mana in the atmosphere and convert the absorbed mana into pure power, allowing Ter to continuously grow stronger. Once upon a time, Ter used this power to severely injure the former head of the Elba family, who was her grandfather, Lydia's father, and the former knight commander of the royal guards. The leader of the royal knights was also a legendary powerhouse, but he was severely injured by Ter's ghost power when she was young. In the end, hidden injuries were left in his body and he passed away in just a few years. Back in the Adro Valley, Ter had used this power once, which piqued Ai's interest. Shuren had to remove a layer of seal on his holy sword to be able to fight her. With such a powerful unique skill, Ter was even valued by the goddess of destiny and became the goddess of destiny's blesser, who was like the most precious treasure of the kingdom. However, this power was nothing more than a curse to Ter. The limitless increase of power was a burden to Ter, and it would also cause her to lose her mind and go berserk, turning her into a monster that only knew how to destroy everything in front of her. Because of this, her grandfather passed away due to his injuries. Her father treated her as an object that needed to be guarded and kept under surveillance. The people of the Elba family also treated her as an incomparably dangerous monster. Even her mother, who was born in the Lefort family, had never looked at her in the eye. Of course, Ter's mother was sent to the kingdom by the Lefalut family for a marriage alliance to achieve their own goal. It was normal that she had no feelings for Ter. Not to mention that she was indirectly, if not directly, the cause of the large-scale assassination that happened in the capital 10 years ago. From Shuren's point of view, the fact that this person was killed by Alidia was not worthy of sympathy at all. Ter was also clear about this. However, a month ago, Wally, who represented the Lefalut family to the kingdom and came to Ter with Mara's instructions, told Ter a secret that no one else knew. I heard that when I was born, I had a horn on my head. Ter spoke calmly. It's not the horn formed by the enormous mana when I use my unique skill. It's a real horn, something that grows naturally on my forehead, just like my limbs. As soon as he said that, not only Xian, but even Xianxia was stunned. Something like this actually happened? Then what about that horn? Xianxia asked subconsciously. Ter's face was still as calm as ever, or rather, cold. It was cut off by my mother. That's right. Ter's horn had been chopped off by her mother. And it happened right after she was born. At that time, although I was just born, the horn on my head had already begun to absorb the mana in the atmosphere and gathered a huge amount of power. That power did not go out of control. It was stored in the horn. If I didn't guess wrong, the horn that really exists has the function of storing power. It can be considered a kind of break, so it won't cause too much burden and affect me. But when my mother saw me like this, she mercilessly cut off the horn. Ter said the most infuriating thing in the calmest tone. Shuren then remembered what Harvey mentioned when he first found him in the capital and wanted to cooperate with him. The Lefort family is a military family that trains spies, assassins, and death warriors. They are highly valued by the royal family in the empire. In history, they have been married by the royal family several times, so they actually have the blood of the heroes of the Ragnar Empire. Ter Elbian is actually the heir of the two hero bloodlines of the King of Mitra and the royal family of the Ragnar Empire. When the empire proposed intermarriage, the original purpose was not to let the daughter of the Lefort family be a spy, but to steal the blood of the heroes of the Mitra kingdom and combine it with the blood of the heroes of the Ragnar Empire to give birth to a talented offspring. For this purpose, Ter's mother was sent to the kingdom and intermarried with the Elbian family. As for the large-scale assassinations in the capital, it was because Mara appeared in the empire, took control of the empire, and controlled the Lefort family, and then gave the order. Therefore, when Ter was born, her mother's purpose was not to harm the kingdom, but to cultivate a powerful fighting tool for the family. With this purpose, Ter's mother gave birth to Ter, saw the horn on Ter's head, and sensed the amazing power. It was easy to imagine what she would do. My mother cut off my horn and killed all the people who delivered the baby. She claimed that all this was caused by my power going berserk, but she secretly sent my horn back to the empire, to the Lefort family, with the intention of letting the Lefort family find out the power in the horn and cultivate more powerful warriors for the family. Ter said calmly, as if she was talking about the actions of someone who had nothing to do with her. From then on, my power was in danger of going out of control. Hearing this, Shuren finally understood. Emotions, Ter's power, could actually be controlled. However, because she lost the real horn and the organ that could stop her, when Ter activated her unique skill, she would go berserk and lose control. If she could find the horn, Ter wouldn't hesitate to do anything. That was why she came to the capital without caring about her own safety after knowing about this. I first came to the Lefort family, but I didn't know that there was such a basement in the Lefort family. The Lefort family was a spy family, so they were well prepared for covert operations. I couldn't come in and search for it at all. Later, I heard that the Lefort family once lent my horn to many nobles and high-ranking officials who had secret connections with them in order to analyze my horn. I then sneaked into those nobles' homes and was treated as a thief. It was the same when I sneaked into the palace. Because my horn might be brought into the palace, I wanted to try and sneak in and see. You know what happened next. I fell into a trap and was hunted. It wasn't until the Leferet family was destroyed that I finally had the chance to sneak in and find my way here. This was all Ter had encountered in the past month. One had to admit that Ter was very daring, extremely daring. She knew that the capital was the enemy's base camp, and the information about the horn was given to her by the enemy. There was no way to verify the authenticity of the information, but she still dared to come here alone and wander in and out of the palaces of the nobles and even the royals. She must have been tired of living. If others were to hear her actions, they would probably think that she was very reckless, right? Xianxia felt the same way, but it wasn't that he couldn't understand Ter's actions. First of all, Ter had the blessing of the goddess of destiny. Her sixth sense was very strong, and her intuition was very sharp. If the information revealed by the enemy was fake, she would definitely have a premonition. Yet, she believed the information. It must be a sign from the blessing. Second of all, Ter had complicated feelings for her mother. She didn't know whether it was hatred or calmness. After knowing that her mother cut off her horn when she was born, causing her to have a hidden danger of going berserk whenever she used her unique skill, she must have felt that she should solve this problem on her own instead of revealing it to others. Third of all, Ter also had a lot of scruples about the ghost in her body. It could even be said that she was regarded as a monster because of its existence in the first half of her life. Now that she finally knew that there was a solution, she would definitely look for it. In addition, Mara, the imperial concubine of the empire, had her eyes on her for no reason. She also had a relationship with the Leferet family. All these factors combined and finally made her decide to come to the empire alone. She didn't want to ask for help from Xianxia or anyone else. Just like she said before, she had always received help from others. She had never solved a problem on her own. In the capital, Rosie, Vivian, and Lily all had people protecting her in the dark. The decision to go to Lamagian was also made by Vivian, who pushed her in the back and invited her there. It could be said that in Ter's world, there were really only two types of people. One was someone who had always been thinking of her and protecting her, regardless of the cost and benefits. The other type was the opposite. Those who wanted to harm her, and take advantage of her. Ter's life was full of ups and downs, full of all kinds of love and hatred. This was also the reason why Ter was a little unsociable, independent, cold, and unwilling to admit defeat. She couldn't wait to prove herself and improve herself so that she could deal with any danger, any hostility, and that she wouldn't need the protection of others for free, right? This was the reason why Ter didn't meet Xianxia when she sensed that he had come to the capital. That was why she didn't meet him as soon as she realized that Xianxia had come to the capital. She had come to the empire by herself, but it had come to the point where Xianxia had to fight for her. Moreover, Xianxia had secretly arranged guards for her in advance, allowing her to escape from death several times. It was easy to imagine how complicated Ter's feelings were. Xianxia didn't know what to say. I really don't know if you're favored by the heavens or if you're suffering from an unfair fate. Even Xianxia sighed with emotion. No doubt, there were a lot of malicious intents against Ter. But at the same time, Ter was extremely lucky. After all, there was a group of people who helped her, protected her, and wanted her to live a better life. Even Xianxia didn't know how to describe the situation where she was taken care of by extreme good intentions and extreme malicious intents at the same time. Maybe this was the fate that Ter had to bear since she was born. The ghost in her body had brought her too much misfortune and misfortune. However, the goddess of fate's blessing was protecting her and taking care of her, allowing her to meet all sorts of people with good intentions. If the combination of Xianxia's unique skills and special skills could bring about a result that would leave anyone speechless, then Ter's was a combination of good and bad. Whether she would be swallowed by misfortune and end up in a miserable state, or completely change her fate and avert danger, it all depended on the future. Perhaps Ter had realized this a long time ago, which was why she wanted to become stronger and grow independently as soon as possible. She didn't want to rely on the strength of others, and when she found out that Xianxia was a hero, she wanted to bet on him to see if she could get inspiration from him and awaken her super potential as a hero's descendant. It wasn't easy for Ter at all. Xianxia didn't know whether he should scold her or not, so he could only put on a conflicted face. On the other hand, Ter was calm from the beginning to the end. Don't mind it. Ter looked at Xianxia and said in a low voice, this just means that I'm not strong enough yet, far from being able to be independent. Tear touched her forehead as she spoke. That's why I want to get that horn back no matter what. Shuren could understand her feelings. At that moment, Sean simply asked this question. After you get it back, will you be able to solve the problem of your unique skill? Shuren went straight to the heart of the question. I'm not sure. I just have a hunch that it will be the first step towards becoming truly powerful, Tear said straightforwardly. That was enough. Since Tear, who had the goddess of destiny's blessing, said so, he had to get that horn back no matter what. Did you find it? Shuren asked the most crucial question. No. Tear shook her head and sighed. She seemed a little tired and said, I've searched all the noble families that took over that horn, but I couldn't find it. What about this place? Xianxia looked around and said, this is the treasury of the Lefrit family. That horn of yours should most likely be here, right? I think so too, Tear said flatly, but it's not here either. Obviously, Tear had searched but couldn't find it. In this way, there was only one place where Tear's horn could still be found. The royal palace? Xianxia murmured. She seemed to have thought of it. Only the royal palace could have Tear's horn. After all the nobles had taken over the horn, so the royal palace must have taken it as well. Besides, Lefrit family had sworn allegiance to Mara, and Mara had his eyes on Tear. It was highly possible that Tear's horn was in the royal palace, or in Mara's hands. Tear must have thought of this before, or she wouldn't have sneaked into the royal palace. Unfortunately, her sneaking into the royal palace was a trap set by Mara. In the end, not only did she fail to find her horn in the royal palace, but she also fell into a trap and almost died. It seems that to find your horn, I have to fight that poison concubine face to face. Shuren realized this. Tear didn't refute, and neither did Xianxia. The trend was very obvious. This meant that Shuren and Mara had another debt to settle. Let's go. Shuren held Tear's hand and said calmly, let's leave this place first. Where? Xianxia asked immediately, the Bygusler family? This young lady had been paying attention to Shuren's whereabouts after he came to the capital. That place can be regarded as our base camp in the capital for the time being. Sean did not deny it. He said, let's go back first and make further plans. All right. Xianxia sighed and mumbled, I thought I could just watch the show and rest since you're here. You can't just sit back and relax, can you? What are you afraid of? Sean rolled his eyes and grumpily said, anyway, you're the best at hiding. I didn't ask you to stand directly in the open and fight with others. You just have to do some small tricks behind the scenes to support us and mess up other people's chessboard. This was indeed what Xianxia was good at. However, for some reason, when it came from Shuren, Xianxia felt like she was being looked down upon. That was very frustrating. I'm a powerful sorcerer, not just spatial magic. I can use spells of all kinds, and they're quite powerful. How can you treat me as a backup who can only play tricks in the dark? Xianxia was so angry that she almost died. However, Shuren said something. Why don't you go and face them head on? Shuren made a kind invitation. I won't. Xianxia immediately puffed out her chest and raised her head, saying arrogantly, I want to watch the show. I've decided, I won't help you anymore. Don't even think about using me as free labor and ordering me around. Xianxia decided to stand up. Shuren didn't feel it was a pity at all. Go ahead. Shuren made an inviting gesture to Xianxia, as if it didn't matter if she was there or not. She was just a dispensable existence. This was even more infuriating. Xianxia secretly swore in her heart that if she continued to help him for free, she would be a dog. So what if he was a hero? So what if he had the support of a dragon and an evil god, who didn't have a hidden identity? I'm also someone with a great background, so I definitely can't be suppressed by this mere hero. Just as Xianxia was resolutely telling herself that, Shuren suddenly said tactfully, oh right, before you leave, remember to say goodbye to my Xianxia. By the way, before you leave, remember to say goodbye to my Xianxia so that you can finish what you started. Sean couldn't pretend that he didn't hear it, so he just said it out loud. Xianxia was silent for a while, then looked at Shuren with the corner of her mouth twitching. What do you mean? Xianxia was silent for a moment. Then, the corners of her mouth twitched as she looked at Xian. What do you mean? What do you mean by your Rorschach? That is clearly my Xianxia. Xian stared at her as if he had seen through what Xianxia was thinking. After a while, Xian smiled mysteriously. He held Tear's hand and turned to leave. After a while, Xian smiled meaningfully, took Tear's hand, and turned to leave. A strong sense of unease exploded in her heart. Could it be you? What did you do to Xianxia? What? What did you do to Xianxia? What did you do? Xianxia rushed over. Accompanied by a commotion, the three of them left the place together. At the same time, all the gold, silver, and treasures disappeared. No one noticed it. Both Xian and Xianxia could use teleportation. Therefore, the three of them came and left without a sound. They were not discovered by anyone at all. However, on the way back to Bygessler's house, Xianxia kept pestering Xian. She kept yelling and demanding to know if Xian had done something to Xianxia, and why he had to scold her like that. Xian naturally ignored the young lady and let her yell in his ear. He held Tear's hand and went straight back to Bygessler's house. Along the way, Xian noticed that there was a lot of chaos in the imperial city. Many knights were rushing through the streets in groups, and many carriages appeared on the main road one after another. Some were heading in the direction of the palace, some were heading to the night camp, and some were even leaving the imperial city. The entire imperial city was in a tense atmosphere. The commoners looked at each other and discussed among themselves. Uneasiness was written all over their faces, and it was obvious that they had guessed what had happened. Xian knew that this must have been caused by the emperor. However, he already knew what was going on and did not comment much on it. He returned to Bygessler's house. The number of spies outside Bygessler's house seemed to have decreased by a lot. They must have been transferred back by the major noble families. The matter of the emperor going crazy was definitely more important than spying on the Bygessler family. Now, the major noble families must be in urgent need of manpower to do all kinds of things, which led to this scene. Under such circumstances, Xian returned with Tear and Xianxia, who had been yelling all the way, and met Xianxia and Lilith. At this time, Xianxia was still taking care of Lenny Bayfern, while Lilith immediately threw herself into Xian's arms. Mississippi seeing Xianxia return with Xian, Xianxia stopped what she was doing and stood up. After a month, this pair of master and servant, who were like twins with extraordinary backgrounds, were finally reunited. However, as soon as Xianxia stood up, Xianxia had already rushed in front of her. Xianxia put her hands on Xiao's shoulders and said anxiously, "Are you all right, Xiao?" Hearing this, Xiao was startled. Before Xiao could react, Xianxia asked anxiously. Before Xiao could react, she asked anxiously. And before Xiao could react, Xianxia asked anxiously. Did that bastard do something that he shouldn't have done? Did he force you? Did he force you? If he forces you, you blink. Tell me quietly. Xiao shouted these words in a loud voice that shook the heavens. Xian, Tear, and Lilith were at a loss for words at the same time. Xiao also fell silent. She was just short of a few question marks hanging over her head. However, looking at the serious and nervous face of her young mistress, Xiao seemed to have guessed something and glanced at Xian. Xian quickly looked away. He didn't want to be seen through by this big sister that he was talking nonsense in front of her young mistress. Unfortunately, the big sister was the big sister. Even though Xian looked away, she seemed to have seen through everything and calmed down. Please calm down, young mistress. Xiao spoke in her usual indifferent tone. No. I can't calm down. Xianxia shook her head hard, as if she wanted to understand everything quickly. Who would have thought that Xiao would say this? No matter how anxious you are now, it's useless. Xiao said faintly, after all, what should happen will happen. Since it has become a reality, we can only accept it. Her words made Xianxia completely dumbfounded. Not to mention Xianxia, even Xian almost spat out the tea that he had just put into his mouth. Big sister, are you sure that your words won't cause a huge explosion in this kind of situation? As expected, it's over. Xiaoxia's hand on Xiao's shoulder drooped down powerlessly. Her eyes were dull as she murmured. My Xiao. She's not pure anymore. This was what Xianxia understood from Xia's words. Ahem. Shuren couldn't help coughing twice and looked at Xia in shock. It couldn't be helped. Even he didn't expect that Xia would suddenly say such a thing. I was just joking. What do you mean by saying this now? Shuren, who thought that Xia would solve the misunderstanding in front of Xianxia and let Xianxia realize that he was deliberately teasing her, was really dumbfounded. Such a Shan simply did not know Xia would do this, is also intentional. I have a reason to keep Miss Qin here. Xia wanted to show that she was now standing on the 5th floor. Originally, she thought that since she couldn't leave Xianxia or Shuren, it was the best choice to stay with Xianxia and Shuren. However, Xia hadn't figured out how to implement it. She knew her young miss very well and knew what kind of person her young miss was. Basically, this Miss Qin could be regarded as an existence without any desires. She didn't have anything in particular that she wanted to do. After leaving the old demon's faction, Slaughterer faction, she had been wandering around the world aimlessly. It seemed that she was avoiding the kingdom's arrest warrant, but in fact, it was just that she had nothing to do, so she traveled around. She didn't have anything in particular that she wanted, or in other words, she had gotten what she wanted 10 years ago, so she didn't have any selfish desires. In front of Shuren, Xianxia showed a lot of embarrassing side, but in fact, this woman was really a tricky opponent. She had no desires, no fixed residence, and did whatever she wanted. Her temperament was also erratic. If it weren't for various coincidences, she definitely wouldn't have stayed by Shuren's side. She would have left with Xia without saying goodbye and continued to travel around the world. Shuren could threaten this Miss Qin only because she happened to need him, or because she didn't particularly reject him. That was why he succeeded. Perhaps Shuren could always control Xianxia, but if one day, Xianxia suddenly left without saying goodbye, he wouldn't be able to stop her. Therefore, in order to control Xia's capricious and erratic nature, Xia had to resort to some ruthless methods. So, don't worry, Miss Qin. Xia said in an extremely calm tone, even if this body no longer belongs to me and is occupied by someone else, I will always be your maid. Please don't doubt it. These words were a solid confirmation of the fact that Shan was a beast. Ha ha ha, Xianxia laughed like a broken toy. No, Shuren continued to be dumbfounded. In the end, he couldn't stand it anymore and stood up. As soon as he stood up, Ter, who was beside him, looked at him. Did you really do something to her? Ter stared at Shuren, her eyes faintly showing some shock. That's right, it was not indifference, jealousy, or anything else. It was just shock. It was as if Shuren had done something to the person who should not have done it. I didn't, Shuren wanted to explain, but before he could finish his sentence, he froze. The reason was simple. Because even he wasn't sure if he had done something to her. At this moment, Shuren recalled the countless times that Xia helped him wake up. In those countless memories, every time he woke up, not only had he washed up without anyone noticing, even his clothes had been changed. On top of that, a certain maid would burst out shocking remarks from time to time, telling Shuren that he had actually done something to her in his sleep. Shuren was stunned. Could it be that he had really done something that he shouldn't have done in the countless times he woke up, when that maid helped him change his clothes? Did she conveniently do something else? The more he thought about it, the more Shuren felt like he was going to black out and his mind was going to explode. Looking at Shuren like this, Ter seemed to understand that it was an established fact that couldn't be refuted. At this moment, Ter looked at Shuren with an incomparably complicated gaze. She didn't expect that her little man would really do something to that maid. This is a little scary. He was a hero, and of all people, he chose to marry her. This is going to scare everyone in the Omnipotensen to death. Shuren, who didn't know the seriousness of the situation, was still holding his head in distress. He didn't even care about Lilith, who had her head tilted to one side and looked confused. He directly stuffed her into Ter's arms and carefully stepped forward. Miss Xia, I have something very important to ask you, Shuren said weakly. However, before Xia could react, Xianxia had already glared at Shuren. Her eyes were full of murderous intent that hadn't been there before. You beast of a hero, I really didn't expect you to do such a thing that is worse than a beast. Xianxia clenched her fists tightly, her anger turning into magic power and burning. I I want to duel with you, duel with you. It was as if she wanted to fight to the death with Shirin, which made Shirin a little flustered. Wait. Shirin hurriedly said with a serious face, if I told you that I was just joking, would you believe me? Joking? Lesia's anger couldn't help but stagnate, and she couldn't help but look at Xianxia. Shirin also looked at Xianxia, his eyes very humble, like a poor victim who desperately wanted to know the truth, waiting for Xiao's reply. Under the gaze of the two masters, Xiao's expression was still so calm and indifferent. Then, the big sister said in an earth-shattering voice, that's right. I have magic contraceptives, and I will not cause you any unnecessary trouble. The air instantly froze. Silence. Dead silence. At this moment, everyone present was frozen in place, unable to make any other movements. Tear was silent. Lilith blinked. The corner of Shirin's eyes twitched violently. Lesia silently turned her head and looked at Shirin. Her eyes seemed to be staring at a dead man. Swoosh, in the next second, Shirin and Lesia disappeared at the same time. Without any explanation, Lesia used teleportation magic and brought Shirin away. Tear and Lilith looked at each other speechlessly. As if nothing had happened, Xia continued to take care of Lenny calmly. At the same time, in a deep mountain outside the imperial capital, an unknown fierce battle unfolded. Looking at Lesia who was rushing toward him like a ghost, Shirin speechlessly looked up at the sky. In the end, the fight between Shirin and Lesia seemed intense, but there was no conclusion to it. It was unbelievable. Logically speaking, with Shirin's current strength, it should be easy for him to crush a mage who was below level 80. However, this mage who was below level 80 was very slippery. Not only could she use spatial magic and teleport, but she could also use other kinds of magic to combine and support her. In the end, Shirin could not do anything to her. Of course, if Shirin had hardened his heart and used lethal means, the result would not have been like this. But could he? No way, it would not be right to be heavy-handed. If he did not be heavy-handed, he would not be able to catch this slippery loach. In the end, Shirin simply stood where he was and let Lesia bombard him with magic. The entire battlefield was turned upside down, and the earth shook. In this way, it was Lesia's turn to be helpless against Shirin. Of course, she was rather slippery when she ran, but the power of her magic could not even cause a scratch in front of Shan's, right as destiny. Shirin did not even need to use teleportation like she did. He just stood where he was and let her hit him. She could not do anything to Shirin. This made Lesia very, very mad. In the end, she was so mad that she almost cried. It wasn't until half an hour later that the young lady finally used up all the mana in her body. She lay on the ground, panting and crying, looking as if she was doubting her life. Why did I provoke this bastard in the first place? Lesia's heart was filled with endless regret. Why did she go to Lamijin? Why did she become interested in the magic of the holy sword? Why did she seek trouble for herself? Why did she not just turn around and leave at that time? The regret in Lesia's heart was like an endless ocean. However, Shirin looked as if he had just woken up from a nap. He looked at Lesia who was lying on the ground with a blank expression. Is the fight over? Shirin said subconsciously. Lesia did not want to talk to this guy anymore. So, after recovering some of her magic, Lesia got up shakily and glared at Shirin. The look in her eyes was surprisingly complicated. Tell me. Lesia said with a complicated expression, what do you plan to do? It was as if she wanted to seek justice for her maid. Or rather, she wanted to ask for an explanation or a title. This made Shirin feel embarrassed. He really wanted to tell Xia that he was just provoking her on purpose and that there was nothing going on between them. However, just as Shirin was about to say this, he could not help but have a doubt in his heart. Nothing happened? Did nothing really happen? If something really happened without him knowing, and he denied it right away, wouldn't he be a scumbag? After thinking about it, Shirin decided not to clarify this matter. Anyway, he would not be at a disadvantage in this matter. So, can't you just let me have Xia? Shirin directly revealed the wishful thinking that he had been planning all along. No. Laxel rejected the idea without even thinking about it. Shirin was not surprised. It would be strange if this lass would agree so readily. Then what do you think I should do? Shirin suddenly said like a hoodlum, anyway, I've done what I should do. As for what I shouldn't do. Maybe. 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 Maybe I have done it. What do you think I should do? Sharon's original intention was to put Xianxia in a difficult position and finally compromise. If the other party could really let him have Xianxia, he would probably wake up smiling even in his dreams. Although the protagonists of other families generally wanted to subdue the kind of war god who could help them conquer the world, Sharon really only wanted such an ordinary little maid. The reason was that this maid was too capable. Even if she did not have the ability to fight, she was still very powerful. If he brought such an eye-catching maid home, the house would definitely be peaceful and orderly, and there would be no trouble. This was not the main point. The most important thing was that this maid really won Sharon's heart. She could do everything without worrying, and she was so perfect that she could completely cover her shortcomings in fighting. If there was anything that was not very satisfactory about this maid, it was that it was not good for the heart. But it didn't matter, it was good for the heart, not bad. Naturally, Sharon would welcome it. Therefore, Sharon really planned to abduct this little maid. Anyway, daughters would marry sooner or later, this Missy should be able to get over it, right? Just when Sharon was thinking about this, Xianxia showed unprecedented troubles and difficulties, and even an extremely strong struggle. In the end, Xianxia let out a deep sigh. I don't know what to do either. Xianxia said in a distressed manner. It was not reluctance, nor was it unwillingness, but it was a sign that there was something that was difficult to say. Seeing this, Sharon subconsciously put away his mischievous look. After a moment of silence, Sharon spoke. Is it because there is a big secret on Xianxia? Sharon suddenly said such a sentence. You know about it? Xianxia was also silent for a moment, and then said faintly. But Sharon shook his head. I don't know about this. Sharon said straightforwardly, I only know that Xianxia is not as simple as she looks on the surface, and she has a great background, right? There was no doubt about it. Up until now, how many people had lost their composure after seeing Xianxia, which was hard for ordinary people to see or even believe. Moreover, those people were all big figures that could bring great influence to this world. Ai was the same. Lyde was the same. Milu was the same. Rosie was the same. Even the elf Queen Sophie was the same. These big figures of various races and countries had a very strange attitude towards Xianxia, and they even lost their composure before. Even Sala was like this, and the three goddesses of the Protoss had also faintly shown interest in Xianxia. How could this not arouse Sharon's suspicion? Sharon just did not pursue the matter. It was not that he did not take these abnormalities seriously. There was nothing wrong with his eyes, and there was nothing wrong with his brain. After seeing so many people lose their composure in front of Xianxia, no matter how stupid he was, he could guess the reason. Sharon more or less guessed some of Xiao's background. I say, Missy. Sharon looked straight at Xianxia and said, the secret of Xiao, could it be related to the Demon King? This was the most reasonable guess. If it was not related to the Demon King, why would Aie and the others lose their composure like that? If it was not related to the Demon King, why would Rosie and the others have such a serious expression every time they mentioned Xiao? In addition, Xianxia had mentioned something related to the Demon King in the palace 10 years ago, so Sharon boldly guessed that the thing might be on Xiao. As expected. Yes. Xianxia finally admitted it. You know, after I left the palace and ended the large-scale assassination, I used the living creation magic to create Xiao, Xianxia said faintly. Did Xiao tell you about this? A little bit. Sharon nodded and said, she said that your original intention was to create a helper who could help you fight against the old demons during your escape, so you created her based on your own appearance. After the large-scale assassination 10 years ago, Xianxia was one of the participants. Not only did she steal the items related to the Demon King from the palace, but she also betrayed the old demon clan, the Slaughterer clan, and fled far away. At that time, the kingdom had scruples about the Demon King's item in Xiao's hands, so it did not dare to pursue her too openly. But the old demon's faction, the slaughtering faction, was different. It was impossible for them to ignore Xianxia, who took away the Demon King's item and betrayed them. In order to deal with the old demon's faction, it was understandable that Xianxia wanted to create a fighting force. Unfortunately, in the end, the magical life she created based on herself did not have any fighting power. Depending on the materials used to create it, the magical life created from living creation magic may not necessarily have fighting power. Xianxia is such an example, right? Xianxia said the reason. Living creation magic, the power used to create magical life, had too many unstable factors. To perfectly control it and create the magical life that one wanted, it required ability, skill, and luck. If the attainment of living creation magic was not high, it would not be able to create the magical life that one wanted. If luck was not good, it would not be able to create the magical life that one wanted. In fact, the slightest mistake could lead to the creation of a completely different magical life form from what one had imagined, depending on the materials used for the creation. This was the biggest drawback of living creation magic: it was extremely unstable. Out of all the people Xian had seen, the one who could use this magic the best was undoubtedly the leader of the Mirage, Donnas, whom he had met in Cosmos. He was able to train living creation magic to the maximum level, and he used countless precious materials to create 4 magic gladiators above level 80, and he even created the Jade magical life. This was a great achievement. Xianxia did not know how much effort he had put into this, nor did he know how many precious materials he had used to create those magic gladiators, but he was sure that there was only one person in the world who could use living creation magic to this level. Xianxia even had a feeling that this person would be an unimaginable enemy. Xianxia was different. She only really practiced spatial magic and gravity magic, and the other magic could only be used because of her unique skills. Xianxia once told Xianxia about Xia's unique skills. She can eliminate all the incantation and preparation steps of magic, and rely on pure imagination to complete all the conditions to release magic, and then amplify, fill, and even simulate the magic. This is the young lady's unique skill, Demon God's Favor. The existence of this unique skill not only allowed Xianxia to be considered superb in the use of magic, she could even abandon the chanting of incantations. She could also enhance, amplify, and expand the power of magic. In the end, she could even imitate magic that she hadn't learned after seeing it once and reproduce it. Thus, Xianxia could use all types of magic. Therefore, Xianxia was a magic genius even more exaggerated than the elves. She was a natural-born mage, and her talent and use of magic were as amazing as the name of her unique skill. It was as if she was blessed by the god of magic. Because of this, Xianxia might not have reached level 80, and the magic she learned was only level 7, but the power and effect of the magic she used were far beyond the magic of the same level, especially spatial magic, which was definitely powerful. However, when Xianxia used magic she had not learned, the power and effect of the magic she used was definitely not as good as the magic she had learned. Thus, the living magic that Xianxia used at that time was at most intermediate level, not even superior level. It was understandable that the magical life created in such a way would be very different from what she imagined. Xianxia should be glad that at least Xianxia did not become disabled. After all, many people who used living creatures to create magic might end up creating deformed monsters in the end. Xian didn't know that it was impossible for Xianxia to grow into a cripple. This was because her appearance had already been decided when Xianxia decided to use the materials. "Do you know what materials I used?" Xianxia asked. Xianxia also had a guess about this. "Is it the thing you stole from the palace?" Xianxia said. Xianxia nodded and confirmed it. Because of this, Xianxia was so special. It was because of this that Xianxia received so much attention from people. However, there was another reason as to why she could make so many big shots lose their composure. 1,000 years ago, after the Demon King was defeated by Hero Mitra and the Supreme God Omnis cut off the possibility of his resurrection, the bottomless magic in his body dissipated, leaving only his body on the battlefield. Xiaxia's voice came to Xianxia's ears. After that, Hero Mitra built the Mitra kingdom on the battlefield of the final battle. He also built his capital on the land where he defeated the Demon King. The island in the middle of the lake where the palace was located was actually the place where Hero Mitra ended the Demon King. The lake was actually left behind from that battle. And the body of the Demon King that was left there was brought back to the palace by Hero Mitra and sealed in the deepest underground of the palace. It has not left that place for 1,000 years. Lesia's words made Sharon's heart tremble. In his heart, a shocking thought was born. And Lesia's next words confirmed that thought. What I took from the palace was the Demon King's sealed body, the Demon King said. Lesia said with a complicated tone. Xianxia is a magical life created from the body of the Demon King. When Lesia's voice rang out and was clearly received by Sharon, even Sharon was speechless. The body of the Demon King, Sharon was speechless for a while. He looked at Lesia with eyes full of astonishment and did not know what to say at all. He had guessed that the magical life form Xianxia must have something to do with the Demon King's item that Lesia stole from the palace. He also guessed that Lesia might have used the item that she stole as material to create the magical life form Xianxia. In this way, the attitude of those big shots toward Xianxia could be explained. But even Sharon did not expect that the item related to the Demon King was actually the body of the Demon King. And Xianxia was a magical life form created from the body of the Demon King. What did this mean? The Xianxia you see now is actually using the body of the Demon King. It's just that the consciousness of a magical life form that I created 10 years ago is not the Demon King himself. Lesia explained such a secret to Sharon. Those who know about the existence of Xianxia and the fact that the body of the Demon King was sealed deep under the palace would be able to guess this. As long as one knew about these two things at the same time, it was not difficult to guess the cause and effect. At least, it was not difficult at all for the well-informed mighty figures of the various races to guess and see through this point. Now do you understand why I was so anxious? Lesia smiled bitterly and said, it's because you had sex with the Demon King, even if it's just his body. This was a terrifying piece of news that could scare anyone who knew about this to death. Sharon could not help but tremble. There was no other way. Lesia's words were too terrifying. That was the Demon King. The origin of the demons, the symbol of the end, the synonym for destruction, and the beginning of all disasters in this world. Even the supreme god Omnis could not do anything about it. Her power could even easily divide the omnipotensen into three, turning it into an existence outside the standard of the divine realm, the demon realm, and the human realm. In terms of pure power and combat power, she was the strongest person in this world, and no one could surpass her. If it was not to deal with this natural enemy, the supreme god Omnis would not have summoned the heroes, the Protoss would not have been born, and the human race would not have appeared in this world. It could be said that she was the reason why the omnipotensen was in its current state. It could be said that she was the reason why the omnipotensen was the omnipotensen's current state. In the end, the body of this existence that even the heroes had to go through countless generations to successfully defeat 1,000 years ago turned out to be by Xia himself. How could Xia not tremble in fear? This doesn't make sense. Sharon could not help but say, if Xia's body is the Demon King's body, then no matter how weak she is, she shouldn't have no power at all, right? Even if it was 1 in 10 million, if Xia had a little bit of the Demon King's power, she would be able to defeat most people in this world. Even if it was only 1 in 10 million, it would be good. If Xia had a tiny bit of the Demon King's power, he would be able to defeat most people in this world. In this regard, Lesia's gaze became more complicated than before. In this regard, the look in Lesia's eyes became more complicated than before. I think it should be because after the Demon King died, the magic in his body dissipated into the world, right? Lesia said faintly, due to the dissipation of magic, the body left behind by the Demon King is just an empty shell without any power. In other words, unless the Demon King's magic was retrieved, Xia could not have any power. The Demon King's magic, Sharon murmured. He suddenly realized something and looked at Lesia. He thought of something. Something terrifying. If the body Xia is using now is actually the Demon King's body, then, what's with this demon's girl who looks exactly like Xia, or, to put it simply, what's with this demon's girl who looks exactly like the Demon King? Why does she have the same face as the Demon King? Why did she steal the Demon King's body from the palace? Why? Why did she appear in the old demon's faction, the Slaughterer faction? Why did she participate in the large-scale assassination in the capital 10 years ago with Bitho and the others, combined with the statement that the Demon King's magic has dissipated between heaven and earth and Lesia's unique skill that was almost like the curtain of the god of magic? Sharon had an even more unbelievable guess. After all, Shuren vaguely remembered that in this world, the origin of magic was also the Demon King. The Demon King was the one who created magic. It was not for nothing that Xianxia could use the power that was like being possessed by the god of magic. In addition, she looked exactly like the Demon King, Xianxia. Shuren's expression changed a few times. In the end, he could not help but ask. Could it be that you are also a magical being? Using the Demon King's magic as the material, and using the Demon King as the prototype, a magical life. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding atmosphere completely changed. It became oppressive and heavy. Xianxia did not answer immediately. But her increasingly complicated expression undoubtedly told Shuren the answer. After a long time, Xianxia spoke. Do you know? Xianxia seemed to be talking to herself. 1,000 years ago, after the Demon King passed away, those old demons who could not accept the surrender of the demons tried to resurrect the Demon King. Shuren also had some vague memories of this matter. He remembered that it seemed to be Aie or Nian, so he told Shuren that the people of the old demons faction had tried to resurrect the Demon King but failed, so they turned to creating a second Demon King and the plan to create a seventh demon. It is impossible for the Demon King to be resurrected. Xianxia still said faintly. The possibility of her resurrection has been cut off by the Supreme God Omnis from the level of the law of causality. Unless the Supreme God herself is willing to let go, it is impossible for the Demon King to be resurrected. Under such circumstances, the people of the old demons faction felt despair and desperately wanted to pursue the new Demon King. They made many attempts, including collecting the magic scattered by the Demon King between heaven and earth, using living bodies to create magic bodies with magic, and to resurrect the magical life that hosted the Demon King's power as the Demon King, or to become the foundation of the new Demon King. With that, Xianxia said sarcastically. But the possibility of the Demon King's resurrection was cut off, and the Demon King was attacked by the hero Holy Sword, who was a natural enemy. The holy power of the Holy Sword must have purified the Demon King's power to the greatest extent. Even if the scattered magic residue was collected, how could it be possible to resurrect the Demon King, or create a second Demon King? Xianxia turned around and faced her back to Shuren. Of course, there are also people who have the idea of imitating a defective Demon King and using it as a tool. But the power of a Demon King is the strongest power that not even the power of the supreme gods can interfere with. Even if they forcibly give it a form and a body, what good can they make? Xianxia's voice became more and more sarcastic. So, although it could use all kinds of magic flexibly, its power was definitely not that strong. It could only be used to hide and seek, or used in other ways to create a failed product. So, what was the fate of a failed product? It was either abandoned or abandoned. That was all. Xianxia was abandoned and abandoned. Of course, the oldest old demons who wholeheartedly wanted to resurrect the Demon King or create a new Demon King wouldn't be interested in a failed product, but others might not. Xianxia's voice started to calm down. For example, the Slaughterer faction would be satisfied as long as they had a tool to kill. Even if it was a failed product, they would still want to use it. Just like that, the Slaughterer faction found Xianxia, reactivated her from an abandoned state, and threw her into the battlefield. And the large-scale assassination in the capital 10 years ago was the first time Xianxia was truly used. However, fate was always unpredictable. Under that kind of situation, Xianxia met it. She met the Demon King's body that was sealed in the deepest part of the palace, which was her own origin. At that time, my mind was almost blank. I didn't know what to do, and I didn't know what to do. When I came back to my senses, I had already brought my true body out, rushed out of the palace, and betrayed the Slaughterer faction. Xianxia mocked herself. Fortunately, they weren't my master, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to escape. After all, a magical being couldn't betray its master. It was a trait that was engraved in their instincts. Just like how humans needed to eat, if they went on a hunger strike, they would starve to death. The moment a magical being was created, it couldn't betray its master and had to obey its master unconditionally. Unless the master died or was transferred to someone else. Therefore, a magical being's instinct was to obey. Xianxia was undoubtedly one of the luckier ones. The person who created me seems to have died while I was in a deep slumber, and he didn't transfer my ownership to anyone, so I'm free. Unless I take the initiative to recognize a master, I can continue to live in this world as a pure demon. Xianxia turned around and looked at Xian. Xiao's master is me. Unless I die or transfer her to someone else, she can never refuse my orders. This was the iron rule of magical beings, or rather, their fate. After saying so much, Xianxia actually wanted to say, "Do you know how many people were afraid of us being together for the past 10 years? Xianxia sneered. My existence itself is the condensation of the Demon King's magic power. Xiao's existence itself is the Demon King's body. When the two of us stay together, if there is any chemical reaction, such as merging into one, perhaps the Demon King himself can't be resurrected, but it's not impossible for a monster with part of the Demon King's power to suddenly appear in this world and do whatever it wants." Because of this, the kingdom, out of scruples, did not dare to pursue and kill Xianxia, who stole the Demon King's body. After discussing and restraining each other, the Protoss and the demons also decided not to have any accidental contact or interference with them, lest they agitate this pair of master and servant and cause something terrible to happen. The world was extremely afraid of this pair of master and servant who were like twins. That kind of taboo was even deeper than the taboo of necromancy. However, it's fine that there's a stupid hero who is so close to us, but now he actually has a relationship with Xianxia. Do you think this is a big deal? Xianxia's statement made Xian speechless again. Was this a big deal? If it was a big deal, it would be a big deal. If it was a small deal, it would be very small. As long as nothing happened, it was just a trivial matter. But if something happened, then it would be troublesome. If that's the case, how do you expect me to give Xianxia to you? Xianxia sighed deeply and said, I really don't know what to do. This was Xianxia's current true feelings. You bastard, you already have that unparalleled Princess Royal Highness, why do you still have your eyes on my Xianxia? The more she thought about it, the more infuriated she became. Xian really wanted to cry out that he was wronged. He really didn't know whether or not he had done something worse than a beast. He felt like he was in a dream, and he didn't know how to react. Suddenly knowing such a secret, even Xian felt that he had gone too far. After thinking about it and thinking about it, Xian decided not to think about it anymore. Anyway, things have come to this. Do whatever you want. Xian washed his hands of it. That's right, he gave up thinking. God have mercy, he was just lusting after a maid. Who knew that there would be so many incredible secrets? This pair of sister-like master and servant were actually part of the Demon King? Ridiculous. Too ridiculous. What was even more ridiculous was that he, the hero, seemed to have slept with the Demon King, or at least occupied his body. That was even more ridiculous. In such a ridiculous situation, Xian really did not want to think about it anymore. Otherwise, who knew how many brain cells would die? Xianxia was also in a state of confusion and did not know how to react. At that moment, Xianxia could only sigh. There are strange things every year, but there are especially many this year. Xianxia muttered. If that goddess finds out about this and finds out that the hero that she spent so much effort to summon was killed by my Xianxia, she'll probably go berserk again. Xian did not hear this sentence. It was not that his enhanced hearing was not good, but his brain was already in a mess and refused to accept anything that was too much information. I'm going back. Xian completely gave up. After saying this, he turned around and disappeared. He just did not know how long this state of giving up thinking could last. In any case, Xianxia felt that he would definitely not be able to pretend that he did not know about this. Xianxia also laughed bitterly. I didn't expect that there would be a day when I would choose to say these things. She obviously hated to mention these things the most. My heart is also in a mess. Xianxia raised her head and looked at the sky. She felt the magic flowing in her body and whispered softly. Where should we go from here? Tell me. Claudia, these words were carried away by the wind. Unfortunately, there was no response. Swoosh, in a garden of Bygusler's house, Xian's figure appeared in a flash. Sigh, rubbing the space between his eyebrows, Xian digested the amount of information he had just received and felt really distressed at the same time. After learning about Xianxia and Xiao's true origins, he already understood why the big shots of the major forces paid so much attention to them and showed strange attitudes every time. No wonder Rosie didn't approve of me getting too close to this master-servant pair. The existence of this master-servant pair was too special and too important. If something went wrong, and something really went wrong, it would probably cause a huge uproar. Although Xianxia had long known that this master-servant pair had an extraordinary background and had a certain degree of relationship with the Demon King, he didn't expect their relationship to be so deep. Of course, Xianxia wasn't afraid. He just felt as if he had really been sucked into a huge whirlpool. If he wasn't more careful, even he might be crushed into pieces, wouldn't he? It seems that after this matter is over, I have to have a good chat with this master-servant pair. That was what Xianxia thought. As for now, he didn't want to be distracted by such complicated matters. Anyway, he had a lot of things to do, and there was still the mystery of Nian that hadn't been solved. He wouldn't be afraid of being bitten when there were too many lice, so he would slowly solve them one by one. For now, it was better to solve the matter of Mara first. Thus, Xianxia displayed his strongest ability to accept things and sorted out the order of things so that he wouldn't be too troubled. After that, Xianxia put all his worries aside and returned to his room. Seeing that Xianxia had returned, the women's reactions were surprisingly calm. Lilith didn't understand what had happened from beginning to end. She tilted her head and immediately threw herself into Xianxia's arms, rubbing against Xianxia's chest, looking carefree. Ter seemed to have adjusted her state of mind and didn't say anything more. She just discussed the current situation with Xianxia. Now that she had been found by Xianxia, Ter didn't plan to act alone anymore. She knew that to find her horn, she had to make a new plan. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry either. He felt that Ter's horn was most likely in Mara's hands. After such a big incident in the capital, Mara must be rushing back. In that case, as long as he stayed vigilant, he would be able to wait for the poison consort to return. By then, it would be time to settle the score with her. Ter thought about it and finally nodded. She decided to cooperate with Xianxia's action. Lilith wouldn't have any objections, or rather, she didn't even know if she understood what Xianxia was saying. But this little goddess's idea was very simple, and that was to follow Xianxia, do as Xianxia said, and defeat all the guys who intended to bully Xianxia. Under such circumstances, Xianxia more or less paid attention to the situation on Xia's side. Xia was very calm and collected, expressionless as usual. She just quietly took care of Lenny without saying anything or doing anything, as if nothing had happened. After a while, Xianxia came back. She shook her head and sighed. She pulled Xianxia to the side and talked about something. Xianxia looked at all this thoughtfully, and no one knew what he was thinking. All kinds of undercurrents began to surge like this. Following that, all kinds of uproars appeared in the capital. Following that, all kinds of commotion appeared in the imperial capital. For example, now that the emperor had gone mad, because the empire was leaderless, the ambitious nobles of the empire had been interfering in the affairs of the empire, causing conflicts big and small. For example, now that the emperor had gone mad, because the empire was leaderless, a group of ambitious nobles had been interfering in the affairs of the empire, causing conflicts big and small. Some called for a trip to the kingdom to invite Popule over as soon as possible so that he could dispel the emperor's curse. Some called for the release of Prince Harvey, who was under house arrest, so that he could take charge of the situation. There were also those who thought that a new emperor should be elected as soon as possible. It was easy to imagine what they were planning. In short, the emperor's madness was like adding the last firewood to a country that was already suffering from internal strife, igniting the whole mess. At this moment, all the nobles had their own considerations, standpoints, plans, and ambitions. All of them were intertwined, causing the palace to feel an unprecedented tension. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lakuta brought Tilly back to the Knights of the Empire and easily gained the support of a group of loyal subordinates. Finally, he killed his way into the palace and intervened in the chaos. On the surface, he wanted to claim that he was innocent and immediately clear his name, but in reality, he had entered the palace with great fanfare to release Harvey from house arrest. The Renita family, led by Saliro, naturally would not let Lakuta have his way. After Lakuta entered the palace, they did not hesitate to join the battle in the palace, fighting here and there in the royal hall, each with their own ideas. This situation caused the citizens of the imperial capital to feel even more terrified and uneasy. The empire is going to fall into chaos. The nobles are about to start fighting. What? What will happen to us in the future? God, the common people were both uneasy and praying, hoping that the empire would be able to survive this chaos and return to its former strength and peace. However, the situation became more and more tense, causing the chaos in the palace to continue. Until now, there had been no conclusion. In the end, someone had indeed sent someone to contact Pope Yule, asking him to come and dispel the emperor's curse. However, Yule had yet to give a reply. It was unknown whether he was still considering, or whether the letter had been stolen by someone with ulterior motives and had not reached Yule's hands. Harvey was not released either, and his house arrest was lifted. The reason was that the nobles in the imperial concubines faction were strongly opposed. They believed that the prince had not been completely cleared of the suspicion of treason, and that such a person could not be allowed to replace His Majesty as regent. The proposal to elect a new emperor was similarly left unsettled. A countermeasure that could convince everyone had never appeared before. Just like that, the chaos in the empire persisted for several days. Until one day, an exciting piece of news finally spread in the imperial capital. Her Highness Capellan has returned with the Broken Blade Knights. Our Valkyrie has returned. The missing second princess has finally returned. On this day, the news spread rapidly in the streets and alleys of the imperial capital. The citizens of the imperial capital were excited. Many of the citizens were excited as well. The return of a member of the Orthodox royal family, and the return of the second princess of the empire that everyone looked forward to, gave the citizens of the empire, who had been living in fear all day, a boost of confidence. It was only at this time that the chaos in the empire was somewhat alleviated. Imperial capital, Bygusler's house. After a few days of fierce fighting, although Harvey's house arrest had not been lifted, Proctor had still managed to obtain some results with his prestige and strength. The people from the Bygusler family who had been detained were all released. Thanks to this, Bygusler's house was no longer like before, where there was only a group of servants. Instead, there were fully armed knights patrolling the place, making the entire mansion seem grand and majestic. At this time, the Bygusler family was like the #1 family of knights in the empire, exuding a strict, resolute, serious, and powerful atmosphere. It was hard to believe that just a few days ago, they had been bullied by dogs, harassed by the Renaiter family, and monitored by many noble families. Although there were still many spies watching them, they no longer dared to be as brazen as before. They carefully hid themselves, afraid of being discovered. Under such circumstances, on this day, a guest came to visit. Tilly personally came to inform Shuren of this matter. That person wants to see you. Tilly stood at the door to Shuren's room, looking at Shuren, who was sitting there playing with Lilith. Her expression was rather complicated. This was because Shuren did not put on his cloak in the room, completely exposing his true appearance to Tilly. Looking at the true appearance of this mysterious powerhouse who was only around 20 years old, younger than her, but had not only forced the Renaiter family to retreat, but also destroyed the entire Lefort family, Tilly's emotions were rather complicated. He really was younger than her. At the same time, Tilly finally learned of Shuren's identity. Count Porstad of the Mitra kingdom. The fiancé of the kingdom's treasure. Taming dragons, crusading against the old demons sect, shocking the kingdom. He also had the support of the demons and Protoss, the support of the dragon demons and the strongest demon god. The human who came out of nowhere a while ago and shook the entire human world, even the entire Omnipotensen, had now appeared here, making a name for himself in the empire. After knowing everything, Tilly's feelings were even more complicated. Unfortunately, Shuren didn't care about her. It's about time. Shuren seemed to know who Tilly was referring to, he muttered as he passed Lilith to Ter beside him. Ter, on the other hand, was still wearing her black robe and hood. She had no intention of revealing her true appearance, standing aside coldly. Lilith didn't choose to be with Ter either. Compared to Ter, the innocent little girl preferred to be with Xianxia. So, Lilith ran over to Xianxia, who was taking care of Lenny, and squeezed into her arms, in exchange for Xianxia patting her head. Xianxia, on the other hand, vanished without a trace. No one knew where she went, she came and went without a trace. Tilly, of course, saw the scene as well. There were two main things that attracted her attention. For example, who was the little girl lying on the bed who seemed to be unconscious, for example, who was the dangerous young lady in the black robe. Tilly had never seen both of them before. Tilly really wanted to ask, but when she thought about her father and Sharon's nonchalant attitude, she knew it was pointless to ask. If Kieran wanted to say, he would say it. If Kieran didn't want to say, no matter how much Tilly asked, Kieran wouldn't care and wouldn't care. Tilly had to admit that after being beaten up by Sharon, she seemed to have matured a lot. She knew how to think for herself. Now, Tilly wasn't as proud and arrogant as before. She lowered her attitude a little. Do you want to go? Courtier Porstut? Tilly's tone was a little complicated as she spoke. Sharon nodded casually as if he didn't notice it. Let's go. Sharon turned to Ter and asked, do you want to go with me? Ter didn't agree right away. If you want to discuss how to deal with Mara, I'll go. That was what Ter said. Then let's go. Sharon was even more direct. He told Ter that the person he was going to meet was here to deal with Mara. Ter stopped talking at once and stood up with Sean without saying a word. Same as usual, I'll leave this to you, Xianxia. Sharon glanced over at Xianxia and said. Yes. Xianxia answered plainly. Lilith glanced at Sharon, then at Xianxia. After a moment of hesitation, she finally got out of Xiao's arms and ran towards Sharon. Although Sharon didn't look like he was going to fight and she wouldn't understand what they were talking about even if she followed, she still wanted to follow Sharon. Even though she wasn't as clingy as before, she was still the closest to Sharon. There was no doubt about it. Let's go. Sharon, of course, wouldn't refuse. He laughed and picked up the little girl again while holding Ter's hand with one hand and walked out of the room. Tilly couldn't help but mumble when she saw the scene. Another woman in each arm, this Duke of the Kingdom was really like a spoiled brat. I really don't know how he trained to reach the legendary realm at this age. As she muttered, Tilly followed after him. The group then left the room and headed towards the guest hall of Bygessler's house. After several days of repairs, the ceiling of the guest hall, which had been damaged by the fierce fight between Locket and Saliro, had been repaired and the place was restored to its original state. With the help of magic, such a minor injury could be repaired in minutes. At this moment, a large number of figures had appeared in the reception hall. Female knights clad in armor and with long swords at their waists stood in various corners, looking valiant and heroic. They seemed to be guarding the guest hall, making it look extremely heavily guarded. Locket sat on a sofa with his head slightly lowered to show his respect to the person opposite him. Sitting opposite Lockhart was the beautiful and valiant Princess Royal Highness, who was dressed in a knight's uniform and light armor. Under Tilly's lead, Sharon and the rest entered. Yo! Holding Lilith in his arms and holding Ter's hand, Sean looked at the princess and laughed out loud. You're finally back, our Valkyrie. The newcomer was Capeline. You're here? Seeing Sharon walk in with Ter and Lilith, Capeline almost subconsciously stood up and looked over with an indescribable expression. Not to mention Capeline, even the surrounding female knights were either shy, ashamed, speechless, or bitter and helpless as they glanced at Sharon. In the end, all of them looked away as if they didn't dare to meet Sharon's gaze. These reactions made the rest of the people in the room puzzled. Only Sharon looked at these female knights who were dressed neatly and armed to the teeth. He couldn't help but recall the scene a few days ago when they were all naked and squeezed to his side. Very nice. This could probably be one of the thousands of images in Sharon's mind, right? In short, it was worth collecting. With this thought in mind, Sharon shifted his gaze to Capeline. At this moment, Capeline was no longer in the sorry state she was a few days ago. She was as valiant and heroic as when they first met. The difference was that her attitude was less self-righteous and domineering. The way she looked at Sharon was no longer filled with judgment. Instead, it was filled with a very straight and straightforward brilliance. Come to think of it, the experiences during this period of time should have given the princess a lot of training and made her a lot calmer, right? Sharon sighed about this, but he didn't show it. He went straight to Capeline and sat down. Proctor should have been sitting there. But Locket had already stood up and moved to the side, staying by Capeline's side. It was as if he wanted to indicate that Capeline should be in charge of the next conversation. This made Sharon raise his eyebrows slightly. From this attitude, many things could be seen. It seems like Sir Bygusel and Her Highness are ready to cooperate. Sean spread out his hands and explained the way of the story. Locket, who previously said that he would unconditionally cooperate with Shuren, would still be on Capeline's side. After all, I have always supported Prince Harvey and Her Highness Capeline, or should I say, the faction that opposes Her Highness. Locket said without any expression. What he meant was that although he would unconditionally cooperate with Shuren, before the person he supported, he would still maintain the etiquette of a subject. In other words, the person he was loyal to wasn't just Harvey, but Capeline as well. Tilly also quietly went to Locket's side. Capeline first glanced at Terre, who was guarding beside Sean, and then cast her gaze on Lilith. Her eyes flickered. After a while, Capeline lowered her head to Lilith in a serious manner. That scene was exactly the same as when Lockhart had first met Lilith. It seemed like Capeline already knew Lilith's identity. Your Highness? Tilly was the only one, Tilly, who was kept in the dark. But Capeline didn't say much and sat down again. I've already met with Big Brother, Xianxia said. Capeline looked at Sean, pursed her lips, and said, to be honest, I don't really agree with the contents of that deal. Apparently, Carpeline and Proctor were of the same mind. Since she had met Harvey, she must have known a lot of things from him, right? Then why did you come to me? Shuren's expression didn't change from the beginning to the end. He looked at Capeline with a faint smile and said, are you trying to cancel the deal on Harvey's behalf? No. Capeline went silent for a while before sighing. If it was before, I would have done that, but now, I've been convinced by my brother. Oh? Shuren was surprised. Which means you chose to compromise? What else can I do if I don't? Capeline mocked herself. With our current strength, it's impossible to go against Her Highness's faction without paying a price. Is that so? Shuren denied. No matter what, since you're back, you shouldn't be afraid of Her Highness's faction, right? Admittedly, there were many supporters of Her Highness's faction. However, since Capeline was back, the situation should have changed. Capeline was the princess of the Empire. She had inherited the imitation holy sword of the royal family since she was young. Everyone was amazed by her talent. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as Rosie's, she was still the spiritual symbol of the Empire. Her beautiful, powerful, outstanding family background was hailed as a Valkyrie. She was undoubtedly the face of a country and was regarded as a role model. Countless people adored her. This was a privilege that only a princess could have. Under such circumstances, there would definitely be many nobles in the Empire who supported Capeline. The public opinion would definitely be on Capeline's side. It wasn't impossible for Capeline to fight against Her Highness's faction. Now, the Level Up family has been destroyed. You yourself are not inferior to a legendary level powerhouse. Coupled with the support of Rocky, even if you can't destroy Her Highness's faction, you should be able to fight evenly, right? This was Shuren's opinion. However, Capeline shook her head helplessly. Indeed, the current situation can't be said to be completely disadvantageous to us. Even if my brother is under house arrest, the nobles who chose to support us haven't all switched sides. In addition, the other party has lost Lefelet. It doesn't seem that we have no chance of winning. Although she said so, Capeline's expression wasn't very optimistic. The reason was simple. This is a situation where only the combat power on the surface is calculated. Capeline said so. Combat power on the surface? Shuren seemed to understand a little and said thoughtfully, you mean, the other party still has combat power that isn't on the surface? Of course. Capeline mentioned this to Shuren and said vaguely, you should have already experienced this, right? Indeed. Wasn't the existence of the High Priest unknown to anyone before, a legendary necromancer? If she commanded the army of the undead to attack, it was obvious how much of an impact this combat power would have on the battlefield. Now, the High Priest was killed by Shuren in advance, and the secret base was destroyed by Shuren. But, we have full reason to suspect that behind the Poison Consort, there is still the support of the old demon's faction. Capeline's words made Shuren narrow his eyes. Shuren was also very clear about this matter. Capeline pointed it out calmly. The enemy's combat power behind the scenes cannot be calculated. This is a very big hidden danger and problem that makes us always have misgivings. Even if we don't count the combat power behind the scenes, on the surface, there are still more nobles who choose to support the imperial consort than those who choose to support us. Even if we lose Lefrit, the other side still has help like Renitra. The Renit family is the second knight family of the empire, and Saliro himself is a legendary level powerhouse. Their influence in the Knights of the Empire is only slightly weaker than that of Minister Lockett and the Bykesler family. Therefore, while Minister Lockett has a group of loyal subordinates, Saliro also has the support of a group of loyal subordinates. The current situation is that among the nobles, about 60% belong to the Imperial Consort's faction, 30% belong to our side, and 10% are undecided. In any case, we are the weaker side. As for the people, because of my existence, I definitely have more supporters. However, they can only provide support and help in the political aspect. Once there is a need to go to war, they will instead be the side that needs to be protected. As for the hundreds of thousands of imperial knights that the empire is most proud of, 20% of them have already been won over by Saliro, 30% are under Proctor's command, and the remaining half are undecided. Some do not dare to take sides easily, some are unwilling to participate in this kind of struggle, and some are still worried that the internal strife will have a serious impact on the empire. Therefore, they do not want to support any side at all. In summary, it is difficult to say that the situation is particularly advantageous for us. We might even be at a very serious disadvantage. Capeline's expression was solemn. If not for the fact that the emperor is already cursed, the poison consort would only need to say a few words in that mediocre ruler's ear, and the emperor would definitely choose to support her. As the emperor of a country, he would give orders to those undecided forces, and even to us, and we would have no choice but to obey to a certain extent. Unless we are determined to rebel and usurp the throne, we still have to consider the emperor's influence. This was the current situation. It was indeed difficult to say that the situation was advantageous for them. In addition, I have already lost the imitation holy sword. Capeline's expression became very bitter. Yes. Her Royal Highness had already lost the imitation holy sword. The reason was very simple. The poison consort dared to imprison me, so naturally, she would not leave the imitation holy sword by my side. Capeline felt very vexed, and one could even say that she felt very humiliated. There was no other way. The imitation holy sword was made by the empire after spending countless efforts, financial resources, and labor. Even the bones of the ancestors who were heroes were used to successfully create the symbol of the empire. It did not only represent power, but also a kind of honor and a spiritual pillar. If Capeline lost it, it would have a huge impact on her strength. The royal family would even target this matter and think that she did not protect it well enough, causing her to lose the national treasure, and thus punish her. In other words, because of the loss of the imitation holy sword, it is very likely that not only will I not receive the support of the people, but I will also be blamed and treated as a sinner. Capeline spoke very helplessly. This was not an exaggeration. Even if Capeline was the flower of the empire, the people who were born on this land still most respected and worshipped the heroes who built this country. To a large extent, Capeline's halo could be said to be built on the user of the imitation holy sword. In the end, the imitation holy sword was lost by Capeline. This was a big problem. If it was not handled properly, Capeline might really fall from the pedestal and lose the people's support. This was a very bad thing. Of course, Shuren was very speechless. There was only one thought in his mind. Can the holy sword be lost? Wasn't it something that would come back on its own? He was puzzled. As it turned out, there was still a huge difference between the imitation holy sword and the real holy sword. Not only was there a difference in strength, but there were also other aspects that showed the difference between the two. For example, the imitation holy sword did not have the holy power to purify all negative effects and eliminate all evil. Without this power, the imitation holy sword was destined to be just an imitation. Unable to exert the greatest effect of the holy sword, which was to restrain the demons, the imitation holy sword was no longer a threat in the eyes of many people. Moreover, the imitation holy sword could not have an exclusive user like the real holy sword. Shuren's holy sword was exclusive to him, and no one could use it except him. Once it was lost, it would return on its own after a period of time. This was because the Holy Sword was the crystallization of power born from the concept of the hero. It could be said to be the clone of the hero, the other self of the hero. Therefore, it would never be truly lost. Only when the hero died would it shatter and disappear with him, no longer existing in this world. The Holy Sword that Rosie inherited was the exclusive Holy Sword of Mitra, which Mitra deliberately left in this world by sacrificing himself. Although it was not Rosie's personal Holy Sword, it recognized Rosie and allowed her to become its user. For thousands of years, only Rosie, a descendant of Mitra, had been recognized by it. Therefore, if Rosie accidentally lost this Holy Sword, it would return to Rosie's side on its own. It would not be lost in the true sense of the word. On the other hand, the imitation Holy Sword was only made from the ashes of the hero, Ragnar, and various precious treasures from the three realms. Although it had some of the effects of the Holy Sword, an imitation was still an imitation. No matter what, it could not be as magical as the real Holy Sword. Even though there were still very harsh requirements to use this imitation Holy Sword, and only the descendants of the hero with the bloodline of the hero could use this imitation Holy Sword, it was actually a product of this world itself, a weapon that was actually forged. As a result, the imitation Holy Sword naturally could not have the magical ability to automatically return to its owner. Even so, it could still exert some of the effects of the Holy Sword, and one could imagine the enhancement to Capeline. In this world, the imitation Holy Sword was also regarded as the highest level of magic weapons. Losing this imitation Holy Sword was like losing a strong and powerful arm. Even if Capeline still had a pair of white wings and the unique skill that could even block the star cluster formation, Capeline's strength was very limited just by relying on the unique skill alone. Not to mention anything else, I may not be a match for Soliro Renitra now. Capeline's beautiful face was full of melancholy. Even Brother Havis may be stronger than me now, so I probably can't be a trump card against the poison concubine now. This was probably the thing that Capeline was most unwilling to accept. In essence, Capeline was still a competitive Valkyrie. She was definitely the most upset about the decline in her strength. Because of this, Capeline's chances of winning against Mara weren't high. It might even be difficult for her to protect herself. After all, Mara had officially launched an attack on Capeline and the others, putting Harvey under house arrest. Capeline had also lost her imitation Holy Sword, and her strength had plummeted. This might cause the Queen to no longer hold back and focus all her efforts on dealing with this side. That was why she compromised. That was why Havis was under house arrest. Havis had also lost the imitation Holy Sword, and her strength had plummeted. This might cause the poison concubine to no longer hold back and focus on her side. She compromised to reality and to Shuren. So, you agree to the deal? Shuren blinked and looked at Capeline. There's nothing I can do. Capeline's expression did not change. Besides, what brother said makes sense. If we really reach that deal, it may not be a bad thing for us and the Empire. In addition, she could also cooperate with Shuren to eradicate Mara. In terms of conditions and results, it was not completely unacceptable. I see. Shuren nodded and said with a faint smile, if that's the case, you only have one purpose for coming here today, right? Hearing this, Capeline raised her eyes. She came here to find Shuren. Indeed, there was only one purpose. We're probably going to start a war with the poison concubine. What Capeline said made the atmosphere extremely heavy. Shuren suddenly smiled. Moreover, it was the kind of smile that was very cheerful. Capeline continued. This time, my return has alarmed some of the nobles who know the inside story. Capeline said coldly, knowing that I was captured by the poison concubine and was imprisoned and abused by the poison concubine, those nobles will definitely come to deal with me. Capeline's return injected a cardiac stimulant to the already chaotic imperial capital, but also lit the fuse. If I don't do anything, I will definitely expose the poison concubine's actions in front of all the nobles of the empire. I will accuse her of imprisoning, plotting, abusing the royal bloodline, and attacking the royal princess. Such a crime was enough to expose Mara's sinister intentions and monstrous sins. By then, even the emperor would not be able to protect her. Will it work? Shuren couldn't help but ask, words are no proof. The nobles of the empire will not listen to your side of the story, and Mara will definitely not plead guilty, right? This was the only problem. Regarding this, Capeline finally smiled. You still don't know what blessing I received, right? Speaking till here, Capeline spoke with pride and pride. Although I did not receive the blessing of the three goddesses, I am still the most outstanding genius in the history of the empire. The superior goddess who blessed me may not be as high as the three goddesses among the Protoss, but her strength and fame are enough to rank in the top 3 Protoss. Hearing Capeline's words, Shuren immediately understood. Among the Protoss, there were only 3 whose strength and fame were enough to rank in the top 3, but not the 3 goddesses. One was the legendary Trinity goddess. When the 3 of them worked together, they could rival the transcendent goddess of time. One was the evil goddess who could compete with the demon dwellers but was sealed because she lost control. The strongest evil goddess was Lilith. The last one was the opposite of Lilith. They were born at the same time, but completely opposite. She was the controller of justice and order. She was the fairest Protoss in the world. The goddess of justice, Artemis. I am the well-wisher of Lady Artemis, the goddess of justice. That was Capeline's declaration. With this blessing, as long as I stick to justice and don't become a destroyer of order, I can get the power of fair and just judgment. This power of judgment had a very strange magical effect. For example, Capeline could not be interfered with by curses and evil negative forces. Only the power of an existence like Lilith, who was on the same level as Artemis, the goddess of justice, could work on her. For example, Capeline could detect malice and not be harmed by evil. For example, in public, when Capeline prayed to God and asked God to give her justice, she would get various privileges. These privileges were beneficial to Capeline's exercise of justice and maintenance of order. In that state, Capeline could not be biased or fraudulent. She could only be the fairest judge, judging all the injustices in the world. In other words, I can't lie for myself when I enter that state. Capeline revealed the most important trump card. Shuren couldn't help but brighten up. Ter also had a reaction to this. In other words, in that state, as long as you say it, it's the unquestionable truth. There's no way to fake it, right? Ter's somewhat cold voice came from under the hood, attracting everyone's attention. Lockett stared at Ter for a while, deep in thought. Tilly's face was full of confusion, as if she was trying to guess who Ter was. Capeline frowned. She didn't know if it was because of Ter's sudden voice or because of the unknown existence talking to her. But she still nodded. Once I fake it, I'll lose my impartial position. At that time, not only will the blessing of Goddess Artemis not protect me, but she will also punish me immediately, Capeline said with great certainty. Almost all the higher-ups of the empire know about this. Then, in public, once Capeline prayed to Artemis, the goddess of justice, asking her to give her a fair and just position and judge all the injustices in the world, then what she said would be the most credible. In that case, if Capeline exposed what Mara had done to him, then those things must have really happened to Capeline. In that case, Capeline's right to speak would definitely overwhelm everyone, and she would successfully expose Mara's true face. At that time, Mara would naturally be unable to defend herself. Since you're so capable, why didn't you expose everything she did before? Shuren was very puzzled. Before? But Capeline sighed and said, which of the things that Mara did in the past did he do in front of me? That was true. What Mara had done in the past was definitely not done in front of Capeline. Since it was not done in front of Capeline, even if Capeline wanted to report her, without evidence and without seeing it with her own eyes, all the complaints would become wishful thinking. This wouldn't do. I must be in a fair and just position, with conclusive evidence, or with my own eyes, and with my own experience. Only then can I start a trial. Capeline said, the only one who can judge others at any time and place, discover the sins of others, and expose the sins of others to the world, is the goddess Artemis herself. That goddess was the one who really broke the rules. Capeline was only her blessing, and she only had her blessing. She couldn't reach that level yet. Just like Rosie and Ter, who could only be protected by fate, but couldn't control fate, Capeline could only be passive and fair. She couldn't force everything to be fair and open. Now that Mara had made a move against Capeline, the conditions were met. In order to prevent me from exposing the poison concubine, the nobles on the queen's side will definitely try their best to stop me. The poison concubine certainly can't continue to sit back and watch. She will definitely deal with me. Kaplan's voice spread out slowly. She'll be back soon. When she comes back, I will tell on her. That will be the moment of the final battle. End of chapter 627. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.